Chapter 1 Escape. As the moon sank in the west, Su Yinyin suddenly felt as though a mountain had crushed her. The wave of pain surged through her chest. She gasped for air like a fish out of water, her eyes widening in shock. Before her stood a grotesque, rugged-faced it was Ding Qingyong. Su Yinyin was utterly horrified. The scene was painfully familiar. But how could this be? Before she could ponder further, Li Ziyunyang's shrill voice pierced through the air. "It's all fun and games, but don't you dare kill her." It was her adoptive mother, Li Xionyang. Su Yinyin's eyes bulged with rage, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She had been reborn, returned to 13 years prior. This was the moment she had just discovered her identity as the eldest daughter of the Yongping Marquis. After the Yongping Marquis had sent people to investigate, they promised to come for her. Yet that very night, disaster struck. Li Xionyang locked her in the woodshed and summoned Ding Qingyong. Despite her desperate resistance, she had narrowly escaped violation, only to be caught the next day in a compromising situation. When the shed door swung open, she was covered in bruises and welts, her body marred. And there was Ding Qingyong, and no words could save her. When the people from the Yongping Marquis arrived to retrieve her, Ding Qingyong had maliciously set off firecrackers at the door. He proclaimed himself the new son-in-law of the Yongping Marquis, demanding a celebration. This left those sent from the Marquis utterly humiliated. Although she was eventually brought back, they regarded her with disdain. Her parents believed her to be nothing more than a country bumpkin, shameless and frivolous. Her siblings refused to acknowledge her as one of their own. And Li Xionyang would not relent. She even incited Ding Qingyong to cause a scene at the Marquis, leading to her being cast out. Li Ziyunyang's daughter, Qi Jin, usurped her identity, standing before her with an air of superiority, watching as her legs were brutally broken, leaving her to suffer in the streets. All of this had commenced the night Ding Qingyong climbed into her bed. That beast, Ding Qingyong, was already eagerly tearing at her clothes. "Yinyin, you're still unaware of the pleasures of womanhood. Let me show you what ecstasy feels like." Without a moment's thought, she instinctively drew her knees up and thrust upward, her knees striking Ding Qingyong squarely in his most vulnerable area. Ding Qingyong let out a howl of agony, convulsing on the floor. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yinyin rose to adjust her clothes, which had nearly slipped down to her waist. Turning back to the writhing Ding Qingyong, her eyes blazed with fury. Clutching his groin, Ding Qingyong rolled on the ground, cursing, "You little bitch, I will kill you." With that, he lunged at Su Yinyin. His grotesque form made her stomach churn. She turned her head to evade him, while her left hand discreetly gripped the wooden hairpin she had just pulled from her hair, her heart brimming with murderous intent. As Ding Qingyong drew closer, she thrust her left hand forward, the hairpin piercing his eye. He emitted a scream that was hardly human. With a swift motion, Su Yinyin tripped him, sending his corpulent body crashing to the ground. Then, she quickly grabbed a dilapidated stool and, with all her strength, brought it crashing down onto Ding Qingyong's head. Again and again, she struck with unyielding force, showing no mercy. Before long, Ding Qingyong's skull was reduced to a bloody pulp. He had begun to scream, but soon fell silent. The room remained dark, illuminated only by the pale moonlight, revealing the grotesque remains of Ding Qingyong's head. A faint smile tugged at her lips as she methodically wiped her hands clean. The room was adorned with familiar furnishings, a rickety bed and a few battered bamboo chairs, nothing more. She swiftly approached the bed, rummaging in the corner until she retrieved a cloth bundle and opened it, sighing in relief at its contents. After a moment's thought, she returned to the bed, taking a garment and stuffing it into Ding Qingyong's embrace. Then, she deftly leapt out of the window. Having spent years gathering firewood and fishing with Li Xionyang in the countryside, her movements were as nimble as a cat's. Once on the ground, she noticed that the main room still glowed with light. That was Li Xionyang and Su Tehufu's chamber. After a brief pause, she crept along the wall to their window, overhearing their conversation inside. Su Tehufu embraced Li Xionyang, repeatedly calling her my dear, saying, "Xionyang, you truly are brilliant. Years ago, you had the heart to exchange children, and now you have the heart to let her be ruined by Ding. This way, our daughter will no longer have to live in fear at the Marquis." Li Xionyang, in a fit of anger, urged Su Tehufu to be silent. "When will you learn to keep your mouth shut? Our daughter is strong. She must not be burdened by you." Outside, Su Yinyin's eyes burned with rage, her eyelids reddening. Indeed, the notion that the exchange was accidental was a lie. They had plotted to swap identities for Qi Jin and subsequently ruin her virtue upon exposure. Because of this wicked scheme, in her past life, the Marquis had never acknowledged her. Qi Jin remained the esteemed daughter. Later, she even entered the palace, becoming the crown princess. Su Tehufu and Li Xionyang had coincidentally rescued the crown princess, subsequently being granted the title of count, ascending to a position of power. Their entire family had climbed to the top on her blood and suffering. What a benevolent mother! But alas, she had been reborn. Li Ziyunyang's machinations would no longer succeed. Su Yinyin's face flushed with determination. She vowed to make Su Tehufu and Li Xionyang pay dearly. Su Tehufu muttered that he understood, then furrowed his brow, listening for any signs from next door. "It seems quiet now." Li Xionyang continued. "They must be exhausted from all the commotion. They'll go find someone you keep an eye on things. They needed to create a scene, making a spectacle of it, so that when the Yongping Marquis' people arrived the next morning, they would receive a surprise. She concealed herself in the shadows, watching as Li Xionyang exited, then glanced back at Su Tehufu in the room, suddenly letting out a piercing scream before rushing back to her own quarters. Inside, Ding Qinjiang's corpse lay sprawled on the floor. Yet she felt no fear after all she had endured. She understood that the true horror in this world was not ghosts, but the treachery of the human heart. Just as she returned to her room, the door creaked open, and Su Tehufu tentatively called, "Yinyin." In the darkness, Su Yinyin smirked, knowing Su Tehufu would come. Over the years, his gaze toward her had grown increasingly inappropriate. He often touched her inappropriately and even spied on her while she bathed. She had once confided in Li Xionyang, only to be scolded as a seductress, accused of sowing discord. "Father," Su Yinyin called softly. "Da." Su Tehufu's eyes glinted with malice, his mind racing with possibilities. After all, she was not his biological daughter since Ding Qingyong had already defiled her. What harm would it do for him to take advantage of her as well? With that thought, he gulped, slipping through the door, moving toward the bed, guided by the dim moonlight. Yet, after only a few steps, he tripped over something. "Ouch!" he exclaimed, fumbling to rise, only to feel sticky liquid on his hands. Was it blood? In the moonlight, Su Tehufu beheld Ding Qinjiang's lifeless form. It should have been Ding Qingyong, the build and clothing matched, but his head was almost embedded in the ground, a grotesque mess of flesh. "Ah!" he screamed in terror, instinctively attempting to flee. But as he turned, he found Su Yinyin standing in the moonlight, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Father, since you have consented, allow me to send you on your way." Before Su Tehufu could retreat in fear, Su Yinyin lunged forward, the wooden hairpin plunging precisely into his throat. Su the butcher desperately clutched at his throat, only to realize the futility of his efforts as blood gushed forth like water. Words failed him, and his eyes reflected an abject terror as he gazed at Su Yinyin. He could not comprehend how his once docile and gentle daughter had transformed into a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell. Su Yinyin had no time to waste on further dialogue. She seized her father's legs and dragged him to the side of Ding Qinjiang's lifeless body, flipping him over to lie face down. The wooden hairpin remained lodged in his neck, yet Su the butcher was gradually succumbing to the stillness of death. Ignoring her fatigue, Su Yinyin pressed on. This was not a moment for respite. Li Xionyang would soon arrive with others in tow, and she needed to ensure that the fates of these two souls were sealed before their arrival. Without hesitation, she opened the door and sprinted directly towards the Zhuanto family home. Chapter 2: The Sunken Pond. Under the silvery moonlight, Li Xionyang hurried back with a group of individuals. She had gathered those notorious gossips from the village, whose words could twist the truth into a lie. Once these women laid eyes upon Su Yinyin and Ding Qingyong lying on the same bed, they would surely drown Su Yinyin in their salacious gossip. A noble lady who had lost her virtue before returning home. Was she still a noble? Having served as a wet nurse in the Marquis' household, Li Xionyang understood the fastidious nature of the aristocrats. They would never accept a woman who had been sullied by another. In the end, it was clear that between a fallen woman and a refined noble lady, the Yoping Marquis' estate would know how to choose, even with their eyes closed. She thought to herself. Dreaming that she could obstruct her daughter's path to the Marquisate was futile. With such thoughts, Li Xionyang could hardly contain her urgency to return home. However, as she approached within 100 meters of her doorstep, the village head and a large group of people encircled them, brandishing torches to block their way. Li Xionyang was taken aback. Village head? What is the meaning of this? The village head snorted coldly. That is a question I should be asking you. What are you up to? Li Xionyang's eyes flickered nervously. It is a misfortune at home. Something shameful has occurred. She considered that the village head's arrival was fortuitous, as it would amplify the scandal, letting everyone know that the Marquis' own daughter had engaged in illicit affairs. Yet, to her surprise, the village head showed no curiosity and barked an order. Bind her. Li Xionyang was agitated. Village head, why would you bind me without reason? What crime have I committed? The village head was even angrier than she was. You dare question me? Take her to see the fruits of her deeds. The crowd forcibly dragged Li Xionyang into the courtyard and then towards the west wing. Before she could comprehend what was happening, the door was kicked open with a loud bang. By the moonlight, everyone could see two lifeless bodies lying on the floor. One was grotesquely mangled, its head unrecognizable, while the other, though whole, was surrounded by a pool of blood. The heavy scent of blood wafted through the air, causing Li Xionyang to freeze in terror. The village head pointed at the bodies with a grim expression. Now, what do you have to say? Li Xionyang's mind was in turmoil. She never anticipated that upon her return, Su Butcher would lie dead alongside Ding Qingyong in the west wing. A heavy dread settled in her heart as she realized that this wretched man had long harbored ill intentions towards Su Yinyin, and it was her interference that had kept him in check. Surely, he had seized the opportunity while she was away to approach Su Yinyin, which led to this confrontation. In a fit of rage, she shouted without thinking, "Su Yinyin, you little wretch. You seduced Ding Chengyong and brought this calamity upon your father, before everyone." Su Yinyin burst into tears. "Mother, please don't hit me. I saw nothing. I swear, I saw nothing." Li Xionyang, consumed by fury, reached out to strike her. But the village head seized her arm, glancing at Su Yinyin. "Child, fear not. Speak the truth of what you know." The village head was well aware of Su Yinyin's status as the Marquis' daughter. Hence, he had followed her to the scene. The villagers relied on the Marquis for their livelihoods, and it was imperative to avoid offending Su Yinyin. Su Yinyin, trembling, took a few steps back, her voice quaking. It was father who caught mother with." She pointed at the lifeless Ding Chengyong. "He saw mother with him and rushed in to confront him." As she spoke, her sobs intensified. "Father told me to find the village head. He wanted to accuse them of adultery." The crowd gasped, their gazes towards Li Xionyang now filled with contempt, especially the gossiping women she had summoned earlier, who rolled their eyes in disgust. So she had called them in the middle of the night to slander others. Everyone in the village knew Su Yinyin was hard-working and devoted, while Li Xionyang was infamous for her harshness and unapproachable demeanor, making her a troublesome figure. The notion that she could engage in an affair with Ding Chengyong was hardly surprising. The village head narrowed his eyes at Li Xionyang. "What do you have to say for yourself?" What could Li Xionyang possibly say? Enraged, she began to curse. "You shameless wretch! How dare you slander me? My dignity is far greater than yours." She struggled against her bindings, attempting to lunge at Su Yinyin. Su Yinyin screamed in terror, collapsing to the ground in tears. "Mother, I won't do it again. I truly saw nothing." Seeing the child so frightened revealed the extent of Li Xionyang's previous abuses. As the village head reprimanded her, his keen eyes caught sight of something protruding from Ding Chengyong's grasp. His curiosity piqued. He stepped forward and yanked it free, his expression shifting dramatically. "What is this?" He shook it out, revealing a small garment embroidered with osmanthus flowers, identical in color to Li Xionyang's own outer garment. The crowd gasped, turning their attention to Li Xionyang. The intimate piece of clothing found in Ding Chengyong's possession was irrefutable evidence of infidelity. This corroborated Su Yinyin's earlier claims. Li Xionyang was momentarily stunned. Then realization dawned on her. The garment she had given Su Yinyin to mend was now found on Ding Chengyong. It was Su Yinyin. That little vixen had framed her. With a snarl, she lunged at Su Yinyin. "I will kill you, you heartless wretch. Seize her." The village head bellowed, and immediately, others restrained Li Xionyang. Observing her frantic demeanor, the village head scoffed. "A married woman engaging in an affair, yet you dare to place the blame on a child? You have truly lost your mind." He then turned to the other elders in the village. "Esteemed uncles, what do our village's rules dictate regarding such transgressions?" The older men, their expressions grim as if they too wore green hats, gritted their teeth. "Sink her. 2 lives lost. And she dares to frame the Marquis' daughter. Such a venomous woman must drown." In the Great Zhou dynasty, the punishment for adultery was severe. If a husband killed his wife and her lover upon discovering their infidelity, he would be exonerated. Such disgraceful matters were typically dealt with internally by the family, rarely reported to the authorities. The village head had the authority to deal with Li Xionyang. Given the gravity of the situation, he stroked his beard, resolved. "Very well. We shall heed the counsel of the esteemed uncles. Let her be sunk. Prepare for it. In cases of such disgrace, the quicker the resolution, the better." Su Yinyin appeared pale with fear, and only after the village head ordered Li Xionyang confined did she hurriedly approach him. "Village head, I wish to see my mother." The crowd regarded Su Yinyin with complex expressions. The village head replied, "My dear lady, you are too soft-hearted. She caused the demise of 2 individuals and sought to frame you. Do you not understand? Had you not heeded your father's words and come to find me, she would have been the one to accuse you of murder." Su Yinyin nodded. "I understand, but she raised me. Please, village head, allow me to speak with her." The village head sighed. "Very well, go ahead." Li Xionyang had already been confined in a cage, now only a few meters from the water's surface. Upon encountering Su Yinyin, her eyes widened to the point of almost bleeding. "Wretched girl, how did your father meet his demise?" Su Yinyin crouched down to meet her gaze, turning her back to the onlookers while revealing a smile. "Why, I am the one who killed him." Li Xionyang felt a shiver run down her spine under Su Yinyin's piercing stare. Though the face was unmistakably Su Yinyin's, her eyes resembled those of a venomous serpent, cold, indifferent, and tinged with a hint of malice. Before she could react, Su Yinyin inched closer, and Ding Chengyong, he too met his end by my hand. Her voice was barely above a whisper, audible only to the two of them. Observing the gradual pallor of Li Xionyang's face, Su Yinyin chuckled. What will you do now? Your schemes are unraveling, and I shall return unscathed to the Yongping Marquis' residence. Li Xionyang looked as though she had seen a ghost, fearfully collapsing backward into the cage. Who are you? Chapter 3 The Scheming Maid. Of course, I am Su Yinyin, she remarked with a slight smirk. But I am no longer the Su Yinyin who would let you manipulate me at will. Your schemes against your own daughter have failed, and both of you are now doomed. Su Yinyin leaned closer to Li Xionyang, her voice whispering like a ghost. Do you think she will have a good life when I return? Li Xionyang, in a fit of despair, began to thrash violently within her cage, screaming, Wretched girl. I will kill you. You will have a miserable death. Su Yinyin, frightened, stumbled back and fell to the ground, crying out in terror, Mother, don't kill me. Please. Don't. Zhuokto scoffed, unrepentant and vicious to the core. Take her to the depths. The cage was hoisted up, and Su Yinyin slowly turned to Li Xionyang, who was still struggling frantically, and smiled darkly. With a splash, the pig cage plunged into the lake, sending forth a great wave. Early in the morning, visitors arrived at the Yongping Marquis' residence, led by an arrogant matron. Su Yinyin instantly recognized this pompous figure as Mama Hua, who held a higher status than the mistress herself, being close to Qi Jin. Mama Hua was notoriously difficult to deal with upon her arrival. She immediately asserted her authority over Su Yinyin. With a frown, she scrutinized Su Yinyin from head to toe, shaking her head disdainfully. You lack poise in both standing and sitting. Your posture is utterly slumped. As she spoke, she clicked her tongue in disapproval, chastising Su Yinyin for her poor choice of attire. Following the events of the previous night, Zhuangto and others had been accompanying Su Yinyin as they awaited the arrival of the Yongping Marquis' household. They had initially intended to inform Mama Hua of last night's incident, but her imposing demeanor created an atmosphere of intimidation. Anyone unaware might have thought that Mama Hua was the mistress herself. A woman of vast experience, she believed that her authoritative presence would intimidate the naive rural girl. However, after her tirade, she was met with silence. Su Yinyin was engaged in conversation with another woman. Mama Hua felt her authority undermined and reprimanded. Miss, I am speaking to you. Are you deaf? In front of the household as personnel and tenants, she admonished, Is this how you were raised? You shall be the subject of ridicule upon your return. In her previous life, Mama Hua had come to Su Yinyin with lofty demands befitting a noblewoman, belittling her as if she were a child. At that time, Su Yinyin had been under the shadow of Ding Qingyong and had not dared to resist. Yet this time, she paused her conversation and turned to ask, What did you say? Mama Hua sneered. Even if you are displeased, I must say, our family is of high standing. Your behavior will only bring shame upon us. Su Yinyin replied with a casual "oh" and smiled. Could you come a bit closer? I didn't quite catch that. Mama Hua, emboldened, stepped forward, but before she could utter a word, Su Yinyin struck her sharply across the face. The slap was both precise and forceful, disheveling Mama Hua's neatly arranged hair. Everyone was taken aback, especially the servants from the Marquis' residence, who had not anticipated that this long-lost young lady would exhibit such sharpness. Grasping her face in disbelief, Mama Hua was nearly driven mad with rage. She had come to assert her position, yet Su Yinyin defied all expectations. Grinding her teeth, she exclaimed, Miss, you are bringing disgrace upon the Marquis' residence. Su Yinyin scoffed. What are you even? You claim to represent our family, yet you, a mere servant, presume to stand above your mistress? Are you our ancestor or simply a servant of the Marquis? Such sharp retorts left Mama Hua stunned. Before her arrival, she had been told that the young lady was meek and gentle. Now, she felt compelled to invoke the authority of the Marquis' household. Miss, I was sent by the madam to ensure your proper conduct. Is that so? Su Yinyin tilted her head, smiling slightly. Then did the madam say that if I lacked propriety, I would no longer be recognized? Mama Hua's lips moved, but no words came out. Su Yinyin coldly laughed. Since there is nothing, why do you bark like a dog? Mama Hua's face turned ashen. This was perhaps the most humiliating moment of her tenure. This wild girl, though rough around the edges, had an uncanny ability to strike at the heart of the matter, leaving her at a loss. Su Yinyin huffed. Stop putting on a mournful face. I am here to be a young lady, not your servant. Go arrange matters. Fuming, Mama Hua gritted her teeth. After being slapped, she hid in the shade, rolling an egg over her face, her expression dark. Moments later, a maid rushed over, whispering the events of the previous night into her ear. Mama Hua discarded the egg and, with a grim expression, asked, "Is that true?" The maid nodded vigorously. Mama Hua narrowed her eyes. "No, this troublemaker cannot return. The deaths of Su and Li Xiaonyang are too suspicious. Su Yinin's information contradicts what we received earlier. If such a disaster returns, how will our young lady fare?" As she spoke, she beckoned the maid. "You, go tell the young lady that I have matters to discuss with her by the lake." Su Yinyin was conversing with Zhuangtou and his wife when Zhuangtou frowned and said, "Miss, being overly assertive can lead to downfall." Su Yinyin understood his concern. Her behavior was indeed a stark contrast to before. However, in the hierarchical environment of the Yongping Marquis residence, if she did not assert herself, she would be trampled upon. She smiled just as the maid approached and asked, "Mama Hua is waiting for me by the lake?" Mama Hua was infamous for her cunning and ruthlessness. In her previous life, the deeds Qi Jin could not conduct directly were often executed through Mama Hua's hands. Su Yinyin vividly recalled the time she was cornered in an alley after being expelled from the Qi family, where Mama Hua had broken her leg with a stick and left her to die in a mass grave. This woman was Qi Jin's right-hand ally, and her request to meet by the lake could hardly be for a friendly chat. Su Yinyin quickly assessed all possibilities, but ultimately accepted the invitation with a cheerful, "Very well." She arrived at the lake as promised, only to hear Mama Hua begin, "You slander your adoptive mother of infidelity," leading to her sinking. Mama Hua turned her face, her eyes rolling in anger. "Miss, do you sleep well at night?" Attempting to intimidate? Su Yinyin remained unfazed. "I sleep soundly. If one cannot rest after doing wrong, wouldn't that mean you're on the brink of exhaustion?" Mama Hua suddenly yanked her, enraged. "How dare you speak to me like that?" In a seemingly furious display, she skillfully maneuvered Su Yinyin toward the lake. Just as Su Yinyin lost her balance, it seemed Mama Hua would triumph. Yet, unexpectedly, Su Yinyin clung tightly to her, and both plunged into the cold, deep waters. The icy lake enveloped them, and Mama Hua shivered violently, struggling to surface. But to her horror, Su Yinyin was grinning at her from beneath the water, a smile both eerie and sinister. Terrified, Mama Hua opened her mouth to scream, only to have a mouthful of lake water rush in. With a powerful push, Su Yinyin mounted Mama Hua's neck, her face breaking the surface as she shouted, "Help! Help!" Was she to be drowned? With the story spun that she was overwhelmed by guilt over her adoptive parents' demise and had taken her own life, then she shall return the favor in kind. Whoever seeks her demise, she shall seek theirs in turn. Chapter 4 Murder. The air above the lake was far more refreshing than that within its depths. It was utterly absurd that Granny Hua would attempt to drown her. From a young age, she had borne the burdens of her household. The tenants were obliged to pay rent to the estate, and both Li Xiaonyang and Butcher Su found various ways to exploit her. Gathering mushrooms, chopping firewood, harvesting tea seeds, fishing, and catching turtles were all activities in which she excelled. As Su Yinyin surfaced from the water, she noticed that Granny Hua's struggles were diminishing until they ceased entirely. A gentle breeze swept across the shore, and as she sneezed, she prepared to dive back into the water to retrieve Granny Hua, intending to present the scene as her valiant rescue to the onlookers. However, as she raised her hand, her elbow collided forcefully with an object. The sensation sent chills down her spine, and a buzzing echoed in her mind, leading her to realize that there was someone else in the water. Could it be that Granny Hua had arranged for accomplices to be lurking below? In an instant, her blood ran cold, yet her mind oddly calmed. As she discreetly released her grip on Granny Hua and instinctively lunged backward, seizing the person submerged in the water. That individual, however, was equally unyielding, twisting their shoulder forcefully and turning the tables, pinning Su Yinin's shoulder down. Su Yinyin was not one to be easily subdued. With a cold smirk, she felt the golden hairpin slip from her sleeve into her palm and thrust it upward with force. Yet, the person seemed to anticipate her move, grasping her wrist with their other hand, and they locked eyes, each clearly recognizing the other. With jade-like features and peach blossom eyes, the figure was draped in a pale golden robe that shimmered in the sunlight, rendering him a celestial being descended from the heavens. It was Prince Jing, Xiaoyunting. She recognized him. In her past life, after her legs had been shattered, she had been cast aside in a brothel. Yet, she refused to succumb to fate, killing her first client, which incited the madam's wrath. It was Xiaoyunting who intervened, rescuing her and inquiring if she wished to follow him. At that moment, she had nothing left to lose, teetering on the brink of death, and thus agreed. From that point on, she entered the prince's residence, becoming one of his assassins. It was said that her efficiency in killing was greatly attributed to his tutelage. However, encountering him again so soon, and under such circumstances, left her momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, she regained her composure, relaxed her grip, and tossed the hairpin into the water, offering Xiao Yunting a slight smile. Apologies. I initially mistook you for an accomplice of this old hag. Now that I see you, I realize it was merely a misunderstanding. Let us part ways amicably. Xiao Yunting observed her seamless transition from cold-blooded killer to the sudden panic upon discovering another presence in the water, quickly regaining his composure with a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. A remarkable talent indeed. To find such a fierce character in a rural setting was quite rare. According to the laws of the Great Zhou, murder warranted a death sentence. Xiao Yunting regarded her with a sardonic smirk. I witnessed it firsthand. Su Yinyin submerged slightly deeper, a smirk forming on her lips. Oh, did you? Then by all means, report me to the authorities. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from a distance. Xiao Yunting's expression darkened as he promptly released Su Yinyin and sank into the water. The hoofbeats grew louder and soon approached the shore. A horse came to an abrupt halt, and atop it sat a man clad in a black cloak, glancing at the lake's surface. He pointed his riding whip at Su Yinyin. Hey, girl, have you seen a young man in a pale golden robe around here? Xiao Yunting's playful demeanor vanished as he gripped the girl's ankle beneath the water, ready to end her life should she reveal his whereabouts. In an instant, the line between life and death was perilously thin. Su Yinyin, unfazed, shook her head in confusion. No, I have been here all along and have seen no such gentleman. The horseman paused for a moment, scrutinizing the girl before them, who appeared ordinary, akin to any timid village girl. He quickly deduced that she lacked the audacity to lie and continued onward. Xiao Yunting resurfaced, his expression complex as he regarded the girl in the lake. Who are you? Your audacity is striking, and your quick reflexes are astonishing. How is it possible for such a person to exist in a humble village? Excuse me, please. Su Yinyin had already plunged into the lake, straining to pull Granny Hua upward. Approaching the shore, she halted and looked at Xiao Yunting. You witnessed my act of murder. I will cover your tracks, and we shall call it even. You may depart now. Otherwise, when others arrive, you will find it difficult to explain yourself. Xiao Yunting gazed deeply into her eyes before leaving, solemnly inquiring, What is your name? Su Yinyin momentarily fell silent, recalling many events from her past life. The figure before her was a celestial being, unattainable for someone of her station. It was likely that their paths would never cross again. She finally spoke. We are but passing acquaintances. I have no name. Xiao Yunting did not press further and departed without hesitation. No sooner had he left than members of the Yongping Marquis' household and some villagers arrived. Su Yinyin had already managed to drag the somewhat pale Granny Hua to the shore. Upon seeing them approach, she shouted for help while pulling Granny Hua towards the bank. A crowd quickly gathered to assist. Once Granny Hua was safely back on the shore, a flamboyant maid was the first to accuse Su Yinyin. Miss, you have killed Granny Hua. She stated it as a fact. Having been in the water for a considerable time, Su Yinyin sneezed several times at the accusation. Observing the maid's furious expression, she managed to smile, then report me to the authorities. The members of the Yongping Marquis' household exchanged glances, bewildered by her unconventional response. When accused of murder, she suggested they notify the authorities. The daughter, raised in the household for over a decade, was not even the biological child. And now there was a murder scandal to report. If word reached the capital, the Yongping Marquis' reputation would be tarnished, and they would face dire consequences. The maid, evidently aware of this, widened her eyes in indignation. Miss, even if you are the mistress, you cannot unjustly kill a servant. Su Yinyin regarded her with suspicion. I have yet to speak, yet you have already accused me of murder. So, I say report me. Now you wish to prevent me from doing so while insisting I am guilty? You are more imposing than the emperor himself. Why do you stoop to serve as a maid in the Marquis' household? You should be a judge. The maid was rendered speechless by anger. Granny Hua was with you when she was found. If discovered, she would be dead. Indeed, Su Yinyin scanned the faces of the Yongping Marquis' servants. The head of the estate can attest that a young maid came to find me, claiming that Granny Hua sought me. Upon my arrival, Granny Hua pushed me, causing me to fall into the lake. She subsequently lost her footing and fell in herself. When I attempted to rescue her, she fought for her life. The flamboyant maid grew increasingly uneasy. Su Yinyin observed her with a calm demeanor. Thus, I too wished to report this to clarify matters. I hold no grudge against her. Why would she attempt to kill me upon arrival? As a servant, what audacity does she possess? It was Granny Hua who intended to kill Su Yinyin. The expressions of the Yongping Marquis' entourage varied. Su Yinyin turned her gaze to the head of the estate. Please, report this matter to the authorities. I am uncertain who wishes to prevent my return to the Marquis' household. I trust none of these servants. Come, must I not return? I intend to return in style. Chapter 5 Arrogance. Su Yinyin enjoys a favorable reputation among the villagers. Unlike the sharp-tongued butcher Su and the resentful Li Xionyang, Su Yinyin is obedient and sensible. As the villagers observe her youth and the hardships she endures, they tend to show her additional kindness. Grateful for their generosity, Su Yinyin lends a hand, feeding pigs after sharing a meal and chopping firewood after receiving a drink. Consequently, the head of the village regards her almost like a younger relative, even before returning home. The servants of the Ho residence harbor a desire to eliminate Su Yinyin. If she were to return, would she still enjoy a good life? Nevertheless, during her time in the village, Su Yinyin has managed to foster good relations with everyone, and if she were to establish herself in the Ho residence, it would ultimately benefit the village. Without hesitation, the village head declared, "Fear not, young lady. I shall report this to the local authorities." Upon witnessing the village head's determination to seek justice, the servants of the Yongping Marquis' household grew visibly agitated, particularly the flamboyant maid. Fully aware that Granny Hua had intentionally lured Su Yinyin to the lakeside with malicious intent, feared the repercussions of an official report. Not only would it disgrace the Ho residents, but the authorities' severe punishments would be unbearable should any inconvenient truths be revealed. The young master and miss would surely turn against her. In a panic, she quickly approached another matron in charge. "Mother Zhang, please observe our young miss. She truly lacks understanding of the situation. Must we escalate this to the authorities?" Matron Zhang, with a stern expression, recognized the underlying complications. It was evident to her who was orchestrating these events behind the scenes. Aware of the gravity of the situation, she felt a sense of dread yet had no choice but to negotiate with Su Yinyin. "My lady, you may not be familiar with our family's customs. Before your arrival, no one truly regarded you as significant. They viewed you merely as a naive country girl. However, it appears that this country girl is proving to be quite formidable." Presenting the household's rules to exert pressure on Su Yinyin, she sighed. The masters of the house possess considerable stature. Surely, a servant's matter need not escalate to the authorities? After a series of seemingly supportive remarks, it appeared that Matron Zhang was advocating for Su Yinyin's interests. Even the village head cast a worried glance at Su Yinyin, hoping she would acquiesce. It was wise to retreat gracefully. Powerful families hold their reputation in high regard, and the last thing they would desire is for Su Yinyin to attract legal troubles before even returning home. In her previous life, Su Yinyin would have felt gratitude for reaching this point. However, she had long ceased to be the timid and weak butcher's daughter of her past. Retreating now would only lead to further oppression. She regarded Matron Zhang with a calm demeanor, disregarding the gazes of those around her, twisted the damp fabric of her clothing, and seated herself upon a nearby stone. "Go fetch someone capable of conversing with me." Everyone was momentarily stunned. Matron Zhang, equally vexed, questioned the young girl's blatant disregard for decorum. With a forced smile, she urged, "My lady, the day is waning. If we hurry back to the capital, it will soon be evening. Let us not prolong this matter. Furthermore, the elders at home are eagerly awaiting your return. Do you not wish to see them soon?" Unmoved by her words, Su Yinyin, soaked and shivering from the chilly breeze, stood resolute among the crowd, her posture unwavering. "I have already stated my intention. Summon someone with authority to speak with me. Otherwise, I shall report this myself." The flamboyant maid, unable to contain herself any longer, snapped, "Miss, what exactly do you intend to accomplish?" Su Yinyin let out a cold laugh, slowly turning to face her. "And who might you be?" "I am Yunk." "Maid to the second, miss," the maid retorted defiantly. Su Yinyin lowered her head, leisurely twisting the hem of her garment, and with a sardonic smile, replied, "Just a maid? I had thought you were the second miss herself." Yunk, puffed up like a proud rooster, retorted, "Miss, how can you compare? Our second miss is a precious lady of high standing. How could a mere servant like me ever measure up?" "A precious lady?" Su Yinin's gaze pierced through her. "This misplaced butcher's daughter is considered a lady of high standing, while I, the genuine daughter of the household, am merely a country girl. Is that it?" Yunk found herself at a loss for words, caught off guard by Su Yinin's clever questioning. Rising slowly, Su Yinyin surveyed the servants from the Yongping Marquis' household, her expression frigid as ice. "Before my return, your servants already plotted to take my life. Failing that, they seek to shift the blame upon me." Matron Zhang and Yunk turned pale, realizing the sharpness of Su Yinin's words. Her eloquence was biting, each syllable striking like a blade. revealing her as a formidable adversary. If this kinship is to be acknowledged, then I, Yinyin, would rather disavow it. The news of the Yonping Marquis losing their true lady had already spread far and wide. Should Yinyin refuse to return, the gossip would only grow louder. Moreover, the Marquises would undoubtedly suffer a loss of face. Yonk continued her incessant complaints. She is just a country bumpkin. How can she even compare to our second miss? Such ingratitude. She should take a look in the mirror to understand her own worth. Before she could finish, Matron Zhang abruptly turned and delivered a sharp slap across Young's face. Young's eyes widened in disbelief. Mother, do you realize who I serve? Are you out of your mind? Matron Zhang, gritting her teeth, pointed at her. You are nothing but a troublemaker. Leave this place at once. Though reluctant, Young knew that defiance would yield no benefits and could only retreat, clutching her face in shock. The other servants circled around Matron Zhang. What shall we do now, mother? This young lady seems difficult to handle. Matron Zhang, exasperated, replied, at this stage, what can we do? We cannot truly allow her to report this to the authorities, can we? You stay here and keep an eye on her while I go inform the madam. The others exchanged glances, incredulous. Mother Zhang, are you really going to heed her demands? It was evident that the Yonping Marquis' household had little regard for the young lady who had spent over a decade in the countryside. Otherwise, they would not have sent a mere entourage of servants to fetch her. Matron Zhang was weary beyond measure. What do you propose? Shall we suffer disgrace at the hands of the authorities? She fixed a warning gaze upon the group. Watch over the young lady. Do not let any more mishaps occur. If anything else transpires, I cannot guarantee your safety. Chapter 6. Confronting Madame Zhang hurried back to the capital. Upon reviewing the accounts presented by Zhuangzi, Madame Wang, the wife of the Yonping Marquis, was about to sip her tea when she heard the voice of her eldest son, Qi Yunting, outside. She immediately set down her cup and turned to the newly arrived Qi Yunting, asking, why do you appear so flustered? Where have you been? Why return at this hour? In the Qi family, the children were raised with distinct roles for boys and girls, and Qi Yunting, as the eldest son, was regarded as a treasure gem by the family. He appeared at ease before his mother, cheerfully taking a piece of osmanthus cake and declaring, I went to the Jinxiu building to watch a play with friends today. You still have the leisure to indulge in plays when your sister has just returned? Madame Wang frowned, clearly displeased. As her brother, you should have gone to fetch her yourself. Qi Yunting dismissed her concern with a scoff, curling his lip disdainfully. Mother, sending me to bring that country girl back would only frighten her, given her lack of worldly experience. He was quite dismissive of his sister, rising from his seat after a casual clap of his hands. Let her be. I have my studies to attend to. Madame Wang, exasperated by his nonchalance, retorted, nonsense. She is your sister. You shouldn't refer to her as just a country girl. Qi Yunting's expression suddenly turned cold. She is not. My sister is a jewel of the capital, a talented young lady skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. What is she to you? Just someone you care about. His words were harsh, yet Madame Wang merely shot him a disapproving glare. Enough. Regardless, she is still your sister. If she is lacking in some way, you should help her improve. Qi Yunting rolled his eyes. Mother, save those comforting words for yourself. At your age, what change can you expect? Honestly, you should have left her in the countryside to fend for herself. Madame Wang felt a deep discomfort within her. Learning that her child had been mistakenly swapped at birth had shattered her world. She had suffered greatly during Qi Yunting's birth, and the physician had warned her that she might never bear another child. When she became pregnant with her second child, her condition was precarious, and she had prayed fervently to the Bodhisattva for this child. Because of the hardships endured, she had cherished this daughter dearly. Before discovering Qi Jin's true identity, she had devoted herself entirely to raising her, providing her with the best of everything. The more she had invested in her daughter, the harder it became to let go after learning the truth. Despite the need to find her biological daughter, the family unanimously agreed that Qi Jin could never be sent away. In recent days, Qi Jin had also been unwell due to the matter of Su Yinin's return. Now, hearing her son speak so dismissively, Madame Wang's anger flared. Stop with your careless remarks. She is a living person, not just some pet. As she spoke, a servant announced Madame Zhang's return. Madame Wang quickly admonished her son, behave yourself. Your sister has just come back. It has not been easy for her. She has suffered greatly. Do not frighten her. After signaling the servant to let Madame Zhang in, Madame Wang was surprised to see Madame Zhang return alone. Why are you back by yourself? Where is Yinyin? Madame Zhang, with a troubled expression, relayed the situation from the countryside. Observing Madame Wang's reaction and Qi Yunting's presence, She spoke softly. The eldest lady said, "She no longer trusts us and insists that only a master can come to fetch her before she will return." What? Madame Wang straightened in shock. Has Madame Hua attempted to drown her? Her heart raced with disbelief. Qi Yunting was furious. What nonsense is this? That wretched girl must be out of her mind. What absurdity is she spouting? Madame Zhang, aware of Qi Yunting's affection for Qi Jin and his disdain for Su Yinyin, felt the weight of the situation. She steeled herself to continue it. It is true. The eldest lady said that upon her return, the servants in the manor tried to harm her. She is too afraid to come back. If the manor does not provide an explanation, she will report to the authorities. Qi Yunting laughed in anger. That insolent girl. Does she even know where the magistrate's office is? Let her report it. Madame Zhang was drenched in cold sweat, understanding that Su Yinyin was indeed the less favored one. Qi Yunting had repeatedly declared that only Qi Jin mattered. However, after the initial shock, Madame Wang regained her composure and asked, "What happened to Madame Hua?" Madame Zhang lowered her voice. Madame Hua is dead." The eldest lady dragged her to shore herself. She is quite a swimmer. Madame Wang's expression darkened. After a moment of silence, she instructed her servants, "Go. Summon the second young lady." Qi Yunting, still fuming, widened his eyes. "Mother, you cannot possibly believe that little wretch's words. How could a Jin be involved in this?" For reasons unknown, Madame Wang felt irritated by Qi Yunting's outbursts. She glared at him and scolded, "Enough. The matter is not yet clear. Why are you shouting here?" Qi Yunting protested, "What is unclear? I see nothing but her fabrications and deliberate falsehoods." Madame Wang glared at him, instructing someone to fetch Qi Jin. After a moment, she added, "Prepare to send the second young master to bring her back." The second young master, born of concubine Wan, was only a year younger than Qi Yunting and was currently studying at home. It had initially seemed impossible for him to fetch Su Yinyin. After making this decision, Madame Wang hesitated, raising her hand. "No. Wait, perhaps it would be better if the second young master did not go. He is still too young." With a life lost, the matter was neither trivial nor insignificant. It required careful handling. Madame Zhang awaited Madame Wang's next words. After a moment of silence, a voice suddenly boomed from outside. "Whose age is too young?" At the sound of Marquis Qijin's voice, everyone in the room changed their demeanor. Even Qi Yunting, who had previously been rebellious, stood up straight. Upon seeing him, Madame Wang hurriedly smiled, attempting to deflect. "My lord, it is nothing." Marquis Qijin, sweeping his sleeves aside, took a seat and scrutinized them. "Is it truly nothing? Then why have I been informed that someone has come to my magistrate's office?" "What?" Madame Wang was taken aback. "My lord, what do you mean? Who has come to see you?" Chapter 7 Calculations. Qijun serves as the commander of the Divine Strategy Camp among the three main camps, concurrently holding the position of Left Deputy Minister of the Ministry of War. His duties often require him to attend to official matters in the ministry. With such a busy schedule, his family members dare not disturb him. Who would be bold enough to seek him out at the Yamen? Wang glanced at Mother Zhang, who wore a face of astonishment. Before leaving, Mother Zhang had instructed Yunk and the others to take good care of the young lady and to avoid offending anyone indiscriminately. Could it be that those individuals had not heeded her words at all? That seemed unlikely. After all, she had returned by carriage, while Su Yinyin had neither carriage nor escort. How could she possibly relay any news to the capital? Moreover, Su Yinyin was merely a country girl, likely unable to distinguish between Baudi and Daxing, let alone find her way to the Ministry of War. Qi Yunting also exhibited surprise, casting a furtive glance at Qijun. Qijun's expression was frosty as he regarded them, snorting coldly. "How would I know? It was Lord Liu, the Minister Liu, who came to inquire personally." Minister Liu, the head of the Ministry of War, could be considered Qijun's direct superior. Wang was momentarily taken aback. How does Minister Liu know about our family matters? She was genuinely astonished. Su Yinin's situation had not seemed serious to her. Even if there had been some mishap, Mother Zhang had returned to report, and no conclusions had yet been drawn. How could Minister Liu already be informed? Qijun furrowed his brow, countering with a question. Does this mean that there is indeed something amiss? As a battle-hardened veteran accustomed to commanding troops, his demeanor was distinct from ordinary individuals. At that moment, the tension in the room escalated, causing everyone present to feel a twinge of fear. Wang exchanged glances with Mother Zhang, contemplating her words. "We do not yet understand the full situation. They say that Granny Hua had summoned her to the lakeside, and then something went awry." She turned to Qijun. "My lord, I only just learned of this matter. How did you receive news at the Yamen?" Suddenly, Yinyin slammed his cup onto the table with such force that Mother Zhang nearly leapt from the ground, before coldly retorting, "What of it? Minister Lu's son-in-law is the magistrate of Daxing County. This matter has already been reported to the authorities, and you still ask me what is happening? Foolishness. Reported to the authorities." Wang was taken aback, instinctively directing her ire towards Mother Zhang. What is going on? Mother Zhang was equally bewildered, shaking her head in trepidation. "My lord, madam, I truly do not know what has transpired. Before my return, I had already instructed those individuals to take good care of the young lady. Who could have reported this? Who would dare to report it?" At that moment, Yinyin sat at the entrance of the Daxing County Yamen. She appeared frail and drenched, seated on the steps, and sneezed in a most disheveled manner. A young girl, with a corpse lying beside her, created an exceedingly bizarre scene. Curiosity piqued among onlookers, prompting inquiries about the situation. The tenants from her village began to recount the tale in vivid detail. What? This genuine young lady is being escorted by a mere group of servants? The Marquis' household does not treat her with any regard, does it? Is she not their own daughter? Why does it seem as though she has been picked up off the street? Listening to these discussions, Yinyin could not help but smile internally, while maintaining an outward facade of having suffered great indignities. Indeed, anyone with eyes could see that if the Yongping Marquis' household truly valued their long-lost daughter, they would not have sent a mere gaggle of servants to handle her affairs. Casting a cold glance at Granny Hua's lifeless body on the ground, her eyes reflected an icy detachment. Meanwhile, Yunk and the others were practically beside themselves with rage, especially Yunk, who almost frantically berated Yinyin. "Young lady, have you lost your mind? This is a family disgrace. How can you air it in public? Truly a country bumpkin completely ignorant of decorum. In any household confronted with such circumstances, they would keep it tightly under wraps. Even she, having been exposed to such matters as a servant for so long, understood the gravity of the situation. If the Marquis' political adversaries became aware, they could easily accuse him of failing to manage his household, thus inviting dishonor upon him. Yinyin certainly had a knack for stirring trouble, drawing her arms tighter around herself. She waited until Yunk could no longer contain her frustration and reached out to pull her away. Yinyin screamed as if driven to madness, pleading for mercy. "I won't do it again, Sister Yunk. Please, don't harm me. I won't go back. I will raise pigs and farm in the countryside. I refuse to return. Please don't hurt me." Yunk was left dumbfounded. Who had conveyed the message back to the Marquis' household, painting this young lady as a timid, cowardly village girl? She felt the urge to curse. This young lady seemed to have a talent for theatrics, changing her demeanor faster than one could flip through a book. In this world, curiosity and gossip abound. Witnessing a young girl on the brink of collapse, someone stepped forward to confront Yunk. "Enough. Is this how the Marquis' household treats its own? Look at how terrified this young lady is." Yunk's complexion shifted between pale and flushed. Goodness, who was truly frightened here? She had not permitted Yinyin to report to the authorities, yet Yinyin had managed to persuade the village head, refusing to change her clothes before heading to the yamen. Yinyin timid? Quite the opposite. The commotion outside the yamen erupted into chaos, with some approaching to inquire about the circumstances, while others cursed the servants upon learning the truth. There were even inquiries about Yinyin. Wasn't it said that a child was swapped? Where is that false young lady? What servant would dare to harm their master? Could it be that the impostor did not wish for the true daughter to return, thus resorting to such extreme measures? The clamor of discussion nearly drowned everything out. Yinnin's tears flowed more rapidly, yet her heart remained untouched by any tumult. She had long been aware that the magistrate of Daxing County was the son-in-law of Minister Lu of the Ministry of War. Historically, the world of officials has always thrived on personal connections and favors. Her purpose in reporting to the Daxing County Yamen was never to seek justice or clarity. Rather, it was to escalate this matter directly to Zhan. Minister Lu, as Zhan's superior and mentor, would undoubtedly take note of the situation. As it pertained to Zhan's family disgrace, he would be compelled to inform Minister Lu, hoping to curry favor with the Qi family. In such a scenario, Zhan, whether out of respect for his mentor or concern for the Marquis' reputation, would feel obligated to personally bring her, his daughter, back home. Otherwise, the officials would accuse him of being ungrateful and unkind. She had declared her intent to return to the Qi family in a grand manner. The sound of hooves echoed from afar, and Yinyin slowly tugged at the corners of her mouth. "Look, isn't someone arriving?" Chapter 8 Victory Chapter 9 Enlistment. Yinyin kept her head bowed low. She had initially thought her chances of encountering Xiao Yunting again were slim. Yet within less than a day, she found herself face to face with him once more. A hint of amusement danced upon Xiao Yunting's features. When he first met this young girl, he had been intrigued by how someone so seemingly delicate could be capable of such decisive actions. Little did he expect her to be a lady of the Yongping Marquis. With a knowing smile, he remarked, "I have indeed heard whispers of a missing young lady from the Yongping Marquis. Could it be you?" His laughter took on a more profound tone as he inquired, "What brings you to the county office?" The esteemed Prince Jing was currently overseeing a corruption case involving the transport of goods in the southern regions, and it was evident that his visit to the county office was of utmost importance. Upon entering, with his royal status, what secrets could he not uncover? Qizhen, trembling with apprehension, replied, "Your Highness, there are treacherous servants at home who dare to threaten their master, hence my presence here." He refrained from mentioning Su Yunyun's intent to report the matter to authorities, but Xiao Yunting's discerning gaze was already fixed upon her, laden with meaning. Su Yunyun feigned timidity, keeping her eyes lowered to avoid his penetrating look, pretending not to comprehend his implications. Xiao Yunting, unfazed, turned to Qizhen, "Is it truly so? The betrayal of a servant against their master is a grave matter. The Marquis must not be lenient, lest he repeat the misfortunes of the Earl of England." He narrated the Earl's past indulgence of his servants, which led to their abuse of power in Fujian, culminating in the tragic death of a local magistrate at the hands of one of those very servants. The ensuing scandal forced the Earl to face severe repercussions, including the loss of his title, leaving him in a state of decline. Xiao Yunting's unique status lent weight to his words, causing Qizhen to shudder. He responded with utmost caution, "I am grateful for your guidance, Your Highness." Only then did Xiao Yunting's attention shift back to Su Yunyun, a young lady of the Marquis. Drenched and unnoticed, it seems the servants must indeed be disciplined. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Yunyun's heart. Was Xiao Yunting speaking up for her? Qizhen's smile faltered further. "Indeed, Your Highness, your insights are invaluable. I shall return home and properly address these unruly servants." Xiao Yunting chose not to elaborate, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "Then I shall not delay your return to your daughter. I have official duties to attend to." Relief washed over Qizhen as he exchanged glances with Mama Zhang. This time, Mama Zhang's demeanor was markedly different. Fearing Su Yunyun might cause another disturbance in front of the prince, she smiled broadly. "Miss, you are quite soaked. We must hurry to the carriage to prevent you from catching cold." Su Yunyun had already achieved her objective, and sensing the moment was ripe to withdraw, she nodded in agreement and took Mama Zhang's arm as they boarded the carriage. Qizhen remained behind, watching Xiao Yunting enter the county office before mounting his horse. Once inside the carriage, Mama Zhang exhaled deeply, her respect for Su Yunyun noticeably heightened. She retrieved a set of clothing from a nearby bundle. "Miss, you are drenched. Returning to the capital in such a state is neither wise nor dignified." She had come to realize that Su Yunyun was not one to respond to harshness. Moreover, given that Su Yunyun had caught the attention of Xiao Yunting himself, it was inconceivable that the Marquis would simply disregard her return, even if only to maintain appearances before Prince Jing and Minister Lu. Su Yunyun's position as the Marquis's young lady was now firmly established. Mama Zhang understood the importance of adapting to circumstances. Drenched clothing was indeed uncomfortable, and with her goal accomplished, Su Yunyun did not wish to return to the Marquis in her current attire, so she nodded in agreement. She held no illusions regarding the Wang family or her so-called relatives. She did not naively believe that her disheveled state would evoke their sympathy. On the contrary, they would only perceive her as a source of shame. After changing into dry garments, Mama Zhang felt a sense of relief as she gathered Su Yunyun's wet clothes and poured her tea from a warming jug. Su Yunyun, maintaining a calm demeanor, casually inquired, "Mama Zhang, how many years have you served in the Marquis?" Mama Zhang, unsure of Su Yunyun's intent, cautiously replying to the young lady, "I have been in service for over 20 years. Su Yunyun responded with an "oh," and pressed further, "And how long has Granny Hua been in the household?" Her abrupt questioning left Mama Zhang somewhat bewildered. Upon hearing the mention of Granny Hua, an inexplicable chill ran down her spine. With a trembling voice, she answered, "Miss, Granny Hua has been in service for over a decade." "Over a decade." Su Yunyun mused, then suddenly chuckled lightly. To rise to this position after so many years is no small feat. What a pity it is to have chosen the wrong master. How regrettable. With a knowing smile, she gazed at Mama Zhang. "Wouldn't you agree?" Mama Zhang felt a wave of goosebumps. This young lady was far from ordinary. She was extraordinarily astute. From the moment her identity was revealed to her retrieval, the Marquis had ensured that Su Yinyin remained unacquainted with its inner workings. The household comprised over 20 members, each entangled in complex relationships, and the factions among the servants were even more intricate. Yet, Su Yinyin effortlessly articulated the downfall of Granny Hua, indicating her awareness of the motives behind the actions taken against her. Was she subtly warning Mama Zhang to remain vigilant, lest she too fall victim to a similar fate? Mama Zhang opened her mouth to inquire further, but found Su Yinyin had already closed her eyes, appearing to have drifted into slumber. This young lady. Mama Zhang was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. She had initially thought little of a young lady raised in the countryside, seemingly abandoned by her family. There was nothing worthy of respect. Yet now, she questioned whether that perception held any truth. What did Su Yinyin's words imply? Was she suggesting that Mama Zhang could choose to align herself with her? Su Yinyin remained with her eyes shut, fully aware that Mama Zhang was likely in a state of turmoil, yet she paid it no mind. Enlisting others for her purposes was merely the first step. Should Mama Zhang lack the capability, she would seek others. In the vast expanse of the Marquis, there were undoubtedly those with the discernment to recognize her worth. Chapter 10 Siblings. Time swiftly passed amidst Zhang Mama's musings, and by the time she regained her senses, they had already arrived at the Yongping Marquis' residence. Qizhen, having just encountered Xiao Yunting at the Daxing County office, seemed lost in thought and had no time to pay attention to Su Yinyin, merely advising her casually. You should go greet your mother first. As he spoke, he was about to leave, but Su Yinyin, unfazed, offered a courteous nod and performed a respectful bow. It was the act of bowing that made Qizhen halt. It was not that Su Yinyin's gesture was improper or lacking in formality. Rather, it was executed with such precision that it left no room for criticism. He paused, questioning, "Have you studied etiquette?" Su Yinyin, unhurried, shook her head. Noticing the frown on Qizhen's brow, she bit her lip and timidly confessed, "An old woman taught me." An old woman? Qizhen found this puzzling. In Su Yinyin's village, there had not been a single successful candidate for the imperial examinations in years who could possibly afford such formalities. His curiosity piqued, he asked sternly, "Which old woman?" Well, Su Yinyin began, reciting the words she had rehearsed countless times in her mind. "I often walk several dozen miles to gather firewood. And there is a temple on the mountain where an old woman told me I was likable and taught me to read and write." The mention of the mountain caught Qizhen's attention, as there indeed was a temple near where Su Yinyin lived. His heart raced as he inquired, "Is that old woman surnamed Jiang?" Su Yinyin looked up in surprise. "How do you know?" Qizhen gasped in astonishment. As he scrutinized Su Yinyin, his expression grew increasingly perplexed. Until now, he had not truly observed her, but upon closer inspection, he realized that despite her upbringing in the countryside and her laborious life, she appeared remarkably fair and delicate. Her features were exquisite, with a straight nose and a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes. Judging solely by her appearance, she was not inferior to Qizhen. After a moment of silence, Qizhen abruptly declared, "Come, I shall accompany you to the back courtyard." Su Yinyin could not help but silently scoff. Just moments ago, he had been eager to depart, and now he suddenly wished to escort her. This was not a sudden awakening of paternal affection. Rather, it was the mere mention of Jiang Mama that had altered his demeanor. She was acutely aware of the reason behind Qizhen's change of heart. Jiang Mama served the eldest princess, who also resided in that temple. A daughter who had received guidance from someone close to the princess undoubtedly held value. With this thought in mind, she cast a beaming glance at Jiang Mama behind her. Jiang Mama felt a surge of trepidation. The young lady had previously hinted at wanting her support, and she had been somewhat reluctant. Yet, this young lady was truly shrewd. She possessed such a formidable backing and opportunity, yet she could restrain herself from revealing a hint of it before Hua Mama and the others. As if she had anticipated every step. First, she had cleverly eliminated Hua Mama, then escalated the situation, and now she was headed to the Daxing County office. It seemed evident that her visit to the county office was not a mere coincidence, but rather a calculated move to ensure that Qizhen would hear of it. Leading Su Yinyin to the back courtyard, Qizhen found Wang Shi on edge, having learned that the matter had reached the authorities. Simultaneously, she harbored some dissatisfaction towards Su Yinyin. Growing up in the countryside had its drawbacks. She was utterly oblivious to the court's dynamics and lacked consideration for the family's reputation. With the Marquis himself personally retrieving her, one could only imagine how furious he would be. Wang Shi furrowed her brow in frustration. Next to her, Qi Yunting scoffed, "Mother, if we had sent her to the countryside from the start, we wouldn't have faced these troubles." Wang Shi remained silent, yet her mind was already racing with thoughts. Angering the Marquis, coupled with her own lack of refinement, might indeed make sending Su Yinyin away to the countryside the best course of action. As she contemplated how to deal with this hot potato, the curtain was suddenly drawn aside. Qijin stepped in first. Wang Shi and Qi Yunting quickly rose to their feet upon seeing him. Wang Shi assumed that Qi Zhen was so incensed that he had not even brought Su Yinyin back. Without a second thought, she exclaimed, "Marquis, it is all my fault. Had I known, I would not have entertained the thought of bringing her back." Initially, the family had not been in favor of retrieving Su Yinyin. Wang Shi, however, being her biological mother, had insisted on taking her in. Little did she know that it would lead to such chaos. And her feelings towards her daughter had soured immensely. At that moment, Su Yinyin entered alongside Qijin. Hearing Wang Shi's words, she stood there with her head bowed, as if struck by a profound blow. Qijin coughed lightly. "What are you talking about? She is our biological daughter, the young lady of the Marquis' residence. Her return is entirely justified." Wang Shi's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. With her understanding of her husband, she knew all too well his character. Qijin was a man of interests. If the Marquis's interests were offended, he would not hesitate to disregard even a daughter he had not raised. Yet, despite the considerable uproar Su Yinyin had caused, even bringing the family's grievances to Qijin's superior, he still chose to bring her back and affirm her status as the Marquis' daughter. Qi Yunting's gaze fell upon Su Yinyin, his eyes narrowing in disdain as he approached her. "You are the one who brought the family's servant issues to the authorities, causing our father to lose face?" Su Yinyin lifted her gaze to meet Qi Yunting's. In her 2 lifetimes, she had only now been granted the opportunity to meet his gaze on equal footing. This time, she felt no inferiority, coldly stating, "Yes." Qi Yunting scoffed openly. "Do you realize what this means? On your first day back, you bring disgrace upon the family, making your parents lose face. You are an unfilial and ignorant fool." Throughout her memories, Qi Yunting had always maintained this disdainful attitude towards her, never a kind word, always a cold demeanor. It seemed as though uttering a single word to her would tarnish his status as the Marquis' eldest son. There had even been an incident when Qi Jin had deliberately guided her to sit in Qi Yunting's study chair, without hesitation. He had commanded that the chair be discarded and ordered the area she had occupied to be washed. In her previous life, she had truly lost her mind, allowing them to trample over her repeatedly. This time, however, Su Yinyin did not yield to him. Instead, she regarded him with suspicion. "Who are you?" Qi Yunting fell silent. And Zhang Mama, trembling with fear, reminded her, "My lady, this is the eldest young master." Chapter 11 Establishing Authority. Su Yinyin immediately furrowed her brows and reprimanded. "Nonsense. Although I have never lived at home, I am well aware that the eldest son of the Ho residence is my own brother." Qi Yunting looked down at her from a position of superiority, about to utter a humiliating remark, when he heard Su Yinyin calmly state, "The eldest son of the Ho residence must eventually be appointed as the heir, for he is the family's future hope and the reliance of our kin." Qi Yunting was taken aback. This village girl, how could she articulate such profound words? Not only was he stunned, but Qijin and Wang Shi were also astonished. They had not anticipated that Su Yinyin could express such a well-reasoned argument. Following this, Su Yinyin scrutinized Qi Yunting with undisguised disdain and contempt in her eyes. He was eccentric and cruel, displaying none of the grace befitting a noble scion, nor the compassion of an elder brother. How could he possibly be my brother? Damn it! Qi Yunting cursed inwardly, pointing a finger at Su Yinyin and berating her. "What do you think you are, daring to speak to me like that?" Wang Shi was left speechless. She had imagined countless scenarios of meeting her daughter, envisioning her daughter as perhaps humble and timid, uncultured from living in the countryside, or even resentful and awkward in her demeanor. Yet she had never anticipated that her daughter could engage in such eloquent discourse, leaving Qi Yunting utterly speechless. Instinctively, she admonished, "Do not be disrespectful." Su Yinyin stepped back, positioning herself beside Qi Zhan, looking up at him in confusion. "Father, is this what Jiang Mama taught me? Did she teach me incorrectly?" If Qijin had previously harbored doubts about whether this Jiang Mama was indeed the one associated with the Grand Princess, such doubts dissipated at this moment. Living in the temple on the mountain, she had imparted to Su Yinyin the knowledge of reading and writing, as well as the intricacies of noble family relations. What a remarkable coincidence. He felt even more convinced that Su Yinyin was indeed favored by fortune, destined for greatness. Otherwise, how could it be so fortuitous that she had captured Jiang Mama's favor and caught the eye of His Royal Highness, the Prince of Jing? Seeing that Qijin remained silent, Su Yinyin bit her lip and continued, "Jiang Mama told me that when trouble arises, one should not think of suppressing it. When you see a tree trunk rotting, you can be certain that the roots are decayed as well. That maid, Mama, she even tried to harm me. I worry that her ill intentions extend beyond me and reflect dissatisfaction with the Ho residents. She provocatively smiled at Qi Yunting and added, as the future heir, how could you not see this? Qi Zhen was profoundly shaken. Just as he was about to shake his head, Qi Yunting suddenly raised his hand, exclaiming, "You insolent wretch." Su Yinyin widened her eyes and ducked behind Qi Zhen. Qi Zhen instinctively shielded her from Qi Yunting's hand, his demeanor radiating authority. "What are you trying to do?" Qi Yunting was beside himself with rage. "Father, did you not hear what this little wretch said? She dares to question the appointment of the heir and point fingers at me. What does a country bumpkin like her think she is?" Wang Shi sensed the conversation was taking a wrong turn and hurriedly intervened. "Yunting, do not speak recklessly." But it was too late. Qi Zhen struck Qi Yunting sharply across the face. In front of Wang Shi, Su Yinyin, and numerous servants, Qi Yunting staggered from the blow. He could hardly believe it. Clutching his face as he looked at Qi Zhen, "Father, you hit me?" Wang Shi rushed forward to stop Qi Zhen. "Lord, let us speak calmly. There is no need for violence." Qi Zhen pointed a finger at Qi Yunting, articulating each word with precision. "She is my and your mother's flesh and blood. Your own sister. If you call her a wretch, what does that make your mother and me?" Su Yinyin silently scoffed within. Qi Zhen was furious. He permitted his son to have a temper, but he could not overlook the fact that Su Yinyin was right. The future heir of the Ho residence must possess at least a modicum of broad-mindedness. Otherwise, how could he be expected to handle such matters? Such words should never have been uttered. A person capable of humiliating his own sister in such a manner could hardly expect to achieve anything worthwhile in the future. Wang Shi, agitated and frustrated, had never anticipated that the first event upon Su Yinin's return would be her brother receiving a beating. She felt a headache coming on. "Lord, it was indeed Yunting's fault. Please, calm down." Qi Zhen retorted, "Of course it's his fault. Listen carefully. The eldest daughter is the eldest daughter. In a few days, I will summon the clan elders to select a date for the ancestral hall to inscribe the eldest daughter's name in the family register, allowing her to recognize her ancestry." He shot a fierce look at Qi Yunting. "From now on, I do not want to hear any more disrespectful remarks from you. Otherwise, you will face the family as punishment." The Qi family had risen to prominence through military achievements, and their family rules were not to be trifled with. Qi Yunting was left dumbfounded. He could hardly fathom that Qi Zhen would strike him for Su Yinin's sake. More shockingly, Qi Zhen intended to open the ancestral hall for Su Yinyin to acknowledge her roots. How could this be possible? Qi Zhen, however, had no time to consider Qi Yunting's feelings. He glanced at Qi Yunting, then at the composed and well-mannered Su Yinyin, and felt a measure of his anger dissipate. He turned to Wang Shi and instructed, "Since Yinyin has returned, prepare a courtyard for her and select suitable servants to attend to her. In the evening, let us have a family banquet to welcome her home." Though unsure why Qi Zhen placed such importance on Su Yinyin, Wang Shi, being the virtuous wife, was always devoted to her husband. Upon hearing this, she promptly replied, "Rest assured, my lord, I have already made the necessary arrangements." She paused, glancing at Su Yinyin. "After all, she is my own flesh and blood. How could I not cherish her?" Qi Zhen nodded in agreement and approached Su Yinyin. "Now that you are home, settle in properly. If you find anything lacking, seek out your mother." Su Yinyin responded respectfully in a soft voice. She understood. Anything she lacked, she would request from Wang Shi or Qi Yunting, even from the elusive Qi Jin. Meanwhile, Zhang Mama stood there, utterly astonished. This young lady truly had the audacity and capability. On her very first day back, she had provoked the lord to strike the eldest son. How infuriated must Qi Yunting be? Indeed, Qi Yunting was seething with rage. He had never imagined that he would be so humiliated by Su Yinyin, a person he had always disregarded. This wretched girl. He vowed to find an opportunity to teach her a lesson, so she would understand her place. As for Su Yinyin, she merely smiled silently at Qi Yunting. Chapter 12. Stand firm. So much transpired in a single day that Mrs. Wang's mind buzzed incessantly. It was only after Qi Zhen reprimanded Qi Yunting a few more times and insisted he apologize to Su Yinyin that Mrs. Wang's expression grew serious. Having spent many years with Qi Zhen, she understood her husband's temperament all too well. His readiness to defend Su Yinyin indicated that he had fully acknowledged this daughter. Since Qi Zhen valued her, and considering she was his biological child, Mrs. Wang no longer fretted over her intelligence, which had previously concerned her. She gazed gently at Su Yinyin and asked, "What is your name?" It was truly absurd. If the Qi family held even the slightest regard for her, they would not be ignorant of her name. Su Yinyin raised her head and calmly replied, since I am indeed real and what came before was false. I should be called by the name she had, shouldn't I? Mrs. Wang was taken aback, quickly feeling a surge of discontent. She instinctively thought that Su Yinyin was unworthy. Furrowing her brow, she said, "Do not refer to her as false. Both of you are my children, one born of me and the other raised by me." For the first time, Su Yinyin understood the implications of that phrase. She had long been aware of the family's character, yet each time she heard their disdainful remarks, it still unsettled her. Looking at Mrs. Wang, she suddenly asked softly, "Madam, do you know how my foster parents treated me while I lived in the countryside?" Mrs. Wang was momentarily taken aback, then frowned again. "Let us discuss this later. I merely inquired about your name." "I am Su Yinyin," Su Yinyin interjected, unable to contain herself, fixing her gaze on Mrs. Wang. "I am surnamed Su. Do you intend for me to retain that surname?" The words ignited a fire in Mrs. Wang's countenance as she realized the implications. Why had she even inquired about Su Yinyin's previous name? If she had mistakenly taken the wrong daughter, would she still allow Su Yinyin to keep her former name? Mrs. Wang felt cornered by her own question and recognized that this daughter was not easily subdued. Clearing her throat, she turned to Qijin. Naturally, Qijin would not permit Su Yinyin to keep her surname. After a moment of contemplation, he gently stated, "Of course not. The past cannot be changed, but from now on, you shall be known as Qi Yuan. The name Yuan signifies the first. Even Qijin is merely embellishment upon embellishment. Yet now, Su Yinyin, no, Qi Yuan, this name suffices to establish her identity. In her previous life, she had merely changed her surname, remaining as Yinyin. Now, her entire name had been altered, while Qi Yuan did not particularly cherish the surname. The thought of displeasing Qi Jin and Qi Yunting brought her joy. Moreover, she had been called Qi Yuan in her previous life as well. The person who named her said that Yuan represents the beginning. Henceforth, from this moment, she would be known as Qi Yuan. Regrettably, the one who renamed her would never cross paths with her again. Yet that was of little consequence. She blinked and replied, "Very well." Mrs. Wang observed her, feeling an unshakable discomfort. After enduring the encounter, she instructed Mama Zhang to take Qi Yuan to settle in, adding with a frown, "Take the young lady to Mingyue Building." Mama Zhang understood the unspoken implications. The family had only prepared a remote courtyard in the garden for Qi Yuan. Mingyue Building, however, was a two-story house, once the residence of her grand-aunt before marriage. Everything had changed. She glanced at Qi Yuan, her head bowed even lower. "Yes, madam, rest assured, I understand." Once Qi Yuan had departed, Mrs. Wang involuntarily exhaled. She also dismissed Qi Yunting, saying, "You should return now." She shot him a glance, signaling him not to cause further trouble. Qi Yunting, having been unjustly reprimanded and chastised, burned with indignation. However, upon noticing his mother's signal, he recognized that it was best to refrain from further conflict and left, stifling his anger. With her son gone, Mrs. Wang turned to Qi Zhen. "My lord, what exactly is going on? How could you?" Qi Zhen, fully aware of her inquiry, began to recount the events surrounding Su Yinyin. "Oh no, Qi Yuan." He cleared his throat and detailed the discussions that had ensued regarding Qi Yuan, as well as the fact that Prince Jing had taken a personal interest in the matter. Understanding why Qi Zhen had altered his perspective, Mrs. Wang sighed. Since the royal family was now aware of the situation, they could no longer allow Qi Yuan to remain lost to them. Otherwise, if Prince Jing were to innocently inquire, "By the way, has your eldest daughter returned?" how could they respond? Would they admit to sending her away due to disdain for her humble upbringing? That would surely invite ridicule. Mrs. Wang sighed. "Even so, this girl truly unsettles me." "How so?" Qi Zhen asked, puzzled. "I find her to be quite satisfactory, far exceeding my expectations. Such is human nature. When one holds no expectations, any slight improvement brings indescribable joy." Mrs. Wang keenly sensed Qi Zhen's differing attitude towards Qi Yuan. She shook her head when she saw me. There was not a trace of the excitement or joy a daughter should feel upon reuniting with her mother. Her indifference unsettled me. Indeed, Qi Yuan was nothing like the daughter Mrs. Wang had envisioned. Her demeanor starkly contrasted with the warm interactions she shared with Qi Jin. Thoughts of Qi Jin softened Mrs. Wang's heart. Her painstakingly nurtured daughter had been cherished like a jewel from the very beginning. She vividly recalled every significant milestone. The first time Qi Jin called her mother. The first time she turned over, sat up, and walked. Why must they have made such a grievous mistake? Why reveal the truth to her? She would have preferred to remain in ignorance. Qi Jin's expression darkened. Before she returned, Madame Huang nearly suffocated her. How can you expect her to feel close to you? After a moment of silence, Mrs. Wang asked, My lord, what do you mean? My point is, Madame Hua is merely a servant. She would not dare to take a life. Qi Jin knew of Mrs. Wang's favoritism towards Qi Jin, yet felt compelled to warn her. If we truly delve into this matter, there is still a lark at play. If Qi Yuan is a fool, that would be one thing. But does she seem like a fool to you? At that moment, Mrs. Wang wished Qi Yuan were indeed a simpleton. Intelligence often leaves no room for secrets. Qi Jun continued casually. In a few days, we shall host a family gathering, inviting relatives and friends to introduce themselves. Another gathering for recognition? Mrs. Wang exclaimed in shock. But what about her manners? Her manners were personally taught by Jiang Mama, who served the Grand Princess. Qi Jun replied meaningfully. She will only surpass Jiner, never fall short. Now Mrs. Wang finally understood Qi Jun's newfound regard for Qi Yuan. The fact that Qi Yuan had been instructed by the Grand Princess's own attendant indicated a promising future ahead. Previously, Qi Jun had been disinclined to embrace this daughter, as he deemed her incapable of bringing honor to their family, believing she would only tarnish their reputation. Now that the value of Qi Yuan is recognized, he certainly would not hesitate to bring glory to his family. Chapter 13 Green Tea Wang was still in shock when she heard Qi Jin say, Furthermore, that girl Yun Ke should be sent to the northern coal mine. In a large family, dealing with servants could range from a mere beating and reduced wages to more severe punishments, with the worst being sold off. For a woman who cannot carry or lift, what could she possibly do in such a place? It was evident and beyond words. One could no longer contain herself. My lord, it must be their own audacity. It certainly isn't Jiner's intention. Jiner was raised by my own hands. I trust her. Whether he trusted her or not was of little concern to Qi Jun, who coldly replied, I only care about the outcome. If similar incidents occur again, it reflects poorly on the master for failing to manage his servants, which is a sign of incompetence. Wang bit her lip, suddenly alarmed. On the other side, Qi Yunting, in a fit of anger, returned to his room and began to curse, primarily at Qi Yuan. He had never considered bringing this useless person back home, and now he found it even more intolerable. What was she? Always talking about rules and propriety. When he was learning such manners, that useless one was likely still in the countryside raising pigs. His anger was so profound that he could not even eat, and even when Yinyin, the most favored maid by Qi Jin, came to him, he did not wish to see the eldest young master. When Yinyin returned to the courtyard, Qi Jin was busy examining fabrics for making clothes. Wang cherished this daughter, allowing her to choose new materials every season. Even after learning the truth, Wang's affection for her daughter remained unwavering. At this moment, several servants presented various fabrics before Qi Jin, shoe brocade, liao silk, and satin, each more dazzling than the last. However, Qi Jin's mind was evidently elsewhere. After absent-mindedly selecting for a while, she suddenly noticed Yunyan's return and immediately dismissed the others. Without waiting for her to inquire, Yinyin hurriedly approached and whispered, Miss, something has happened. Having been the daughter of a Marquis for many years, the servants around Qi Jin were personally chosen by Wang, and they shared a close rapport with her. It took little effort to ascertain what had transpired. Qi Jin's expression grew increasingly somber upon hearing that Qi Yunting had received a slap, that Qi Jin intended to invite relatives for a memorial, and that Su Yinyin had been renamed Qi Yuan. By now, her demeanor had become stormy. Yunyan's voice lowered further. Seeing the clouds of distress gathering on Qi Jin's face, she hastily advised, Miss, there is no need to stoop to her level. She cannot compare to you. Qi Jin's tone was both resentful and sarcastic. She is flesh and blood. Being biological is paramount. I am merely the daughter of a butcher. At that moment, her hatred for Qi Jun simmered. Her teeth clenched. He spoke sweetly, claiming she would always be his daughter, the esteemed lady of the household. Yet, he immediately elevated Qi Yuan to such heights. If he truly cherished her, he would have quietly welcomed Qi Yuan back. But now, he was ready to host a memorial and invite friends and relatives to acknowledge her. Where was her dignity to go? It was a clear slap in her face. Such words were difficult to respond to, and Yinyin trembled in fear. Suddenly, the curtain was thrust aside. Qi Yunting entered with the mark of a slap on his face, and upon seeing Qi Jin's expression, he felt a pang of heartache and rushed over in a few strides to sit before her. What happened? Why are you crying? The bond between the siblings was far closer than with any other kin. Seeing Qi Yunting enter, Qi Jin's tears flowed more freely, yet she insisted, Big brother, you must be mistaken. I'm not crying. How can you say you're not crying? Look at your eyes, they're swollen. Qi Yunting exclaimed, frantic. What on earth happened? Speak honestly. Qi Jin forced a smile. Really, it's nothing. Yinyin interjected with a huff. Isn't it because of the newly returned young lady? Qi Yunting's face immediately darkened with anger, while Qi Jin hurriedly reprimanded Yinyin. What nonsense are you spouting? This is no place for you to interrupt. Seeing his sister suffer was unbearable for Qi Yunting. Without asking for details, he stood abruptly. I will settle this with her. Qi Jin anxiously grabbed his arm, tears streaming down her face. Brother, your words only deepen my shame. She is the true daughter of the Marquis, your biological sister. What am I? Merely an interloper. As soon as she uttered the phrase interloper, Qi Yunting grew even more infuriated. Who dare say such a thing? Speak their name, and I shall take care of them. Qi Jin fell silent, collapsing onto the table, her shoulders trembling with sobs. Unable to restrain herself, Yinyin too shed tears. Young master, please don't inquire further. Everyone knows the young lady just returned today and has already driven Yun Ke out of the household. Our young lady's situation is dire. If we offend this new young lady, our future will be uncertain. A surge of fury ignited within Qi Yunting. What a farce. Our household has nurtured a daughter for so many years, and she is outshone by a countrywoman? I care not for blood ties. Qi Yunting has only one sister, and that is Jean. Whoever dares to wrong her, I shall slay them. With that declaration, he stormed out, glaring at the servants. You all better be vigilant. If anyone dares to offend the second young lady, I'll take your lives. As the eldest young master and the legitimate heir of the Marquis, his standing in the household was unquestionable, with him backing and supporting. It soon became known throughout the estate that the eldest young master disregarded his biological sister, placing the utmost importance on the second young lady he had grown up with. Qi Jin achieved her aim, observing the kneeling servants outside through the window, a cold smile tugging at her lips. So what if she successfully returned from the countryside? The Marquis' household was not solely represented by Qi Jin. The intricacies of surviving in the inner sanctum were no simple matter. She had Qi Yunting and Wang's support, along with a network of connections cultivated over many years. Should she choose to, she had myriad ways to ensure Qi Yuan could not establish a foothold in this home. A memorial? Acknowledging ancestry? Let us wait and see if Qi Yuan possesses the fortune to endure until that day arrives. After warning the servants, Qi Yunting turned back to assure Qi Jin, Jin, keep your heart at ease. As long as I am here, no one shall dare to oppress you in this household. When Zhang Mama heard this news, she was assisting Qi Yuan in settling into her quarters. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, her daughter's words plunged her into darkness. Chapter 14. Seeking refuge. Zhang Mama's daughter is named Grape, who has just turned 10 this year and entered the manor only last year to serve. Due to her tender age, her tasks are minimal, merely assisting with various chores in the main courtyard. Upon hearing that Qi Yunting had issued a stern warning at home, vowing to ensure that Qi Yuan could not remain in the household, she felt an immediate sense of dread. Who is Qi Yunting? He is the eldest young master, the future master of the manor. Offending him would mean that one could not stay here for even a single day. Initially, Zhang Mama had been somewhat tempted by Qi Yuan's formidable presence, considering that the Marquis himself had brought her back and regarded her with such importance. Perhaps the young lady could indeed establish herself within the manor. In that case, becoming a stewardess by the young lady's side would be a promising opportunity. However, she did not anticipate Qi Yunting's intense reaction. Upon reflection, it became clear to her that the bond between Qi Yunting and Qi Jin had been profoundly deep since childhood. Before Qi Yuan's return, Qi Yunting had consistently opposed Wang Shi's efforts to bring her back. Now that Qi Yuan had returned, yet Granny Hua had passed away and Yunk was to be sold, it was only natural for Qi Yunting to feel that Qi Jin had been wronged. With this realization, the faint desire to seek refuge that had just begun to take root in Zhang Mama's heart swiftly withered. She yearned for wealth and status, but one must have the means to survive first. Thus, she turned to Qi Yuan and informed her that everything had been arranged, advising the young lady to rest well. The bait had been cast, yet it was evident that Zhang Mama had no intention of taking it. Upon seeing Zhang Mama before her, Qi Yuan's anger dissipated almost instantly. It was only natural that others might regard her with disdain while she was still finding her footing. She smiled gently and allowed Zhang Mama to depart. As Zhang Mama exited Qi Yuan's courtyard, she unconsciously released a breath of relief. For reasons unknown, rejecting Qi Yuan left her feeling heavy-hearted. And even upon reaching her servant quarters, her heart continued to race. Unable to resist, she poured herself a cup of tea. Yet before she could bring it to her lips, a young maid rushed in. Is Zhang Mama here? startled by the interruption while already burdened with worries. Zhang Mama nearly spilled her drink, her tone suddenly irritable. What is it, being so clumsy? The young maid stuck out her tongue and cautiously replied, Mama, it's Sister Zijing from the eldest young master's courtyard, who has come to convey a message. She says if Mama has returned, you should go to the eldest young master's room. To go to the eldest young master's room? Zhang Mama's heart sank to the depths. In the past, who would not desire an opportunity to rise above, let alone being noticed by the master? Having mingled in the manor for so long, she had not even secured a position to purchase supplies for the kitchen. Thus, she had been tirelessly scheming, particularly dreaming of climbing the social ladder through connections with the eldest young master and the second young lady, both of whom were well-favored. Yet now, Zhang Mama had lost all enthusiasm. She understood clearly that if the eldest young master summoned her, it was likely due to her association with Qi Yuan and her assistance in arranging Mingwei Tower. However unwilling she may be, she had no choice but to obey the master's orders. Forgetting about her tea, she apprehensively made her way to the evergreen garden where Qi Yunting resided. Qi Yunting was indeed the quintessential eldest young master, having been lavished with affection since childhood. The courtyard he received was the finest in the front yard, separated by a small garden where Qi Jin had planted a pine tree alongside him, hence the name Evergreen Garden. Previously, Zhang Mama would not have had the privilege to enter. This time, however, she did not feel elated. Instead, she stood nervously beneath that pine tree. Qi Yunting was practicing martial arts. After finally releasing the pent-up anger within him, he accepted a handkerchief from a maid to wipe the sweat from his brow and sat down in a rocking chair. Call her over. On the small table lay warm tea and a few plates of snacks, which Qi Yunting ignored. Merely nodding to Zhang Mama upon her arrival, you assisted the young lady in arranging her room today? Zhang Mama's heart raced, and with a thud, she knelt on the ground, replying to the eldest young master. This old servant merely acted on the orders of the Marquis and Madam. Enough, Qi Yunting interrupted impatiently. I did not reprimand you. From today onward, go serve in Mingwei Tower. Zhang Mama had intended to bow her head in supplication. But upon hearing Qi Yunting's words, she was momentarily taken aback, unable to process the information. Qi Yunting regarded her with a faint smile. Help me with a few matters. You are capable, are you not? Only then did Zhang Mama comprehend that Qi Yunting intended to place someone within Qi Yuan's courtyard. She did not deliberate for long before agreeing, for she realized there was little choice. Although Qi Yuan possessed considerable skills, what good were they? She was a girl, destined to be married off. In the end, this Marquis household would ultimately be ruled by Qi Yunting, choosing a side between the young lady and the young master. Even a fool would know which way to lean. Qi Yunting showed no surprise. Apart from that rural-born wild child, anyone with eyes could see the prevailing circumstances. He glanced at Zijing, who calmly produced a heavy purse and placed it in Zhang Mama's hands. I heard your grandson is about to celebrate his full moon. Use this to prepare a gold lock for him. Zhang Mama was genuinely flabbergasted, repeatedly bowing to Qi Yunting. Thank you, eldest young master. Thank you, eldest young master. Qi Yunting smiled. Ensure you carry out the tasks I have entrusted you with. There are further benefits to come. But should you jeopardize my plans, do not blame me for lacking mercy. As dusk began to settle, Qi Yuan stood beneath the corridor, observing the mixed group of maids and servants brought in by the manor, and in a deep voice, she inquired, I am to select those who will serve me? The stewardess by Wang Shi's side, Mama Gao, nodded with a smile. According to the rules, the young lady should have 4 main maids, 2 second-tier maids, 4 junior maids for miscellaneous tasks, 1 cleaning woman, and 1 stewardess. She cast a glance at Qi Yuan and softly added, the young lady may keep anyone she finds agreeable. Before Qi Yuan could respond, Zhang Mama hurriedly entered from outside and approached her. Young lady, as you are new here and unfamiliar with everyone's character, how about I assist you in discerning their qualities? Having fled like a refugee earlier that afternoon, now she returned with an air of seeking refuge. Qi Yuan regarded Zhang Mama with a composed demeanor, the corners of her mouth curling into a subtle smile. Is that so? Then I appreciate your help, Zhang Mama. Chapter 15 Selection of Servants. Qi Yuan was not so self-important as to believe that Zhang Mama had returned after contemplating her choices and decided that following her would offer a brighter future. She suspected that the change of heart was prompted by other motives. In this household, who could so easily sway Zhang Mama's loyalties and willingly come to serve her? Qi Zhen would certainly not concern himself with such trifles, nor would Wang Shi, for whom her daughter was of little consequence. Thus, the remaining individuals were few and easily counted. Intrigued, Qi Yuan observed as Zhang Mama, assuming an air of authority, began selecting the servants. A quick glance revealed that those chosen were indeed marked by competence. The rest were naturally left behind. One particularly unfortunate girl, around 12 years of age, appeared desolate. Her eyes brimming with tears as she realized she had not been selected. Among the chosen, few bore smiles, clearly perceiving that this young lady's household was not a desirable place to be. Moved by the sight, Qi Yuan called out to the departing Gao family servant, Mama. May I request one more person? The Gao matron glanced at Zhang Mama, clearly puzzled by this unexpected request after selections had been made. However, it was a minor matter, and she was not inclined to offend anyone over it, responding with a smile of acquiescence. Naturally, she was aware of the young master's sentiments. Yet as a stewardess serving a mistress, she would not readily turn against Qi Yuan simply because of one young master's opinions. The current head of the household remained the Marquis and his lady, thus, she too must acknowledge the young lady. The small girl, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, immediately prostrated herself before Qi Yuan, knocking her forehead against the ground in a show of gratitude, causing her skin to break. Both Gao Mama and Zhang Mama chuckled, while Qi Yuan remained silent for a moment before instructing the girl to rise. After Gao Mama completed her duties, she took her leave, while Zhang Mama inquired earnestly, Miss, shall we assign them names now? Qi Yuan nodded. In her previous life, she had never had the privilege of selecting her own maidservants, let alone naming them. Now, having made her choices, she found the task somewhat foreign. After a moment of reflection, she declared, the 4 main girls shall be named by Ji, by Yin, Qinxiang, and Banxia. As for the 2 secondary girls, let them be temporarily named by He and Xiao Yao. The miscellaneous maidservants will be called Tao Xing, Lian Zi, Li Hua, and Bai He. Upon hearing these names, Zhang Mama's expression shifted, impressed by the elegance of Qi Yuan's choices, which clearly indicated she was no ordinary country girl. Just as Zhang Mama contemplated this, Qi Yuan addressed her, Mama, please take them down to teach them the rules, and then bring them back. She pointed to the girl who had injured her forehead. You, come with me. Zhang Mama, curious about what Qi Yuan saw in this girl, agreed readily, eager to endear herself to the future companions of Qi Yuan. The small girl followed Qi Yuan into the room, anxiously standing a short distance away. Qi Yuan asked in a low voice, do you wish to stay? The girl immediately knelt again. Qi Yuan frowned. Stand up. The girl looked at her in fear, tears streaming down her face as she replied, Miss, my father has passed away, and my mother is bedridden. If I cannot enter the household, my mother will not even be able to afford her medicine. Please, don't cast me aside. Though she was a born servant, her situation was far more dire than those purchased mid-service. Generally, servants serving in a household like this would never include someone of her plight. Even if one were to help with laundry, a fee would be required. Only Qi Yuan, a newly acknowledged young lady of limited favor, could afford to consider her for entry. Yet, even then, Zhang Mama had overlooked her. Now, with Qi Yuan's attention, the girl's tears flowed uncontrollably, her body trembling in fear. Qi Yuan could deeply empathize with her feelings, having once been in a similar position. She spoke firmly, stand up. Do not kneel so easily. She could not change others, but she herself would not revel in wielding power over another's fate, nor would she find amusement in manipulating hearts. The girl, sobbing, obeyed Qi Yuan's command and rose. What is your name? Qi Yuan inquired. The girl hesitantly replied, Lian Xiao. My name is Lian Xiao. Very well. Lian Xiao, you shall be my servant from now on. Qi Yuan smiled gently at her. Stay. Lian Xiao's tears flowed even more freely, and she knelt again, exclaiming, Thank you, miss. You truly are a kind person. Qi Yuan raised her hand. Your mother is ill? At the mention of her mother, Lian Xiao's dim eyes sparked with a glimmer of hope. Yes, my mother was driven away by the household matron and was struck with a stroke from the shock. We cannot afford a doctor, and she can only lie in bed. Qi Yuan approached the dressing table and opened a drawer, with minimal family assets. The drawer held only a few sparse pieces of jewelry. Having seen finer things in her previous life, she recognized their worth. Despite Qi Jin's assurances, the household remained skeptical of her ability to surpass the second young lady. However, that mattered little. She continued without hesitation, producing a gold bracelet and handing it to Lian Xiao. Take this to treat your mother. Lian Xiao's eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend the weight of such generosity. It was not uncommon for a master to reward favored servants, but for someone like her, who had yet to even begin her duties, this was extraordinary. Lian Xiao felt overwhelmed and stammered, No, no. Miss, I cannot accept such a generous gift. Without further ado, Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow. Do you not want your mother's illness to be treated? Take it, and ensure she receives proper care. Lin Xiao accepted it, feeling the heavy weight of the bracelet. Unable to suppress her tears, while many servants were reluctant to serve the young lady, asserting that she could not compare to the second young lady, Lin Xiao saw only kindness and compassion in Qi Yuan. Where else could one find such a benevolent master? As she pondered this, Zhang Mama entered through the curtain. Smiling as she glanced at Lin Xiao before informing Qi Yuan, Miss, they are familiar with the rules now. Someone from the ladies' side has come to invite you for a meal. Chapter 16 Discomfort. The courtyard of the Wang family was brightly lit, with lamps illuminating every corner. Mama Zheng lifted the curtain for Qi Yuan, and before she could round the screen, a delicate voice reached her ears. Mother, Su embroidery is truly difficult. My fingers are all calloused. The sweetness of the voice was almost cloying. Qi Yuan paused for a moment, then circled the screen to find Wang Shi reclining on the couch, a girl dressed in pink gauze beside her, holding up her hands for inspection. This was Qi Jin. The name, resplendent as flowers, revealed the profound affection the Ho family held for their daughter. Wang Shi smiled patiently as she examined Qi Jin's 10 fingers, playfully poking her cheek. You're not to become an embroideress, just learn a few techniques and understand the basics. Upon noticing Qi Yuan's arrival, Wang Shi instinctively concealed her affectionate smile, nodding with a hint of reserve. A Yuan has arrived. Qi Yuan approached Wang Shi, bowing respectfully. I pay my respects to mother. Her demeanor and etiquette were impeccable. At the same time, Qi Jin turned her gaze toward her, her smile morphing into a scrutinizing expression, the corners of her mouth tightening. Qi Yuan's manners were flawless, leaving no room for criticism. Contrary to her expectations of a rustic upbringing, Qi Yuan appeared neither coarse nor ignorant. What unsettled Qi Jin further was Qi Yuan's visage, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the Qi family. It was evident that she was a child of the Qi lineage. A heaviness settled in Qi Jin's heart, and her smile became strained. After Qi Yuan had paid her respects, Wang Shi introduced her. This is your second sister. You are twins, so you must get along well from now on. Do you understand? Wang Shi's tone was somewhat awkward when addressing Qi Yuan, especially as she uttered these words, instinctively avoiding Qi Yuan's gaze. In contrast, Qi Jin regarded Qi Yuan with a mocking smile, an undercurrent of schadenfreude evident on her face. To her disappointment, Qi Yuan's expression remained unchanged, returning her gaze with an equally playful demeanor. Their eyes met, and Qi Yuan smiled amiably. Second sister. Qi Jin reluctantly responded with a smile. Elder sister, you have finally returned. I heard you encountered trouble with the authorities, and I was quite worried about you. At the mention of the authorities, Wang Shi's brows furrowed, and her tone turned colder. Let us not speak of the past. The thought of her daughter having lived among the coarse folk in the countryside made her uncomfortable. Qi Jin bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. Mother, did I say something wrong again? I know I have taken your place. Sometimes. Qi Yuan truly admired Qi Jin's ability to feign innocence while possessing a heart of stone. With the most innocent of faces, she uttered the most piercing words. Wang Shi immediately felt a pang of sympathy, pulling Qi Jin into her embrace and softly chiding. What nonsense are you saying? You and your sister are both my flesh and blood. After all these years, it matters not whether you are biological or not. Besides, Qi Jin is sweet and obedient. Always my most cherished darling. Emotionally, Wang Shi even preferred the notion that the matter of mistaken identity was not true. She barely glanced at Qi Yuan. After a moment of weeping, Qi Jin finally ceased her tears and, in a petulant tone, said to Wang Shi, Mother, I wish to eat pea pudding. Wang Shi chuckled, playfully tapping her daughter's nose. At your age, still behaving like a child? Very well, I shall have the kitchen prepare it. No, Qi Jin whined, shaking Wang Shi's arm. Mother, I want it made by Mama Su herself. Mama Su, Wang Shi's confidant, was well known as her trusted handmaiden. Upon being named, Mama Su smiled warmly. It is my fortune that the second young lady enjoys what I make. Qi Jin winked at Qi Yuan with a hint of disdain in her eyes. What did it matter if she was a biological daughter? Years of separation could never be undone. Affection could not accumulate overnight. Here, she was the irreplaceable daughter of Wang Shi. To undermine her, Qi Yuan's return was fortuitous. She could stand by and observe how Qi Jin would forever overshadow her, how she would continue to be favored. For Qi Yuan, she would always remain a mere rustic girl unworthy of the spotlight. Had Qi Yuan still been Su Yinyin from her past life, she would likely have found sleep elusive this evening. But now, she merely smiled mockingly at Qi Jin. What she once longed for, she now felt indifferent towards. Qi Yuan exhibited none of the emotional turmoil Qi Jin anticipated. Even anger and sorrow eluded her demeanor, standing there like a statue. This was entirely contrary to Qi Jin's expectations. For reasons unknown, while she had intended to provoke Qi Yuan, she found herself growing increasingly agitated. In a moment of impulse, she could not help but ask, "Sister, I heard that before your return, your adoptive parents passed away. How can you not feel the slightest sorrow?" Wang Shi was taken aback. Qi Yuan raised her gaze to Qi Jin. From her vantage point, Qi Jin's face radiated curiosity, embodying the naivety of an innocent young lady. Qi Jin's inquiry was merely to irritate her, while simultaneously reminding Wang Shi that she had been raised by the butcher Su and Li Xionyang for over a decade. Thus her indifference towards her adoptive parents paled in comparison to that towards her biological ones. It was as if she wielded her innocent visage to commit the most malicious acts. Regrettably, Qi Yuan had no desire to engage in banter. She straightforwardly replied, "Sister, are you not aware? Their deaths were rather disgraceful. Li Xionyang had an affair and conspired to murder her husband. She was drowned in the lake." She fixed her gaze on Qi Jin, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Moreover, it is said that blood ties are strong. Should I not be the one to feel the deepest pain?" The decision made by Su the butcher and Li Xionyang to send Ding Qingyong into her room that fateful night surely stemmed from Qi Jin's insinuation. Although those two were not virtuous, they had shown a semblance of sincerity towards Qi Jin as their daughter. Qi Yuan was curious to see Qi Jin's reaction upon hearing of Li Xionyang and Su the butcher's demise. Qi Jin's face turned pale, her eyes flashing with fury as she collapsed into Wang Shi's embrace, sobbing softly, "Mother, I am frightened." Wang Shi, feeling displeased, turned coldly to Qi Yuan, warning her, "Such absurd tales from the countryside should not be brought into this home. You are lacking in decorum." Qi Yuan chuckled inwardly. It seemed she had not been the one to bring it up first, yet Wang Shi blatantly ignored this fact and chose to reprimand her, demonstrating a clear bias. Chapter 17. The fall. The room fell into a profound silence, with everyone attentively observing, fearful that the flames of conflict might engulf them as well. Qi Yuan suddenly found the situation amusing and softly inquired, "Mother, is my second sister frightened by this?" Wang Shi was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?" Amused by the absurdity of the moment, Qi Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. She raised her gaze to Wang Shi with a hint of disdain. "My second sister merely has to hear of these matters to be reduced to tears. Yet, I witnessed the butcher's death firsthand that very night and was threatened by my foster mother. Mother, have you ever considered the kind of life I lead?" Wang Shi was rendered speechless. In truth, when Mama Zhang returned that day, she had mentioned Qi Yuan's foster parents. However, Wang Shi was so shocked by the death of Granny Hua and Qi Yuan's intent to report the incident that she had completely forgotten about it. Even when it crossed her mind again, she merely thought that Qi Yuan's association with such foster parents might lead to her becoming like them, with questionable character. As for the life Qi Yuan endured in that couple's care, it had not occurred to her. At this moment, Qi Yuan's nonchalant mention of it left her at a loss for words, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of guilt. Indeed, if a Jin could be so frightened by mere words, then what of Qi Yuan? She felt a pang of regret. "A Yuan, I did not know." "Yes, you did not know, nor did anyone wish to know. If Qi Yuan had not killed Granny Hua and attracted the attention of Minister Liu by reporting it, she might not even have had the right to enter this household." Qi Yuan was not truly saddened. Perhaps she had been hurt too many times in her past life and had long since grown numb. Just then, Qi Jin clumsily descended from Wang Shi's couch, crying as she grasped Qi Yuan's hand and knelt before her. "Sister, please do not blame Mother. It is all my fault." She sobbed softly, as if overwhelmed by injustice. "It is my fault for bringing up this matter and causing you sorrow. You should not have to endure such hardships. Your suffering is all for me." Wang Shi's fleeting sense of guilt evaporated instantly. She straightened her posture and sternly commanded those around her, "Why are you not helping the second young lady up?" She then cast a cold glare at Qi Yuan, preparing to admonish her. Just then, the curtain was abruptly drawn aside, and Qi Yunting, exuberantly holding a box, entered. Upon seeing Qi Jin kneeling before Qi Yuan, he rushed forward. With one hand, he lifted Qi Jin and pulled her behind him, glaring fiercely at Qi Yuan. "What are you doing? Who do you think you are to reprimand a Jin in this household?" His finger was nearly poking Qi Yuan's face. Qi Jin, internally mocking the scene, pitifully tugged at Qi Yunting's sleeve. "Brother, it is nothing. Please do not anger our eldest sister on my behalf." Qi Yuan was utterly disgusted. However, Qi Yunting, in a fit of rage, seized Qi Yuan's hand and suddenly raised his palm as if to strike. Upon seeing this, Wang Shi gasped and hurriedly intervened. Yunting, having trained in martial arts from a young age, a slap from Qi Yunting would not be a trivial matter. It could very well leave Qi Yuan deaf. Although Wang Shi held a certain distaste for her emotionally distant daughter, she did not wish for any chaos to ensue. Qi Jin seemed to want to intervene, but did not dare to act. Once again employing her strategy, Qi Yuan expressionlessly sidestepped and, with one hand, grasped Qi Yunting's arm, forcefully pushing him forward. Qi Yunting lost his balance and crashed into the screen, which collapsed with a resounding crash, sending both him and the screen tumbling to the ground. Wang Shi, who cherished opulence, had this screen as part of her dowry. It was crafted from rare rosewood, intricately carved with the 8 immortals crossing the sea and embedded with large panes of glass. Now, the screen lay shattered on the floor, splintered into pieces. Yet, the worst was yet to come. As Qi Yunting fell, shards of glass splintered, cutting into his face and hands, leaving numerous small wounds. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Given Qi Yunting's skills, they all assumed Qi Yuan would be the one to suffer. Little did they know that the young master had only succeeded in injuring himself. Qi Jin screamed, "Brother!" The servants finally reacted, rushing to assist Qi Yunting. Wang Shi hurried to his side, anxiously inspecting him, her heart aching. "Quickly, fetch a doctor." Qi Yunting had shards of glass still embedded in his wrist, blood streaming from his face and neck, creating a horrific sight. Wang Shi was utterly panicked. Qi Jin could no longer contain her tears. "Sister, how could you let brother fall?" The commotion in the room was so chaotic that even Qi Zhen, upon entering, was taken aback. He glanced at the weeping Qi Jin and the bloodied Qi Yunting, then at the seemingly unconcerned Qi Yuan. A headache formed as he furrowed his brow. What has happened here? Qi Jin rushed toward Qi Zhen. "Father." Sister quarreled with elder brother, causing him to be gravely injured. With shards of glass scattered across the floor, Qi Zhen quickly caught her and looked toward Qi Yuan. Noticing his gaze, Qi Yuan smiled lightly, devoid of fear. "Second sister, how can you speak such nonsense with your eyes wide open? I clearly did not provoke him. He intended to strike me, and I merely evaded the blow. How is it that you portray me, a frail woman, as the one who assaulted him?" Her tone grew sharper as she continued. "I have only just returned home. Regardless of how much you dislike me, you should not cast such blame upon me." Qi Jin was genuinely astonished. She had not anticipated Qi Yuan to be such a formidable adversary. Qi Zhen, however, was well aware of his son's temperament. He had never liked Qi Yuan and knew that his son had intentionally sought trouble. Yet, since Qi Yuan had avoided the confrontation, it could not be deemed her fault. Surely, one could not just stand there and accept a beating? He scowled at Qi Yunting. "You have not heeded a word I said." Wang Shi shot a complex glance at Qi Yuan, silently urging her to intervene and defuse the situation. The family was in such disarray, resembling a chaotic mess. Qi Yuan pretended not to see. She had no intention of lowering herself to appease them. Qi Yunting was utterly aggrieved. "Father, how is she not capable? When she pulled me, her strength was considerable. I fell because of her." "Silence," Qi Zhen retorted, exasperated. "How dare you speak?" Chapter 18a. Falling out. This wretched girl truly knows how to put on an act. Qi Yunting resembled a bull disturbed by a matador. The moment Qi Yuan had grasped his elbow, an uncomfortable sensation surged within him. He pointed at Qi Yuan and said to Qi Zhen, "Father, you ought to investigate her thoroughly. She has been out there for over a decade. Who knows what she is really like or whom she has associated with?" His words were harsh, implying that Qi Yuan was entangled with unsavory characters, casting doubt on her identity. Qi Jin, standing nearby, sniffled slightly, adding fuel to the fire. "Sister, are you skilled in martial arts? I saw you just now. You almost knocked down brother." Wang's expression was complex and filled with suspicion as she scrutinized Qi Yuan, her heart unable to quell the rising doubts. It was inevitable. She reassured herself that a Jin was her cherished daughter, while Yunting was her eldest son, her flesh and blood. Although both were dear to her, there was a distinction in their importance. Qi Yuan glanced at them before kneeling before Qi Zhen. She extended her hand for him to see and said, "Father, I grew up in the countryside under the care of my adoptive parents, chopping wood, fetching water, and tending to the crops. During festivals, I even assisted in slaughtering pigs. Is it not reasonable that I possess a bit more strength than the average person?" Her palms were calloused, a stark contrast to Qi Jin's delicate hands, nurtured in luxury and untouched by toil. Qi Jin was rendered speechless. Indeed, Having toiled from a young age, her strength could not be compared with that of ordinary girls. To assert that she was adept in martial arts and had ulterior motives was a gross exaggeration. Qi Yuan raised her eyes. Her eyelids reddened. Father, since my elder brother holds me in such disdain and my second sister is so averse to my return, perhaps you should find somewhere to send me. Wang was taken aback and retorted, how can this be? We have only just found her. And it was with the approval of Minister Liu and His Highness the Jing Wang. To send her away now would be utterly disgraceful. Qi Yunting's chest heaved violently. Stop pretending. Qi Yuan, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your true nature. You would do well to cease this charade of pity. One day, I shall expose your true self. Qi Zhen, utterly disappointed in his son, shouted, have you caused enough trouble? Get out. Go to the ancestral hall and kneel there. Do not rise without my permission. The cold weather, particularly in the ancestral hall, was chilling. At a time meant for family reunion, sending Qi Yunting to kneel alone was something Wang could not bear. She hurriedly grasped Qi Zhen's arm. It's merely two children playing. A Yuan has just returned, and they are still unfamiliar with each other's temperaments. A bit of friction is normal. Wang attempted to mediate, casting a stern look at Qi Yunting. You should promptly apologize to your father. Qi Zhen, furious, barked, apologize to me? No, apologize to your sister. Qi Yuan's lips curled into a slight smirk. It was unexpected that in this household, Qi Zhen still exhibited some semblance of reason. Qi Yunting, infuriated, exclaimed, why should I apologize to her? She is nothing but a misfortune, a calamity. Her return has already caused Mother-S glass screen to shatter, and I have been injured by the shards. And now I must apologize to Qi Yuan? Dream on. Qi Zhen suddenly charged forward and, caught off guard, kicked Qi Yunting. He stumbled, nearly falling onto the broken glass. This marked the first time Qi Zhen had struck Qi Yunting in front of everyone. Qi Jin, who had been stoking the flames, quickly fell silent, stepping back, her hand on her chest. Wang rushed forward, shielding Qi Yunting in her embrace, anxious and furious as she defended her son. My lord, it is just a minor issue. How could you resort to such violence? This time, Qi Zhen did not downplay the situation. He pointed firmly at Qi Yunting, apologize to your sister. And do not make me repeat myself. When he was angry, no one in the household dared to oppose him. Wang, feeling a twinge of fear, worried that Qi Yunting would confront Qi Zhen head-on, urgently pushed her son, do as your father says. Reflect on your mistakes. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Jin cautiously approached Qi Yunting. I will accompany brother. He is still injured, and I am worried. Once I tend to his wounds, I will join you for dinner. Having grown up together, she felt a closer bond with him than with someone who had returned midway. Wang, suppressing her frustration, nodded approvingly at her daughter. However, when she turned back, her expression had grown cold. You should hurry and clean this room. Qi Zhen beckoned to Qi Yuan, scrutinizing her for a moment before instructing, when your second and third uncles arrive, do not mention your life in the countryside, understood? Qi Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. As she exited, she noticed Su Mama, standing beside Wang, wearing a frosty expression, glaring at her as though she had committed some unforgivable offense. Mama Zhang averted her gaze, pretending not to notice. Qi Yuan also ignored the hostility and followed Qi Zhen to the banquet hall. The ancestral hall was eerie and cold, and Qi Jin's tears fell like pearls from a broken string, incessantly striking Qi Yunting's hands. Brother, why are you so foolish? Is it worth it to quarrel with her for my sake? The sight of her in tears stirred Qi Yunting's heart, leaving him flustered. Jin, what are you saying? You are my sister. Could I possibly stand by while she bullies you? Qi Jin continued to weep. Brother, I fear this home no longer has a place for me. She is so formidable. Her every word punctures me, and surely, father must despise me now. What nonsense! Qi Yunting's face darkened. As long as I am here, I will protect you in this family. No one shall compare to you, and no one shall push you aside. Just wait. I will ensure she leaves in disgrace. Chapter 19 Difference at the Banquet. Everyone was filled with a sense of curiosity as they awaited the appearance of Qi Zhen and his wife. Previously, they had vaguely heard that the main family had dispatched someone to search for a child, claiming that the child had been switched at birth. However, the exact nature of the situation remained unclear. Now, it was said that the child had been found, and a family gathering had been arranged to facilitate introductions before formally acknowledging their lineage, which piqued everyone's interest. Wang's expression was somewhat tense. She had not anticipated that her daughter's demeanor would be so distant. Although not rude, it was frigid, making it impossible for anyone to feel close to her, leaving them unsure of how to approach her. Moreover, she was vindictive. Yinyin had merely teased her for a moment, yet she relentlessly watched him face punishment, as if he were not her own brother. This left Wang feeling irked, and when she encountered the second and third wives, her demeanor appeared somewhat unnatural. The second and third wives, however, were quite curious and greeted her with smiles. Eldest sister-in-law. Is this Yuan? Yinyin had already mentioned Yuan's name change earlier. Yuan, with her eyes cast down, elegantly returned their greetings. Second aunt, third aunt. Having previously met them, there was no novelty for her. However, others viewed her differently. They had come with a hint of amusement, expecting to see the main family's extensively nurtured daughter, only to discover she was an impostor. The true heiress was likely raised in a manner deemed coarse and unsophisticated. To their surprise, Yuan not only inherited the advantages of Yinyin and Wang, but also exhibited impeccable manners and etiquette. Their anticipation of a spectacle diminished somewhat, and they offered her a few compliments. The second wife was the first to present a welcoming gift. From now on, we are all family, regardless of past circumstances. Now that you have returned home, you are one of us. If you need anything, feel free to ask. The third wife, not wanting to be outdone, similarly removed a bracelet from her wrist. I didn't prepare anything in haste earlier. Please accept this bracelet and wear it as you wish. Yuan did not reach out immediately, but instead glanced at Wang. Wang was taken aback. Yuan's composure in her movement struck her as peculiar. After a moment, she nodded, signaling that Yuan could accept the gift. Yuan graciously accepted it, expressing her gratitude with a respectful bow. Her reserved nature and poise intrigued the second and third wives. However, the purpose of this family gathering was to discuss the acknowledgement of their lineage. The eldest lady called them over, and the second and third wives smiled and encouraged Yuan. Why don't you go over to that table and play with your younger siblings? As Yuan turned to leave, the second wife looked at Wang and said, Eldest sister-in-law, congratulations. Wang, preoccupied with thoughts of Yinyin and Yijin, was somewhat absent-minded and asked, Congratulations for what? Though the child has been lost for a time, I see no difference between her and any other refined young lady. The second wife replied with a smile. Wang found it hard to articulate her feelings. In truth, she was not particularly pleased. Previously, she had shared a close bond with her children, with no barriers between them. Yet now, with Yuan's return, she felt as if that equilibrium had been disrupted. Furthermore, Yuan was not very affectionate towards her as a mother, and her demeanor towards Yinyin and Yijin was even colder. The imbalance weighed heavily on her mind. After all, Yijin had grown up alongside her, receiving the best resources and education from the household, becoming a precious gem of the capital. Yijin's future was undoubtedly bright. In contrast, Yuan was bound to pale in comparison. This child bore grudges and seemed somewhat simple-minded. It was uncertain whether future resentments would arise. Lost in her thoughts, she heard Yinyin speaking to his two younger brothers. Second, third, you should draft a guest list for your wives' families to invite them as well. The formality of the occasion indeed resembled an official acknowledgement of their daughter. Song and Bai exchanged glances, with Song being the first to inquire, Eldest brother, what about Yijin in public? Family must present a united front. After all, Yinyin replied sternly. He continued, Just say that we had a pair of twin sisters, but the elder one was lost. Bai nodded. As for Yijin's biological parents, they have passed away. Yin's expression turned cold. Do not mention this matter again. Bai and Song exchanged another glance. While the second and third wives' expressions shifted, they had initially thought Yinyin might have silenced Yijin's biological parents to retain her within the family. Yinyin, unaware of their reactions, instructed Song, second brother, please make a trip to Baoding to inform our parents and invite them back. The old Marquis and Madam have been recuperating in the countryside for some time. With the recovery of our legitimate daughter, it is only right to bring them back. Song replied, So soon to acknowledge our lineage? Shouldn't we teach her some etiquette first? With so many guests, she might not be able to handle the attention. Mentioning this, Yinyin turned to Wang, have the scholars draft another invitation. I will personally deliver it to His Highness the King of Jing. Yinyin? Wang was somewhat uncertain. My lord, will His Highness come? If he knows about this matter, it is only proper to send an invitation, Yinyin asserted. The mention of the King of Jing sparked endless conversation among the brothers. Bai spoke first. His Highness has been tasked with overseeing the corruption in the grain transport, and many officials have already been executed. He has become a figure people fear. The grain transport corruption case implicated a vast number of officials in Jiangnan. Everyone believed Xiao Yunting would be incapable of handling such a matter. The crown prince was weak and might perish at any moment, while other princes were watching hungrily. What could a mere boy do against seasoned veterans? Yet, unexpectedly, when Xiao Yunting arrived in Jiangnan, he swiftly apprehended a great number of implicated officials, executing 17 high-ranking officers. The news reverberated through the court, shocking all. Qi Song clicked his tongue. People fear him? So what? He will soon become a hot commodity after this achievement. Qi Yuan listened quietly at the adjacent table. She was not familiar with her cousins and had no desire to forge connections with them. She merely contemplated that after the conclusion of the grain transport case, the crown prince would meet his demise. Upon the crown prince's death, his uncles would swarm in, each vying for power, soon leaving him with nowhere to stand. Thus, Xiao Yunting would later train many loyal subordinates to build his own influence. Qi Jin would eventually marry the king of Qi, who would later become the crown prince and emperor. To thwart Qi Jin from ascending this ladder of success, should she not consider rekindling cooperation with Xiao Yunting? After all, an enemy of my enemy is my friend, is it not? Chapter 20. The observer Qi Yuan sat quietly to the side, pondering how she might connect with Prince Jing, when suddenly, Su Mama hurried in with a distressed expression. She approached Lady Wang's table and whispered a few words in her ear. Lady Wang, who had been engaged in conversation with her two sisters-in-law about which theater troupe to invite, abruptly stood up, her face filled with fury. What? Noticing her agitation, the second and third ladies quickly inquired, What is it, elder sister? What troubles you so? Lady Wang's complexion shifted as she bit her lip and looked towards Qi Zhan. My dear, Ajin has fainted. The ancestral hall was cold and drafty, and Qi Jin, being inherently delicate, was particularly vulnerable. At that moment, Lady Wang's dissatisfaction with Qi Yuan reached a boiling point. She was utterly exasperated with her daughter, who had returned only to create chaos in their home. Sometimes, a blood relationship devoid of emotional foundation can feel like a burden. Qi Zhen's expression darkened as well. After all, this was a child he had raised for many years. And the current incident was instigated by that rascal Qi Yunting, having little to do with Qi Jin. He waved his hand dismissively. Enough, enough. Have someone assist her back to her chamber and summon a doctor. With this disturbance, Lady Wang could no longer remain seated. She hastily rose and, accompanied by her servants, rushed to Qi Jin's room to check on her. In her flurry, she completely forgot about Qi Yuan. The cousins from the second and third houses exchanged worried glances towards Qi Yuan, uncertain of how to approach her. After all, under normal circumstances, Lady Wang should have formally introduced Qi Yuan to her younger siblings. Yet, whether due to forgetfulness or some other reason, Lady Wang showed no intention of doing so, leaving everyone unsure of how to interact with Qi Yuan. It was the second lady who, upon arriving and finding Qi Yuan still present, was momentarily taken aback before realizing. Ah, Yuan, you have yet to be acquainted with your younger siblings, have you? She smiled warmly, feigning ignorance of Lady Wang's oversight. There was no need to put a child in an uncomfortable position. She first introduced her two daughters. This is your third sister, Yinyin, pointing to the girl clad in a pale yellow coat. Qi Yin breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly standing to greet Qi Yuan, elder sister. The typical young girl appeared far more charming now. Qi Yuan smiled and nodded, politely returning the greeting, third sister. The second lady then gestured towards another girl in a crimson coat. This is your fourth sister, Anua. Anua had already risen and, upon hearing her mother's words, sweetly called out, elder sister. The second lady continued with her introductions when the boy they had been pointing at interjected. I'm Chang Ting. Qi Chang Ting. Qi Yuan smiled brightly as she ruffled his hair. Hello, younger brother Chang Ting. The previously stiff atmosphere finally lightened. Soon, the third lady arrived, and upon seeing the scene, her understanding became clear. She introduced her own children while inwardly sighing. Although her elder brother and sister-in-law intended to acknowledge their daughter, given the current circumstances, it seemed Qi Yuan's future days would not be easy. Yet, Qi Yuan herself harbored no such concerns, engaging in conversation and laughter as appropriate. By the end of the meal, Qi Song and Qi Bai were quite satisfied, privately telling their elder brother, Brother, this child resembles our own upbringing. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would never have believed she was brought back from outside. Qi Shen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yes, having a capable daughter was certainly preferable to a disgraceful one. In this uplifted mood, he felt a paternal tenderness and, upon Lady Wang's departure, decided to personally escort Qi Yuan back to her room. Under the moonlight, father and daughter walked side by side, with Qi Yuan maintaining a respectful distance behind him, never crossing the threshold. This further convinced Qi Jin of Qi Yuan's upbringing in a noble family. He cleared his throat. "Since your return, have you found anything uncomfortable?" Qi Yuan replied softly, "Aside from not understanding why my brother holds such deep animosity towards me, I find nothing else to be amiss." Taken aback by her candidness, Qi Jun felt a slight embarrassment. "Rest assured, that rascal shall be properly disciplined by me, and he will never offend you again." Qi Yuan, hearing his words, took them with a grain of salt. Lady Wang's evident concern for Qi Jin and Qi Yunting was clear. Although Qi Jin claimed to have punished Qi Yunting, it was merely a reprimand for his inappropriate behavior. Regardless, Qi Yuan did not expect Qi Jin to truly rectify Qi Yunting's misdeeds. Her mindset was quite positive. Each day since her rebirth felt like an additional gain. She would never live through the hardships of her past life again. The remaining time could be spent leisurely with Qi Yunting and Qi Jin. Upon returning to her courtyard, Lian Xiao anxiously awaited at the gate, holding a lantern. Upon seeing Qi Yuan, she beamed and dashed over. "Miss, you've returned." Lian Xiao's genuine smile was so infectious that Qi Yuan couldn't help but smile back, and together they made their way inside. "How is your mother?" she inquired. The family servants residing outside the manor had their own accommodations, making it quite convenient for them to return home. Lian Xiao's face radiated joy. "Thanks to you, miss. The doctor has seen my mother and advised her to continue taking her medicine. She will surely improve." In a single day, life had transformed. Lian Xiao was profoundly grateful to Qi Yuan. Just then, Mama Zhang entered, her voice sharp as she saw Lian Xiao helping Qi Yuan remove her hairpins. "Stop! Who do you think you are? Just a lowly maid, daring to enter the inner chamber and serve so closely. You think you are worthy?" Lian Xiao immediately dropped to her knees, trembling with fear. Mama Zhang, undeterred, continued her tirade until Qi Yuan placed her hairpin down with a thud, her tone icy. "If she is merely a lowly maid, then where is the head maid?" Turning to Mama Zhang, she coldly remarked, "I have been back for quite some time. Yet there was not a single cup of hot water or a hand warmer provided. Is this how you, the head maid, manage the affairs of the household?" Mama Zhang had initially intended to leverage this situation to expel Lian Xiao, especially considering Qi Yuan had no capable servant to rely on in her chamber. Without the loyalty of the servants, the inner quarters would be left in disarray. However, she did not anticipate Qi Yuan's strong reaction. Quickly, Mama Zhang summoned Bai Ji and Bai Yin to assist, scolding sternly, "What sort of service is this? Not even a lowly maid possesses the sense to be attentive." Chapter 21. The snake charmer Qi Yuan, feeling rather impatient, declared, "No need for that. I find Lian Xiao quite agreeable. Since you do not genuinely wish to serve me, I have no desire for your services. Attend to your own matters." Zhang Mama was taken aback, her expression revealing a hint of embarrassment. "Miss, she is merely a lowly maidservant, incapable of even styling her hair. How can you hold her in such high esteem?" Realizing that Qi Yuan was attempting to win over Lian Xiao, seeking a confidant, Zhang Mama could not help but silently mock her. Qi Yuan truly believed she had played her cards well? It was utterly laughable. Her elevation of Lian Xiao would only incite further resentment among the other servants, making their loyalty to her even more improbable. After all, she was but a country girl, presenting a facade of sophistication while being nothing but a hollow vessel. How could she possibly compare to the second miss? The second miss had simply fainted, and yet the matriarch had entirely forgotten her own flesh and blood, neglecting to send anyone to check on her. The disparity was glaringly evident. The atmosphere in the courtyard was already fraught with discontent, the servants lacking faith in their mistress, and Qi Yuan was only making matters worse. "TSK, TSK. Qi Yuan furrowed her brow and retorted, "I shall elevate her, and what of it?" In response, Zhang Mama sharply struck Baiji across the face, exclaiming, "Useless wretch. You were instructed to attend to the young lady, yet you show such lack of diligence. You have failed to win her favor." Baiji, clutching her face, knelt heavily on the ground. Bai Yin, startled, quickly followed suit, pleading, "Miss, forgive us. Miss, please forgive us." Zhang Mama regarded Qi Yuan with a half-smile. "Miss, they have failed in their duties. Shall I discipline them on your behalf? Are you satisfied?" Was this truly discipline? It felt more like sowing discord. Qi Yuan gazed at Zhang Mama for a moment before softly stating, "Zhang Mama, I have warned you." She had previously cautioned and attempted to befriend Zhang Mama. Yet the latter dismissed her concerns. Now, Zhang Mama remained indifferent, merely smirking. "I thank you for your reminder, Mississippi Chiyuan chose not to elaborate further, simply gesturing, leave. Zhang Mama immediately took Baiji and Baiyin out, standing coldly in the corridor as she warned them. The young lady does not favor you. Consider your futures wisely. Baiji and Baiyin felt a surge of anxiety. Zhang Mama surveyed the servants in the courtyard, shaking her head as she departed. Chiyuan then glanced at her reflection in the mirror, solemnly instructing Lian Xiao, go check if Zhang Mama has left. If she has, summon Baiji and Baiyin to come in. Lian Xiao, now completely obedient to Chiyuan, hurried off with wide eyes. As night fell and the stars twinkled above, Zhang Mama exited the courtyard, only to encounter Pu Tao, who approached with a lantern. Why are you here? She inquired. Pu Tao smiled brightly. Mother, I assumed you would visit Aunt Lu, so I came to wait for you. Aunt Lu was the cook and had a good rapport with Zhang Mama. Whenever they had free time, they would gather in the kitchen to indulge in the estate's delicacies. However, Zhang Mama had no appetite for such frivolities today. She playfully tapped her daughter's head. Off with you. I am quite busy and have no time for such nonsense. Then realizing, she added, you're just hungry, aren't you? You're at that age where you're always famished. With that thought, Zhang Mama chuckled. Go on, tell Aunt Lu it's from me, and ask her to prepare a bowl of noodles with extra meat. Pu Tao leaped with joy, her excitement palpable. Zhang Mama shook her head with a smile as she proceeded to Chiyun's courtyard. At that moment, Chiyun had fainted, and Chiyun had joined the servants in escorting her back. He could no longer kneel in the ancestral hall. Yet, despite this, his knees throbbed with pain, fueling his disdain for Chiyun. Why had the family brought her back? Even knowing she was their blood, they could have simply left her on a farm. If that were too much, they could have arranged a marriage for her. It would not have been their concern. Yet, they insisted on bringing this wretched girl home. Upon hearing that Zhang Mama had arrived, he impatiently dismissed the servant who was applying medicine to him and asked Zhang Mama, what news? Zhang Mama quickly knelt. Eldest young master, her quarters are indeed clean. Aside from what we sent, there is nothing else. Chiyun snorted, the daughter of a butcher. What could she possibly possess? And as for receiving the guidance of a noble, Shah, which noble has nothing better to do than to teach a mere maidservant decorum? Clearly, it is a ruse. Zhang Mama knelt silently, awaiting the end of Chiyun's tirade. Once he had vented his frustrations, he finally spoke. I need you to do something for me. Zhang Mama was not surprised in the least. Having served in this household for many years, she had anticipated this moment ever since Chiyun had instructed her to remain by Chiyuan's side. She was eager to comply. As one grows older, one must plan for the future, and as a stewardess, she found herself in a precarious position with so many higher-ranking matrons above her. If she could align herself with the eldest young master, her children's prospects would surely flourish. As expected, Chiyun continued. I've heard you have a daughter who is now working in the household? Zhang Mama's eyes brightened. Yes. Eldest young master. Her name is Pu Tao, and she is a lowly maidservant. Chiyun nodded. I can see she is sensible. A second-tier maidservant is needed by a Jane. Let her fill that role. Zhang Mama was overjoyed. The favored second Miss S second-tier maidservant was nearly equivalent to a deputy miss. Henceforth, she would surely be a confidant of the second miss. She hurriedly expressed her gratitude with deep bows. Chiyun raised his hand. Your son may also serve as my personal assistant. Zhang Mama was ecstatic. With promises of benefits made, it was time to get to work. Chiyun lowered his voice, discreetly instructing Zhang Mama with cold precision. Have you understood? Initially tense, Zhang Mama quickly composed herself. Devoid of any moral qualms, yes. Eldest young master, rest assured, I will handle this matter thoroughly. You shall not be disappointed. Chiyun replied, as long as you are aware. You may leave now. Remember to execute this well. If you succeed, I shall certainly support you. But if you fail, do not blame me for being ungrateful. Zhang Mama beamed with delight. Eldest young master, she knows nothing of managing servants. She can only promote a lowly maidservant, while the other senior maids will remain completely inaccessible. Her courtyard is like a sieve. It would be a simple matter to manipulate things within her domain. Chapter 22 The banquet that was bustling with preparations for the upcoming banquet. Naturally, the first guests to be invited were the family of Minister Lu, who was Chijin's superior. Since a banquet was to be held, new garments were also required. The Gao family entered with a brocade box, smiling as they presented it to Wang. Madam, look. This year's fabrics are exceptionally beautiful, even more so than in previous years. Wang glanced over and nodded. That autumn-hued fabric should be reserved for the elderly matriarch's new attire. The rest can be given to the eldest daughter. She has just returned, and the clothes she wore before are no longer suitable. Initially, Wang had not considered making new clothes for Qiyuan at all. It was the second and third wives who had subtly suggested it. Even Qijin, who usually did not concern himself with household matters, had specifically mentioned, when you have time, make a few new garments for a yuan. The clothes she wears are hardly presentable. Don't neglect her too much. The mere recollection of that statement still unsettled Wang. Before Qiyuan's return, had Qijin ever expressed such sentiments? As if she would mistreat her own daughter. She clenched her fingers, her tone growing colder. As for Ajin, you need not concern yourselves with her. Before she could finish speaking, the curtain was abruptly drawn aside, revealing Qiyinting, who wore a sullen expression, as if he were owed a considerable sum of silver. He coldly retorted, "Mother, why should Ajin be disregarded? You are so biased." His irritation was palpable. That wretched child, Qiyuan, was unworthy of wearing phoenix brocade. Phoenix brocade, which had only recently gained popularity as a tribute fabric, had previously been an exclusive offering, unavailable for purchase in the market. However, due to its scarcity, it often failed to meet the demands of the palace, leading to the punishment of officials from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Consequently, it was eventually removed from the tribute list, allowing it to circulate in the market. Naturally, only those with power could procure it. The Yongping Marquis had managed to acquire only 2 pieces. Initially, Wang had intended to tailor new garments for Qiyuan. In fact, she still held that intention. Thus, she had said that Ajin's garments need not be considered, as they could remain as they were. Yet her foolish son seemed to believe that he would be depriving Ajin of something. Wang glared at him in reproach. "Be quiet. It was always meant for your sister. Must you shout it for the world to hear?" Qiyinting remained agitated. "Mother, look at the chaos that wild child has stirred upon her return. Father favors her now. If you also prioritize her, what becomes of Ajin? How heartbroken she must be." Just the thought pained him. A girl once cherished now faced such turmoil. He felt Ajin's plight keenly. Wang shot him a glare and scolded, "Enough. I am fully aware of my responsibilities and will not allow Ajin to suffer even the slightest injustice. Be mindful of your words. She is the daughter of both your father and me, your own sister. How can you speak of her so disrespectfully? I have no such sister." Qiyinting retorted vehemently. She should never have returned. Just then, a loud call from the Gao family echoed outside. "Madam, the eldest son and daughter have come to pay their respects." Wang's heart sank. She wondered how much Qiyuan had overheard. Qiyuan remained composed, her head bowed, revealing nothing of her awareness. Wang exchanged a glance with Qiyinting, but he abruptly stood and roughly shoved Qiyuan aside. "Get away. You annoy me. That wretched girl." Wang felt her blood boil. All her words seemed in vain. Qijin had punished him, yet he learned nothing. But since they were in front of Qiyuan, she refrained from admonishing her son, pretending not to notice. Once Qiyinting had stormed off, she turned to Qiyuan, her expression serious. "He's still young. He often speaks without thinking. Don't take it to heart." Qiyuan found it amusing and softly replied, "Isn't he the eldest in the family?" Wang was momentarily speechless, and her discomfort grew. Qiyuan was thoroughly unyielding. A girl must learn to be gentle and humble to win affection. Yet Qiyuan was like a stubborn stone in a ditch. Foul and unyielding, unable to restrain herself, Wang scolded again. "Knowing he is the eldest, you should also recognize him as your brother. Show him respect, and he will naturally come to like you." After a pause, Qiyuan looked up at her. "Mother, while we are publicly acknowledged as twin sisters, we all know in our hearts that we share no blood ties, do we?" Wang's mind swirled with disgust and wariness. "What are you saying this for? I mean, since we all understand, then surely elder brother knows as well, right?" Qiyuan smiled at Wang. Wang was taken aback by her words. Once she comprehended the implications behind Qiyuan's smile, a chill ran through her, and her voice faltered. "What nonsense are you speaking?" Qiyuan chose to remain silent. She had said what was necessary. Whether Wang chose to listen was her affair. Wang seethed with anger, eager to reprimand Qiyuan, but just then, Qijin entered. Upon seeing Qiyuan, he was remarkably amiable. "Tomorrow, there is a flower banquet at the Xiang family. You should accompany your mother to familiarize yourself with people in advance." The flower banquet. Qiyuan quickly recalled this event. In her previous life, she had never had the privilege to attend such gatherings, as the Qijin family had considered her a disgrace, unwilling to bring her out. However, she was aware that Qiyuan had attended the Xiang family's flower banquet, where she fell into the lake and was saved by the then Prince Qi. A match made in heaven. Their union blossomed into a splendid marriage. The Qijin family gained a legitimate princess, and everyone regarded Qiyun as their family's good fortune. Qiyun was like a cloud in the sky, while she was the mud beneath, thoroughly trampled. Times had changed, and now she also had the opportunity to attend the Xiong family's event. She smiled gently and replied, "All right." Qijin kindly exchanged a few more words with her before she departed. Once Qiyuan left, Qijin's expression darkened as he turned to Wang. From now on, Qiyunting is forbidden from visiting a Jin's courtyard. Wang's heart sank. She had worried that Qiyuan's words might have reached Qijin's ears. It seemed her fears were not unfounded. Wang's throat tightened. "My lord, you cannot possibly believe such absurdities." Chapter 23 Framing. She truly detested Qiyuan. What chaotic thoughts could possibly be swirling in that girl's mind to entertain such terrifying notions? Who among the rational would think in such a way? She had nurtured her children single-handedly. Could she possibly be unaware of their character? Qijin, however, regarded her with calmness. They are indeed not biological siblings, are they? Those words rendered Wang speechless, her mouth agape. But, no buts. Qijin asserted, displaying the authority of the head of the family. In a melon patch or beneath a plum tree, it is wise to exercise caution in the presence of the opposite sex. Such prudence can only be beneficial, never detrimental. Our household must not become embroiled in scandal regarding sibling entanglements. Even if Qijin is not biologically related, she has lived in the Marquis' residence for years, sharing meals and a home with Qiyunting. If she were to become the Marquis' daughter-in-law, even if outsiders knew Qijin was not his biological child, they would still perceive the Marquis' household as tainted, suspecting a prior connection between them. We cannot withstand such conjecture. Wang had always found it impossible to contend with her husband. Once Qijin took a firm stance, she felt utterly powerless. She spoke softly, "Yes, I understand. Rest assured. I will keep a watchful eye on the two children. Nothing of the sort will occur." At last, Qijin grunted in acknowledgement and took a seat across from her. "The banquet at the Xiong family is of utmost importance. Tomorrow, take the children and do your utmost to arrange matters regarding them with the eldest lady of the Xiong family." Qiyunting was already 16 at this age. Even in noble families, it was nearly time for a young man to wed. The youngest daughter of the Minister of Rites, Xiong Mingzheng, would be an excellent match. Both he and Xiong Mingzheng had reached an understanding, merely awaiting the right moment to finalize the betrothal of the two children. Wang was well aware of this. The Xiong family epitomized the ideals of refinement and scholarly tradition. This union could genuinely be deemed a match of equal status. Wang was quite pleased. Upon hearing Qijin's words, she quickly smiled in agreement. The atmosphere in the room grew somewhat relaxed, and Wang seized the opportunity to discuss other household matters with Qijin. As he listened, a smile crept across his face. Wang let out a sigh of relief, thinking she had finally placated him. Yet, before she could fully relax, Mama Gao rushed in, visibly shaken. "Madam, it's bad. It's terrible." "What now?" Wang's heart sank, her expression darkening as she clutched her handkerchief. "What has happened this time?" Mama Gao, trembling with trepidation, replied, "Madam, the eldest young master, he has fainted." Wang sprang to her feet, instinctively scolding. "What nonsense are you spouting? He was perfectly fine just a moment ago." Qijin was equally alarmed. After all, this was his legitimate eldest son, the future heir to the Marquis. Naturally, he was deeply concerned, and both parents immediately fell into a state of anxiety. Mama Gao, in a frenzy, explained, "It's true, my lord and madam. The eldest young master intended to visit the second young lady, but halfway there, he suddenly fainted. The servants have carried him back to his room." Wang stumbled, nearly falling over. Qijin, quick on his feet, caught her just in time. Issuing commands without pause, "Have Lu Zhong take my post to the Imperial Medical Institute and summon the physician." Quickly, Wang was on the verge of tears. "My lord. How could this happen? Yunting has always been in good health. How could he?" Although the household did not intend for Qiyunting to go to the front lines, they had raised him according to the standards of noble families, ensuring he was well trained in martial arts. Qiyunting had always been robust, rarely falling ill. To suddenly faint like this left Wang in a state of panic. Qijin, though anxious himself, managed to comfort her. "It will be all right. It will be all right. Rest assured, let us go and see him. He must be fine." With tears streaming down her face, Wang followed Qijin to Qiyunting's courtyard. Upon their arrival, Qijin had also rushed there, her face tear-streaked, her beautiful brocade cloak splattered with mud. Seeing Wang, Qijin immediately sobbed, calling out, "Mother, I heard brother has fainted, and I was so frightened." Having grown up together, their bond was undeniably different. Wang, with a gentle expression, softly reassured her, "It's all right, it's all right. Your father has already sent for the physician. He will be fine." The maid by Qijin's side hastily added, "Yes, young lady, Look at you. You rushed over without a thought and even fell. You must take care of yourself. Qi shook her head. I'm fine. I must first see brother. Such pure concern. Even Qi felt he had overly suspected her. Was this not the essence of normal sibling affection? Wang took Qi by the hand and entered Qi Yunting's room. Passing the screen, they found Qi Yunting lying on the bed, his complexion ashen, eyes tightly shut. A mother's intuition gripped her heart, and tears welled up as she rushed over. My son. Qi turned to the housekeeper, Mama Wu, inquiring, what on earth happened? How could the young master suddenly faint? Mama Wu, trembling with anxiety, shook her head in confusion. He was lively when he left. Who could have anticipated he would collapse upon returning? We truly do not know what transpired, my lord. Suddenly, Qi Yunting curled up, clutching his stomach. My belly hurts. I'm in so much pain. Father, mother, help me. My belly hurts. Wang paused for a moment before urgently asking, son, where does it hurt? Where does it hurt? Qi Yunting cried out, my belly hurts. A moment later, he changed his plea. No, my head hurts. My head hurts. Were it not for the beads of sweat rolling down his face and his writhing in agony, Qi would have doubted his sincerity. How could he be in pain all over? Everyone was at a loss for what to do, but fortunately it was not long before the physician arrived. Wang, as if she had found a savior, cried out, Physician, I implore you, save my son. Please save my son. The physician calmly assured her. Sitting at the edge of the bed and instructing the attendants to hold Qi Yunting down while he examined his eyes and began to feel his pulse. His expression soon turned grave. Seeing his demeanor, Wang's heart nearly leapt out of her chest. What is it, physician? What is wrong with my son? The physician gazed intently at Qi Yunting, shook his head, and inquired, what did the young master eat today? Mama Wu quickly replied, just some chicken, fish tofu, and matsutake chicken soup. There was nothing else. The physician's face grew serious. I observe the young master's pulse is somewhat rapid, yet strong. It does not seem indicative of a grave illness. Qi Yunting rolled his eyes back. My head hurts so badly. My head hurts so badly. Chapter 24. The cursed Qi complexion fluctuated between pale and ashen, his agitation palpable. What could possibly be the cause of this distress? Yunting tossed and turned on the bed, resembling a shrimp tossed into boiling water. Wang's tears flowed freely. Physician, please devise a remedy. He cannot endure this suffering indefinitely. A mother's heart is intertwined with her child's pain, and witnessing Yunting's torment felt akin to having her own flesh severed. If it were possible to bear his agony in his stead, she would not hesitate for a moment. The physician, somewhat at a loss, stroked his beard. I shall prescribe a soothing powder first. We shall see if it alleviates his condition. Without a clear diagnosis, he was uncertain of the appropriate treatment. Yet, with no alternatives available, Qi resolved, let him take the medicine. Amidst the flurry of activity, the medicine was prepared and administered to Yunting. The night had deepened, and Qi stifled a yawn. Lian Xiao hurriedly suggested in a hushed tone, Miss, it is getting late. Allow me to assist you in resting. Qi gently waved her hand, smiling as she declined. No need. Even if I sleep, I shall have to rise again. It is not worth the trouble. Lian Xiao blinked, somewhat puzzled by her mistress's intent. Yet she sensed that Qi had her reasons. Thus, she quietly exited, intending to fetch a bowl of ginseng soup for her. However, upon stepping outside, she encountered Zhang Mama hastily departing. The lanterns in the corridor flickered, and a chill ran down Lian Xiao's spine as she suddenly realized and hurried back inside, whispering, Miss, Zhang Mama has left. Qi set her book down with a smile, a hint of sarcasm playing at the corners of her mouth. Prepare yourselves. It seems we shall not be sleeping tonight. Despite consuming the calming medicine, Yunting's condition did not improve. Instead, he rolled off the bed, clutching his abdomen, writhing on the floor in pain, the veins at his temples bulging alarmingly. The sight was horrifying. Now even Qi was alarmed, grasping the physician's hand and asking fearfully, Physician, have you encountered such a malady before? How could a healthy person suddenly become like this? This was his eldest son. Wang was crying so hard her throat ached, nearly rendering her voiceless. Fortunately, Gao's family firmly supported her. Madam, you must remain composed. If you were to fall ill, how would the eldest son cope? Wang was oblivious to such concerns. If Qi was her heart, then Yunting was her very life. She had 2 sons and 1 daughter. But her youngest son had been frail since childhood and sent to the countryside to be raised by relatives. Thus, the only children she had nurtured were Yunting and Qi. Moreover, Yunting was her son, her future support, making him undoubtedly the most significant. She cried as she collapsed upon Kyanting. If anything were to happen to you, I could not live on. Qijin was on the verge of losing his mind, ready to summon more physicians, when Lu Zheng swiftly approached, whispering, "My lord, Zhang Mama has come from the eldest daughter. She requests an urgent audience with you and the madam." Regarding the matters with Qi Yuan? Though Qijin held a modicum of satisfaction toward this daughter, he currently had no inclination to concern himself with her affairs. He snapped impatiently, "Do not let her in. Let her speak of it later." Lu Zheng hesitated. "My lord, she claims it pertains to the eldest son." Furrowing his brow, Qijin suppressed his impatience and summoned Zhang Mama. Upon her entrance, she immediately knelt before him. Qijin, disinterested in pleasantries, demanded, "What compels such a late visit?" Kyanting seemed to be faring slightly better. Lying on the ground and gasping for breath, Wang held him close, gently patting his back, striving to alleviate his discomfort. Zhang Mama, her eyes downcast, nervously clenched her hands, her voice trembling as she spoke. "My lord, madam, this old servant has urgent news to report." Wang, dazed and distraught, and Qijin, equally flustered, barked, "Speak." Zhang Mama bowed her head and prostrated herself, nervously stating, "My lord, madam, this old servant has discovered that the eldest daughter has been practicing sorcery in the manor, cursing the eldest son." All present were stunned into silence. The room fell eerily quiet. Wang, clutching Kyanting, felt a surge of intense hatred. No wonder Kyanting was unwell today. With the physician at a loss, it was all due to that wretched girl-esque scheming. Qijin, heavy-footed, approached Zhang Mama, his voice low and commanding, "Lift your head." Zhang Mama, anxious and uneasy, raised her gaze to meet his, swallowing hard. Qijin scrutinized her, his expression cold. "Do you comprehend what you are saying? If this accusation holds truth, it is grave indeed. However, if you dare to slander your master, it is a serious offense." Overwhelmed with anxiety, Zhang Mama felt her stomach churn, yet she clung tightly to her duty, shaking her head vigorously and swearing, "This old servant would not deceive you, my lord. Since returning home, the eldest daughter has been at odds with the eldest son, harboring deep animosity towards him." Wang ground her teeth. What a cruel heart. That vile girl. They had taken her back with goodwill, only for her to repay kindness with malice, to curse her own brother over such trivial matters. Qijin raised a hand to silence Wang, his gaze still fixed on Zhang Mama. "This is no mere allegation. It cannot be established solely on your word. What evidence do you possess?" Zhang Mama wiped the sweat from her brow, speaking with conviction. "My lord, I personally witnessed the eldest daughter sewing several strange dolls. When I inquired about them, she hesitated and refused to say. In wealthy households, such practices of sorcery are deeply feared, especially among the elderly, who dread these superstitions. The matriarch of the Chengwood Duke's household once died of fright after receiving a funerary ceramic from a younger relative. If Qi Yuan had just returned and was already engaging in such mysticism against her own brother, she would deserve no mercy." Qijin narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening. "Where are these items now?" Zhang Mama quickly bowed her head. "My lord, after finishing the dolls, the eldest daughter wrote and drew upon them. Sensing something amiss, I secretly observed her burying them beneath the jujube tree in her courtyard." Qijin cast a glance at his still unconscious son and stated solemnly, "Let us go." Chapter 25 Evidence. With an expressionless face, Wang called out sharply, "Wait." She gently placed Qi Yunting on the ground, instructing Mama Wu to watch over him carefully. She adjusted her clothing and, with pursed lips, declared, "I will accompany you." Anyone who dared to harm her son was her enemy. It did not matter if that person was Qi Yuan, her newly reunited daughter. Her patience with Qi Yuan had reached its limits, had Qi Yuan behaved herself. Even if she was not fond of this daughter who had not thrived under her care, she would have still provided her with a meal. Now, it was Qi Yuan who had failed to recognize her own position. Did she naively believe that by employing such sordid and despicable methods to bring harm to Qi Yunting, she would earn more affection from her? What a foolish dream. Qi Zhen had no objections. Once Wang had settled Qi Yunting, he led them all toward Mingyue Tower. Qi Jin bit her lip, as if she had only just grasped the situation. Yet she understood in her heart that this was merely a scheme devised by Qi Yunting against Qi Yuan. Such tricks were ones they often played during their childhood. The household contained 3 factions, and relationships were complex, with siblings maintaining varying degrees of closeness. The bond between her and Qi Yunting was the strongest. Whenever they needed to deal with a sibling who had wronged them, they would employ various tactics to ostracize that sibling. This tactic had never failed them. With Qi Yuan just returned, She was in a precarious position. How could she control the household servants? Naturally, those servants would follow Qi Yunting's every command. Qi Jin smiled inwardly, comforted. Qi Yunting was the most effective tool in her hands, and over the years, she had wielded it with ease. Whatever she desired, she would let Qi Yunting pursue it. Whatever she wished to avoid, she would allow Qi Yunting to handle it. She never needed to dirty her hands with any wrongdoing. For Qi Yunting would always be the first to notice her needs and act accordingly. Just like now. Qi Yunting had taken action due to her displeasure with Qi Yuan's illegitimate child. She crouched down and whispered in Qi Yunting's ear, "Brother, you must recover quickly. Only you can protect me. I know you will always be good to me. After tonight, Qi Yuan, that wretched girl, would surely be sent to the countryside to fend for herself. Everything would return to the beginning. She would remain the esteemed young lady of the Marquis' residence, and the only favored one at that. A bright future awaited her. What was Qi Yuan? She was destined to return to the countryside to raise pigs and harvest grass. That was her fate. As the moon hung high, Lian Xiao's drowsy eyes struggled to stay open as she fought off sleep. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from outside. Startled, she was instantly wide awake, and in her panic, she rushed outside, only to be astonished to find the courtyard gate had been kicked open. Qi Jin stormed in, accompanied by Wang and a group of people, exuding an imposing aura. This left Lian Xiao even more terrified. In a flurry, she attempted to return and inform Qi Yuan, but discovered that Qi Yuan had already stepped out, standing quietly in the corridor, observing the approaching group. She was so frightened that tears threatened to spill. "Young lady." Qi Yuan shook her head reassuringly and took a few steps forward, descending the stairs. When Qi Jin and Wang approached, she respectfully greeted them, "Father, Mother." Before Qi Jin could speak, Wang pushed through the crowd and abruptly raised her hand to strike Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan frowned but unexpectedly caught Wang's hand, preventing the slap from landing, causing Wang's wrist to ache painfully in Qi Yuan's grip. "You wretched girl." Wang seethed with rage and humiliation, suddenly recalling the incident when Qi Yunting had attempted to strike Qi Yuan but ended up injuring herself instead. At that time, Qi Yunting had claimed that Qi Yuan was skilled in martial arts and possessed great strength. Wang grew increasingly suspicious of Qi Yuan, regardless of her being her biological daughter. What did it matter? Having been raised outside for over a decade, she was unaware of her true nature and character. This thought extinguished any lingering affection Wang may have had for Qi Yuan, leaving only disdain. With a dark glare, she fixated on Qi Yuan. "You unteachable wretch. Your mother strikes you, and you dare to resist." Lian Xiao stood by, nearly in tears, yet she understood her lowly status. When Qi Yuan subtly shook her head, she could only grit her teeth and endure. Qi Yuan released Wang's hand, her gaze now directed at Qi Jin. "Father, I do not know what I have done to provoke such wrath from Mother. I implore you to clarify." She was disinclined to converse with Wang, whom she deemed foolish and uncomprehending. Qi Jin's expression was complicated as he regarded her. "Your brother fell ill today. Are you aware of this?" Qi Yuan shook her head. "I am unaware. Having just arrived, I know nothing beyond what occurs in my courtyard." Wang, incensed, shouted, "You don't know? What are you pretending for? You caused Yunting to suffer agonizing pain, and you dare claim ignorance?" Qi Yuan listened quietly, utterly perplexed. "I am not a deity. How could I cause him such agony?" Perhaps because she appeared too composed, Qi Jin cast a doubtful glance at Mama Zhang. "You explain." Called upon, Mama Zhang knelt before Qi Yuan, exclaiming, "Young lady, I witnessed you secretly sewing a doll in your room, cursing the eldest young master. Do not attempt to deny it." Lian Xiao clutched her clothing tightly. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan regarded Mama Zhang with an amused expression. "You mean to say that I crafted a doll to curse Qi Yunting with illness?" Mama Zhang sniffled, genuinely tearful. "Young lady, I know you and the eldest young master are not close and that you resent him, but he is still your brother. What you have done is truly hurtful to Lord and Lady." She cried vehemently, her conviction unwavering. Wang glared at Qi Yuan with disdain. "What do you have to say for yourself?" Qi Yuan retorted with a mocking smile. "What can I say? You have already chosen to believe a servant's words and condemn me. If that is the case, what more is there for me to express?" Qi Jin impatiently questioned Mama Zhang. "Where is this doll you speak of? Let us find the evidence first." Mama Zhang hastily pointed to the jujube tree in the courtyard. "It is there. I witnessed the young lady burying it." Without hesitation, Qi Jin commanded Lu Zhong, "Dig it up. Let us uncover the truth." Qi Yuan stepped forward, blocking Lu Zhong's path, her gaze icy as she addressed Qi Jin. What if you cannot find what you seek? Chapter 26 Fool with Qi Zhen's words. Mama Zhang smiled insincerely at Qi Yuan, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Miss, given the circumstances, it would be prudent for you to cease your futile resistance. The old servant has witnessed it firsthand. How could there be any mistake? A gleam of triumph sparkled in her eyes. There was no choice. She had aligned herself with Qi Yunting and Qi Jin. Having chosen her side, she naturally hoped that Qi Yuan would be cast away as far as possible. Qi Yuan looked at her coldly. I am not speaking to you. Step aside. For a moment, Mama Zhang's composure faltered, and in a fit of impulsiveness, she pushed forward. Miss, the old servant is merely following orders. You should not engage with me. She even reached out to tug at Qi Yuan's clothing. Qi Zhen and Wang Shi displayed no reaction. Qi Yuan, expressionless, raised her hand and delivered 2 resounding slaps to Mama Zhang's face. In the stillness of the night, the sound of the slaps rang out sharply. Mama Zhang was momentarily stunned, never having anticipated Qi Yuan's brazen defiance. That wretched country bumpkin. No wonder the family had no affection for her. She lacked any semblance of femininity, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. She clutched her face, seething with rage as she glared at Qi Yuan, forcing herself to restrain the urge to retaliate. Patience, patience. She reminded herself that once she unearthed Qi Yuan's incriminating evidence, she would relish witnessing Qi Yuan's downfall. At that moment, the lady who favored the eldest young master would be the first to turn against Qi Yuan. Wang Shi had initially remained passive, allowing Mama Zhang to discipline Qi Yuan. She could no longer tolerate Qi Yuan's obstinate demeanor. What kind of temperament did Qi Yuan possess? By all rights, she should be bowing low, weeping, and pleading for Qi Zhen's attention and concern. Yet since her return, she had maintained this defiant air, disregarding everyone. Such a person would never be liked anywhere. Truly, a stone in a cesspool, foul and unyielding. Now witnessing Qi Yuan strike Mama Zhang, Wang Shi could contain her anger no longer. How audacious! In the presence of your father and me, you dare act with such impunity. What else would you not dare to do? Qi Zhen merely furrowed his brows. Step aside, let Mama Zhang search. The truth will reveal itself. Qi Yuan stood her ground. I will allow her to search, but what if she finds nothing? She let out a cold laugh. I have returned to reconnect with my family, not to be treated as a thief under scrutiny. If she genuinely uncovers something, I will submit to your interrogation, even face the authorities. After a pause, Qi Yuan glanced at Wang Shi and then at Qi Zhen. But if nothing is found, will you provide me with an explanation? Or do you regard me as an outsider, someone beneath even a servant in your eyes? Wang Shi opened her mouth to speak, but Qi Zhen pressed her down. He found his daughter peculiar. Mama Zhang had spoken with fervor, yet Qi Yuan remained calm and reasoned. Either she was genuinely innocent, or she was cunningly composed. In either case, Qi Zhen felt a measure of admiration. He pointed at Mama Zhang. If you have wronged the young lady, do you know the consequences of such slander? Mama Zhang, recalling the doll she had buried, raised her hand to swear with no hint of remorse. If I have wronged the young lady, may thunder strike me, and may my family suffer misfortune. Wang Shi angrily inquired. Well then, are you satisfied now? Can we proceed with the search? Qi Yuan nodded decisively, stepping aside. Search away. The lanterns hanging from the jujube tree swayed gently. Qi Yuan's face was obscured in the dim light, rendering her expression unreadable. Yet for some reason, Qi Zhen felt she was devoid of any concern, perhaps even smiling in anticipation of Mama Zhang's search. He shifted his gaze to Mama Zhang, who, accompanied by several servants, energetically began to dig at the base of the jujube tree. However, after several strikes of the hoe, the soil remained unyielding, revealing only a few roots and nothing else. Mama Zhang felt a surge of confusion. Had she buried the dolls too deep? She dug further, the cold sweat beginning to bead on her brow. How could this be? She had personally placed the dolls there. The location was indisputable. The markers were still visible. Why had the objects vanished? After a considerable time, she had excavated several holes, yet still found nothing. Qi Zhen frowned and asked, what is happening? Mama Zhang's cold sweat flowed profusely, despite the chill in the air. She was nearly drenched. For reasons unknown, she felt compelled to glance at Qi Yuan. To her surprise, Qi Yuan was also looking at her, offering a faint smile. The grin sent chills down Mama Zhang's spine. Desperately, Mama Zhang intensified her digging. And no, perhaps the old servant misremembered the location. Yet, after circling the jujube tree, she still uncovered nothing. Standing there, her face shifted from pale to green, as if she had seen a ghost. At that moment, Qi Yuan thoughtfully inquired, "So, Mama, have you found what you were looking for?" That question echoed in Mama Zhang's ears like a death knell. Suddenly, she turned to Qi Yuan, her lips trembling. No. Why was Qi Yuan so confident? Why did she seem to know from the start that nothing would be found? Had she known all along where the items were buried? But how could that be? She had told no one. And who could Qi Yuan command in this courtyard? Only a useless plant. Her mind was a chaotic whirl. Qi Yuan took a few steps forward, tauntingly remarking, "Nothing here? There are a few bamboo groves over there. Shall we dig there too?" Perhaps Mama Zhang misremembered? Mama Zhang's face blanched in terror, her body shaking. Qi Jin and Wang Shu had begun to sense that something was amiss. Wang Shu remained silent, her expression complex, while Qi Jin cast a glance at Mama Zhang. Approaching the jujube tree, after inspecting it, he turned to Mama Zhang and questioned, "Did you not say you witnessed the young lady crafting the dolls and cursing the eldest young master? Where are the dolls?" Mama Zhang trembled uncontrollably. "My lord, I truly saw it with my own eyes." Qi Jun's expression turned icy. "I am asking you now. Where are the items? Where is the evidence?" Mama Zhang could not utter a single word. She lifted her gaze, only to meet Qi Yuan's eyes beneath the jujube tree, where Qi Yuan smiled faintly and silently mouthed the words, "Fool, fool." A rush of blood surged to Mama Zhang's head. Indeed, it was her. It was Qi Yuan's doing. Chapter 27 5 Kills. She trembled with rage. "My lord, it must be the eldest young lady. She has surely taken the doll and hidden it away." Wang turned to Qi Yuan, who wore a mocking expression and derisively asked, "Mother, you wouldn't still be taking her words to heart, would you? I have just arrived and cannot even remember the names of these servants. How could I possibly know you would come to search? Where could I have hidden anything?" Her words left Wang feeling quite embarrassed. It was indeed difficult to defend her own daughter in this instance. Qi Jun, too, felt a sense of humiliation from Qi Yuan's remarks. In a fit of rage, he kicked Zhang Mama in the chest. Having come from a military background, he was no stranger to violence. The force of his kick sent Zhang Mama spitting up blood and nearly losing consciousness. Fuming, Qi Jun demanded, "I ask you again. What exactly is going on?" Dazed, Zhang Mama felt overwhelmed. Yet, no matter how dazed she was, she knew she could not admit to wrongfully accusing Qi Yuan at this moment. Otherwise, her fate would be sealed. She fell to the ground, wailing, "My lord, I truly do not know what happened. What I saw was indisputable." It seemed she suddenly had a revelation. The eldest young lady, she must have taken the items. Qi Yuan chuckled softly. "I reiterate, one captures thieves with their spoils. Does Zhang Mama expect to falsely accuse me without evidence? Even in the court, such proceedings wouldn't be conducted this way." Qi Jin's eyelids twitched violently. After living for so many years, if he could not see the strangeness of this matter, it would indeed be a waste of his life. He shot a cold, scrutinizing glance at Zhang Mama and said, "If you do not speak the truth, I will have you killed on the spot." Zhang Mama cried out in protest. Qi Yuan suddenly interjected, "I see that Zhang Mama is quite tight-lipped. Perhaps we should inquire about her daughter, Grape." Zhang Mama gasped in disbelief, lifting her head sharply to glare at Qi Yuan. This woman was nothing short of a devil. How could she be so malicious? Without sparing her a glance, Qi Yuan earnestly addressed Qi Jin. "Grape often comes here because Zhang Mama is working. Perhaps she knows what transpired?" "No. Grape knows nothing. That girl is timid. If she were to be summoned by the Lord for questioning, she would be terrified." Zhang Mama scrambled to grasp Qi Jun's garment, crying, "My lord. No. Grape is still young. She knows nothing, absolutely nothing." Qi Yuan lightly remarked, "Zhang Mama, how you cherish your daughter. Yet, when you falsely accused me, did you ever consider that I also have parents?" Her words left Wang and Qi Jun visibly uncomfortable. Indeed, they were Qi Yuan's parents. Yet they chose to believe a servant. Now that the servant had turned up nothing, could they really allow their child to be bullied by her? Qi Jin kicked Zhang Mama aside and commanded, "Bring Grape here." Panic-stricken, Zhang Mama cried out, bowing her head in desperation, No, not my daughter, truly not my daughter." Qi Jin remained unaffected. Grape was soon brought forth. And upon seeing her, Zhang Mama finally broke down. As if all her strength had left her, she whispered weakly, "My lord, it was the eldest young master. He commanded me to do this." Qi Jin's expression darkened instantly. Wang immediately scolded, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Zhang Mama, sobbing on the ground, pleaded, "Madam, it is true. The eldest young master ordered me to do it. It was all his doing." Qi Yuan slowly smiled at Qi Jun. "Father, It seems you need to investigate the people around elder brother thoroughly. Wang was thrown into a state of confusion. What did this imply? Did it mean that Qi Yunting's illness was feigned? Was it a deliberate attempt to frame Qi Yuan? Had he lost his mind? Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Zhen commanded Lu Zhong, bind Zhang Mama and take her to Changqing Garden. Lu Zhong instinctively glanced at Qi Yuan, making a mental note to avoid provoking the young lady in the future. She was not someone to be trifled with. After issuing the command, Qi Zhen turned to Qi Yuan and stated, I will give you an explanation. With that, he headed straight for Changqing Garden. Wang wished to reprimand Qi Yuan, but upon seeing her husband's demeanor, she feared he might lose control and cause a scene, so she hurriedly followed him. In Changqing Garden, Qi Yunting lounged against the headrest, eating a banana. Qi Jin softly asked, Elder brother, are you feeling better? Qi Yunting, nonchalantly crossing his legs, chuckled, Do not worry. I'm perfectly fine. Just wait and see. This time I will definitely settle the score for you and send that ugly creature packing. Just as Qi Jin was about to respond, a dark voice interrupted. Who do you want to send packing? The voice boomed like thunder, startling Qi Yunting into a sitting position. He looked at Qi Zhen, his heart skipping a beat, and immediately feigned weakness, saying, Father, I was just saying that Qi Yuan intends to harm me. She ought to be driven out. Wang followed closely, glancing between Qi Yunting and Qi Jin. Hesitant to speak, Qi Zhen coldly inquired, Is that so? Is it she who harms you, or is it you who harms her? Unease gripped Qi Jin as he pondered Qi Yunting's true intentions. Qi Yunting also felt a twinge of panic. Father, what do you mean? I do not understand. Do not understand? Qi Zhen scoffed. Bring her in. Lu Zhong immediately entered with several guards, binding Zhang Mama and throwing her to the ground. Zhang Mama whimpered and struggled, frightened to the point of wetting herself. Qi Yunting's face paled instantly. Yet that was not enough. Lu Zhong followed suit, binding two more individuals and tossing them before Qi Yunting. Upon recognizing them, Qi Yunting immediately descended from the bed and fell to his knees. The two individuals were none other than his nurse brother Zhao Liang and his personal servant, Chang Shan. His heart raced as he gazed at Qi Zhen. Father, I. Before he could finish, Qi Zhen delivered a swift kick to his shoulder. Qi Yunting was sent flying, crashing into the bedpost, curling up in pain like a shrimp. Wang screamed, instinctively leaping in front of her son. My lord! My lord! He's our son! Qi Zhen, infuriated, pointed at Qi Yunting and thundered. I have no such son. I have no son who betrays his own family and frames his sister. Chapter 28. Damn it. Qi Zhen was truly engulfed in rage. Previously, he believed that Qi Yunting was merely a bit of a wastrel, but nothing too serious. After all, who among the youth is not impetuous? Once the foolishness passes, they would naturally find their path. Who could have anticipated that Qi Yunting would descend into such madness? To poison himself and use witchcraft to ensnare his own sister. What a scandalous plot. If this were to leak out, Qi Yunting's reputation would be utterly destroyed. A label of unfilial and unbrotherly conduct would be firmly placed upon him. This fool. His eyes narrowed as he stared fiercely at his son, demanding, Speak. Who incited you to do this? He was well aware of Qi Yunting's character. This fool might be impulsive, but he lacked the cunning to engage in truly wicked acts. He could not believe that such a convoluted scheme was conceived without someone manipulating from the shadows. When he posed this question, he deliberately cast a glance at Qi Jin, causing her to feel an icy chill run down her spine, her heart trembling. She bit her lip, nearly tasting the metallic tang of her own blood, as a wave of hatred surged within her. What was the meaning of this? Proclaiming her as his biological daughter, treating her as his own, yet when trouble arose, his first thought was to turn against her. Wang Shi, fearing her husband's continued wrath, shook Qi Yunting in a mix of anger and tears. You must speak. Who incited you to act this way? She was filled with loathing. To incite her son to commit such an act, if word got out. How could Qi Yunting ever aspire to inherit the Marquis? How could he dream of marrying into this young family? His future would be ruined. Who would want a scoundrel who would harm his own sister? Qi Yunting swallowed hard. His palms were slick with cold sweat, yet he held his head high, declaring with feigned righteousness, No one incited me. I did this of my own volition. He was the legitimate son, the apple of his parents' eyes. This matter could only rest upon his shoulders. If Qi Jin were to be dragged into this, both father and mother would surely despise her, and that detestable Qi Yuan would undoubtedly kick her when she was down, leading to an even lower status for Qi Jin within the household. Considering this, Qi Yunting stubbornly pressed on, disregarding Wang Shi's protests as he vehemently declared, I detest that Qi Yuan. She is a harbinger of misfortune, even before returning. She brought death to her foster parents. She has caused the demise of Granny Hua, and her return is a procession of death. The more he spoke, the more he felt justified. Allowing her to return would only bring further calamity. He was acting for the good of the family. Wang Shi was infuriated. Qi Jin's inquiry was already a means of absolving Qi Yunting, seeking to uncover who had led him astray. Yet Qi Yunting, instead, took all the blame upon himself. She struck him across the face. Have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you spouting? Is this something you can even say? What a fool. How could I raise such a fool? In just 2 days, Qi Yunting had been struck by his father several times. But this was the first instance of being hit by his mother, and he stared at Wang Shi in disbelief, clutching his face. Qi Jin, wide-eyed with terror, hastily reached out to stop Wang Shi's mother. Wang Shi roughly brushed her aside. Her heart was filled with resentment. Indeed, she cared deeply for Qi Jin. But even if 10 fingers have different lengths, if forced to choose between her son and daughter, she would unhesitatingly choose her son. Although Qi Yunning claimed sole responsibility for this incident, Wang Shi believed it could not be divorced from Qi Jin. After all, these two had always been like this. Qi Jin would never directly express her desires, always relying on Qi Yunting to take the lead, enduring the beatings and scoldings on her behalf. Previously, when their antics had not resulted in major trouble, Wang Shi could dismiss it as sibling closeness, turning a blind eye. But this time was different. This was a matter of Qi Yunting's future and fate. Qi Jin, unable to comprehend being cast aside, called out in a daze, "Mother." Tears streamed down her face. Qi Yunting's heart ached for her, filled with anger and injustice. "Mother, this has nothing to do with Qi Jin. If you wish to strike or scold someone, let it be me." Wang Shi, exasperated, glared fiercely at Qi Yunting. "Silence. If you utter another word, do not call me mother again. I would rather consider you dead." Perhaps Wang Shi's display was too frightening, for Qi Yunting found himself momentarily silenced. Qi Jin, filled with hatred, could only grit her teeth and weep in silence. Wang Shi's fury only intensified, causing her to sway as if near fainting. Thankfully, Steward Gao was quick to support her. Qi Jun cast a cold glance at them, commanding Qi Yunting, "You will remain in your room for reflection. If you dare step outside, I will break your legs." Reluctantly, Qi Yunting complied, though he remained deeply dissatisfied, worried that Qi Jin might bear the brunt of their anger. But Qi Jun was unconcerned, glancing at Lu Zhong, who promptly led the guards to drag Qi Yunting away. Once Qi Yunting was taken, Qi Jun coldly looked at Qi Jin. "It is getting late. You should return to your rest." This was the first time Qi Jun had spoken so coldly to Qi Jin. Her heart sank, and she could not help but curse Qi Yunting repeatedly. Even if he intended to frame Qi Yuan, he should have been more astute, devising a better plan. And yet, he managed to botch the scheme, implicating himself. Though her heart was filled with hatred, she maintained a pitiful facade. "Father, mother, it truly has nothing to do with me." Unfortunately, neither Qi Jun nor Wang Shi had the inclination to comfort her. Qi Jun perfunctorily nodded. "Very well, you may go to sleep." Qi Jin realized that no matter what she said now would be futile, so she could only leave in tears, performing a respectful farewell before rushing out. Yinyin followed closely behind, hastily advising her, "Miss, please do not be too heartbroken. The Marquis and Madam are merely angry." Angry? Qi Jin gripped her skirt tightly, her expression twisted with rage. Qi Yunting's foolishness had brought her to this state. Qi Jin turned to Wang Shi. "Zhang Mama must be dismissed. Administer a bowl of mute medicine and send her to the estate in Liaoning. As for the other servants aware of this matter, they too must be sent away. Not a single word must leak out." Concerned for her son's future, Wang Shi nodded vigorously in agreement. Zhang Mama, having been silenced, now struggled even more fiercely. Simultaneously, she could not help but recall Qi Yuan's earlier enticements, lamenting why she had been so foolish. Chapter 29 Great Victory. After dealing with the servants, the next matter at hand was the direct participant. Qi Jun gazed at Wang Shi, asserting, "Qi Yunting must be strictly disciplined from now on. Allowing him to act with such impunity is a disservice to him." These sentiments were echoed by Wang Shi, who concurred. "Indeed, he has been utterly outrageous. Send Qi Jin to the estate in the outskirts of the capital," Qi Jin interjected decisively, cutting off Wang Shi before she could finish her thought. Wang Shi was momentarily taken aback. When she finally comprehended the gravity of his decision, her eyes widened in disbelief. "My lord," she exclaimed, incredulous. They had raised Qi Jin for so many years. Qi Jin was proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. and her presence always reflected the honor of the Yoping Marquis. The Yoping Marquis had consistently maintained that they had given birth to twins, with the elder sister lost and later found. Now, they were to send Qi away? She hesitated, her heart heavy. But, my lord, this matter may not solely rest with the Jin. Qi looked at her in disappointment. Can you not discern between what is trivial and what is significant? His words struck her like a cold slap, awakening her to the reality of the situation. Seeing her silence, Qi continued with a frigid demeanor. Outsiders believe they are biological siblings, but we all know the truth. Regardless of the circumstances, what he has done for Qi is excessive. Wang Shi felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, her heart sinking. She understood Qi intent and recognized that, despite her reluctance, she must acquiesce. With a reluctant nod, she added anxiously, but my lord, His Highness the Qi Wang has shown her such favor. Qi was regarded as the pearl of the capital, consistently standing out among the ladies. The Qi Wang had openly expressed his admiration for her on several occasions. The Yoping Marquis had high hopes for Qi future, aspiring for her to become a princess. This was why, upon learning of her true lineage, none of the Qi family entertained thoughts of sending her away. Now to do so, Qi clearly shared her concerns, rubbing his temples in thought. Convince her that this is merely for her to recuperate in the countryside. Once she has regained her health, she may return. This was, of course, a pretext. The crux of the matter was that Qi intended to gauge the Qi Wang's true feelings for Qi. Was it genuine affection or merely a fleeting fancy? If it were the latter, Qi would remain in the estate indefinitely. Should the Qi Wang inquire about her whereabouts, the Qi family could retrieve her in due time. This period would also serve as a means for Qi to understand that her standing was contingent upon the Yoping Marquis, prompting her to clarify her position and comportment. Wang Shi exhaled in relief, promptly agreeing. Qi then reminded her, "You must also pay more attention to a Yuan. Open your eyes and see. She is no less capable than Qi. Her performance today was truly remarkable." Wang Shi harbored more dissatisfaction towards Qi Yuan. Both she and Qi were astute enough to recognize that Qi Yuan had long since Zhang Mama's odd behavior. The matter was genuine. However, it was not Qi Yuan who orchestrated it, but Qi Yunting who had manipulated Zhang Mama. Yet, Qi Yuan had noticed and chose not to confront it, instead leading Zhang Mama and Qi Yunting into a trap with calculated precision. She was deliberate in showing Qi the lengths to which Qi Yunting would go for Qi, while simultaneously highlighting the inadequacies of Qi Yunting, the legitimate heir of the Marquis. Truly, it was exceedingly cold-hearted. Yet, upon hearing Qi praises for Qi Yuan, Wang Shi found herself at a loss for words, her expression slightly contorted as she nodded. "Yes, my lord, I understand." After parting with Wang Shi, Qi headed straight to Mingwei Tower. Inside, Bai Shi hurriedly entered, trembling and dropping to her knees before Qi Yuan, her voice quaking with urgency. "Miss, I just saw someone drag Zhang Mama away." She couldn't even speak. Qi Yuan, engrossed in her reading, appeared unsurprised by the news. Upon hearing Bai Shi's words, she merely smiled and beckoned her to rise. Turning to Bai Shi with a playful smile, she remarked, "Have you made your decision? Once you align with me, there will be no opportunity to curry favor with others." Previously, when Zhang Mama had left, she had instructed Lin Xiao to summon Bai Shi and Bai Yin to inquire about their future plans. She had not rushed them to pledge allegiance. Knowing that mere words were insufficient, one must first establish their own standing and capabilities. It seemed Bai Shi had made her choice. Bai Shi and Bai Yin kowtowed before Qi Yuan, any lingering hesitation evaporating after witnessing her prowess. Qi Yuan waved her hand. "Rise. Here, I only recognize loyalty. If you are faithful, you shall be my own. If not, there are ample examples at hand." Bai Shi and Bai Yin hurriedly responded affirmatively. Before long, Xiaoya reported from behind the curtain, "Miss, the Marquis has arrived." Qi Yuan stood, having no intention of resting. She did not change into her nightgown and proceeded directly to the main hall. Upon seeing her, Qi emotions were complex. After a moment, he asked Qi Yuan, "Did you anticipate my arrival?" There was no point in denying it. Qi Yuan nodded. "Father, having discovered your error and the truth, you ought to come and speak with me." Qi fell silent for a moment before replying. "I have confined your brother and will ensure he is strictly disciplined henceforth, preventing any further harm to you. As for Qi, I have instructed your mother to send her away to the estate for a temporary stay." Qi Yuan smirked slightly, as if amused. On the day of her return, Qi Yunting had insisted on sending her to the estate to fend for herself. Little did he know that she would not be the one departing. It was Qi who would be sent away. However, she felt no particular joy. Smiling, she inquired of Qi Zhan, will she not return, or will it merely be for a short while? Qi Zhan sensed the weight of her gaze, as if it could penetrate the very essence of a person's heart. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Let us observe the outcome. We shall see if she acknowledges her mistakes or whether she still holds any value. Qi Yuan was acutely aware of the implications. Recalling the man Qi Jin was fated to marry in her past life, a cold smile creeping onto her lips. Chapter 30. The game. As the night deepened, the once bustling residents of the Yongping Marquis finally succumbed to a fleeting tranquility. The stillness enveloped the surroundings, and even the doorkeeper, weary from the night's commotion, dozed off at her post, occasionally yawning. In her drowsy stupor, she was suddenly jolted awake by a series of urgent knocks echoing through the silence. Startled, she initially thought she was dreaming, but as the sound grew clearer, she hastily wiped her mouth and rushed to open the courtyard door. Upon opening the door, she was met by a frowning member of the Gao family, who scolded her impatiently. What on earth are you doing? Why are you taking so long to open the door? The doorkeeper, pale with fright, quickly stammered an explanation. The wind is too strong. I truly did not expect you to arrive at this hour. Behind her, Wang Shi impatiently cleared her throat. Enough with the excuses. Let us go inside and discuss matters there. The Gao family member hurriedly brushed past the doorkeeper, supporting Wang Shi as they entered. Inside the room, several maidservants remained awake, cautiously attending to Qi Jin, who was visibly distressed. They had discerned that the Marquis was likely upset with their young mistress, a situation that was utterly disastrous. Qi Jin, equally furious, felt as though she might burst from rage. She had always believed that by controlling Qi Yunting, she held the lifeblood of Wang Shi and Qi Jin in her hands. After all, Qi Yunting was the legitimate eldest son, the undisputed heir to the Yongping Marquis, destined to inherit the title. However, she had not anticipated that Qi Yunting could be so foolish. If he wished to expel Qi Yuan, he could have devised a better plan instead of feigning illness. The flickering candlelight danced erratically, mirroring the agitation in her right eyelid, which began to twitch uncontrollably. In her frustration, she covered her eyes with a white handkerchief. At that moment, the curtain was lifted, and the Gao family entered alongside Wang Shi. Upon seeing Wang Shi, Qi Jin immediately rose, biting her lip as she called out, "Mother," before rushing into her embrace. Tears flowed effortlessly down her cheeks. "Mother, you finally come. I'm so frightened. Is my brother all right?" In previous instances, Wang Shi would have held her close and comforted her. Yet this time, instead of gentle words, she raised her hand and struck Qi Jin sharply across the face. The force of the slap caused Qi Jin to stumble and collide with the edge of a nearby table, a sharp pain radiating through her abdomen. In disbelief, she choked back her hatred and cried out, "Mother, don't call me that." Wang Shi's expression remained impassive, even tinged with an unfamiliar aloofness. The thought of Qi Yunting, without hesitation, acknowledging the false accusations against his own sister for Qi Jin's sake, filled her with a deep loathing that twisted her stomach. Her own son, whom she had painstakingly raised, was nearly ruined to vindicate Qi Jin. Wang Shi fixed her gaze on Qi Jin. "You dare to manipulate your brother's affection for you to deal with Qi Yuan. Have you ever considered that this could ruin your brother's reputation?" Qi Jin felt utterly wronged. She had indeed suggested, both overtly and subtly, that Qi Yunting expel Qi Yuan. However, this absurdly foolish idea was not hers. Now, having failed to trap anyone, she was left to shoulder the blame. Desperately shaking her head, she protested, "I didn't. Mother, my brother never mentioned this to me. If I had known, why would I have let him do such a thing?" "Silence," Wang Shi commanded coldly, then turned to the Gao family member, instructing, "Go and have the maidservants pack the second young Mrs. belongings and send her to the countryside." It was as if a thunderclap had struck. Qi Jin's cries ceased abruptly, her mind buzzing as if fireworks exploded within. "Send me away. The Yongping Marquis intends to abandon me?" Since discovering her origins, she had lived in constant fear, dreading the day she would lose favor and be forsaken. This fear drove her to contact the butcher Su and Li Ziyunio, urging them to prevent Qi Yuan's return. She had even signaled to Mama Hua that action could be taken against Qi Yuan. She had desperately clung to Qi Yunting, wanting him to forever stand by her side. Yet now, before she had even truly acted, she was being cast aside. In a panic, she nearly collapsed, clinging to Wang Shi's legs. "Mother, I truly didn't do anything, I swear. I promise I won't dare again. Please, do not send me away. I have never been apart from you. I cannot leave you, Mother." Her cries were heart-wrenching, evoking a sense of compassion. Ultimately, she was the child Wang Shi had raised. Only when Qi Jin had cried herself to exhaustion did Wang Shi slowly crouch down to stroke her hair. "My child, the trouble you have caused this time is simply outrageous." She recalled Qi Zhan's admonitions. He had instructed her to persuade Qi Jin to go to the countryside, indicating there was still room for negotiation. Thus, while it was necessary to discipline Qi Jin, it should not be done too harshly. With a wry smile, she continued, "That inept Yunting will not escape unscathed either. Your father has already resolved to send him to the military. You too." Qi Jin looked up at her, as if she were a drowning person grasping a lifeline, her eyes filled with despair. Wang Shi soothingly continued, "You will stay at the countryside for a few days. Once your father cools off, I will bring you back." Qi Jin's eyes widened in desperation. "Mother, obey." Wang Shi's tone was resolute this time. "Jin, you know how the matriarch and patriarch are. They value propriety above all. If we do not provide an explanation for this incident, when they return, it will only make things worse for you." Releasing her grip, Qi Jin sobbed softly. Wang Shi sighed, "Do not worry. Once everyone's tempers have calmed, I will naturally bring you back. You are my own flesh and blood. How could I bear to part with you?" With those final words, Wang Shi had said all there was to say. What could Qi Jin do? She felt like a leaf tossed upon a turbulent sea, helplessly adrift. But why should it be this way? She had toiled diligently in mastering the arts and proprieties from a young age, while Qi Yuan remained blissfully ignorant. Yet she had been compelled to learn these tedious rules and annoying texts. Could she shine as the pearl of the capital merely because of her status as the legitimate daughter of the Yonping Marquis? No, among countless noble ladies. Why was it only she who garnered such renown? It was because she was truly exceptional and hardworking. Yet now, the Marquis was prepared to forsake her as if she were nothing. Ultimately, it was simply because she was not of their blood. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Qi Jin lowered her gaze, her eyes swollen, clutching her clothing tightly, forcing a smile through her tears as she comforted Wang Shi. "All right, mother. I will go to the countryside. Please do not make it difficult for yourself. I will be obedient." Chapter 31. Intent to kill Qi Jin. Having grown up beside Wang Shi, possessed an acute understanding of her vulnerabilities. Once she regained her composure, she swiftly made the choice most advantageous to herself. Indeed, Wang Shi found herself plagued by a sense of bitterness. Overcome by guilt, she sternly commanded her servants, "Attend to the second miss properly. Should I discover any negligence on your part, beware." She also instructed that all of Qi Jin's belongings from the Gao family be gathered. After a considerable commotion, the night eventually passed. As dawn broke, a carriage quietly departed from the west corner of the Yonping Marquis' residence, heading straight for Dishan Gate. Wang Shi, having dealt with Qi Jin's departure, was utterly exhausted. Forcing herself back to her chamber, she found Qi Jin already seated on the bed. With a sigh, she remarked, "She has been sent off. It pains my heart to see her cry." Qi Jin cast her a fleeting glance. "If you had not indulged her and her sister so much, we would not be in such a predicament now. Why must you cast blame upon yourself?" Wang Shi felt a deep sense of grievance. Though she had navigated similar situations before without error, it ultimately stemmed from a misplacement of children, altering everyone's identities and standings. After all, if they were truly siblings, who could discern any faults in their closeness? She sat wearily on the bed and mused, "My lord, do you not think Qi Yuan is excessively aloof? She exhibits no affection towards us, nor towards Qi Jin or Yunting." There was a thought left unspoken. If she bore no feelings, what would it matter if her future was bright? Unlike Qi Jin, who had been nurtured by the Marquis, her only support would be the Marquis itself. Qi Jin scoffed, discarding the handkerchief in his grasp. "You are mistaken. How can one sever the ties of blood? Even in death, she will still bear the Qi surname." He wished to end the conversation. "Tomorrow, take her to the banquet at the Xiang family. Be attentive. She is not one to overstep her bounds." After today's events, he increasingly believed Qi Yuan possessed great potential. Wang Shi could only swallow her complaints. For reasons unknown, she suddenly yearned for Qi Jin. If Qi Jin were present, she would undoubtedly offer comfort and engage in heartfelt conversation, unlike the cold, unfeeling Qi Yuan. At that moment, Qi Yuan was occupied with her morning routine, having endured a restless night. She awakened with slightly swollen eyelids. Lian Qiu hurriedly brought her a boiled egg to soothe her eyes. Meanwhile, Baiji exuberantly entered with a basin of warm water, joyfully announcing, "Miss, I just heard that the second miss has gone to the estate." The servants in Qi Yuan's chamber were elated. Before Zhang Mama's incident, Qi Yuan had already distributed her available jewelry through Baiji and Baiyin. First, she had sought to win them over with riches, Now, the downfall of the treacherous Zhang Mama loomed. The servants in her employ were now wholly devoted to her cause. Yinyin let out a sigh of relief, clasping her hands together in prayer, and joyously congratulated Qiyuan. Miss, this is splendid. With the second miss gone, your future will be far brighter. In a household as large as the Marquis, with some favored more than others, it was only natural that some would be neglected. As Qiyuan garnered favor, Qiyuan would inevitably be cast aside. Now that Qiyuan had departed, it was indeed a boon for Qiyuan, providing an opportunity to foster a bond with the lady and the Marquis. Qiyuan offered a non-committal smile. You are so naive. Before she could finish her thought, a startled outcry from Xiaoyao resonated from outside. Yinyin rushed out to investigate, only for Qiyuan to hear Yin's voice calling out, Young master, you cannot enter. Our miss is still asleep. Qiyuan's expression hardened as Yinyin stormed in, lifting the curtain with fervor. Without uttering a word, he rushed towards Qiyuan, seizing her collar with one hand while gripping her throat with the other. His face contorted with fury. You drove Qiyuan away. You forced her out. You vile wretch. Let go of our miss. Lianxiao exclaimed, desperately attempting to pry Qianting's arm from Qiyuan. Lowering her gaze, Qiyuan raised her elbow and struck Qianting sharply in the abdomen. He grimaced in pain, instinctively loosening his grip. Qiyuan broke free, rubbing her sore throat, and met Qianting's gaze with a cold, unyielding stare. Clearly, her resolve to retaliate had been insufficiently swift. Reflecting on the previous day, Qianting had shown her no mercy. He had never considered the consequences of his actions on her. To her, he was more despicable than Qiyuan. Qiyuan was a false daughter. Her return had been predicated on their opposing identities and conflicting interests. Thus, it was understandable for Qiyuan to devise schemes against her. But Qianting, he was her own brother. Despite his evident favoritism towards Qiyuan, why had he left her with no avenue for escape? In her past life, Qianting had pursued her with relentless cruelty. When Qiyuan had schemed against her, and the matron had broken her legs, Qianting had ordered his men to move her further away, lest they frighten his beloved Qiyuan. This wretch. A surge of murderous intent surged within Qiyuan, her eyes narrowing at Qianting as if she were gazing upon a corpse. Even Qianting was taken aback by the hatred reflected in her eyes, stammering, You still dare to strike. Just wait. If anything happens to Qiyuan, I will not spare you. I will have you minced and fed to dogs. Lianxiao, in tears, protested, Young master, it was not our miss who erred first. It was you who sought to harm her for the sake of the second miss. Upon discovery, the Marquis and lady punished the second miss. She lamented the plight of their Mississippi. What fault was there in her? Qianting, filled with rage and humiliation, spat. Who do you think you are? Qiyuan slowly rose, grasping a nearby vase, positioning herself before Lianxiao. Qianting, if you persist in this foolishness, do you believe Qiyuan will truly return? She let out a chilling laugh. Today, my father has summoned me to the banquet at the Xiang residence, and they should be arriving shortly. Do you truly wish to continue your madness here? Though brimming with anger, Qianting found his fury dissipating. He pointed an accusing finger at Qiyuan, seething, before storming out, slamming the curtain behind him. The room collectively exhaled in relief, and Lianxiao hurried to check on Qiyuan's neck. Miss, we must inform the lady. Chapter 32 Digging a Pit once Qiyuan departed. Lianxiao wept as she rushed to inspect Qiyuan's neck. Qiyuan had indeed shown no mercy. A dark bruise encircled Qiyuan's neck, a sight that was utterly horrifying. Bai Shi, coming to her senses, exclaimed urgently, I shall fetch some ointment. Yet, the atmosphere was laden with a profound heaviness. Lianxiao, in particular, could not suppress her despondency. After all, this was the eldest lady's biological brother. Initially, she had believed that once Qiyuan departed, everything would improve. The eldest lady was, after all, of the same blood, and familial bonds could be nurtured over time. However, it now appeared that Qiyuan's departure had changed nothing. Qiyuan touched her neck. Gazing into the mirror, the marks upon her neck were truly alarming. Having taken a life before, she was acutely aware that if not for the intervention of others, Qiyuan would have indeed sought to strangle her. He had plotted against her and, upon failing, turned to exact punishment. Yet, he felt no remorse. His first instinct was to kill her in a fit of rage. This attempt had failed, but what about next time? Having faced death once, she no longer hesitated to consider the worst of people's intentions. Heaven had granted her a second chance, not for the purpose of sending her to her demise. What did it matter if he was her biological brother? Anyone who sought to kill her would face her wrath in return. After a moment of silence, Qiyuan inquired of Lianxiao, Are you a native of this household? Lian Xiao blinked, unsure of Qi Yuan's intent, but quickly replied, "Yes, but miss, I am of little use." Her father had passed away, and her mother lay bedridden. Alone, she bore the burden of supporting her family, thus in this mansion. Even being a native child paled in comparison to those purchased from outside. Qi Yuan asked solemnly, "Do you have any siblings?" Lian Xiao's eyes widened in haste. "Yes, miss. I have a brother, but he cannot enter the courtyard to serve." Indeed, positions within the mansion were coveted. One either accompanied the lords in and out as a servant, or remained in the study. The next tier was to be sent out as a steward on a farm or in a shop. At the very least, one could aspire to be a doorkeeper. However, these were paths that many would vie for. How could someone from Lian Xiao's background ever hope to attain them? Without hesitation, Qi Yuan commanded, "Have your brother assist me with a task." Lian Xiao nodded vigorously. "Yes, miss, I shall return home and ask my brother for help at once." Qi Yuan acknowledged her response and, having given her instructions, changed her attire before heading to Wang's courtyard. Wang was utterly fatigued. In a single night, her beloved son had been confined, and her adopted daughter, who was even closer to her than her own child, had been sent away. Her mood was exceedingly foul. To make matters worse, today she had to attend a gathering, accompanied by this rigid and unlikable daughter. Casting a glance at Qi Yuan, she could not help but frown. "What happened to your neck?" Qi Yuan lowered her head slowly, returning no pleasantries. "My elder brother barged into my chamber this morning, claiming I had driven Qi Jin away, and threatened to strangle me." Wang's eyes widened in shock, and she began to cough violently, choking on her own saliva. She quickly turned to the Gao family, instructing, "Bring my silver fox fur scarf to the young lady." Internally, she could not help but curse Qi Yunting for being such a troublemaker. What was he thinking? It had only been a night since his confinement, and he was already causing chaos. If Qi Zhen were to see this injury and inquire, and Qi Yuan were to respond thusly, given Qi Zhen's temperament, he would surely strike Qi Yunting again. Both Qi Yunting and Qi Yuan were infuriating. She glared coldly at Qi Yuan. "That is your elder brother. You have just returned and have not yet spent time with him. It is natural for him to harbor some resentment. You must soften your demeanor. If you lower your stance, he will naturally not hold disdain for you." After a pause, noticing Qi Yuan's unwavering gaze upon her, Wang, feeling somewhat guilty, diverted her eyes and continued solemnly, "Do not speak of this incident regarding your neck. And do not mention it to your father, lest it further strain your relationship. Do you understand?" Wang had not scolded Qi Yunting even once throughout this ordeal. Qi Yuan felt no surprise. After all, in her previous life, Qi Yunting had managed to marry and remain virtuous, treating Qi Jin's child as if she were his own. He had even supported the fourth prince for Qi Jin's sake. Reflecting upon it now, had it not been for a mother like Wang, who could not discern right from wrong, how could Qi Yunting have acted so recklessly? She offered no rebuttal, merely nodded gently. "Daughter understands." Wang's heart felt considerably lighter, as though she finally regarded Qi Yuan with some favor, and led her to the carriage. Throughout the journey, Wang sternly admonished Qi Yuan, "Do not look at what you should not see. You have never been to such places. If you can refrain from speaking, do so, to avoid embarrassment." This was merely due to their destination being the Xiang family, her future in-laws, a familial connection. Otherwise, Wang would not have wanted to bring Qi Yuan along to suffer humiliation. Qi Yuan simply responded with a faint acknowledgement. Meanwhile, in the Qi household, Qi Yunting was in his room hammering away at stakes. He envisioned these wooden posts as Qi Yuan, wishing to shatter them all. After a flurry of strikes, he removed his wrist guards and muttered a harsh curse towards his mother. He could not help but recall Qi Jin. He wondered how she fared. With her delicate and tearful nature, her being sent away must have felt akin to abandonment. His parents were so cruel. Qi Yunting seethed, and his thoughts turned to Qi Yuan, inciting further resentment. His parents' harshness was fueled by that wretched girl's insidious instigation. Why had she returned? He thought it would have been better had she perished in the Su family. Granny Hua was also incompetent. Had she dealt with Qi Yuan back then, so many troubles could have been avoided. Qi Jin would not have been sent away. Lost in these tumultuous thoughts, his mind buzzed incessantly. At that moment, his servant, Xuesong, cautiously knocked on the door from outside. "Young master, are you hungry? I have brought you some food." Qi Yunting snapped irritably. "Get in here." Xuesong hurriedly complied. Entering with a food box, "Young master, one must eat to maintain strength. I know you are upset, but you cannot neglect your health. Moreover, if you suffer from hunger." "What of the second young lady?" "Second young lady?" At the mention of Qi Jin's name, Qi Yunting immediately seized Xuesong by the collar. "Do you know the circumstances under which Qi Jin was sent away?" Xuesong, well aware of how to appease Qi Yunting, quickly replied, "How could I not know?" The second young lady cried like nothing else when she left. I heard her eyes swelled like peaches. Qi Yunting's heart tightened. Qi Jin must have endured tremendous humiliation. He had not been present at the time and was oblivious to how those old maids and servants might have mistreated her. Chapter 33. An unexpected turn. The mere thought of Qi Jin being hastily sent away to the manor filled Qi Yunting with profound sorrow. In a fit of frustration, he kicked Xuesong, exclaiming, "You useless wretch! Why didn't you inform me sooner?" Xuesong, feeling aggrieved, picked himself up from the ground and muttered, "Oh dear, my lord. How could I dare? It was the Marquis himself who instructed me. If I had come to tell you, it would have been courting disaster." With a heavy sigh, he approached to console eldest young master, to try to see it more clearly. The eldest young lady will surely not be leaving again, and the second young lady's return is uncertain at best. Upon hearing these words, Qi Yunting's expression darkened as if he were about to devour someone. He glared fiercely at Xuesong. "What did you say? Who said she may not return?" Xuesong, intimidated by the intensity of his gaze, stammered, "Well, eldest young master, I only heard those matrons discussing it. They said the second young lady's belongings have already been sent away, and it's possible she might not come back." "Not come back?" "No." Qi Yunting kicked Xuesong down again, memories of his father's disposition flooding his mind. He grabbed a cloak and stormed out. He understood Qi Jin all too well. His father might genuinely send a Jin away, as their grandparents had never supported the notion of keeping the twins together. Now that trouble had arisen, his father would undoubtedly place all the blame on a Jin. The doormen were taken aback upon seeing Qi Yunting, but none dared to stop him as he galloped away on horseback. Although the Marquis had ordered Qi Yunting to be confined, who could truly oppose the legitimate heir, the future master of the household? Qi Yunting smoothly made his way out. Meanwhile, Qi Jin was in the carriage, gripping her handkerchief tightly, her gaze icy and terrifying. The other maidservants were so frightened they dared not make a sound, fearing they might provoke Qi Jin's ire. Only Yinyin, who had served Qi Jin since childhood and was favored due to her mother's position by Lady Wang's side, whispered soothingly, "Second young miss, do not worry. The madam has assured that this is merely a temporary arrangement, and you will soon be brought back." However, Qi Jin did not believe her words. It was easy to leave, but returning would not be as simple. Her heart ached with a fierce intensity. Lady Wang had professed her love for her, calling her a treasure. Yet upon learning the truth of her lineage, Lady Wang had fainted multiple times. When the elders insisted on sending her away, it was Lady Wang who had desperately intervened, unwilling to part with her. But now, it was Lady Wang who was insisting she leave. In the end, it was all a deception. No matter how sweetly they spoke, they remained biased towards their own flesh and blood. Otherwise, how could they possibly cast her out merely because of Qi Yunting's foolish mistake? A throbbing pain surged at the back of her head, and her eyes were bloodshot. Hearing Yinyin's comfort, she inhaled deeply and lowered her gaze. "Yes, I shall not be hasty. What was there to be anxious about?" While the other members of the Qi family were indeed unreliable, she had steadfast allies. To cast her aside? It would not be so simple. As long as she could hold Qi Yunting tightly in her grasp, she had the very lifeline of Lady Wang and Qi Zhen in her hands. The carriage came to a halt. Qi Yuan did not wait for Lady Wang to speak. He alighted first and then turned to assist her. Lady Wang cast a complex glance at Qi Yuan. She had intended to chastise him for the breach of etiquette, as he had disembarked before returning to aid an elder, believing he would be unaware. To her surprise, Qi Yuan was quite astute regarding such matters. Her right eyelid twitched as she noticed the matriarchs of the Xiang family approaching from the flower-laden gate. Quickly, she forced a smile. The matriarchs greeted Lady Wang warmly before turning their attention to Qi Yuan, affectionately inquiring, "Is this the child just returned?" The news of the lost child being found had reached their relatives and friends, and Lady Wang nodded with a smile. "Indeed, she has just returned. We must ensure this child meets her relatives. All of you must come." She then turned to Qi Yuan. "Yuan, be sure to greet your aunts properly." Qi Yuan stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the matriarchs. "Greetings to Auntie Xiang and Auntie Air. May both of you enjoy good fortune and health." Auntie Xiang seized Qi Yuan's hand, beaming. "Oh, what a good child." Auntie Air chimed in, "Truly, a dragon begets a dragon, a phoenix begets a phoenix. This child is so well-mannered. It is evident she is one of yours." Lady Wang felt a pang of discomfort, yet maintained her forced smile. "Oh, please, do not praise her so. She has just returned and knows nothing. She will need to be taught slowly. We will rely on your guidance in the future." Unwilling to let the conversation linger solely on Qi Yuan, she hastily redirected. By the way, where is Rongrong? I have not seen her today. Xiang Rong was Qi Yunting's fiancée. The marriage was a union of two prominent families, and both the Xiang and Qi families regarded this match with great importance and satisfaction. Lady Wang had long considered Xiang Rong as her daughter-in-law and held her in high esteem. Auntie Xiang chuckled and shook her head. That girl is off meddling with some new trinkets, currently keeping the old lady company. She then looked at Qi Yuan. You both are of similar age. You will surely get along famously. Auntie Xiang hoped for a close friendship between Xiang Rong and Qi Yuan, who would become her future sister-in-law. With a charming smile, Qi Yuan nodded in agreement. Yes, I have heard that Sister Rongrong enjoys playing polo. I shall be sure to seek her guidance. Who had informed Qi Yuan of Xiang Rong's polo interests? Lady Wang cast an odd glance at Qi Yuan, furrowing her brow. How could she know so much in just 2 days? One could not help but wonder if she was overly eager to gather such information. Auntie Xiang, however, laughed heartily. That is splendid. This girl is truly enamored with riding. No other girl spends their days atop a horse as she does. She then instructed the maidservants below. Go fetch the 5th young miss and tell her that esteemed guests have arrived. The maidservant hurried off, but shortly returned, visibly anxious, whispering a few words to Auntie Xiang. Auntie Xiang's expression immediately shifted to one of disbelief. What? Lady Wang, intrigued, inquired, what is the matter? Auntie Xiang cleared her throat, composed herself, and shook her head. This child, truly lacking in decorum, has run off after hearing some news. With a sigh, she added, everyone in the household indulges her, allowing her to become unaware of her own limits. And now you see the spectacle it has created. What could Lady Wang say? She remarked, children are often playful. It is only natural. Let us not hold her too strictly. Chapter 34 Reunion. The marriage proposal from the Xiang family was indeed impeccable. As the future mother-in-law, Mrs. Wang displayed an unparalleled grace and magnanimity. Observing her demeanor, Madame Xiang's smile became even more sincere, remarking, you are far too indulgent with her. With that, Madame Xiang and the second Madame Xiang ushered her into the flower hall where guests were received. Old Madame Xiang was engaged in conversation with someone when the second Madame Xiang approached her and spoke softly. Following her words, old Madame Xiang turned her gaze towards Mrs. Wang and Qi Yuan, her face adorned with a hint of a smile as she beckoned them closer. Then, she grasped Qi Yuan's hand, scrutinizing her for a moment before cheerfully removing a gold bracelet inlaid with rubies from her wrist, saying to Qi Yuan, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Take this as a token of my goodwill. The bracelet looked exceedingly valuable, prompting Qi Yuan to glance at Mrs. Wang. Mrs. Wang hurriedly interjected, old madam, you mustn't. This is a precious gift from Her Majesty. How could I accept something so extravagant? Old Madame Xiang, with a twinkle in her eye, insisted on adorning Qi Yuan with the bracelet, stating unequivocally, a gift from an elder must not be refused. I sense a connection with this young girl. Qi Yuan pressed her lips together. Having lived 2 lives, she had encountered only a handful of kindnesses. She never imagined that such rare goodwill would come from an elderly lady she had just met. She gracefully knelt before old Madame Xiang, bowing deeply. Thank you for your generous gift. May you enjoy longevity and blessed health. The little girl stood upright, her posture elegant and her salutation executed flawlessly. Leaving no room for criticism, old Madame Xiang was momentarily taken aback. The heavy gift she had bestowed was intended to pave the way for her granddaughter's future marriage into the Qi family. Yet, the earnestness displayed by this young girl only heightened her satisfaction. A child who understands gratitude is bound to excel. Even Madame Xiang could not help but chuckle softly. Praising Mrs. Wang, you have taught her well. Who could believe she was just brought back? Mrs. Wang's emotions were indeed complex. She had always believed that a girl raised in a rural butcher's household would be coarse and unrefined, harboring no expectations for Qi Yuan. Yet, who could have anticipated that her daughter, whom she had high hopes for, was now being sent to the estate? While the daughter she had undervalued demonstrated such grace and consideration despite having received no formal education, she managed a faint smile. As more guests arrived, old Madame Xiang noticed that Mrs. Wang was preoccupied with socializing and could not attend to Qi Yuan. She cheerfully took Qi Yuan's hand and said, good child. There are several sisters at home playing in the back garden. Why not join them? Understanding the unspoken etiquette of guests following the host's lead, Qi Yuan obediently agreed. Old Madame Xiang then summoned her trusted confidant, Mama Xiang, take Yuan Jie to the back garden. Mama Xiang promptly and respectfully escorted Qi Yuan away. Mrs. Wang, aware of the arrangement, had no objections, yet she lowered her voice to sternly remind Qi Yuan, "Do not cause any trouble while you are there." Old Madame Xiang's desire to speak of the children's betrothal arrangements was apparent to Mrs. Wang. Otherwise, she would not have allowed Qi Yuan to mingle with those noble girls. This girl had a rigid temperament and lacked adaptability. Who knew what indiscretion she might commit to embarrass the family? Mama Xiang, taken aback by Mrs. Wang's stern tone, couldn't help but glance at Qi Yuan, only to find her expression unchanged, as if she had anticipated this encounter. This led Mama Xiang to cough lightly. If there was such disdain, why had Mrs. Qi brought this young lady along? Strangely, Qi Jin, who had often visited before, was absent this time. However, this was not the concern of a servant. She chose to ignore it and smiled as she led Qi Yuan onward. The back garden of the Xiang family bore a resemblance to Suzhou's architectural style, distinct from the square layouts common in the capital, adorned with exquisite decorations. Stepping inside felt akin to entering a traditional jiang and ink wash painting, with quaint bridges and flowing waters, pavilions and towers. Everywhere was picturesque. Qi Yuan lowered her gaze, realizing why someone as discerning as Mrs. Wang held such admiration for Xiang Rong. The Xiang family, not only distinguished by their status, also exhibited profound heritage and exceptional wealth, evident in their abode. If Qi Yinting were to wed Xiang Rong, it would indeed be his fortune. Mama Xiang, unaware of her thoughts, guided her over a bridge, cheerfully announcing, "We have arrived. The young ladies are playing ahead." Upon seeing Mama Xiang leading Qi Yuan, the Xiang ladies regarded her with an air of scrutiny, their demeanor somewhat unfriendly. Once Mama Xiang departed, the second Miss Xiang coughed lightly, inquiring, "What is your name?" The other sisters remained indifferent, as the second Miss Xiang had little desire to engage with Qi Yuan. After all, the Xiang family and the Qi family enjoyed a good relationship, and they had played well with Qi Jin. They had long heard Qi Jin's mention of Qi Yuan being raised in a rural butcher's home, perceived as rather uncouth. However, upon meeting Qi Yuan, the second Miss Xiang felt a twinge of pity for her. Qi Yuan gently raised her eyes, smiling tenderly at the second Miss Xiang, Qi Yuan. The second Miss Xiang found herself momentarily entranced by her smile, her tone softening. "My elder sister has married and is no longer at home. I am second in rank, called Xiang Bangxia." She then introduced the others. "This is my third sister, Xiang Qinxiang, and my fourth sister, Xiang Yinsu." The names of the Xiang sisters all bore references to traditional Chinese medicine. Qi Yuan earnestly greeted them, recalling the second Miss Xiang. In her previous life, when she had been thrown onto the streets with a broken leg, the second Miss Xiang had once offered her a bowl of rice. Yet, before she could repay her kindness, the second Miss Xiang had tragically taken her own life by drowning in the lake. It turned out that the second Miss Xiang had always been such a good person. As she smiled at the sight of the third Miss Xiang pulling the second Miss Xiang to complain, a sudden eruption from the lake sent up a massive splash, drenching the nearby young ladies and leaving them utterly soaked. The girls screamed in fright. Qi Yuan, too, was momentarily stunned, then widened her eyes, recognizing the figures soaring from the lake. It was none other than Prince Jing, Xiao Yunting. Truly a surreal encounter, to meet Xiao Yunting here as well. Yet, Xiao Yunting did not notice Qi Yuan. He emerged from the water, grasping a drenched individual and tossing them onto the pavilion. The girl, now on the ground, sent the others into a panic, each fearing for their safety. Only then did Xiao Yunting finally notice Qi Yuan amidst the crowd. Chapter 35 The Pursuit. The young ladies of the Xiang family were utterly bewildered. None could fathom how two foreign men had appeared in their garden. It was the second Miss Xiang who first recognized Xiao Yunting, her astonishment palpable. "His Highness, the King of Jing." She stood frozen, her mind a chaotic whirl as she pondered how Xiao Yunting had found his way to the Xiang family's backyard, and who the person lying on the ground could possibly be. It was Qi Yuan who tugged at the second Miss Xiang's sleeve, gently advising, "Miss Xiang, perhaps we should summon someone in authority." Although she was at a loss as to how Xiao Yunting had come to apprehend someone on Xiang territory, and had no inkling of the identity of his quarry, he was, after all, the King of Jing. Even nobles had to bow before a prince. Thus, it was prudent to call for someone who could clarify the situation. The second Miss Xiang regained her composure, her legs trembling as she turned to dispatch a servant to alert the front courtyard. Xiao Yunting regarded Qi Yuan with a knowing gaze. Their first encounter had involved her committing murder by the lake. Now, in this reunion, he too was apprehending someone by the water. The coincidence was rather amusing. He raised an eyebrow as he surveyed the kneeling young women, nonchalantly gesturing, "Rise. I am here to apprehend a criminal." There is no need for panic. Apprehend a criminal? The second Miss Xiang's anxiety heightened. However, Yinyin scrutinized the figure before her and began to piece together whom Xiao Yunting was after. As he prepared to leave with his captive, she instinctively called out, "Your Highness, please wait." The crowd gasped in astonishment. And even Xiao Yunting turned to regard her with curiosity, inquiring, "Is there something amiss?" Her heart raced fiercely. She had intended to seek an alliance with Xiao Yunting, and this was a golden opportunity she could not squander. Yet, with the ladies of the Xiang family present, this was hardly the place for discussions. In a flash of inspiration, she sank to her knees, making a subtle gesture as she did so, then feigned a panicked shake of her head. "No, Your Highness. I merely wish to express my gratitude for your previous assistance." Xiao Yunting scrutinized her intently before turning away and departing. The second Miss Xiang exhaled in relief. Grasping Yin's arm, "What assistance? He is the king of Jing, the emperor's most favored grandson. How dare you?" Yin had already devised her explanation, whispering, "Before I returned home, His Highness aided my father and me at the yamen." Understanding dawned on the second Miss Xiang, who ceased to ponder further. After all, how could Yin, freshly returned from the countryside, possibly know someone of his stature? She remained silent. Though a question lingered in her mind, how had the apprehension of a criminal led them here? This brief interlude swiftly passed. However, the matriarch of the Xiang family soon summoned them to the forefront. Upon seeing Yinyin, Wang's smile vanished. "You haven't caused any trouble, have you?" The young ladies had rushed to inform her, and she could tell from their expressions that something was amiss. Wang was convinced that this incident was somehow linked to Yinyin, suspecting that she had offended the Xiang ladies in the backyard. Though accustomed to Wang's demeanor, Yinyin felt a chill at this moment. She had done nothing wrong. Yet Wang consistently approached her with the utmost malice, a notion that struck her as absurd. Fortunately, the Gao family soon entered, their faces grim as they approached Wang. Exchanging a few hushed words, Wang, who had intended to confront Yinyin, abruptly changed her demeanor upon hearing the Gao family's news, her expression shifting to one of disbelief as she grasped the Gao matriarch's hand tightly, asking, "What?" The Gao matriarch's smile was more akin to a grimace. Her voice lowered, "Madam, this is not the time for inquiries. You must act quickly." Wang's face darkened further, her mood plummeting. What could she do? What was left for her to accomplish? Steeling herself, she bit her lip to regain composure and approached the matriarch, forcing a smile. "Matriarch, I have something I wish to discuss with you." The stark contrast in Wang's demeanor perplexed all, particularly Yinyin, who lowered her gaze to conceal her smirk. It was evident that whatever had so agitated and frightened Wang was linked to the affairs of Yinyin and Yinting. It seemed that Yinting had indeed lived up to expectations. She curled her lips in derision. Yinyin, fraught with anxiety, arrived at the estate, her heart sinking as she surveyed her room's dismal arrangement. The Marquis' residence had insisted she merely stay temporarily at this villa, yet the accommodations were so inadequate that she couldn't imagine spending even a single day there. Her expression soured, and Yinyin, ever perceptive, swiftly turned to reprimand the steward. "Have you lost your senses? Do you not realize who the second miss is? How dare you treat her lodgings in such a manner? What else would you not dare?" The steward, bowing deeply, stammered, "Second miss. We received the instructions only recently and have not had time to prepare adequately. Please bear with us for a few days." They were in a bind. Who could have foreseen that the cherished second miss would arrive without warning? They had barely half a day to prepare the accommodation. To expect it to rival the opulence of the Marquis' residence was simply impossible. Yet Yinyin cared not for their excuses. Throughout her life, she had been accustomed to the finest in every regard. How could she ever settle for such indignities? Her face darkened as she turned to leave, unwilling to even step inside. Yinyin trailed closely, urgently attempting to console her. "Miss, do not stoop to their level." But Yinyin could not find solace in this trivial matter. She grasped Yinyin's wrist, her other hand clenched tightly in a fist, coldly demanding, "Did my elder brother know we were leaving the estate? She would not reside in this place, not for a single day. People would only grow bolder. If she were to endure such conditions now, it would only embolden them to deny her even the villa in the future." Whether this was the result of their flattery or Wang's design, she would not accept it. She intended to summon Yinting to witness firsthand how they treated her. If she had previously considered a gradual approach, she could no longer tolerate this. At that moment, Yinyin felt at a loss. They had left in such haste. How could they ascertain whether Yinting was aware or not? Just as she pondered how to placate Yinyin, they suddenly heard Yinting's voice from outside. "Ajin. Ajin, I have arrived." Chapter 36. Caught in the act, Yinyin exhaled a heavy sigh from her chest. They had come. She had always known that Yinyin would be her staunchest ally. This thought brought her some solace. With Yinnin's unwavering support, she felt a sense of confidence. For at least Yinyin and the Wang family would have to tread carefully around them. Yinyin burst into the estate, and upon seeing Yinyin, he rushed toward her without a moment's hesitation, his voice laced with urgency. "Yinyin, are you all right? Did they harm you in any way?" The estate steward, visibly shaken, hurried to intercept Yinyin. "Young master, the second miss is here, and we shall take utmost care of her. Rest assured, nothing will happen to her." He discreetly cast a glance at the maids who had escorted Yinyin, signaling them to be cautious. The maids quickly attempted to usher Yinyin indoors while softly advising her, "Second miss, the lady has instructed you to keep your distance from the young master. You know it is not easy for us to carry out our duties, so we implore your understanding." Panic surged within Yinyin. Had Wang already taken such drastic measures against her? The thought of her connection with Yinyin being scrutinized sent her heart racing. The prospect of causing further trouble between them filled her with dread. The maids, initially focused on shielding her from any interaction with Yinyin, were startled when she suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. They rushed to assist her, but Yinyin, in a fit of fear, cried out. To an onlooker, it appeared as though she was being bullied by the very maids meant to protect her. Yinyin regarded Yinyin with the utmost fondness, considering her as precious as his own eyesight. The thought of his servants mishandling her was intolerable. In a fit of rage, he swung his whip, striking the last maid who had pulled Yinyin down. The crack of the whip echoed ominously, and the maid cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground in a fit of tears. The other servants stood frozen in shock. The steward, realizing the gravity of the situation, felt despair wash over him. Despite the lady's explicit instructions to keep a distance between Yinyin and Yinyin, the young master had ignored her warnings and even resorted to violence on Yinjin's behalf. Desperately, he lunged to seize the whip from Yinnin's hands, pleading, "Young master, please, cease this madness. The second miss is safe here. We will take good care of her." But Yinyin was beyond listening to such pleas. He retaliated, sending the steward crashing to the ground. Yinyin continued to sob quietly, and in light of recent events, the maids dared not approach her, fearing another lash of the whip might be directed at them. Yinyin, still seething with anger, shouted at the servants to disperse. Then, he rushed to Yinjin's side, lifting her from the ground. Her tear-streaked face resembled that of a delicate flower, and her sobs were heart-wrenching. "Do not worry, Yinyin," Yinyin reassured her, his voice thick with emotion. "I will convince our parents to bring you back home." With her eyes glistening like a wounded rabbit, Yinyin, overwhelmed by his words, leaped into his embrace, exclaiming, "Brother, I am so scared." Yinyin felt a rush of unfamiliar emotions stirring within him. In their childhood, such intimacy had been rare between them. Now, as she clung to him, he found himself swept away by an inexplicable longing. What was brotherhood? They were not truly siblings. After all, he hesitated, brushing his fingers through her soft hair, murmuring, "It will be all right, Yinyin. I am here, and I shall always protect you. No one will dare to harm you." Yinyin tightened her grip on him, seeking solace. The steward, witnessing this intimate scene, felt an acute sense of dread. Good heavens! Yinyin seemed entirely oblivious to propriety. A young woman must maintain a respectful distance, even from her father. What folly it would be, then, for him to indulge in such closeness with someone who was not even his biological sister. He fought to remain composed as he implored Yinyin, "Young master, this estate connects several families. Perhaps we should retreat inside to discuss matters more privately." Just as he was about to voice his concerns, a cold laugh echoed from the entrance. "Not biological? Yet you hold her so tightly?" Startled, Yinyin tensed in Yinyin's arms, her demeanor shifting to one of alarm. Yinyin, sensing her distress, turned to confront the intruder, only to find himself taken aback by the sight before him. It was Xiangrong and her brother, Xiangjia. Xiangrong stood expressionless beside her brother, her gaze fixed on Yinyin and Yinyin. She raised an eyebrow at the sight of their embrace, a hint of disdain evident in her demeanor. Feeling a flush of embarrassment, Yinyin instinctively loosened his hold on Yinyin. They had been discussing a marriage contract, and soon Xiangrong would be his bride. To be caught in such a compromising situation left him feeling utterly exposed. Chapter 37. Seeking death. Their engagement had been arranged since childhood. Although they had yet to proceed with the formal rituals, the matter was virtually set in stone, understood by all involved. Particularly for Xiangrong, She had grown up alongside this man, and they were intimately familiar with one another. In truth, she had long felt discomfort due to Qi Yunting's excessive care for Qi Jintai. It is undoubtedly commendable for a brother to be kind to his sister. Yet no one else had a brother like Qi Yunting, who would inquire about every minute detail concerning Qi Jin. It was almost as if he were a father, exhibiting a level of concern rarely seen. At the time, she did not perceive anything amiss and often reflected upon whether she was being too demanding or unreasonable towards Qi Yunting. After all, they were siblings. What was so extraordinary about a slightly deeper bond? Now, however, she finally comprehended the truth. It was indeed inappropriate, and the feelings she had sensed were genuine. Upon seeing Xiang Rong arrive, Qi Yunting faltered for a moment before regaining his composure. It seemed he had resolved to act. As he gently patted Qi Jin's back to comfort her, then turned to face Xiang Rong, regarding Jin. He momentarily struggled to articulate his thoughts, scratching his head in perplexity. Yet, Xiang Xia coldly pressed on. Why the familiarity? Who is she to you? Qi Yunting felt a twinge of discomfort. Of course. She is my sister. Is she truly your sister? Xiang Xia scoffed. Spare me the theatrics. Which brother and sister behave in such a manner? The words stung. Qi Jin, having climbed the steps, felt her entire being tense up at the exchange, gripping her clothing tightly as if she might tear it apart. What did this mean? Did the Xiang family now know she was not of their blood? Previously, the Qi family had publicly declared her and Qi Yuan as twins, at least acknowledging her as a legitimate daughter. This way, it would not be so simple for the Qi family to abandon her. But now, if the Qi family claimed she was not their own, it would be all too easy for them to cast her aside. Qi Yunting's face was also filled with fury. Being mindful of Qi Jin behind him, he lowered his voice to warn, mind your words. Xiang Xia showed no signs of backing down, practically incensed to the brink of apoplexy by Qi Yunting's unyielding demeanor. He coldly swatted Qi Yunting's hand away. If you want me to watch my words, then you must conduct yourself appropriately. What are you doing? Embracing her in such a manner, anyone unaware would assume she is your beloved. That was truly harsh. Qi Jin felt a rush of blood to her head, a seething fire igniting within her heart. This fire would burn her alive if it did not consume someone else first. What had she done wrong? Who could fathom the depth of her grievances? Having lived as the esteemed daughter of the Qi family for over a decade, one day, everyone suddenly informed her that she was not the true heiress. The true heiress was someone else. What could she do? If she had not spent years within the Qi household, had not witnessed the lives of those noble ladies, perhaps she could have willingly returned to her original identity. But the reality was, she had experienced the finest life imaginable. She had always enjoyed the best of everything. Even her education was on par with those of the most illustrious young women. Why should she relinquish what she possessed due to mere notions of identity and bloodline? Was it wrong for her to cling to the Qi family and Qi Yunting? Was it wrong for her to consider her own interests? Why did everyone feel entitled to condemn her? She abruptly turned, gritting her teeth as she addressed Xiang Xia. Elder brother Xiang, we have grown up together. You know full well that my brother and I were raised side by side. What all could we possibly do? Xiang Rong attempted to step forward, but Xiang Xia firmly held her back, gently shaking his head at her. Qi Yunting's heart ached tremendously. Jin, do not stoop to their level. I understand everything. I will never let you suffer injustice. All this talk of fiancé means nothing. Until the wedding, you are nothing. Xiang Rong was almost laughing with rage. So, were these two here to demonstrate what profound affection looked like? She asked, her tone laced with sarcasm. If an unwed fiancé means nothing, then what of the engagement arranged long ago? In Qi Yunting's eyes, it was all rendered insignificant. How utterly absurd. At this moment, Qi Yunting was oblivious to anyone else's presence. He could not care less about Xiang Rong's words. An unexpected thought crossed his mind. If she were not truly a sister, then perhaps Qi Jin could marry him. They were not blood siblings. Who could object? Xiang Xia let out a scornful laugh. These two were a combination of foolishness and malice, a perfect blend of both. He looked unflinchingly at Qi Jin and asked, you claim we grew up together. Yet let me ask you, do you not know of his prior engagement to Rong Rong? Knowing he is pledged to another, and that you are not blood relatives. Do you not understand the concept of propriety? Such intimate behavior is excessive, even for true siblings, let alone in your case. Qi Jin's eyes reddened, her fury boiling over. All right, one after another, you all seek to corner me. I have long found Xiang Rong displeasing. What is she? With a mere flick of her finger, Qi Yunting would not even glance her way. In that moment, overwhelmed with emotion, she began to cry. If elder brother Xiang says so, I cannot live. To carry the label of seducing my brother, I would be unable to cleanse myself even if I plunged into the Yellow River. Fine, I will die. If I die, will that satisfy you, elder brother Xiang? The steward, in agony, struggled to rise and implored, Second miss, please cease this commotion. Is this not enough? The family is still attempting to cover the matter. Yet who is unaware? Qi Jin nearly caused the death of the eldest lady and has instigated the eldest young master to ensnare her. The family merely sent her here to recuperate. They have not barred her return, and yet she creates such a ruckus. Her actions could endanger Qi Yunting. How could she be so heartless towards him? Qi Jin forced a bitter smile. Very well. I am not worthy of life. It is I who obstructs everyone else's path. It is my fault alone. I am at fault in every way. With that, she suddenly threw herself towards a nearby pillar. Fortunately, Qi Yunting had been watching closely and rushed forward without a second thought, placing himself in front of her, and they both tumbled down the steps together. Even as they landed on the ground, Qi Yunting held onto Qi Jin tightly, fearing for her safety. Chapter 38. The broken engagement. The two tumbled down the steps, tightly embracing one another. Qi Jinli, tear-streaked and inconsolable, cried out, "Brother, why did you save me? You should have let me die. Why must I endure the shame of living in this world?" The steward, aghast, knelt on the ground, his lips trembling, utterly bewildered by the situation. Who was to die? He was the one who should perish. It was over if the lady and the Marquis were to find out. He would be the one to meet his end first. Xiang Jia, enraged to the point of laughter, was about to step forward when he was abruptly pulled back by Xiang Rong. He looked at his sister. Rong, why should our family endure such humiliation? Xiang Rong, however, had regained her composure. Gripping her brother's wrist, she shook her head firmly. Brother, is there any need for further discussion? Engaging in reason with fools only serves to make oneself look foolish. With a dismissive huff, she declared, "We are leaving." Xiang Jia, still fuming, could do nothing but follow her out when he saw her resolute departure. Xiang Rong assisted the maid onto the carriage. Unable to restrain himself, Xiang Jia pulled back the curtain, exclaiming, Rong, you clearly care? If not, you wouldn't have rushed out of the city upon hearing the news. Are you truly going to let this slide? This couple is utterly outrageous. Qi Jin's schemes are practically crashing down upon her face. It is evident they are deliberately provoking you, flaunting their actions before your eyes. That fool Qi Yunting actually dares to. Xiang Rong fell silent, gazing steadily at Xiang Jia. Brother, my previous concern stemmed from my understanding that Qi Yunting was my fiancé, my future husband. Her eyes drifted toward the Qi family villa, where faintly echoed Qi Jin's desperate cries and Qi Yunting's attempts to console her. A sardonic smile played on her lips. Thus, I rushed out to prevent him from making any missteps that might jeopardize our engagement. Xiang Jia pursed his lips, a look of disdain upon his face. He is unworthy. Indeed, he is unworthy, Xiang Rong replied slowly, a smile forming. He is fully aware of our engagement and knows he and Qi Jin are not blood siblings. Yet he still embraces her before my very eyes. He has made his choice. Xiang Jia scrutinized her. So I suffer no loss. He is merely an unreliable fiancé. Recognizing this sooner is my fortune, Xiang Rong said with a sudden mischievous wink. And I shall ensure he pays a price for this. Xiang Jia recognized his sister's determination and nodded in agreement. The turmoil at the Qi family villa reached the ears of Wang Shi, who dispatched a steward to attend to Qi Jin. Consequently, when Qi Yunting disobeyed his confinement to seek out Qi Jin, she was immediately informed. She soon learned of the confrontation between Qi Yunting and Qi Jin, which Xiang's siblings had stumbled upon, nearly causing her to faint from shock. She had cursed Qi Yunting and Qi Jin countless times. These two wretches, so much so that she could not wait for the banquet to formally commence before she sought to take her leave and inform the matriarch of the Xiang family. The matriarch, puzzled, inquired, why the haste when everyone is yet to be seated? The two families shared a close bond. Had something significant occurred within the Qi family, they would have been forewarned and prepared. Wang Shi was nearly in tears. What could she possibly say? Could she admit her son's folly in pursuing his foster sister, only to be caught in a compromising situation by her granddaughter? She hesitated, pondering until she spied Qi Yuan standing nearby, quickly seizing her as an excuse. This child is not quite adapting. I intend to take her home for a moment. The matriarch cast a glance at Qi Yuan, observing her quiet demeanor, and noted her respectful silence, which satisfied her. Though unsure of what Qi Yuan found difficult to adapt to, the urgency in Wang Shi's voice prompted her to concede. Very well, the child's well-being is paramount. Wang Shi felt as if she had been granted a reprieve. She hastened to the villa, hoping to suppress the incident before the Xiong siblings returned, preventing the situation from escalating. It was crucial to contain this matter. If other elders in the Xiong family learned of it, the engagement might very well be jeopardized. Qi Jin held a favorable view of the union. If he discovered that Qi Yunting had ruined it himself, he might be driven to violence. After a moment of panic, Wang Shi turned to summon Qi Yuan, only to find Xiang Jie and Xiang Rong entering together. At that moment, she felt a wave of darkness wash over her. Qi Yuan caught sight of Xiang Jie and Xiang Rong, a cold smile creeping across her face. It seemed the Xiong siblings had just returned from a captivating spectacle. Her brother had quite the knack for handling affairs. She lowered her gaze, pretending she was invisible. After all, there was no need for her to intervene in the unfolding events. Wang Shi, having regained her composure, approached Xiang Rong with a smile. Rong. I was worried when I didn't see you earlier. Yet Xiang Rong would not grant her this opportunity. Life is fleeting. How many years does one truly have? She refused to spend her life preoccupied with a fool who, even before their marriage, was fixated on her sister. She forced a smile, though devoid of warmth, and addressed Wang Shi. Thank you for your concern, Aunt. I am truly honored. With that, she disregarded Wang Shi entirely, resolutely brushing aside her hand and making her way directly to the matriarch. The matriarch, having sensed something amiss, noted Xiang Rong's usual respect for Wang Shi was now replaced with hostility. It was evident something significant had transpired. She tapped her granddaughter's nose. You naughty one. Where have you been gallivanting? Wang Shi's heart raced with apprehension. Meanwhile, Xiang Rong smiled brightly. Grandmother, I was just about to tell you. I accompanied my brother to the villa to fetch medicine for you, and happened to encounter Qi Yunting. I cannot fathom his behavior. He was clinging to Qi Jin, weeping and pleading for us not to make things difficult for them. The matriarch's smile vanished. Lady Xiang's expression shifted to one of disbelief as she looked at Wang Shi. Wang Shi felt a buzzing in her head, overwhelmed with humiliation and anger. The matriarch's face darkened as she stated, This is indeed peculiar. What could you possibly have done to make things difficult for them? Xiang Rong feigned confusion. I find it quite strange as well. When I inquired, Qi Jin lamented that she was not truly Qi Aunt's biological child, clinging to Qi Yunting while crying and demanding that we spare them, saying something along the lines of a fiancé is not a wife, so it counts for nothing. These words struck like a slap, viciously landing on Wang Shi's face, leaving her reeling. Chapter 39. The 6 killings. Madame Xiang's expression had transformed entirely. With an unfriendly glance directed at Mrs. Wang, her smile was more of a grimace, devoid of genuine warmth. Nevertheless, her tone remained gentle as she playfully patted Xiang Rong's hand, admonishing, Do not speak foolishly. Your elder brother Yunting is also a gentleman of high standing, and Qi Jin is the Pearl of the Capital, as everyone well knows. The titles of Pearl of the Capital and Gentleman of High Standing are undoubtedly melodious. However, when uttered by Madame Xiang, they dripped with sarcasm, revealing the depth of her ire. Mrs. Wang could no longer maintain her facade of amusement, her voice trembling as she stammered. It must be that the children do not understand. Internally, she was on the verge of tears. These 2 fools, the daughter she had cherished and protected, even knowing she was not her biological child, had now plunged a metaphorical dagger into her heart. Qi Jin, who had grown up in the Qi family, should surely comprehend the significance of this marriage to Qi Yunting. Did she not recognize its importance to the Qi family as well? The Qi family held hereditary titles. While the Xiong family was renowned for its literary heritage, a union between the two would be advantageous for both clans. Qi Jin was well aware of this. Yet she deliberately acted in ways that would lead Xiang Rong to misunderstand. Did she not give a thought to the gratitude she owed the Qi family for raising her for over a decade? Xiang Rong discerned Mrs. Wang's discomfort and anger but hesitated not for a moment. This was a matter of a lifetime. If Qi Yunting dared to engage openly with Qi Jin before their marriage, what assurance was there that he would treat her with any regard thereafter? She realized that Qi Jin had him completely under her sway. With a mere beckon, he would abandon all for her. To be tied to such a man, even with the Qi family as pressure to return, held little meaning for her. She had no desire to be a resentful matron, endlessly managing the disputes of the inner quarters. Thus, she smiled sweetly and shook her head. Aunt, this is no jest. Sister Qi Jin has been kneeling and threatening to bash her head against the wall, pleading for me to spare her and not drive her to despair. Those present at such a gathering were not simpletons. Many were aware that the Xiong and Qi families were already in discussions regarding a betrothal. Upon hearing Xiang Rong's seemingly light-hearted words, a wave of realization swept through the crowd. The notion of non-biological siblings embracing and preventing her from harming herself painted a picture of an entangled affair. What a calamity! How could the Qi family produce such offspring? Even if Qi Jin was not a biological daughter, she had been raised for over a decade, referring to Qi Yunting as her elder brother all those years. How could he act so callously? Was this not an abomination? Mrs. Wang was on the verge of collapse, her lips moving as if to speak. But her ears barely registered her own voice. Rong, you must be mistaken. Madame Xiang's smile vanished completely, grasping her granddaughter's hand. She surveyed the assembly before maintaining her composure, stating, "Indeed, Master Qi's words are rather childish. What fiancé? I have not heard of any engagement." Madame Wang was seething with suppressed rage. What a farce. The discussions between the Xiang and Qi families regarding a betrothal had been ongoing for quite some time, and Qi Yunting had frequently visited the Xiang household. If he possessed even a modicum of sense, he should have recognized his own standing. Yet here he was, brazenly flaunting his closeness to Qi Jin before Xiang Rong, dismissing her as merely a fiancée. What folly! Marrying such a man would be akin to wedlock with a swine. Upon hearing Madame Xiang's assertion, Mrs. Wang hastily echoed, "Indeed, Master Qi is most immature. Such matters should not be taken lightly." Their statements were clear and unambiguous, asserting before all the noble women in the capital that their family had no connection with the Qi family. Any notion of marriage was utterly disavowed. Mrs. Wang's heart bled. Yet she found herself in the wrong, unable to voice her grievances. In this setting, any further explanations would only serve to defend Qi Yunting and Qi Jin. Ultimately, she could scarcely recall how she exited the Xiang household. It was only when the carriage came to a halt, signaling their arrival home, that she regained her senses. As she observed Qi Yuan extending a hand to assist her, she smoldered with indignation and angrily shrugged off his offer. In truth, Qi Yunting had not been entirely incorrect in his assessment. Qi Yuan was indeed a harbinger of misfortune. Ever since the revelation of her origins, the household had been rife with turmoil. Had it not been for the mix-up at birth, none of this turmoil would have come to pass. Even if Qi Yunting had previously shown too much affection and intimacy toward Qi Jin, no one would have dared to criticize him, given their fraternal bond. Even if Qi Yunting had erred in developing inappropriate feelings, it was merely a consequence of their misaligned relationships. She shot a seething glare at Qi Yuan, barely suppressing the urge to unleash a torrent of harsh words against him. In front of so many witnesses, Mrs. Wang made no attempt to spare Qi Yuan's dignity, leaving even Chang Chang feeling sorry for her young mistress. What transgressions had her lady committed? Upon returning, she found no affection from her father, no love from her mother, a brother who was a lunatic, and a false sister who was nothing but a pretentious drama queen. It was evident that the faults lay not with her but with the elder master and the second miss. Yet the lady of the house placed blame solely on her daughter. Qi Yuan displayed no expression, her heart unmoved. She did not regard these people as family, thus, they could not inflict harm upon her. Since Mrs. Wang did not wish for her assistance, she dusted off her skirts and returned to her own quarters. Chang Chang followed closely behind. "My lady, do not be disheartened." Noticing Qi Yuan's gaze upon her, she awkwardly tugged at her sleeves, mustering her courage. "I shall stay by your side." During her darkest hour, it was Qi Yuan who had extended a hand to lift her up, granting her a chance at life. For this, she vowed eternal loyalty to Qi Yuan. Though merely a maid, she understood the value of kindness. Qi Yuan could not help but smile, playfully poking her nose. "I am not sorrowful. It seems that the ones who ought to feel downcast are not I." She laughed heartily, and upon entering the courtyard, a sudden enthusiasm surged within her. "Let us venture to the kitchen." "Ah?" Why, she exchanged puzzled glances with Chang Chang, uncertain of Qi Yuan's sudden desire to enter the kitchen. Nevertheless, they would not defy her wishes and hurriedly acquiesced. Qi Yuan mused that the Qi family would likely lack the appetite for a proper meal in the days to come. However, that was of little concern to her. She had enough for herself, for she had already completed the 6 killings. Chapter 40 Disposal Furious. Wang returned to her courtyard and impatiently summoned Lu Zhong. As soon as Lu Zhong entered, she berated him. "Did I not instruct you to ensure that the young master does not leave the house? How could this happen? This is utterly absurd. Of all days, it had to be today." And to make matters worse, he ran into Xiang Rong. I cannot even fathom the wrath that Qi Jin would unleash upon discovering this. Lu Zhong felt a bitter pang in his heart. It was not the first time they had been ordered to confine Qi Yunting, yet who truly took such commands seriously? Qi Yunting had always managed to evade restrictions. Now that trouble had arisen, the blame fell squarely upon the shoulders of the servants. He stammered, "Madam, the eldest young master's temperament." Before he could finish, Xuesong tumbled in, breathless with urgency. "Madam, madam, please save our young master. The Marquis is going to kill him." "What?" Wang sprang to her feet, her sudden movement causing her to feel lightheaded, nearly fainting. Fortunately, the Gao family member hurried to steady her. "Madam, you must take care of your health." "Health be damned." Wang shrugged off the support. "Quick, to the other courtyard." She had been contemplating how to manage the situation, worrying about how to appease Qi Zhan, who was bound to be furious. And now, Qi Zhan was already aware. Qi Zhan cared deeply about the family's reputation and his children's futures. This incident was a direct blow to his pride, and he would surely seek to punish Qi Yinyin severely. The Gao family member expressed concern. "But your health. What matters most right now?" Wang snapped. "If we delay any longer, our eldest young master will be beaten to death." Lu Zhong and the Gao family members wasted no time, hastily preparing the carriage. The group rushed out of the city. At that moment, Qi Yuan was in the kitchen kneading dough. The new young lady was a fresh face to the staff of the Marquis. Upon her entrance, the cooks were not pleased, feeling that this young lady was truly unworthy of their attention. The chefs in the residence were top-notch, skilled in all cuisines, with dedicated pastry chefs as well. How could the eldest young lady not be accustomed to their dishes? What had she eaten in the countryside? Nevertheless, as she insisted on cooking, they let her be, as it did not hinder their work. Lian Xiao and Bai Ji hurried to assist Qi Yuan. With a smile, Qi Yuan instructed, "Chop the celery and radishes finely, and use a steamer cloth to drain the moisture." Bai Ji promptly complied. Seeing Qi Yuan pour a mass of batter into a hot pan, Lian Xiao inquired, "Miss, what are you doing?" Qi Yuan quickly stirred the batter in the pan until it became translucent, then poured it into the bowl of dough she had just kneaded. Softly explaining, "I am making a paste." The kitchen was filled with a light-hearted atmosphere, while Wang's heart was in turmoil, urging the driver to hasten their pace. The driver, aware of the urgency, whipped the horses into a gallop until they finally reached the entrance of the Qi family's villa. As Wang lifted the curtain, she caught sight of Qi Zhan's bay horse, and her vision darkened. She rushed into the villa. Upon approaching the moon gate, she could already hear Qi Zhan's scolding voice. Crossing the threshold, she beheld Qi Zhan standing in the courtyard while Qi Yinyin lay sprawled over a stool, being mercilessly whipped by Qi Zhan. Qi Zhan was relentless in his punishment. The lashes cut through the air with a chilling force, tearing Qi Yinting's clothing and revealing numerous wounds on his back. Terrified, Wang rushed forward, tears streaming down her face. Marquis, please, no more. If this continues, you will kill him." Qi Zhan had never been so enraged. He glared at Wang, icy words escaping his lips. "Step aside." Wang's heart twisted in fear, her voice trembling with desperation. "Marquis, I know he has made a grave mistake, but he is our flesh and blood." At that moment, Qi Yinting, barely conscious, managed to utter weakly, "Mother, don't blame Ajin. Please tell father not to blame Ajin." Wang had never felt such self-loathing. She cursed herself for not making Qi Jin understand her place sooner. She regretted not sending Qi Jin back to her biological parents, sparing her son from harboring inappropriate thoughts and becoming enmeshed in this predicament. Her heart raced with dread, and without hesitation, she turned and slapped Qi Yinting hard, scolding him fiercely, "Be quiet." After reprimanding him, she took a deep breath and grasped Qi Zhan's arm tightly. "Marquis, killing him will not solve anything. What matters now is to discuss how we shall proceed." Qi Zhan, of course, could not truly kill his son. He tossed aside the whip, his expression devoid of emotion as he turned to leave for the flower hall. Wang, alarmed and anxious, signaled Lu Zhong to take Qi Yinting for medical attention before hastily following Qi Zhan into the flower hall. Seeing Qi Zhan seated in a circle chair, his face shadowed, she cautiously called, "Marquis." Qi Zhan turned to her, recalling her words that she would resolve the matter, claiming that their children were merely close and that nothing untoward would occur. Wang closed her eyes momentarily. "Marquis, it is all my fault." Qi Zhan coldly replied, "It is too late for such talk now." With such a commotion at the villa, many have taken notice. The Xiang family's marriage proposal is now impossible. Wang's heart ached, her breath becoming labored. "I will personally prepare gifts to apologize to the Xiang family." Apologizing is secondary. How do you intend to resolve this matter? Qi Zhan questioned mercilessly. "What do you plan to do with Qi Yinting and Qi Jin?" Wang felt her limbs go numb, cold sweat breaking out at Qi Zhan's inquiry. "What do you mean, Marquis? Qi Jin cannot remain." Qi Zhan's face darkened. You think merely sending her to the villa will suffice? She will swiftly turn around to seduce her brother, deliberately letting members of the Xiong family catch them together. Her intentions are as clear as day. Chapter 41 Killing. Although they were in the flower hall, shielded from the biting wind outside, a chilling sensation crept up Wang's spine the moment Qi Jun uttered those words, rendering her as if she had plunged into an ice cellar. She opened her mouth, only to find her throat parched and sore, and when she spoke, her voice emerged hoarse. Does the Lord mean? Strangely, just moments ago, upon witnessing her son being beaten, she had gritted her teeth in hatred, even cursing Qi Jin in her heart. Yet now, after Qi Jin's pronouncement, she felt an unshakable dread. After all, that was her own child, nurtured by her hands, the very infant she had cradled in her arms as he grew. Without a trace of hesitation, Qi Jin responded to Wang's inquiry with a counter-question. What else does the lady think I mean? A hint of derision marked his expression as he continued. Currently, there is a faction in court clamoring for the nobility to be held accountable, believing that the court has been excessively lenient towards them, claiming that the current nobility merely rests on the laurels of their ancestors' achievements. Do you grasp the implications of this? Suddenly, he shifted the topic, addressing the discontent towards the nobility in court, causing Wang to swallow hard in apprehension. Taking a sip of tea, Qi Jun coldly stated, "This means that even if I petition for Qi Yunting to be granted the title of heir, I may not receive approval. The emperor is currently deliberating whether to demote the nobility. At such a critical juncture, he dares to stir trouble." Wang's complexion shifted dramatically. She had always been indecisive, unable to either hold on or let go. Had it not been for this trait, she would not have raised Qi Yunting and Qi Jin to be so arrogant and dismissive of others. Hearing Qi Jun's disdain towards Qi Yunting left her in a state of panic as she rushed to him. "My lord, Yunting is our legitimate son, the eldest son. He must inherit our title." Qi Jin scoffed mockingly. "You wish to have a son who has an incestuous relationship with his own sister inherit the title?" He ruthlessly shattered Wang's illusions. "Do you think the Xiong family, having suffered such disgrace, would still entertain the idea of allowing him to inherit the title?" Wang was on the verge of collapse. The events of the day had surpassed the turmoil of an entire year. She felt she could no longer endure. Sensing the escalating severity in Qi Jin's tone, she clutched his sleeve and wept. "I have been short-sighted. My lord, I will heed your counsel. Please, save our son." Qi Jin inhaled sharply. At this juncture, there is but one solution. Let Qi Jin vanish, claim she succumbed to a sudden illness. As for Qi Yunting, he should be sent to the military for a thorough beating. He clearly deserves it. He spoke decisively, fixing a cold gaze upon Wang. "Do not disappoint me further, otherwise, when our parents return, matters will become exceedingly complicated." The old Marquis and Marquise are intolerant of any misconduct. Furthermore, they are notably biased towards the third branch. Wang, despite bearing two sons, had only Qi Yunting in good health, while Qi Yunjin had been ailing since childhood, ultimately being sent to be fostered by relatives in the countryside. If Qi Yunting were to falter, Wang would find herself utterly defenseless. She understood well that Qi Jun would never relinquish the title belonging to his branch. Even if Qi Yunting were incapacitated, although she had no other sons, Qi Jin still had concubines. Just the thought of this sent chills down Wang's spine. She gritted her teeth and closed her eyes. "My lord, I know what I must do. Rest assured." Qi Jin glanced at her, said no more, and stood to leave. The manor was suddenly enveloped in a chilling silence. Meanwhile, Qi Jin had been confined to the eastern wing of the back courtyard since Qi Jun's arrival. Feeling restless and unaware of the outside turmoil, she alternated between standing and sitting, pondering the Qi family's stance. Having grown up in the Qi household, she was acutely aware of both Qi Jun's and Wang's natures. The more she understood, the more agitated she became. She knew Qi Jun was a man who valued interests above all, placing family honor and future prospects above everything else. Not even she, nor Qi Yunting, could expect mercy from him if they were to jeopardize the family's standing. Reflecting on her impulsive decision to ensnare Qi Yunting as a means of seeking revenge against the Qi family, she suddenly felt foolish. Why had she not considered the consequences? Had she remained patient, she might have found a more favorable outcome. Instead, she had provoked the Xiong family. Xiong Rong was a person who could not tolerate even the slightest offense, and it was likely that the Xiong family had already informed the Qi family of the incident, prompting Qi Jun to storm in without hesitation, imposing punishment upon Qi Yunting. As for her, Qi Jun had not even spared her a glance. She certainly did not believe that Qi Jun had forgiven her. Rather, he likely intended to eliminate her entirely. With this thought in mind, she cast a cold gaze at Yinyin. Do you know any of the maids guarding us at the manor? She could not afford to sit idly by, for the greatest fear was waiting for death to come. No matter what, as long as she could survive, everything else could be negotiated. Yinyin herself was terrified, having nearly lost her wits upon witnessing Qi Yunting's beating. Now, hearing Qi Jin's inquiry, she quickly replied, Miss, only Aunt Lu is acquainted with my mother, but she might not be able to help. That doesn't matter, Qi Jin declared, pulling a pure gold peony hairpin from her own head and pressing it into Yunyan's hand. Go and persuade her to distract the others, allowing us to escape. With such a generous reward, she will surely be tempted. Yinyin, startled, agreed and turned to leave. But the door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. She jumped in fright, resembling a startled bird, and upon turning, she found it was Wang, accompanied by several others. Qi Jin's heart sank to the depths. Wang's eyes were still red from crying, and without uttering a word, she slapped Qi Jin across the face. This was the first time Wang had struck Qi Jin so severely. The force of the blow caused Qi Jin to turn her head, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Chapter 42. Tugging. No one knows a mother better than her daughter. Having been raised in the Wang household for over a decade, Qi Jin was already well acquainted with every nuance of Wang's demeanor. As soon as she sensed Wang's imposing presence, she wasted no time in covering her face and kneeling on the ground, weeping bitterly. Mother, I was wrong. It was my mistake. Since childhood, Wang had always responded better to softness than to toughness. If one made a mistake and stood firm against her, her anger would escalate from a mere slap to an uncontrollable uproar. However, if one sincerely admitted their fault and promised not to repeat it, Wang would invariably grant a chance for redemption. Qi Jin had no time to ponder her actions. Everything was instinctual, honed by years of experience. She crawled to Wang's legs, crying inconsolably, Mother, I am truly terrified. I've been cast out of the house, and I fear you will abandon me. The heart is made of flesh. Seeing her daughter in such distress filled Wang with a mix of anger and resentment. So you thought you could seduce your brother? Do you realize that your actions could spell doom for both him and yourself? Qi Jin cried even harder. Mother, I didn't. I truly did not. It was Sister Xiang who claimed I was not your flesh and blood, that I was a bastard. It was only then that brother said she had no right to speak so, as she is not yet his lawful wife. Deep down, Wang could not bear to acknowledge that her own upbringing had led her children to such scandalous behavior. Despite her fury and murderous intent, Qi Jin's pleas for forgiveness softened her heart a little. Humans are inherently emotional beings. Seeing Qi Jin unable to lift her head in tears stirred a sense of discomfort within Wang. Yet, the memory of Qi Jin's departing gaze sent chills down her spine. No, she could not lose her husband's support. Her entire life had been dictated by societal norms. To her, her husband was everything, even without her parents. She could not lose him. Taking a deep breath, she clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her palms, yet she felt no pain. After a moment of silence, she spoke softly. Jin, for all these years, I have regarded you as my own daughter. Even upon learning the truth of your origins, I never considered forsaking you, but your actions have crossed the line. Wrongdoings must come with consequences. She could no longer afford to be soft-hearted. Qi Jin's heart sank. Sensing the ominous turn of events, she realized that Wang truly intended to cast her away. In that fleeting moment, myriad thoughts raced through her mind, yet ultimately, she pulled a hairpin from her head and pressed it against her throat, crying, Mother, it is I who have erred. It is I who have brought you trouble. I am an unfilial daughter, burdening you and brother with disgrace. I shall not allow you to suffer because of me. With determination, she drove the pin into her flesh. Blood oozing forth, she sobbed softly, still calling out for her mother. Wang's heart shattered. Had Qi Jin remained unrepentant, she might have steeled herself to eliminate this calamity. But now, her beloved child, whom she had raised with such care, preferred death to causing her further distress. How could she bring herself to do this? Qi Jin closed her eyes, gripping the gold hairpin tightly. Mother, if I go, please take care of yourself. And as she prepared to thrust the pin deeper, Wang seized her wrist with fierce resolve, slapping the pin from her hand onto the ground. Everyone was taken aback. Yinyin's legs weakened, her eyes wide with terror as she collapsed to the floor, nervously swallowing hard. Good heavens, she almost believed her daughter was about to perish. The Gao family frowned at Wang, their hearts filled with unease. The Marquis had issued a strict order to eliminate Qi Jin, deeming her ungrateful and cunning. Yet, in this critical moment, the lady wavered. How would she explain this turn of events to the Marquis? With tear-filled eyes, Yinyin looked at Wang and rushed to embrace her legs. Mother. Her heart, however, felt a weight lifted. Fortunately, she had gambled correctly. Had Yinyin arrived that day, her performance would have been futile. But with Wang present, a woman's heart proved more tender, and her strategy of retreating to advance bore fruit. Wang stroked Yin's hair and extended a hand to help her up. You must leave. Yinyin stared at her in shock. Mother? Do not call me mother again. You are no longer a member of the chief family. Wang gritted her teeth, resolute. You must go. I will give you all the servants' contracts, along with 10,000 taels of silver. I will ensure that Mama Lu accompanies you, helping you establish a new life in Jiangnan or Fujian. You must never return. In the bond between mother and daughter, it is said that a mother's nurturing surpasses that of mere birth. Only Wang understood the depth of her sacrifices. When Yinyin fell ill at 6 months, she prayed day and night by her bedside for her recovery. When Yinyin was 2, she fell gravely ill again, prompting Wang to trek to Mount Wutai, kneeling every step of the way to beseech blessings for her daughter. The bonds forged over years are not easily severed by mere words of blood relation. Wang was resolute in granting Yinyin a path to survival. Yinyin knelt on the ground, tears streaming as she bowed deeply to Wang. Mother, I bow to you. On one side, there was maternal compassion and filial piety, while on the other, Yuan's culinary creations were finally complete. A tantalizing aroma wafted from the steamer. Lian Xiao's stomach growled audibly. Everyone burst into laughter. Yuan lifted the lid, and as the steam dissipated, they beheld gray-brown dumplings exuding warmth. Lian Xiao blinked in confusion. Miss, what are these? Aren't tea dumplings usually white? Why do these look so peculiar? Can we eat them? Yuan chuckled, playfully tapping her nose. You'll find out if they are edible by trying. Yet Lian Xiao hesitated. The color appeared odd, and the translucent appearance revealed the filling within. She had never encountered anything like it before. Nevertheless, she steeled herself, recalling that she could not let the young lady down, and bravely took a bite. Baishi watched anxiously, fearing she might spit it out. To her surprise, Lian Xiao's eyes widened. Miss, this is delicious. Yuan shook her head with a smile, placing the dumplings into a food box and gradually losing her mirth. Time to return. The guests will be arriving. Guests? Lian Xiao and Baishi exchanged bewildered glances. They were unsure who their mistress could possibly be expecting. Chapter 43 Enemies and Allies. Yuan smiled silently as she personally carried the food box back to Minghua Tower. Once she left, several kitchen maids exchanged glances, their lips curling in disdain. One of them, with a mocking tone, flipped a pot a few times and remarked, What is this sticky mess? This young lady truly cannot appreciate finer things. They had returned home to sumptuous feasts. Yet she still clung to the coarse fare she consumed in the countryside. Did she not feel any shame? Another maid opened the steamer and discovered a few small, gray-brown dumpling-like morsels, unable to suppress a sound of intrigue. Initially intending to join in the mocking, she was captivated by the translucent appearance of the dumplings, revealing the meat within. Compelled by curiosity, she took a bite and was pleasantly surprised. This flavor, it's quite unique, she exclaimed, having returned to Minghua Tower. Yuan paused at the door, glancing at Lian Xiao and Baishi. You need not accompany me. I wish to rest alone for a while. Lian Xiao had no objections, as she always acquiesced to Yuan's wishes. Baishi, though sensing something amiss, after all, Yuan had just prepared food and intended to serve guests, remained obedient and merely acknowledged her. As Yuan entered, she closed the door behind her. Almost simultaneously, she felt a sharp blade at her throat. Yet, she remained unfazed, turning to gaze at the figure of Xiao Yunting, who emerged slowly from behind the curtain. Though their names were phonetically similar, the two were starkly different in appearance and demeanor. Xiao Yunting possessed alluring peach blossom eyes that, even when unamused, held a hint of playful mirth. Yet, he exuded an air of lethal intensity, a combination of beauty and danger that made him appear formidable. Your Highness. Yuan greeted softly. A smirk played on Xiao Yunting's lips as he drew closer, observing her calm demeanor as she bowed her head. He raised the sword's tip slightly, prompting her to lift her chin. Did you anticipate my arrival? The blade was sharp and icy, yet Yuan met his gaze without a hint of fear. Their eyes locked, revealing their emotions. After a moment, Yuan spoke first. Since your highness is here, it indicates that I still hold some value. Why not sheathe the sword and sit down to converse? This girl possessed an intriguing quality, akin to an emotionless marionette. The first time he encountered her, she had been killing by the lake, remaining composed even when discovered. The second time, while others cowered in fear, she had boldly baited him to seek her out. Now, with a sword at her throat, she still maintained her poise. The furnishings within Qi Yuan's room were modest, merely average amidst the opulence of the capital. She gestured toward a small table by the window, then took a seat on the mat with the food box. Xiao Yunting regarded her with a knowing gaze before joining her across the table. He exuded an air of calm, akin to a poised cheetah, ready to pounce at any moment. If he desired her life, it would take but an instant. However, when Qi Yuan presented the dumplings from the box, his expression shifted dramatically. He reached across the table, gripping her neck with surprising strength. His hand was large enough to easily snap it. A murderous intent radiated from him as he coldly inquired, "Have you investigated me?" Prince Jing, Xiao Yunting, had been raised in the care of a mentor in Jiangxi due to his frail health, having just returned to the capital less than 3 years prior. Few knew he had scarcely spent any time in his purported residence but had grown up in Jiangxi instead. The dumplings Qi Yuan had produced were scarcely recognizable the most. Yet Xiao Yunting was familiar with them, specialties from a minuscule region in Jiangxi, known solely to their locality, taro dumplings made from mashed taro combined with sweet potato flour, filled with minced meat, celery, and radish. Qi Yuan tilted her head slightly, indicating her inability to speak. Xiao Yunting narrowed his eyes at her for a moment before releasing his grip. She coughed before gesturing for him to take a seat. This girl was truly fearless. He restrained the urge to end her life and slowly sat across from her, scrutinizing her with keen interest. Qi Yuan, aware of the delicate balance, spoke softly, "Your Highness, you must have seen my gesture at the Xiang residence, prompting you to seek me out?" Indeed, amidst the chaos of voices, her need for Xiao Yunting's assistance had compelled her to signal him, a code used by the assassins who had been pursuing him for years. She had wagered correctly. The taro dumplings on the table still emitted steam, their presentation unimpressive to those accustomed to grand feasts. Yet, Xiao Yunting sampled one, falling silent for a moment. After a pause, he fixed his gaze on Qi Yuan and asked, "You killed Su Butcher and that fellow named Ding Chengyong, did you not?" Qi Yuan met his gaze. Xiao Yunting smirked slightly. "I have already investigated. Ding Chengyong has long desired you, rumored to have attempted to harm you more than once." Qi Yuan lowered her eyes, her tone chillingly detached. "That does not prove I was the one who killed them." Indeed, it did not. Yet, what if Su Butcher had met Qi Jin beforehand and, under her orders, had resolved to sell you to Ding Chengyong? Xiao Yunting smiled knowingly. "That night, Ding Chengyong intended to force himself upon you, did he not?" His fingers, long and defined, tapped rhythmically on the table. He sought to impose his will, and when you resisted, you retaliated, correct? Chapter 44. Grasping Qi Yuan's momentary panic was fleeting. Before provoking Xiao Yunting, she had already realized that no secrets could be kept in his presence. In her previous life, she had followed Xiao Yunting and witnessed his methods. He was renowned as the Jade-Faced Judge, a title earned through merit. Thus, she quickly regained her composure, resting her chin on her hands and smiling at him. "So, Your Highness, what relevance does our alliance hold? Or do you intend to uphold justice and send me to the authorities for having taken a life?" The reason advised her to adopt a more humble stance given the disparity in their strengths, to showcase her advantages and gently persuade him to assist her. The memories of her past life constricted her throat. Even seated, Xiao Yunting towered over her, looking down with an air of authority. In the dim light, her youthful face appeared remarkably innocent. Who could fathom that this seemingly harmless girl could kill with such swiftness and ease, more effortlessly than butchering a pig? He had taken the time to examine the corpses of Ding Chengyong and the butcher Su. Ding's head had been nearly smashed beyond recognition, while Su had succumbed to a precise strike to the neck, severing an artery before he even comprehended his demise. All of this was orchestrated by the very girl before him, who appeared so delicate and unassuming. After a brief standoff, he spoke in a low voice, "They harmed you. Yet they were no match for you. Both the butcher and Li Xionyang fell by your hand, and your false sister is now a mere clay statue, unable to protect herself. Do you truly still need to forge an alliance with me?" To be candid, with Qi Yuan's ruthlessness and decisiveness, her position within the Qi Yu family should have been secure. He couldn't fathom why she sought an alliance with him. Of course, he was equally perplexed as to how she had uncovered his secret of having lived in Jiangxi. When he mentioned the butcher and the Qi Yu family, a hint of disdain flickered across her face. With a playful smile, she toyed with her teacup before abruptly flipping it onto the table and arching an eyebrow. "Your Highness, since you have investigated me and are aware of my sister's expulsion, you must also understand the difference in my brother's treatment of her compared to me." She could orchestrate the disappearance of Qi Yu Jing but could not do the same to Qi Yu Yunting. It was that she was unwilling, rather. Yinyin was the legitimate eldest son, of paramount importance to any family. The future of the family was destined for him. If she were to harm Yinyin, the entire Qiyu family would turn against her. The risk was too great, and with her current strength, she could not eliminate him and escape unscathed. If she failed to kill him, he would undoubtedly seek her life in retaliation for the banishment of his beloved sister. It was that straightforward. With a calm demeanor, Yinyin spoke transparently, I seek to ascend, thus I require the endorsement of the eldest princess. With her backing, the Qiyu family would not forsake me for Yinyin. Indeed. From the outset, Yinyin had never known the eldest princess, nor had she been nurtured by old Madame Jiang. These assertions were mere fabrications intended to deceive Yinyin, allowing her to earn his favor and avoid being cast out by Yinyin. Initially, she had planned to find a way to convince the eldest princess to support her deception. However, after much contemplation, she realized that relying solely on herself to gain the eldest princess's trust would be exceedingly difficult. Thus, she ultimately focused her attention on Yinyin. After all, she was not entirely at a loss. She could also offer him a reward. Upon hearing Yinyin mention the eldest princess, Yinyin's handsome face darkened with clouds of suspicion. You dare to scheme against the eldest princess? You possess remarkable audacity. He then hesitated. Yinyin, I have investigated you. You spent your early years in Su's village, never venturing beyond its confines, not even into the city. Across the table, he scrutinized her coldly. How could you possibly know that the eldest princess is recuperating in the mountains, or how you have knowledge of me? Furthermore, how did you learn of my past in Jiangxi and the signal of those tracking me? Each question grew increasingly urgent, and his tone turned more frigid. By the end, his strikingly beautiful eyes bore a hint of murderous intent as they fixed on her. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, I could easily end your life right here. What need is there for further negotiations? The atmosphere within the room grew tense with the threat of violence, while outside, Baiji, perhaps having waited too long, tentatively knocked on the door. Miss, are you ready to wash up? Yinyin responded with a soothing tone to Baiji before taking a deep breath and addressing Yinyin. Your Highness, I cannot answer your questions. However, as you have rightly pointed out, I am burdened with many weaknesses. You could take my life with any one of them. If that is the case, what is there to fear? Across the table, their gazes locked, and silence enveloped them. Finally, Yinyin broke the stillness with a scoff. What do you know about that signal? I am aware that they are backed by Baodong Bank, Yinyin replied without hesitation, clearly discerning when to display defiance and when to engage in serious matters. Your Highness may send someone to investigate. They should uncover what you seek. Yinyin nodded, abruptly rising. I shall send you news regarding the eldest princess shortly. Yinyin realized she had succeeded, though she felt a sense of assurance. Hearing Yinyin's words elicited a genuine smile. Thank you, Your Highness. Yinyin said no more and turned to leave. Yet, as he reached the window, he suddenly looked back, taking a plate of taro dumplings and placing them into a food box before swiftly departing. Yinyin was left dumbfounded. What had happened to the menacing aura he had just exuded? How was he now indulging himself and taking food? But Yinyin, with remarkable agility, leapt away, leaving her with no recourse but to roll her eyes in exasperation. How could she explain the missing food box? Outside, Baiji knocked urgently. Miss, the Marquis has arrived. Yinyin glanced at the sky, realizing that Yinyin must have returned from the other residence. After a moment's thought, she opened the door. Yinyin was just ascending the steps. Upon seeing her, he asked blandly, Still awake? Yinyin replied softly, behaving most obediently as she welcomed him inside. I heard that father and mother have yet to return, so I did not dare to sleep. This daughter was indeed obedient, and the pent-up frustration within Yinyin began to dissipate. He seated himself beside a small table, noticing Yin's demure demeanor as she poured tea. He said gravely, From now on, Yinyin will not return. Chapter 45 Root Removal. Yinyin gasped in surprise, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Father, I would never dare to usurp my sister's position. I am already content to have returned. She resembled a frightened little rabbit, easily grasped and controlled. Observing her demeanor, Yinyin felt much of the regret over losing a daughter he had nurtured for over a decade dissipate, and he gestured for her to sit. After a moment, he spoke in a measured tone. It is not your fault. Her aspirations were lofty, and it is indeed unsuitable for her to remain in our home. Pausing, Yinyin struck the table, and upon noticing Yin's wide-eyed gaze, he declared solemnly, From this day forth, you shall be the most esteemed daughter of the chief family, representing our family's honor. Do you understand? Qi Yuan comprehended Qi Jin's sentiments acutely. He had raised Qi Jin for many years, and had she been more ordinary, her absence would have been less significant. Yet Qi Jin was a distinguished noblewoman of great repute in the capital. Qi Jun had high hopes for her, intending to marry her off to a prince or noble. Qi Jin was a splendidly packaged commodity, carefully placed in a box by the Qi family, awaiting the right offer. Regrettably, she had been overly impulsive. Merely facing temporary setbacks and being sent to another estate led to the scandal of her entanglement with Qi Yunting. This was widely known. Did she think she merely jeopardized her engagement to the Xiang family? No, it extended far beyond that. She had severed her own soul value. How could the Prince of Qi possibly desire a woman with ambiguous relations with men? Thus, Qi Jin was now compelled to cultivate another daughter. Qi Yuan understood the gravity of the situation, nervously taking her seat and responding softly, appearing exceedingly well-behaved. Qi Jin acknowledged her with a nod, tapping the table to reveal the crux of the matter. Yuan, we intend to organize your homecoming banquet with utmost care. Inside, Qi Yuan thought, finally, it has come. Indeed. The next moment Qi Jin sighed. After having been away for over a decade, if the princess can attend the banquet, it would affirm that you were raised by her. And no one in the capital shall look down upon you thereafter. In the Qi family, even a dog must be weighed for its worth. Only those of value are accorded respect. As soon as Qi Yuan mentioned the princess, she anticipated this day. Having just allied with Xiao Yunting, she smiled genuinely. Father, I shall write to the princess and Lady Jiang, inviting them. Seeing her elated at the prospect of inviting the princess and Lady Jiang, Qi Jin's final doubts were dispelled. He nodded in satisfaction, kindly stating, that is precisely the point. They have aided you, and we must express our gratitude appropriately. Regardless, if the princess truly attended, it would elevate Qi Yuan's status. This would not only quell the recent turmoil caused by Qi Jin and Qi Yunting, but also perhaps provide room for negotiation regarding the Xiang family's engagement. A fortuitous turn of events indeed. Having achieved his objective, Qi Jun felt a sense of relief and instructed Qi Yuan, now, take the time to rest well. If you require anything, do not hesitate to ask your mother. Qi Yuan rose to accompany him to the door, and upon hearing his words, she sighed and inquired, Father, how is mother faring? If Qi Jin truly cannot return, she must be heartbroken. Qi Jin furrowed his brow. Qi Yuan, saddened, lowered her head. I have heard from my elder brother that Qi Jin was frail as a child, and mother prayed fervently, seeking divine intervention to raise her. She must miss her dearly. Qi Jun recalled Wang's reaction before departing. Although she had assured him she would eradicate all traces, it was apparent that she was deeply fond of Qi Jin. Over the years, Wang had done everything within her power for Qi Jin. Truly, would she be able to carry through with such a drastic measure? Qi Jun felt a headache coming on, coupled with regret. Why had he entrusted this task to Wang? Yet, he concealed his thoughts from Qi Yuan, smiling as he patted her shoulder. Rest assured, she has committed a grave error, but your mother knows right from wrong. She will not make things difficult for you. You may return now. There is no need to see me off. Qi Yuan replied with a smile, but as she turned, the smile vanished entirely. Wang had not returned with him, leading her to deduce that Qi Jin had entrusted the handling of Qi Jin's fate to Wang. She understood Wang all too well. Wang could never bear to be harsh with Qi Jin, overly biased and doting. In her previous life, even when Qi Jin had broken her leg, Wang had shown no reaction upon learning of it. Recalling her past, she instinctively touched her knee. Now, her legs were intact. Unlike in her previous life when she had been cast aside, begging in the streets, her wounds festering and infested with maggots. Yet, that pain penetrated to the bone. And even across lifetimes, merely recalling it sent tremors of dread through her. In this life, Qi Jin had once again made an early move against her. Fortunately, this time, she had not succeeded. With such a viper, failing to eradicate the root would only allow it to flourish anew. She gazed at the candle before her, slowly taking up scissors to snip the wick. The candle extinguished. Qi Jun hastily exited, summoning Lu Zhong, and coldly inquired, has my wife returned? Lu Zhong quickly shook his head. My lord, not yet. Take a few guards and head to the other estate, Qi Jun instructed, lowering his voice. Confirm whether Qi Jin is dead. If alive, I want to see her. If dead, I want to see your corpse. If my wife cannot produce her, press the others for Qi Jin's whereabouts. She must not be allowed to remain. The Qi family had completely severed ties with Qi Jin. With Qi Jin's intelligence, she would undoubtedly be aware of the family's intentions regarding her. It had become a matter of life and death. If Wang still sheltered Qi Jin, It would be tantamount to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Do not underestimate a woman, for she could stir up considerable turmoil. Lu Zhong, Qi Zhen's confidant who had fought alongside him on the battlefield, was taken aback but quickly responded with determination. Rest assured, my lord, I will uncover the truth. Qi Zhen took a deep breath and waved him off. Go. As he walked a short distance, he glanced back at Minghua Tower. Inside, Qi Yuan had closed her eyes. Knowing that from the moment she spoke those words to Qi Zhen, he would undoubtedly pursue Qi Jin to the utmost. Another one eliminated. How splendid, she mused. She vowed never again to be the one who falls victim. Chapter 46. The Noble One. When Xiao Yunting returned to his chamber, it was well past midnight. His ghostly presence was something his subordinates had grown accustomed to. However, this evening, he surprisingly carried a food box, which piqued the curiosity of those around him. Bao Bao scratched his head and asked, Your Highness, did you not eat enough today? He followed Xiao Yunting eagerly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Did you go to Zuiyin Tower? Lu Jin cleared his throat and shot Bao Bao a glare before stepping forward to salute Xiao Yunting. Your Highness, that man has been interrogated. But he adamantly denies any connection to those who attempted to assassinate you. Xiao Yunting scoffed, his voice low and serious. Where is he being held? In the Dali Temple prison, Lu Jin replied, his demeanor steady and his nature the most composed among Xiao Yunting's close guards. Without flinching, Xiao Yunting commanded, Do not provide him with food, drink, or sleep. In his cell, 10 torches shall be lit through the night, and they shall remain until he speaks. Bao Bao quickly acknowledged. Xiao Yunting then called out to the 2 guards who had remained silent, Xiao Qing, Yin Quan. Both Xiao Qing and Yin Quan hurried down the stairs to receive their orders. Xiao Yunting flexed his wrist and instructed them calmly, investigate the Baodong Bank. Find a way to examine their ledger. I do not care what methods you employ. Proceed at once. Understanding his intent, Zhao Qing and Yin Quan exchanged glances and replied in unison, Your Highness, rest assured. Bao Bao, perplexed, who usually stuck closely to Xiao Yunting, was confused by the sudden mention of the Baotong Bank. Your Highness, shouldn't we focus on prying information from the assassin? That scoundrel must know where the list is hidden. Xiao Yunting had been overseeing the corruption investigation of the grain transport, eliminating numerous wrongdoers from Jiangnan to Guangdong. He had finally learned of a roster's existence from the Zhujiang's Navy commander, which documented the corrupt officials and bribery amounts over the years. With this roster, his case would be deemed a success. Yet, when he reached the Zhujiang's transport office, the roster had vanished. Meanwhile, he had been the target of assassination attempts. After following the trail, he extracted the name of a Ministry of Works official surnamed Zheng from the assassin, capturing him at a banquet held by the Xiang family. Bao Bao had assumed that interrogating this individual was paramount. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yunting insisted on investigating the Baodong Bank. Casting a cool glance at Bao Bao, he stated, The man surnamed Zheng you are fixated on is merely a pawn. The Baodong Bank is backed by the Prince of Qi. Do as I instruct. Although Bao Bao was impulsive, he was also astute. Upon hearing this, he instinctively responded loudly, Understood. Xiao Yunting nodded and began to depart with the food box. I shall step out for a while. You need not accompany me. Where could he possibly be going with that food box? Bao Bao pondered aloud, scratching his head as he turned to look at Lu Jin. Lu Jin tapped Bao Bao lightly on the head. Why should His Highness report his whereabouts to you? Just do as you are told. Bao Bao, undeterred, chased after him. You think you're tough? Do you know your own weight? I am your senior brother, you insolent brat. Their playful banter elicited chuckles from Zhao Qing and Yin Quan. The mountain air was crisp and serene, with the nuns at the temple having retired early for the night. Only a few lanterns swayed gently in the wind at the mountain gate. Xiao Yunting galloped swiftly along the mountain path, ascending from the gate. Along the way, he encountered several lurking guards, who, upon recognizing his insignia, hastily withdrew. Upon reaching the temple, the sky began to lighten. The early rising nuns had commenced their morning prayers, preparing vegetables and meals. As Xiao Yunting's steed halted before the temple entrance, he spotted a grand incense burner from afar. The nuns, hearing the commotion, rushed out to see a handsome young man atop a magnificent horse, and in a flurry, they greeted him, A benefactor, we do not accept donations from devotees. If you wish to burn incense, please go elsewhere. This temple housed the Long Princess, and all expenses were covered by the palace. Thus it was not open to the public. Disregarding their words, Xiao Yunning called out, Auntie. Auntie. Before long, a woman in her 40s, her hair neatly pinned up, hurried out. Upon seeing Xiao Yunting, her face lit up with joy. Ah, it is His Highness. You have returned. Please, come in. Grandma Jiang. Xiao Yunning exclaimed, equally delighted. How have you been lately? Quite well. Grandma Jiang replied sincerely. I was just thinking of you. Yesterday, I inquired about your journey to Jiangnan, wondering when you would return. I never expected you to be back so soon. Dismounting, Xiao Yunting entered the temple alongside her. Grandma Jiang then eagerly suggested, since you are here, why not light a stick of incense? The Bodhisattva will bless you. Previously, whenever Xiao Yunting visited the temple, the Long Princess would always have him light an incense stick. Thus, he pressed his lips together and solemnly complied. Grandma Jiang led Xiao Yunting to the meditation hall where the Long Princess resided. The courtyard was adorned with a variety of trees and flowers, and the Long Princess was practicing her exercises beneath a tree. Once she completed her routine, Grandma Jiang beamed and announced, Your Highness, come quickly. Look who has arrived. The Long Princess slowly opened her eyes, and upon spotting Xiao Yunting at the entrance, her face broke into a smile. Yunting, you have returned. Come here. She drew closer, inspecting him closely. You seem a bit thinner, but otherwise well. Xiao Yunting smiled and handed the food box to Grandma Jiang. Could you please have the kitchen warm this up? Grandma Jiang accepted with a smile and took the food box away. The Long Princess, curious, inquired, What delightful treat did you bring from the city? It is indeed a special item. You shall taste it and see, Xiao Yunting replied, guiding her into the room and pouring her a cup of hot tea. I see that you seem much better lately, Annie. After sipping her tea, the Long Princess chuckled. As one ages, one must learn to let go. Otherwise, one would wear a perpetual frown. Who would want to see that? It is merely me at odds with myself. She then asked Xiao Yunting, You hurried over so early. You must have traveled throughout the night. What urgent matter brings you here? The journey from the capital to this place required at least half a day. And considering the timing, Xiao Yunting must have departed in the dead of night. The Long Princess understood his character well. He would not rush unless there were pressing matters at hand. Indeed, there is something I wish to ask for your assistance with, Xiao Yunting replied. His gaze fixed on her as he held the teacup. It is quite an intriguing matter. Chapter 47 Hearts Not Upon Returning from the Guest Residence. The atmosphere over the Yongping Marquis household seemed to be shrouded in a profound gloom, with the servants becoming increasingly cautious, fearful of making any misstep. In stark contrast, the ambience at Mingyue Tower flourished with unprecedented vibrancy. Bai Ji and Bai Yin were excessively lively, meticulously managing Qi Yuan's daily affairs, while the young maidservants were equally diligent in their duties. After Zhang Mama's unfortunate incident, Wang Shi appointed Shin Mama to oversee Qi Yuan's quarters. Shin Mama, known for her honesty and reliability, lacked ulterior motives, and given that Zhang Mama had met her demise due to Qi Yuan, this matter sparked considerable debate within the household. Many believed that Zhang Mama had been wrongfully accused and thus perished at the hands of Wang Shi and Qixin. However, the more astute servants understood that without power, one could easily fall victim to slander, with some having no opportunity to retaliate at all. Upon the return of the eldest young lady, not only did she firmly establish her position, but she also directly caused the death of Zhang Mama. Meanwhile, the second young lady fell gravely ill and left the estate for recuperation, only to soon hear of her demise. This illustrated the formidable means of the eldest young lady. In light of these events, Shin Mama's arrival at Qi Yuan's quarters signified her loyalty. Coincidentally, Qi Yuan summoned Bai Ji, Bai Yin, and a few others into her chamber. They all instinctively knelt. Qi Yuan gestured for them to rise and spoke earnestly. Now that Shin Mama has just arrived and we are among our own, I wish to share a few words. Everyone immediately perked up, listening attentively. Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow. I do not concern myself with whether you entered my quarters voluntarily. We are aware that our relationship differs from that of other masters and servants. In noble families, the servants accompanying the young ladies are typically nurtured from a young age. So we are merely half-hearted master and servant. Shin Mama couldn't help but silently marvel at Qi Yuan's eloquence. Her intelligence was evident. Initially, the second young lady and the eldest young master had spread rumors that the eldest young lady was a crude daughter of a butcher from the countryside, lacking refinement. Had they only taken the time to observe her with a bit more patience, they would have realized that her understanding of noble society was profound, far from being unsophisticated. Qi Yuan paused before continuing softly. However, there are advantages to being a half-path master and servant. Considering your ages, none of you would be able to arrive at another lady's residence as confidants or head maidservants immediately, would you? Shin Mama recognized this was directed at her and quickly responded affirmatively. Bai Ji clutched her garment and declared, Miss, we all know you treat us well. The truth of one's character is revealed over time. Qi Yuan pointed to the table, gazing at them thoughtfully. I cannot claim to be a perfect mistress. But should you face any difficulties, feel free to come to me. If it is within my capability, I shall assist you. Lowering her eyes, her voice softened. My kindness toward you is not without expectation. I seek your loyalty. Lian Xiao's eyes widened, and without hesitation, she raised her hand. Miss, I will follow you for a lifetime. Bai Ji and Bai Yin hurriedly expressed their allegiance. Xiaoyao, slightly flustered, stammered. Miss, I am the same. Qi Yuan surveyed them with a slight smile. Very well. If you follow me, I promise not to let you suffer or regret it. I have always been lenient toward my own, yet I shall not be merciful to those who betray me. She had many plans ahead and required trustworthy individuals by her side. The servants who attended her intimately must be utterly loyal. She had no desire to start anew in selecting individuals, as trust must be cultivated gradually. Thus, this arrangement would suffice for now. Shin Mama understood the duality of Qi Yuan's words, especially the subtle reminder directed at her as the steward. She solemnly knelt. Rest assured, Miss, from now on, I shall have but one master, and whatever you say shall be law. Qi Yuan acknowledged her with a hum, just as someone from the front courtyard came to request an audience. It turned out to be from the Gao family. Upon entering, the Gao family members were greeted by the pristine and revitalized Mingwei Tower. The courtyard was bustling with the construction of a swing set, and inside, everything was impeccably clean, nearly gleaming. Wang Shi had scarcely paid attention to Qi Yuan's quarters, carelessly assigning servants to her. Yet to her surprise, these servants were remarkably obedient under Qi Yuan's guidance. Truly, a capable individual, the eldest young master and second young lady had misjudged her. With a smile, she performed a courteous bow. Qi Yuan sipped her tea nonchalantly. You've come. Is there something you wish to discuss? Bai Shi proactively poured tea. Mama, you've traveled a long way. You must be chilled. Please, have some hot tea first. Everyone in the room was thoroughly compliant with Qi Yuan's management, and the Gao family, holding their teacups. Couldn't tea help but be astonished. The eldest young lady possessed remarkable skills. For any ordinary noble young lady, achieving such a level of control might not be surprising. Yet, the fact remained that she had indeed been brought back from the countryside. How could she manage such seamless oversight? Nevertheless, she quickly masked her surprise. Smiling as she replied, the old lady and the old Marquis have returned. The lady requests your presence. The old Marquis and old lady of the Yongping Marquis household. Qi Yuan had never met them in her previous life. Before her return, her reputation had already been tarnished by Ding Qingyong, compounded by Huama's embellished tales of her promiscuity. Thus, the old Marquis and old lady had never bothered to return from afar to meet her. Only after she was injured and forced out of the estate did the old lady return. It was said that the old lady later expressed discontent towards Qi Jin and Qi Yunting, deeming their actions excessively ruthless and devoid of humanity. However, such matters no longer concerned her. After a moment of silence, she replied, I shall change my attire and be out shortly. The Gao family responded affirmatively. Meanwhile, Wang Shi, feeling somewhat agitated, rubbed her temples. Ensure that the people from the eldest young master's quarters take good care of me. Should there be even a hint of negligence, I shall have their skins flayed. Kai Xia, serving her tea, reassured, Madam, rest assured, they wouldn't dare be careless. Wang Shi took a sip of tea and angrily tossed it aside. What kind of tea is this? It's tasteless and bland. Are you all dead? Fetch me a Jin. As she spoke, she realized her error. Qi Jin would never return. A sudden pain gripped her heart. Upon seeing Qi Yuan enter, her irritation grew, and she coldly snorted. You're as stiff as a block of wood. How is it possible that you resemble my daughter? You're more like my ancestor and enemy. You don't possess even half of a Jin's cleverness. Chapter 48 Interrogation. Wang was utterly disdainful of Qi Yuanjin. How was it that before Qi Yuanjin returned, everything at home was harmonious? Her son was obedient and sensible, her daughter was kind and considerate, and there were no worries at all. Yet, upon Qi Yuanjin's arrival, the household erupted into chaos. She almost wished to consult a fortune-teller about Qi Yuanjin's fate, pondering if she were a harbinger of misfortune. The Gao family could not help but sigh. If Qi Yuanjin were simple-minded, it would be understandable. After all, a dullard, lacking ambition, would rely solely on her biological mother, with no other path available to her, even if that mother held her in disdain. But Qi Yuanjin was astonishingly clever. Given the lady's harsh demeanor towards her, it was feared that the young lady would never again wish to be close to her. She hesitated to speak, shaking her head inwardly. Qi Yuanjin pretended not to hear. Wang's dislike for her was something she had experienced in her previous life through countless cold and cutting remarks. Far worse than this. Therefore, the words Wang spoke now held no weight for her. She focused on the hem of her skirt, her patience unwavering. Yet Wang grew increasingly infuriated, unable to comprehend how Yinyin could remain so composed. Unable to restrain herself, she asked sharply, "Do you have no conscience? Your brother and sister are in trouble, and you do not even inquire about their well-being?" Yinyin sighed. She did not harbor affection for Wang and found it impossible to cultivate a close relationship with her. But she had never intended to engage in a daily battle of wits. Yet Wang insisted on treating her as an adversary. She looked up at Wang and replied calmly, "Do you wish for me to inquire? If I were to ask, you might accuse me of taking pleasure in their misfortune, so I choose not to." She could not even be bothered to refer to her as mother. To her, Li Xionyang's cruelty was understandable. She was not Li Xionyang's biological daughter. But Wang was her own mother. Li Xionyang could offer everything to Yinyin, yet Wang only served her endless disdain and difficulty. Being switched at birth was not her choice. Upon hearing her address Wang as madam, Wang felt her mind buzz with anger. "You." The Gao family's hearts leapt in anxiety, fearing another quarrel would ensue. Fortunately, at that moment, a servant rushed in, bearing news. "Madam, miss. The old Marquis and the old matriarch have returned to the estate, and the Marquis has welcomed them into Awakens courtyard." Awakens courtyard was where the old Marquis and matriarch resided. Wang cast a furious glance at Yinyin and swept out in a huff. Yinyin followed behind her, unhurried, toward Awakens courtyard. Inside Awakens courtyard, the old Marquis and matriarch sat at the head, listening to Yinyin with serious expressions. Upon Wang's entrance, their gazes did not immediately settle on her, but rather on Yinyin. At the sight of Yinyin, their expressions softened somewhat, despite everything. Her appearance unmistakably bore the resemblance of the Qi family, and she was not in the least inferior to Yinyin. Yinyin stepped forward, kneeling respectfully to greet the old Marquis and matriarch. "Greetings, grandfather and grandmother. May you both be well." The atmosphere lightened, and the old Marquis, with a somewhat amiable smile, nodded. "Rise." The old matriarch beckoned, saying, "Come here to your grandmother." Yinyin obediently approached, and the old matriarch grasped her hand, examining her closely, smiling as she remarked, "You resemble your father." She then inquired about Yinyin's life in the countryside. After a pause, she gently asked, "Were your adoptive parents good to you?" Wang lowered her gaze, and Yinyin cleared his throat. Since Yinyin's return, none had inquired about her experiences in the countryside. For reasons unknown, they instinctively avoided the subject of her upbringing in the butcher's household, finding it shameful to mention. After a moment's thought, Yinyin asked the old matriarch, "Would you prefer the truth or a falsehood?" The old matriarch paused, looking at her with profound interest, before responding, "The truth." "That may not be pleasant," Yinyin replied. Her eyes cast down. "Before dawn, I would catch fish and feed them in the pond. At dawn, I would tend to the pigs. During the day, I would gather firewood and prepare meals. At night, I would wash clothes and work. There was no respite. When I fell ill, my adoptive father and mother would bring hot bowls, scalding me, claiming I feigned illness." As she spoke, it was as if she were merely commenting on the weather. Her tone casual. The old matriarch pursed her lips and closed her eyes. Yinyin, astonished, exclaimed, "They dared treat you so?" Wang felt a whirlwind of complex emotions. She had not anticipated that Yinyin had endured such hardship with her adoptive parents. However, she thought, this was not her fault. And if it were not for Yinyin, then Yinyin would have been the one to suffer. Yinyin, being delicate, could hardly withstand such tribulations. Suddenly, the old matriarch turned to Wang. "You should go and arrange the banquet for tonight. Now that we have returned, let the second and third houses join us for dinner." Wang felt increasingly restless. These words made her deeply uncomfortable. Hearing this was like receiving a reprieve, and she stood to leave. Once she exited, the old matriarch turned to Yinyin, speaking solemnly. "Is it because of their mistreatment that you have grown so cruel towards Yinyin?" The old Marquis had remained silent, merely observing. Hearing the old matriarch's question, he spoke in a low voice. "We have investigated Yin's matters. Xuesong learned of Yin's visit to the other estate and followed her there because someone instructed him to seek favor near Yunting." He chuckled softly. "Surely we need not be overly explicit, do we?" All three turned their attention to Yinyin, expecting to see her panic. Yet, she remained utterly composed, lifting her gaze to say coolly, "I do not consider this cruelty. I merely believe in repaying enmity with enmity. Her methods of hospitality were hardly lacking, her patience waning. She continued plainly, since grandfather and grandmother have uncovered this, surely you have discovered more, such as what Yinyin and Yinyin have done to me. What a remarkable child, displaying such unflappable composure. The old Marquis regarded her with a stern expression. You speak with conviction. Yinyin shares no blood relation with you and has usurped your place. It is only natural for you to feel vengeful. But your brother is your own flesh and blood. How could you raise your hand against him? Why not? Yinyin replied without hesitation. If I fail to act, what fate awaits me? Yinyin, his emotions complex, reprimanded her sternly. How dare you speak to your grandmother in such a manner? Chapter 49 Impersonation. Yinzin's emotions were tumultuous. Deep down, he had always perceived Yinyin as a delicate flower, pitiably in need of support. He had believed that Yinyin and Yinyin were the ones oppressing the recently returned Yinyin, leaving her to be passively ensnared in their schemes. However, the reality was far from such. While Yinyin and Yinyin were indeed ruthless and sinister, Yinyin was not at all hesitant in her own machinations. It was Yinyin who had obliterated Zhang Mama's cursed doll. And it was she who had instigated the events that led Yinyin to believe that Yinyin was to be sent away and would never return, ultimately pursuing him to the secondary residence. Yinyin even suspected that Xiangrong and Xiangjia had made a special trip to that residence due to Yin's summons. Such audacity. Such chilling cunning and stratagems. He recalled the previous night when he had told Yinyin that Yinyin would never return. Yinyin had then asked him if their mother could truly bear it. The more he pondered, the more he found discrepancies, prompting him to send Lu Zhong to eradicate any threat. In retrospect, it seemed likely that Wang Shi would spare Yinyin, which was probably within Yin's calculations. Explaining why she had deliberately brought up the matter in his presence, ensuring he did not overlook this detail, Yin's heart remained relatively unperturbed. She merely felt a tinge of regret. The number of capable individuals around her was still insufficient, leaving her at a disadvantage in various circumstances. Otherwise, she could have executed her plans flawlessly, and even if the old Marquis and matriarch had their suspicions, they would have found no evidence. Nevertheless, she was not overly concerned. For thus far, the situation remained within her control. The Cheese would not abandon her over this matter. After all, there were few girls left in the Cheese family. As silence enveloped the room, the old Marquis stared intently at Yinyin, a flicker of astonishment crossing his mind. Having encountered countless individuals in his lifetime, he found Yinyin to be a rare gem. Despite being caught in the act of plotting against Yinyin and Yinyin, she had only recently returned and had yet to establish any foothold in the household, yet she managed to maintain such composure. Remarkable. Even he had to concede that this girl was formidable, far surpassing Yinyin in evident strength. He glanced at the matriarch, subtly urging her to provide a means of retreat. Unable to intimidate her, they could only soften their approach. The matriarch sighed gently, speaking in a light tone to Yinyin. This matter should not be mentioned again. She patted Yin's hand. Good child, this incident suffices to reveal your character to me. Those who seek revenge are invariably bound to repay kindness as well. Henceforth, let us coexist harmoniously, shall we? Yin's feelings remained complex, but upon hearing the matriarch's words, he hastily rebuked Yinyin. Grandmother is speaking to you. Do you hear? It must be noted that prior to Yin's return, Yinyin and Yinyin were highly favored by the old Marquis and matriarch. Yet now, with Yinyin having brought them both low, one grievously wounded and the other vanished from this world, the matriarch and old Marquis appeared to dismiss the matter lightly. Yinyin was indeed fortunate. Yin's own feelings were equally intricate. Although she was unafraid of exposure, she had expected some small reprimand to be inevitable. She was contemplating how to send word to Xiao Yunting to prompt him to bring forth the princess in advance. Yet, to her astonishment, the old Marquis and matriarch had simply glossed over the incident. If her past self had managed to stand before the old Marquis and matriarch, would the outcome have been the same? She closed her eyes, suppressing such thoughts, and gently bowed her head 3 times to the old Marquis and matriarch. Thank you, grandfather and grandmother. The old Marquis waved her off, then called her back. At the recognition banquet, I hope you do not disgrace the reputation of our Marquisite's daughter. Can you achieve that? Without hesitation, Yinyin replied, I shall do my utmost. The old Marquis grunted in acknowledgement, satisfied as he waved her away. Once she had departed, Yinyin could not restrain himself from explaining to the old Marquis and matriarch. Father, mother, I truly did not anticipate her depth of thought. Without such depth, she would not have returned to this Marquisate, the matriarch retorted with a cold laugh. I had said from the beginning, once the error was recognized, they should have returned to their rightful identities. Yet she clung to it. If she could not let go, then she ought to be transparent about her true lineage. After all, having endured so much hardship outside, she naturally deserved to be treated with respect. The matriarch believed this couple was utterly foolish, venting her frustration with a few sharp words. She then took a deep breath, her tone turning serious. Without further ado, upon their return, the children must be made aware of their true identities. Yet what do we see? She raises one and supports another. What a sight! Truly, calamity arises from within the walls. Yinyin felt a deep sense of shame. Regret washed over him. Had he known, he would not have allowed Yinyin to remain in the Marquis, but would have sent her away earlier to avoid such complications. He could not help but admit his fault. It is my error. I should not have indulged her. Yet what use is there in such admissions now? The old Marquis looked at him meaningfully. Adjust your mindset. This girl is not to be trifled with. The schemes of Yinyin and Yinyin were executed with remarkable finesse. Had it not been for your mother and myself, you would have remained oblivious to her involvement. Given Yin's cunning, the old Marquis was willing to invest more time and patience in her. Yinyin pursed his lips, then hurriedly added, by the way, she was raised by Mama Jiang, who is close to the princess. Her cunning must surely be inherited from Mama Jiang and Her Highness the Princess. This was something he had yet to mention to the old Marquis and matriarch. Upon hearing this, the matriarch raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Since the princess retreated to the mountains for reflection, she has rarely returned to the capital, and despite numerous invitations during festivals, she remained silent. How could she possibly raise the daughter of a butcher? The old Marquis frowned as well, finding the notion absurd and outrageous. What status did the princess hold? Even if she were utterly bored, she would hardly spare a glance at a rustic girl. He scoffed. If that is the case, then we must re-evaluate this girl's character. A girl who speaks nothing but lies would surely bring endless troubles should we take her into our household. The matriarch was equally displeased. Such matters are secondary. If the princess learns of her pretensions, who knows how furious she would be? Yinyin opened his mouth. Father, mother. She has already instructed me to send an invitation to Baiyun Mountain, requesting the princess to attend the recognition banquet. The old Marquis and matriarch exchanged glances. How could this be possible? Chapter 50 The Temptation. The old Marquis pondered for a moment before calmly stating, perhaps there is some truth to it. The old lady incredulously retorted, how can that be possible? You know well that the eldest princess and His Majesty have been at odds for so long. She has not descended from her mountain retreat for years. How could she possibly make an exception for a mere young girl? To be frank, she truly did not see anything in Yinyin that would warrant such deference from the eldest princess. The old Marquis raised his hand slightly. What use is it to speculate here? Since she dares to say such a thing, let us just listen. After all, only a few days remain, do they not? A modicum of patience is always necessary. The old lady ceased to speak further. The Mingwei pavilion was remarkably quiet. As those aware that Yinyin was meeting the old Marquis and the old lady felt a palpable tension. Everyone in the Marquis understood the stern temperament of the old Marquis and the old lady, fearing that Yinyin might incur their displeasure. To their surprise, Yinyin returned unscathed, prompting Bai Ji and Bai Yin to rejoice and chant prayers. Lian Xiao, standing nearby, quietly explained to Yinyin. The old Marquis and the old lady actually hold a deep affection for the eldest young master and the second young lady. Hence, they feared that any ire would be directed towards you. Yinyin merely acknowledged this with a sound. She had never troubled herself over events that had not transpired or those of the past. For her, Yinyin was merely a matter of history. She pondered instead whether Xiao Yunting had already sought out the eldest princess, uncertain if she would acquiesce to his request. Logically, she ought to, for the eldest princess had always been quite attentive to Xiao Yunting over the years. Moreover, having provided him with such a significant bait, it was reasonable to assume he would seize the opportunity. Lian Xiao brought her a bowl of bird's nest soup, hoping to encourage her to rest for a moment. However, Yinyin found herself too preoccupied and requested Lian Xiao to fetch paper and ink. She leaned over the table, methodically inscribing names. Xiao Yunting, Qi family. Prince Qi, her gaze fixed intently upon the paper. After an indeterminate time, she lifted the paper and set it ablaze, watching it turn to ash. Lian Xiao asked no questions but, noticing Yin's restless demeanor, dutifully lit a calming incense. Just as she entered, a knock resounded at the door. Lian Xiao opened it and soon returned with Bai Ji, who softly informed Yinyin, Miss, there is a guest who requests an audience. A guest? Qi Yuan raised her eyes to the dimming sky, puzzled. But it is already quite late. To say it was late was an understatement. The old Marquis and the old lady typically returned at such a late hour, and now it was nearly midnight. She had only just returned to the Marquis and was yet unfamiliar with her relatives. What guest would seek her out at this hour? Bai Ji, equally perplexed, clarified, Miss. It is Miss Han, who resides in our household. Resides? Miss Han? Qi Yuan set aside her writing materials, exclaiming, Miss Han? Indeed, you may not know her. Miss Han is the daughter of our Marquis comrade. Bai Ji sighed softly, explaining, Miss Han's father was a fourth-rank general who perished in battle in Jizhou, which led to her being entrusted to our Marquis. Oh, it is Han Yui, Qi Yuan recalled, with Qi Jin's marriage to Prince Qi. It was Han Yui who had facilitated that union. During her days in the Marquis, Han Yui had never once appeared, let alone paid a visit. Now that Qi Jin was embroiled in a predicament and could never return, it was curious that Han Yui had chosen this moment to come. This thought stirred something within Qi Yuan. She instructed Bai Ji to escort Han Yui to the neighboring flower hall, then changed her attire before joining them. Han Yui stood by the window, and upon seeing Qi Yuan, hurriedly approached with a beaming smile and a respectful bow, softly saying, Elder sister, please do not hold it against me for disturbing you at such a late hour. Han Yui possessed a delicate beauty, her features exuding sincerity as she regarded Qi Yuan. I have long desired to meet you, but have lacked the opportunity. Qi Yuan smiled and shook her head. I have just returned to the Marquis and have yet to familiarize myself with my relatives. Please do not take offense, Yui. How could I? Han Yui sighed wistfully. Elder sister, you must have endured great hardships in the countryside to finally return and face such tribulations. Merely observing your plight has made me feel your struggles deeply. Qi Yuan remained impassive, her mind racing to discern Han Yui's intentions. Han Yui shared a close relationship with Prince Qi. In a previous life, she had played a pivotal role in the marriage between Prince Qi and Qi Jin, ultimately becoming a concubine to the prince herself. Now that Qi Jin was in a dire situation and would never return, Han Yui must surely understand this reality. What, then, was the purpose of her visit to cultivate a connection with Qi Yuan? Han Yui's voice was light and soothing. Elder sister, I have no siblings, and I know your journey has not been easy either. I find myself drawn to you, feeling a kinship. She reached out, grasping Qi Yuan's hand, her expression earnest. We should nurture our relationship moving forward. Qi Yuan appeared slightly flustered and wary, unsure of how to respond. Han Yui observed her closely, quickly reevaluating her previous assumptions about Qi Yuan's character. It seemed that Qi Yuan was not the type to navigate social intricacies adeptly. Had she possessed such cunning, she would have recognized the opportunity to form an alliance. Yet, Qi Yuan's evident discomfort suggested that Qi Jin had brought this misfortune upon herself. Assessing the situation, Han Yui kindly addressed Qi Yuan. Sister, please do not disdain me for being an orphan. Qi Yuan widened her eyes, utterly taken aback. How? How could that be? I, too, grew up in the countryside. Han Yui's expression softened, gently patting the back of Qi Yuan's hand. Sister, then we must support one another. Rest assured, I am also without support. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Qi Yuan hastily offered comfort, while inwardly scoffing coldly. The weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year was hardly sincere. A person who had never previously engaged with her, now so eagerly professing loyalty and affection, rendered such sincerity rather superficial. It appeared she had inadvertently stumbled upon some forbidden threshold. If Han Yui indeed had connections with Prince Qi, that would be rather advantageous. The thought of Prince Qi caused Qi Yuan's gaze to turn icy. Her animosity towards him surpassed that directed at Qi Jin. It was imperative for her to establish a firm foothold within the Qi family, to ascend and secure her position more resolutely. She would ensure that Prince Qi met a fate worse than death. Anything less would not suffice to quell the fury that had simmered within her across lifetimes. Prince Qi, that despicable scoundrel, deserved to perish 1,000 times over. Chapter 51. The prey. The smile on Han Yui's face lingered until she returned to her chamber, where it finally faded. Her maid, Yinyin, noticed her pale expression and gently inquired, Miss, with the second miss in trouble, will it affect the prince's matters? Upon hearing this, Han Yui pressed her fingers to her forehead and replied solemnly, without Qi Jin, Qi Yuan becomes the sole esteemed lady of this household. Her marriage to the prince would yield the same outcome. Seeing her take a seat behind the writing desk, Yinyin hurriedly followed, preparing paper and grinding ink for her. With a hint of concern, she remarked, but her bond with the Qi family is rather tenuous. I fear the Qi family and Qi Yunting may not shift their allegiance to the prince on her behalf. Qi Jin was cherished by the Qi family, who held great expectations for her. Her marriage to Prince Qi was a union between two illustrious families, facilitating mutual exchanges. The prince would also gain valuable assets from Qi Jun. But now with Qi Jin gone, can Qi Yuan procure those crucial items from Qi Jin? Han Yui's expression grew grave as she pinned a letter with care, placing it into a bamboo tube before handing it to Lianer, saying, "Be cautious. It must reach the prince." Lianer promptly agreed. Meanwhile, Bai Ji and Lian Xiao quietly discussed Han Yui's situation with Qi Yuan. Bai Ji expressed her confusion. Miss Han usually shares a close relationship with the second miss, accompanying each other everywhere. The second miss treats her better than the other girls from the second and third houses. She hesitated, unsure how to continue. Qi Yuan understood her implication. Despite the previous closeness between Han Yui and Qi Jin, now that Qi Jin faced misfortune, Han Yui seemed to have forgotten her entirely. The integrity of such a person was indeed questionable. Qi Yuan was acutely aware of this, having toiled tirelessly for a day and night, neglecting her own well-being, which led to a slight stomachache. She pressed her abdomen, frowning. Lian Xiao quickly noticed and anxiously asked, "Miss, are you unwell?" Qi Yuan's stomach troubles had plagued her since childhood. In the countryside, Li Xionyang and Su Butcher had never allowed her to eat her fill, nor had they ensured she had regular meals. She often left home before dawn and only returned at night to scavenge leftovers. On one occasion, driven by hunger while gathering firewood, she had even competed with a neighbor's dog for a fallen sweet potato. Thus, she shook her head in reply, "It's nothing. Are there any snacks left in our room?" "Yes." Lian Xiao rushed to fetch a plate of pastries and handed it to her. After consuming a few pieces, Qi Yuan felt somewhat revived and stated, "I am fine. It is merely a slight stomach ache, which has now subsided." Lian Xiao felt a pang of sympathy. Since returning home, Qi Yuan had faced numerous challenges, most notably, the traps laid by Qi Jin and Qi Yunting. Even the Marquis and his wife, who should have cared for her like a true family, showed her no concern. They were oblivious to her stomach issues. Yet, whenever the second miss had even the slightest ailment, they would summon a physician and seek divine intervention on the mountain. Qi Yuan had no desire to dwell on such matters. Her focus lay squarely on Han Yui's unexpected visit. Why had Han Yui chosen this moment to appear? Eliminating Qi Jin was a means to prevent events from unfolding as they had in her previous life, to avert Qi Jin's marriage to Prince Qi. The prince was a man motivated solely by gain. He had sought Qi Jin for her status as the Qi family's treasure, as well as for Qi Jin's sake. Having removed Qi Jin from contention, why was the prince so eager for Han Yui to approach her? To outsiders, this situation bore no relation to her. Instead, Qi Jin's disputes with Qi Yunting had only worsened her standing with the Xiang family. The prince should harbor deep resentment toward the Qi family, wishing for their destruction. He was the type to obliterate what he could not possess. Yet, he had sent Han Yui to cultivate closeness with her. Did he sense something amiss? The mere thought of this possibility sent a chill down Qi Yuan's spine. That night, she was plagued by a nightmare. In her dream, she was rescued by Xiao Yunting and became a shadow guard under his command. In her previous life, she had traversed a treacherous path, with everyone weighing her worth and deliberating whether to shelter or forsake her. Only one family had shown her pure kindness, the Xie family, who were Xiao Yunting's trusted aides in Jiangxi. The Xie family was full of talented individuals, and among them, young Xie Ying had studied astrology with the Jirong Xiao family since childhood, forging a deep bond with Xiao Yunting and becoming his closest friend and confidant. After her rescue, Xiao Yunting had sent her to Jiangxi to hone her skills. In that mountainous region, she experienced the happiest moments of her life. Her health was poor, and the bones she had recently healed ached daily. During painful episodes, she struggled to speak. Mrs. Xia would cradle her gently, wiping the sweat from her brow, changing her blood-soaked garments, and softly asking, "It must hurt terribly. Why do you not cry?" She had long forgotten how to weep. For some, tears held meaning. But for her, they served no purpose. She had endured too much suffering, making it difficult for her to open her heart to the Xie family. Yet they remained unperturbed by her defenses and distance. Whenever she was injured, Mrs. Xia would tenderly bandage her wounds. Xia Ying would bring her vibrant flowers from the valley, showering her with affection, even when she offered no words in return. Thinking of Xia Ying made her throat ache. Such a wonderful person must not face any harm in this life. Therefore, she could not afford to fail. She must establish her footing within the Qi family and bring down Prince Qi. Qi Yuan silently encouraged herself, assuring that she could achieve this. Just as she had safely returned to the Qi family and driven Qi Jin away. Qi Jin should be dead by now, right? At that moment, Lady Wang was in shock, questioning the Gao family. What did you say? The Gao family looked alarmed, fear etched on their faces as they replied, Madam, our people have no idea where the second miss has gone. It's as if she has vanished. How can this be? Lady Wang struggled to articulate her feelings, nervously shaking her head. This should not be happening. Where could she possibly go? She had arranged everything for Qi Jin. As a sheltered young lady raised in the Marquis' estate, how could she comprehend the outside world? If she did not follow her instructions, where else could she possibly go? Frustrated, she urged, then hurry and send someone to search. The Gao family hesitated, stating, Madam, perhaps searching is not advisable? As for the Marquis, Lady Wang fell silent. Chapter 52. The hunter. At this moment, Qi Jin was consumed by an overwhelming sense of irritation. He kicked Lu Zhang with a fierce thrust and, in a fit of exasperation, demanded, How are you handling matters? You fool. I instructed you to bring me a corpse if they were dead and to present a living person if they were alive. Have you treated my words as mere whispers in the wind? Lu Zhang, nearly retching from the force of the kick, hurriedly shook his head with a mournful expression. My lord, I would never dare. I approached the task with utmost seriousness, but when I arrived, the Wang family had already released Qi Jin. Without wasting a moment, Lu Zhang conducted an inquiry and discovered that Qi Jin was headed to Jiang'an, prompting him to pursue her immediately. However, despite his efforts, he found no trace of her along the way. He was acutely aware that something was amiss, which compelled him to return and report. Where could she possibly go? Qi Jin's frustration mounted. Qi Yuan was far from the simpleton he appeared to be. In truth, he was ruthless. The daughter he had raised from childhood, too, was a master of concealment. Cold-hearted and merciless, she had managed to vanish right under the nose of the Marquis' household. Lu Zhong quickly added, My lord, the second young lady has grown up in the Marquis' residence and is well acquainted with numerous noble youths. I suspect she has not left the outskirts of the capital and may have even returned to the city. Otherwise, how could I find not a single clue? Qi Jin fell silent, for he recognized the validity of Lu Zhong's assertion. Qi Jin, having been raised in the Marquis' household, was both beautiful and of noble birth, attracting countless admirers. If she sought refuge, it would be an effortless endeavor. Yet, if that were the case, the Qi family would have unwittingly released a venomous serpent back into the wild. No one could predict when this serpent might strike back. He exhaled heavily and admonished Lu Zhong, Investigate. You must uncover the truth without delay. We cannot allow Qi Jin to roam freely. She harbors not only resentment towards Qi Yuan but towards the entire Qi family. Who knows if she falls into the hands of those with ill intentions, and whether she might conspire with others to harm the Qi family. Seeing his lord's foul mood, Lu Zhong dared not speak further and promptly agreed. Qi Jin then sought out the old Marquis. The old Marquis, who had been engrossed in a book, looked up upon hearing that Qi Jin had escaped. He tossed the book onto the table with a resounding clap and scoffed. Your mother spoke the truth regarding your wife's folly. Releasing a tiger back into the wild brings endless troubles. Qi Jin dared not retort. He was only filled with urgency. Father, what should we do now? The old Marquis stood and regarded Qi Jin with a serious expression. Tell me, have you disclosed to her the matter entrusted to you by the emperor? Upon hearing this question, Qi Jin's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness, and he shook his head immediately. Father, I would never dare reveal it to anyone. Not even to the Wang family. I have not disclosed a single word. The old Marquis grunted, his expression unchanged. At least you possess some sense. The matter assigned to you by the emperor must remain known only to us. Should you divulge even a hint to anyone else, it would be tantamount to courting death. Qi Jin responded cautiously. The old Marquis continued coldly. Since she is unaware of this, any knowledge she possesses is limited. Even if those with ulterior motives seek to manipulate her against the Qi family, dispatch someone to locate her. If you find her, act without hesitation. He gestured, casting a cold glance at Qi Jin. Do you understand? Qi Jin stiffened, responding with a heavy nod. As the night deepened, Qi Jin huddled in a corner, resembling a desperate little beast. Beside her lay Yinyin and her few maidservants, all lifeless, their bodies stiffening and faces marred by dark bruises. The wind howled, causing the candlelight to flicker precariously, while trees outside battered against the window, casting eerie shadows that threatened to shatter her courage. Unable to contain herself, she clutched her bundle and wept bitterly. The gravest misdeed of her life had merely been an attempt to tarnish Qi Yuan's reputation and incite Qi Yunting against him. Yet, She had never taken a life with her own hands. Now, the horrific scene before her had surpassed her capacity to endure. The door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang, and figures surged in, brandishing torches that illuminated the room as brightly as day. Startled, Yinyin leapt to her feet, her gaze fixed on the intruders. In the blaze of the torchlight, she recognized one of them and gasped in disbelief. "Your Highness?" Having frequented the palace, she immediately recognized that the person entering was none other than Prince Qi. Hope ignited in her eyes. The prince had always treated her kindly, offering assistance on several occasions within the palace. She had also overheard the Wang family mention that the prince might have intentions of taking her as his consort. The very thought filled her with boundless joy and dreams. This was why she had acted so ruthlessly against Qi Yuan, wishing to prevent his return. All of this was meant to be hers. A noble lineage, a blissful marriage, a life above all others. This was the destiny of Yinyin. Choking back tears, she dropped to her knees, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to your highness." Prince Qi's smile was gentle, though the night air was frigid. He inexplicably held a folding fan in his hand. He extended it slightly, offering Yinyin a hand. "Second, Miss Qi, please rise. How did you come to be in such a state?" Feeling overwhelmed with grievances, Yinyin could not help but burst into tears upon witnessing the prince's kindness. He listened patiently to her fragmented sobs, and then, beneath the flickering torchlight, his smile radiated with an unusual brilliance. He casually inquired, "How could this be? Mama Hua should have informed Li Xiaonyang and Su the butcher ahead of time. Did they not devise a plan to tarnish Qi Yuan's reputation with that scoundrel Ding Qingyong?" Jin's eyes widened in horror, as if she had seen a ghost. Every word from Prince Qi struck her with chilling clarity. Yet, precisely because of this, every hair on her body stood on end. How did the prince know such details? How could he be so informed? Seeing Jin's astonishment, Prince Qi surveyed her from head to toe and slowly smirked. "You have been nurtured in the Marquis' household for over a decade, and you can manipulate Qi Yunting with ease. How is it that you failed to contend with the true heiress who appeared out of nowhere?" Jin was rendered speechless, her mind swirling with countless possibilities, each more alarming than the last. She had not encountered Prince Qi by mere chance. Chapter 53. Silencing her, she felt somewhat lightheaded. How could the Prince of Qi possess such intimate knowledge of the affairs concerning the Qi family? In the past, she might have reveled in the notion that her allure compelled the prince to such lengths, but recent experiences had stripped her of that naivety and confidence. The current Prince of Qi was a far cry from the gentleman she once knew. He now resembled a refined rogue, as if he might unsheath a dagger and take a life at any moment. Her mind raced, gripping her garment tightly as she gazed at him. "Your Highness, how do you know of Qi Yuan?" The prince leaned closer, pinching her chin with a soft laugh, one tinged with mockery and disdain. He slowly took the dagger from his attendant, casually wiping it with a cloth. "Qi Yuan? Is that what you call her? I presumed you would refer to her as Su Yinyin." The mention of Su Yinyin drained the color from Jin's face, extinguishing her last flicker of hope. Yet, a greater confusion surged within her, nearly overwhelming her thoughts. She stared wide-eyed at the prince. "You know Su Yinyin? Are you her accomplice?" Yes. Jin's mind screamed in realization. It must be Su Yinyin who had ingratiated herself with the prince. That would explain how Su Yinyin could eliminate Su the butcher and Li Xiaonyang, dispatch Madame Hua, and return triumphantly to the Qi family. Surely, without the assistance of someone like the prince, she could never have achieved such feats. In hindsight, it was undoubtedly the prince who had lent a hand. The prince tilted his head, as if amused, and then he truly laughed. "I assist whom?" His eyes darkened with intense hatred, and his demeanor shifted abruptly to one of merciless ferocity. He raised the dagger, pressing it menacingly against Jin's face, then suddenly slashed with a swift motion. The action was so rapid that Jin barely had time to blink before blood splattered, staining the prince's eyes crimson. He regarded her with a cold smile. "In my past life, I fell to her hands, just a step away. Just that one step. I could have claimed the throne. Do you think I would assist her?" Jin's heart seized with terror, and an overwhelming pain ignited her survival instinct. She cried out, "Your Highness, I can help you. I can help you kill Qi Yuan. No one hates her more than I do. Your Highness." The prince's dagger pressed against her throat, feeling the pulse in her carotid artery. After a prolonged silence, he stepped back slightly, his expression indifferent. The eunuch who had accompanied him hastily dampened a cloth to wipe away the bloodstains. Once the blood was cleaned, Eunuch Su expressed concern. "Your Highness, she has escaped. I fear that the Marquis of Yongping will send men to search for her. Is it not too risky to leave her alive?" The prince scoffed. not lifting his gaze. What risk is there? To the Qi family, she is merely a discarded pawn. If she goes missing for a while, they will naturally abandon her. Indeed, killing her would be as easy as crushing an ant. Yet, keeping her alive may yield unexpected advantages. Qi Yuan likely believes Qi Jin will never return. Oh, just imagine the thrill of Qi Jin reappearing before her, full of life. Take her away, he commanded, not sparing another glance at the weeping Qi Jin. He arched an eyebrow. Hand her over to the shadow guards. Train her well. She is a venomous serpent, and nurturing her may serve a purpose. Yunixu nodded, understanding the prince's intentions, and gestured for the guards to escort her away. The prince turned to leave, disgusted as he inhaled the lingering scent of blood on his hands. No matter how much he wiped, the metallic odor remained. He huffed. Has Han Wei sent any news back yet? Yunixu shook his head. Not yet. But it may be that since we left, Miss Han has returned with news that we have yet to receive. The prince nodded, rubbing his eyes in frustration. When is the Qi family's betrothal banquet? Yunixu jolted, quickly replying, Your Highness, it is on the 9th day of November. The 9th day. And today is already the 8th. This meant that the betrothal banquet would be tomorrow. The prince chuckled. Let us go see. See. Yunixu's eyes widened. Your Highness. We were not invited to the betrothal banquet. Although the Qi family was noble, they would never dare to invite a royal prince to such an event. It was primarily attended by other noble families and court officials. The prince lowered his gaze. So what if we were not invited? Can I not attend unbidden? Yunixu was left bewildered. Who exactly was Qi Yuan, that the prince showed such peculiar interest in her upon awakening? At that moment, Qi Yuan was trying on her new attire for the betrothal banquet. Wang's mood had been sour, and upon seeing Qi Yuan in her new clothes, she couldn't help but feel a surge of unexplainable anger. Unable to contain herself, she scolded Qi Yuan, Your brother is still bedridden. Yet you do not even bother to check on him. You are heartless. Wang's outburst felt utterly unreasonable, but Qi Yuan had long since become accustomed to such behavior. Some individuals were simply born with shallow familial bonds. She no longer sought what she could not have. So, she calmly beckoned Lien Xiao forward. Help me out of this dress. Then she looked at Wang with a steady gaze. If you are unhappy, we need not hold the betrothal banquet tomorrow. After all, your son is still unwell, and I understand your discomfort. Her address had shifted to merely madam, no longer calling her mother. She had long since regarded Wang as a stranger. In her previous life, she had endured hardships growing up, and upon returning home, she had received no kindness from Wang or Qi Zhan. Regardless of any so-called maternal affection, she had met a tragic end in her last life. In this life, she was a person who had already died once. The Qi family owed her nothing. Wang was enraged to the point of losing her composure. Slamming her palm against the table, her voice rising. Are you trying to kill me? The betrothal banquet is already set in stone. The invitations have all been sent out. To say now that it will not be held, what kind of mockery is that? Grinding her teeth, she exhaled. You are utterly unlikable. You are so rigid and unyielding, lacking even a fraction of the gentleness and obedience that Qi Jin has. A child like you, even if talented, will never be filial to her elders. What use is it to raise you? Chapter 54. The Viper. The Wang family and Qi Yuan parted ways in a tempest of discord. Upon returning home, both were still brimming with indignation. At that moment, Han Yue arrived to seek her out, having waited patiently in the courtyard. Upon seeing her, she hurriedly bowed in greeting. The sight of Han Yue somewhat soothed Wang's temper, and she managed to force a smile. Ah, Yue, what brings you here? In the military, camaraderie is of utmost significance. Han Yue's father had once saved Qizhen, which led to Qizhen valuing her greatly after he was entrusted with the care of the family. Wang, who had always adhered to her husband's opinions, naturally held Han Yue in high regard as well. Moreover, Han Yue was indeed well-mannered, never meddlesome, and maintained amiable relations with the children of the household, fostering a certain affection from Wang towards her. At this moment, Han Yue gazed at Wang and softly remarked, Aunt, you seem to have lost quite a bit of weight recently. Even a child, who had only recently moved in, could discern Wang's current unhappiness, yet Qi Yuan, that insufferable wretch, remained oblivious. Wang, suppressing her inner turmoil, forced a smile. It's nothing. There have just been too many matters to deal with lately. I shall recuperate in a few days. She gently inquired, Is there something troubling you? Han Yue, slightly bashful, replied, And I haven't seen a Jin of late. I went to her courtyard and heard she was ill, which has caused me great concern, hence my visit. The mention of Qi Jin pierced Wang's heart. At present, she was uncertain of Qi Jin's fate. Nonetheless, having cared for her for so many years, the bond was undeniable. If Qi Jin were alive, she might harbor some resentment and apprehension. However, the thought of her possibly being deceased stirred a profound maternal instinct within her. She closed her eyes, her voice laden with anguish. You are kind-hearted, but A. Jean has fallen gravely ill and has been sent to the manor. What? Han Yui's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Aunt, just the other day, I was playing with A. Jean, and she seemed perfectly fine. What affliction has she succumbed to? A. Jean would not return. Therefore, Qijin and Wang had already concocted a suitable explanation. With Han Yui's inquiry, she choked back tears. It was a sudden illness. She initially had a high fever, and several doctors were called, all diagnosing it as an epidemic. Out of concern for contagion, especially with so many children at home, we refrained from making it public. Han Yui furrowed her brows. Is she any better now? I wish to see her. Wang, her expression bittersweet, shook her head. There's no need. The epidemic is severe. Who could possibly approach her? Even I cannot visit her now. She is at the manor, and the doctors are currently devising a remedy. Han Yui comprehended the situation. Wang then praised her. I know you share a close bond with her. You truly are a compassionate child. She instructed someone to present Han Yui with several bolts of fine fabric. Han Yui hurriedly expressed her gratitude, allowing Yinyin to accept the gifts before taking her leave. Wang's countenance was weary. She rubbed her temples. How is Yun Ting faring? Is his injury improving? The thought of her son's grievous injuries weighed heavily on her heart. Madame Gao, having just entered, heard the inquiry and quickly assured, Rest easy, madam. Our people are running back and forth thrice daily. Young master's condition is improving significantly. With a sigh, Wang turned to her. What troubles you? Madame Gao, observing her expression, replied, Madam, you must find a way to pacify the eldest young master. He remains preoccupied with the second young lady. Every time someone tended to Qi Yinting's wounds, he would curse and demand to know Qi Jin's whereabouts, uttering threats against Qi Yuan. Madame Gao had come to realize that Qi Yuan's position within the family was quite secure now, especially since Qi Yuan possessed considerable capabilities. Qi Yinting had never been a match for Qi Yuan, and with Qi Jin's absence, the balance had tipped further. If he truly sought conflict with Qi Yuan, he would ultimately be the one to suffer. In a fit of rage, Wang seized a nearby teacup and smashed it against the ground. What a torment! This wretched child is a source of incessant headaches. Why does he not consider the gravity of the situation? If this continues, the old Marquis and the matriarch will certainly not indulge him. Wang, infuriated, rose to her feet, her steps unsteady. I shall go see him. Han Yui, hidden behind a rockery along the stone path, watched Wang exit before calmly instructing Yinyin, let us return. Yinyin quickly complied. Once back in their own courtyard, Yinyin, filled with curiosity, asked, Miss, what do you think is truly happening? Han Yui's expression momentarily clouded, and upon regaining her composure, she shook her head. I am quite perplexed as well. Many things do not align with what the prince has conveyed. She lightly tapped her fingers on the table, narrowing her eyes. Bring me paper and a pen. I must write another letter to His Highness. Yinyin dutifully assisted her in composing the letter, and Han Yui spoke solemnly. The prince has left me in a state of confusion. She withheld further thoughts, maintaining a calm demeanor as she handed the letter to Yinyin. Handle this with care. Do not allow anyone to discover it. By the time Qi Wang received the letter, it was already late into the night. He opened it, read through it once, and casually tossed both it and the previous letters into the fire. Flames leapt up, illuminating the emerald ring on his finger with an ethereal glow. He pondered as he watched the flames gradually die down, the letter reduced to ashes, before turning to sit at his writing desk. Eunuch Su, noticing he was free, quietly announced, Your Highness, Su Tongzhou has returned. Let him in, Qi Wang replied with a nonchalant grunt. Su Tongzhou, a trusted aide, rarely returned from his tasks outside. Now, kneeling on the ground with a pale visage, he addressed Qi Wang, Your Highness, I have failed in my duties. When I arrived, it was too late. The roster had already been relocated. Qi Wang slammed his hand on the table, causing it to shudder. Incompetent. Utterly useless. Eunuch Su stood silently beside him, too fearful to utter a word. The current Qi Wang was a stark contrast to his former self. His temperament had changed drastically, leaving Su Tongzhou unable to gauge his mood, let alone speak freely as he once did. Su Tongzhou continued to bow repeatedly in apology. Qi Wang, in a fit of rage, mocked, What good is your apology now? What matters is where the roster is gone. Do not tell me you haven't even uncovered that. Su Tongzhou quickly pressed his forehead to the ground, urgently replying, Your Highness, while they were relocating the roster. We managed to capture one of the assassins, who revealed that they fled to the capital and intended to seek aid from the Xiang family. Qi Wang raised an eyebrow. His expression contemplative. Oh, the Xiang family? Chapter 55 The Hidden Card. Qi Wang mused that Qi Jin's disgrace, stemming from her entanglement with Qi Yunting, had led to her abandonment by the Qi family, raising an eyebrow in bemusement. What a peculiar turn of events. Moreover, this situation was indeed orchestrated by Qi Yuan. He settled back into his chair and inquired in a low voice, what happened next? Su Tongzhou, visibly anxious, swallowed hard and replied in a hushed tone. Your humble servant has heard that on the day of the performance at the Xiang family, His Highness Jing Wang apprehended an assassin. This so-called assassin must be the one who absconded with the ledger. Qi Wang's expression shifted several times, his tone oscillating between hope and despair. Are you implying that after all this, the evidence of the corruption in the grain transport case ultimately rests with Xiao Yunting? At this moment, not only was Su Tongzhou on his knees, but also the surrounding eunuchs, including Su, followed suit. Su Tongzhou was nearly breathless, prostrating himself and banging his head against the ground with such force that it drew gasps from the eunuchs beside him. Yet, he felt no sense of wrong. Regardless of how many lives were lost in the grain transport corruption scandal, the ledger could not fall into Xiao Yunting's possession, for the silver recorded therein ultimately flowed into Qi Wang's hands. However, the admiral of the Zhujiang Navy was a cunning man, one whom even Qi Wang had to guard against. He had hidden the ledger so thoroughly that no hint of it had ever surfaced. It was only when Xiao Yunting undertook the investigation into the corruption case, with an unprecedented intensity and severity, that the inquiry led to the admiral himself. Faced with impending doom, he finally dared to negotiate terms with Qi Wang, pleading for protection. Qi Wang's reaction was swift and decisive. He ordered the admiral to be killed en route, fabricating a story of suicide due to guilt. Then, he dispatched men to conduct a thorough search for the ledger. Yet now, it appeared that the ledger might indeed fall into Xiao Yunting's hands. Enough. Qi Wang scoffed impatiently. What use is bowing now? Even if you were to die this moment, it would not retrieve the ledger. Su Tongzhou raised his head, blood streaming from his forehead. Qi Wang closed his eyes and inquired, where is Xiao Yunting at this moment? From the shadows, two guards emerged, cupping their hands and whispering, Your Highness. Jing Wang departed the city unexpectedly last night, and his whereabouts remain unknown. At such a time, delaying the interrogation for an outing? What urgency could he possibly have? Qi Wang pondered, lowering his gaze once more. And where is the prisoner held? Su Tongzhou quickly grasped Qi Wang's intent and replied, Your Highness. He has been confined in the Dali Temple's prison. Dali Temple. Qi Wang acknowledged, studying Su Tongzhou. You still have an opportunity to redeem yourself. He made his intentions clear. If the ledger falls into Xiao Yunting's hands, I will ensure you all perish before me. Do you understand? Everyone hurriedly assented. Once Su Tongzhou had exited, Qi Wang suddenly called out, Eunuch Su. Eunuch Su, startled, rushed forward. Your Highness, I am here. All eunuchs who served the princes and nobles had typically been with them since childhood, thus distinguishing them from ordinary eunuchs. The princes and nobles referred to them as the Ban. However, Qi Wang had not addressed Eunuch Su in such a manner for quite some time, leaving Su feeling somewhat unsettled. He lowered his head, awaiting Qi Wang's command. After a lengthy silence, Qi Wang finally spoke, Ban. Send someone to convey a message to Han Yue on my behalf. Without hesitation, Eunuch Su agreed. As dawn broke, Han Yue, wrapped in a cloak, entered Qi Yunting's courtyard. Qi Yunting lay prostrate on the bed, his injuries severe and painful, allowing him only to rest in this position, due to the gravity of his wounds. His temper had grown increasingly irritable, and he had taken to cursing upon awakening. Upon her arrival, Han Yue heard Qi Yunting's angry tirades. The servants in the courtyard held their breath, fearful of incurring his wrath. She stepped inside, chuckling softly. Dear brother, is your wound still causing you great pain? I heard you cursing before even entering. Upon seeing Han Yue, Qi Yunting's expression softened considerably. He awkwardly tugged at the blanket to cover himself. What brings you here? In response, Han Yue dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. You inquire about my visit? I have come to ask you, why hasn't a Jin returned with you? Mention of Qi Jin instantly darkened Qi Yunting's demeanor. He grimaced, recalling Qi Zhan's furious outburst and Wang's pleas, shaking his head vigorously. Han Yue, observant of his changing countenance, choked back tears. I do not know what has transpired. I inquired with my aunt, but she merely told me not to concern myself, claiming she has fallen gravely ill and will never return. The words will never return pierced Qi Yunting's heart like a dagger. He felt lost, lamenting, ultimately, it is my inadequacy that has failed to protect a Jin. With red-rimmed eyes, Han Yue pressed, Dear brother, what on earth has happened? We were all well, so why, upon the elder sister's return, have so many misfortunes befallen us? Elder sister? Qi Yunting echoed, his expression turning fierce. What elder sister? What do you mean? That wretched Qi Yuan is the cause of all this turmoil. This harbinger of doom is no good. Han Yue's eyes widened in disbelief. Dear brother, do not speak so recklessly. Both father and mother have given orders. And even Elder Lord Gua and Lady Gua have returned to preside over the kinship ceremony. She is undoubtedly our elder sister now. Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan. A Jin's fate remains uncertain, abandoned by the family. Not only is she denied the status of a noble lady, but her very life hangs in the balance. Yet Qi Yuan seeks to host a grand recognition banquet, with even grandparents coming to preside over it. By what right? What merit does she possess? Qi Yunting slammed his fist onto the bed, a cruel smile crossing his face. I will not allow her to succeed. Han Yue seemed taken aback, her unease prompting her to rise. Brother, this concerns the family. Yuan Jia will be our elder sister moving forward. Do not act rashly. She furrowed her brow. Furthermore, invitations have already been sent out. It is said that even the Grand Princess will attend to support her. How glorious she shall be in the capital. No matter how you resist, you cannot change the family's decision. Qi Yunting squeezed out a cold laugh through clenched teeth. Cannot change it, you say? Let us see then. Whether it can be changed. Chapter 56. Yin and Yang. The sky was clear and bright, though the chill still lingered in the air. However, today the sun shone down, casting a golden light through the tree shadows that adorned the house. Bai Ji and Bai Yin had already pressed Qi Yuan's garments, and as she donned them, they could not help but smile at her radiant appearance. Lian Xiao's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, Miss, you look truly beautiful. Qi Yuan glanced at herself in the mirror, and the reflection seemed to gaze back at her. Just then, she heard Han Yue's voice from outside. Elder sister, are you ready? The second and third households were cautious, especially since Qi Yuan had been inexplicably deemed seriously ill and moved out of the family, leading to the cancellation of her engagement. Thus, even though today was the recognition banquet, the other young masters and ladies had not come early to inquire about her. In contrast, Han Yue's presence felt somewhat excessive. Nonetheless, Qi Yuan revealed nothing, merely smiling at her unexpected visitor. Yue, you've arrived quite early today. Han Yue patted her hand reassuringly. For my elder sister's joyful occasion, I certainly cannot miss it. As she circled around Qi Yuan, she clapped her hands and laughed heartily. You look stunning in this shoe brocade attire. I truly think it is exquisite. Qi Yuan, feeling somewhat uneasy, tugged at her skirt. At that moment, Han Yue, feigning innocence, asked, Elder sister, I heard you know the Grand Princess, and she will attend your recognition banquet today. Is that true? Qi Yuan's heart raced with caution, yet her face remained composed as she smiled and nodded. Yes. I specifically invited Her Highness the Grand Princess to express my gratitude for her guidance, though I am uncertain if she will attend. Han Yue was instantly elated, bombarding Qi Yuan with questions about the Grand Princess's appearance and her attendance. She seemed like a simple, curious young girl. However, Qi Yuan was acutely aware that this was far from the truth. As a pawn cultivated by the Qi Prince, Han Yue was driven by a strong sense of purpose in all her actions. Her persistent inquiries were not mere curiosity, but rather a sign that the Qi Prince had taken notice of her. Could it be due to Qi Yuan's sister, Qi Yuan, leaving? But did the Qi Prince genuinely care about the affairs of the Qi Yuan daughters, aside from his interest in Qi Jin? A flicker of thought crossed her mind. Or perhaps it was her distinctiveness that drew attention. If the interest was merely in Qi Jin's affairs, and now that Qi Yuan was no longer of use, it would not be alarming. However, if there was genuine interest in her, then the situation would become rather precarious. She deftly navigated Han Yue's seemingly naive inquiries until someone from the Wang family arrived to summon her. Only then did Han Yue declare her intention to return to her quarters to change. Once Han Yue had departed, Lian Xiao leaned in and whispered to Qi Yuan, Miss, I have learned that Miss Han first visited the eldest young master before coming here. The information was not easy to gather due to Han Yue's elusive nature, but rather because the foolishness of Qi Yin's residence left no secrets concealed. Han Yue sought out Qi Yin first, then came to find her? Qi Yuan felt a slight stir in her heart, and gently instructed Lian Xiao, keep a close watch on the eldest young master's affairs, and inform me of any developments. Lian Xiao readily agreed, as Qi Yuan's demeanor garnered respect from everyone below her, particularly since Lian Xiao was a born servant, adept at gathering family news. Madame Shun, smiling, assisted Qiyuan to the Wang family's courtyard. Wang Shi was inexplicably anxious, thus exhibiting an unusual degree of patience as she instructed Qiyuan when the guests arrive. I will entertain the ladies, and you shall take those girls of your age to the garden for some amusement, understood? The recognition banquet was to be graced by family and friends, and certainly it was not sufficient to merely acknowledge kinship in a dry manner. There must be entertainment, food, and a hospitable attitude to truly honor those attending. Though Wang Shi held little fondness for Qiyuan, she feared any unforeseen incidents that might complicate matters with Qijin and the old Marquis and Madame. Qiyuan did not confront Wang Shi. Instead, she obediently acquiesced. Sure enough, it was not long before guests began to arrive. The first to arrive was Wang Shi's maternal family, the Wang family of Ding Yuanbo, Wang Shi's sister-in-law, Lu Shi. Upon seeing Qiyuan, waved her over with a warm smile, exclaiming, I couldn't believe the rumors of a mix-up, hearing that you were brought back. I've been wanting to see you for days. I never expected it to be true. She gazed at Wang Shi with surprise. Lan Yang, she truly is your daughter. Her features are identical to yours and the Lord's, possessing the best traits of both. Wang Shi's reaction was markedly subdued, forcing a smile. Yes, she is just a child. Newly returned, her manners are still lacking, so please do not take offense. What nonsense you speak. Lu Shi frowned, incredulous. I've heard this child suffered for over a decade in the countryside. What manners are you talking about? Rules are man-made. She will learn them in time. Qiyuan was genuinely taken aback. She had thought that the aristocrats of the capital would first judge one by rank. After returning, Lu Shi was the only one, aside from the old madam, to acknowledge her hardships in the countryside. Wang Shi, dismissive, was just then approached by Madame Lu from the Lu family. The proud mistress of the military governor's residence merely acknowledged Qiyuan with a curt nod and a perfunctory greeting, offering no further words. Lu Shi patted Qiyuan's hand in consolation. Qiyuan smiled. If she were to concern herself with such disdain, she would have long since perished from anger. Madame Lu turned to Wang Shi. I heard the Grand Princess is also coming today? I can hardly believe it. She has not returned to the capital in years. Wang Shi's heart skipped a beat, glancing at Qiyuan. In truth, she harbored her own doubts. Deep down, she did not believe Qiyuan could successfully invite the Grand Princess. Yet, Qijin had unreserved faith in her, even spreading the news. If the Grand Princess failed to attend, the Qiyuan family would be left with no dignity. She could not help but sigh. Though her face remained adorned with a smile, are you truly here just for the Grand Princess? Madame Lu half-heartedly waved her hand warmer. You might say that I indeed came for Her Highness the Grand Princess. Chapter 57 Arson. The esteemed position of the eldest princess is undeniable. She is the Emperor's own sister. It is common knowledge that the Emperor visits the temple annually, in 1 year, just before the New Year's Eve. He personally ascended the mountain to invite the eldest princess back to the palace for a reunion. Yet, despite such earnestness, the eldest princess declined. It is rather incredulous that a mere girl from the Qi family, who has been raised outside for over a decade, managed to persuade her to attend. Who would believe such a tale? Naturally, she was eager to join the festivities. Upon encountering Qi Yuan, the eldest princess raised an eyebrow, inquiring rather pointedly how Qi Yuan managed to ascend the mountain and meet the eldest princess, questioning why they lacked such a fortunate connection. Many noblewomen had attempted to test their luck, yet the temple where the eldest princess resided was inaccessible, and the White Cloud Mountain was off limits. Meanwhile, the surrounding temples had been nearly trampled by these ladies, all hoping to find a way to connect with the eldest princess. Madame Lu's hostility was palpable. Yet Qi Yuan met her gaze with unflinching composure. In response to your inquiry, madam, I often gather firewood on the mountain, hence I encountered Elder Jiang. Madame Lu smirked. Is that so? Miss Qi truly possesses remarkable fortune. I wonder when Her Highness the eldest princess will arrive. Madame Lu's scrutiny did not sit well with Madame Lu, who, noticing that Wang Shi remained silent, frowned and called out to Qi Yuan, Yuan girl, come over here. Qi Yuan offered a polite bow to Madame Lu before turning towards Madame Ru. Madame Ru leaned in to whisper, do not stoop to her level, she is merely envious. Qi Yuan blinked in confusion. Madame Ru chuckled softly, lowering her voice to explain, her daughter is of similar age to you. 12 years ago, when she was merely 3. Madame Lu claimed her daughter was ill and needed to be nurtured in the temple under the Bodhisattva's protection to grow up safely. Thus she was sent to White Cloud Mountain. Understanding dawned upon Qi Yuan. No wonder Madame Lu exhibited such an attitude upon learning she had received teachings from the eldest princess. She nodded with a smile. Madame Lu then called for her daughter. Zhenjun, Lu Zhenjun, who had been waiting nearby, approached. Madame Lu then addressed Qi Yuan. Miss Qi, my daughter Zhenjun is somewhat timid. I shall entrust her to you today. Lu Zhenjun offered a gentle, shy smile and greeted Qi Yuan warmly, Miss Qi. With many children around, Wang Shi glanced at Qi Yuan and suggested, why don't you take the young ladies to the garden for some play? Just be cautious near the water. This had been a prior instruction from Wang Shi, and Qi Yuan complied without hesitation. Madame Ru further instructed Wang Lianyi. You go with your sister and keep an eye on her. Wang Lianyi, the eldest daughter of the Wang family, had grown up at the border with her family and had only recently returned to the capital to prepare for marriage. Thus her demeanor was lively. Upon hearing this, she promptly called out to Qi Yuan, cousin. Recognizing the goodwill from both Madame Ru and Wang Lianyi, Qi Yuan reciprocated with courtesy, addressing her as cousin. Wang Lianyi then led Qi Yuan and Lu Zhenjun to the garden. As more young girls arrived, the household stewardess would naturally escort them to join. Along the way, Wang Lianyi expressed her curiosity about life in the countryside. Unlike the exaggerated familiarity of Han Yue, Wang Lianyi genuinely showed interest in Qi Yuan's rural upbringing. However, upon hearing that even sleep was a luxury, lest one be punished, she could not help but frown, exclaiming, how can there be parents who treat their children so poorly? They are unworthy of being called parents. Qi Yuan merely smiled, for she had spotted Lian Xiao anxiously peering from outside the pavilion. Lian Xiao had gone to gather information, sensing an urgency. Qi Yuan excused herself to change and hurried outside, asking Lian Xiao, what is it? They moved to a nearby path, ensuring their conversation remained private from the others in the pavilion. Lian Xiao's voice trembled with fear. Miss, the eldest young master has sent Qing Song. Seeing Lian Xiao's pale face, Qi Yuan's expression darkened. She gently placed a hand on Lian Xiao's shoulder. Speak slowly, do not rush. After a moment, Lian Xiao steadied her voice, whispering, Miss, the eldest young master has instructed Qing Song to burn the ancestral hall. Burn the ancestral hall. Qi Yuan's heart raced, but her shock swiftly transformed into clarity. The ancestral hall is of utmost significance to any prominent family. For many, a mere page of the family tree is worth risking their lives to protect. Such matters are beyond the reach of women. Thus, if Qi Yunting sought to burn the ancestral hall, the motive was glaringly evident. It was because of her. The ancestral hall, steeped in superstition, was being set ablaze on the very day the Qi family was hosting a grand recognition banquet. What did this signify? It indicated that the ancestors of the Qi family did not acknowledge her as their so-called granddaughter. This was an affront to fate. Such occurrences are typically met with belief rather than skepticism. If a fire were to ignite, no matter the assurances from the old Marquis and matron, or even the arrival of the eldest princess, it would not matter. The Qi family would disown her. Just as any family with connections in the capital would reject a harbinger of misfortune who caused the ancestral hall to burn. She let out a cold laugh. Lian Xiao was in tears, helpless to stop Qing Song. Even if they captured him, he would not confess. Trembling, she asked Qi Yuan, Miss, what shall we do? Yet Qi Yuan remained unperturbed, raising an eyebrow nonchalantly, let him burn. What? Lian Xiao thought she had misheard, her eyes widening. Miss, their intentions are ill. Qi Yuan was well aware of their malicious intent, but she remained calm. Leaning closer to Lian Xiao's ear, she whispered, help me with something. As she relayed her plan, Lian Xiao's eyes grew wider, her lips turning cold, hands and feet icy as she stammered, Miss, can it be done? Qi Yuan smiled gently, pinching her cheek. Do you trust your mistress? Recalling the recent events, Lian Xiao nodded emphatically. She had complete faith in her mistress. Trust me, follow my instructions, and rest assured, all will be well. Qi Yuan reassured her with a pat on the shoulder. At that moment, a group from the Gao family hurried over, exclaiming, Miss, the eldest princess has arrived. The eldest princess is here. Please come out to meet her. She has arrived. Sha Yunting is indeed reliable in his endeavors. Chapter 58. The true form. The gaze with which the Gao family now regarded Qi Yuan was imbued with a measure of reverence. Indeed, it was an unforeseen turn of events. Qi Yuan had always claimed that she was instructed in propriety by Lady Jiang, and that she was acquainted with the Grand Princess. Yet, in truth, no one had taken her words seriously. Lady Lu's previous scornful remarks in the front courtyard were merely a reflection of her disbelief. Even if it were conceivable that she had imparted some wisdom to Qi Yuan, it would merely be the result of ennui, a few casual pointers rather than genuine instruction. How could anyone truly hold Qi Yuan in esteem? let alone invite her to a familial gathering of questionable legitimacy. When the invitation was dispatched, even Qi Zhen had regarded it with skepticism. Who could have anticipated that she would actually arrive? The change in perception towards Qi Yuan was not confined to the Gao family alone. In fact, upon hearing of the Grand Princess's arrival, even the elderly Marquis and Qi Zhen, who were entertaining male guests in the front courtyard, exchanged a glance, unable to conceal their own exhilaration. The guests were equally taken aback, their faces a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Which Grand Princess? The Governor Lu inquired incredulously. Yet, upon uttering the question, he realized its redundancy, for there was but one Grand Princess in the capital. Minister Lu clicked his tongue in surprise, patting Qi Zhen's shoulder and exclaiming, "Yuinza, your standing is truly remarkable." Qi Zhen, regaining his composure, suppressed his excitement and responded with a courteous bow. "Your Excellency, you flatter me. It is not my standing that merits such attention. I am, in truth, filled with trepidation. The Grand Princess deigns to visit my humble abode solely because she has previously instructed my daughter, and thus she comes to see her." Upon hearing these words, the crowd's expressions varied, each taken aback by the revelation that the newly returned maiden of the Qi family bore such a remarkable background. The Grand Princess herself had taken an active role in her upbringing. What an extraordinary blessing. The elderly Marquis, disregarding further formalities, took Qi Zhen by the arm and led him to the entrance to greet the Grand Princess. Clad in regal purple, the Grand Princess approached without ostentation, her demeanor unflinching. Upon encountering Qi Zhen and the elderly Marquis, she calmly remarked, "There is no need for such ceremony. As a practitioner of asceticism, I require no grand display." The elderly Marquis hastily replied, "Your Highness, you honor us with your presence. Your esteemed bearing is deserving of the utmost respect." The Grand Princess stood quietly, waiting for him to finish, before raising an eyebrow and asking, "I have descended the mountain merely to see an old acquaintance. Where is she?" The elderly Marquis and Qi Zhen promptly guided her to the rear courtyard, where Wang Shi and the second and third madams had long awaited by the flower-laden gate. Their minds swirling with disbelief, they could scarcely fathom that Qi Yuan had indeed managed to summon the Grand Princess. Had they known? A sense of confusion enveloped her. She could not articulate what she would have done had she known. Upon receiving the Grand Princess, the women of the household knelt in reverence. But the Grand Princess merely glanced over them and inquired, "Where is Qi Yuan?" At that moment, Gao family members were leading Qi Yuan forward. Lady Lu, alongside the other ladies, rose, her heart heavy with unspoken bitterness. Where had her daughter, Zhen Yang, fallen short? She had long been aware of the Grand Princess's loss of a daughter and had entertained such hopes. Furthermore, the Grand Princess was not a stranger. She was married to her husband's younger brother, making her Qi Yuan's aunt by marriage. By all accounts, her daughter, Lu Yinyin, ought to address the Grand Princess as Annie. This was genuine familial connection. Yet after sending Lu Yinyin to the mountain for merely a few days, the Grand Princess returned her to the Lu family, claiming she had recovered. Wang Shi had initially believed that the Grand Princess had truly severed all earthly ties. Yet, had she not taken another girl under her wing? Unbeknownst to Qi Yuan, Lady Lu's turmoil was inconsequential to her. Upon seeing Lady Jiang beside the Grand Princess, tears welled in her eyes, nearly overwhelming her. She knelt before the Grand Princess, offering her respects. The Grand Princess's expression softened as she nodded and assisted Qi Yuan to her feet, saying, "I had thought you were merely a village girl, yet I never anticipated you would find yourself in such circumstances." Lady Jiang smiled warmly from beside her, saying, "It is evident that she is a girl of fortune." Wang Shi, feeling somewhat stiff, struggled to find her words, until the second Madam Qi hastily interjected. "Though she has only recently returned, her demeanor and grace are impeccable. We were only later informed that she had been under your esteemed guidance, Lady Jiang." Lady Jiang replied with a gentle smile, "It cannot be considered instruction. The young lady is obedient and amiable. Life on the mountain can be rather monotonous, and her visits have brought us much joy." The Grand Princess nodded thoughtfully, then turned to Qi Yuan and asked, "Now that you have returned home, how do your family members treat you?" Wang Shi stiffened further, her body tensing with anxiety, fearing an unfavorable response from Qi Yuan. Fortunately, at that moment, an uproar erupted from outside the courtyard. Wang Shi, alarmed, realized the gravity of the situation, with so many esteemed guests present, including the Grand Princess. Any mishap would be a source of lifelong shame. She hurried to inquire, only for Lu Zhong to rush in, his face smeared with dirt, exclaiming, "Madam, no, no. It is terrible. Our ancestral hall is on fire. The Marquis and the elderly Marquis have gone to extinguish it. A fire at the ancestral hall? Today? Wang Shi's vision darkened, and she nearly collapsed. After a moment, she steadied herself, turning to the Grand Princess and the ladies to offer her apologies. Thankfully, the ancestral hall was far enough away that it would not reach the rear courtyard. Wang Shi repeatedly reassured the Grand Princess and the ladies. The Grand Princess spoke solemnly. It is of no consequence. In dry weather, fires are not uncommon. Since the onset of winter, there have been several wildfires in the mountains. With the Grand Princess's assurance that all was well, the others felt emboldened to remain silent. Meanwhile, Han Yue, standing by the mirror, glanced at her reflection. The image staring back was one of beauty, her features elegantly refined. Yinyin, smiling, praised, "Our young lady typically shies away from adornment, but when she does dress up, who could compare?" Han Yue laughed, playfully tapping Yinyin's nose. "Enough of your flattery. Has the fire spread?" Yinyin adjusted her collar and replied softly, "Rest assured, young lady. We had someone keeping watch earlier. The pine trees are safe, and our people will assist in the effort. From what I see, the flames have already begun to rise. I fear the front courtyard is currently preoccupied with firefighting." Han Yue smiled contentedly. "How embarrassing. Just as I believed I could establish my footing at home. This fire will surely reveal my true form once more. Truly a misfortune." Yinyin stifled a giggle, unable to contain her amusement. Chapter 59 The Slaughter of Chickens. Yinyin noticed that the inlaid ornament on her forehead was askew, and quickly reached out to adjust it. Hearing this, she couldn't help but laugh. "Truly, miss, even when others are in such dire straits, you still find amusement in the spectacle." Han Yue raised an eyebrow naturally. "I can only observe the spectacle. What else can I do?" Within the ancestral hall of the Qi family, there still reside the heroic souls who once fought alongside the great emperor against the Walla. Ah, if this fire spreads. At that moment, Yinyin was drenched in sweat, shifting uncomfortably, unable to suppress a grimace of pain. The serving girl cautiously approached with water to tend to his wounds, but he abruptly knocked over the basin, coldly commanding, "Get out." His volatile temper left everyone wary, and the girl quickly picked up the water basin and retreated. Yinyin took a deep breath, forcing himself to rise and move toward the window, observing the thick smoke billowing from the direction of the ancestral hall. He finally expelled the pent-up resentment within him. With a whoosh, he felt a slight lightness in his spirit. What a splendid fire! He lowered his gaze, gripping tightly the pouch in his hand, the only remnant of Ajin. In the Marquis' residence, Ajin was like a precious flower, nurtured in luxury for so many years. Accustomed to nothing but the finest comforts, such a delicate blossom could never be cast into the dust. Yet, it was Qi Yuan's return that forced Ajin away. No, not merely forced her away, she may never return again. His father was a ruthless man. The thought made his throat ache and his nostrils flare with suppressed emotion as he clenched the pouch tightly. "Ajin, rest assured, where you cannot remain. She too shall not stay. She will never set foot in the Qi family again. As long as he was alive, there would be no place for Qi Yuan. If Qi Yuan wished to return, he might as well dream." The flames grew fiercer, and Qi Yunting's expression twisted in a savage delight as he clutched the pouch. Meanwhile, Wang Shi was nearly frantic, on the verge of leaping into the water. After much effort, she had invited the Grand Princess over, a matter of great prestige for the family. Yet, who would have thought there would be a fire? Now, with the flames raging and consuming the ancestral hall, she bit her lip, casting a furtive glance at Qi Yuan, her eyes filled with veiled resentment. Perhaps even heaven and their ancestors would not allow her return. She had been raised by a butcher for over a decade, and her butcher mother had entangled herself with other men. Who could say what unsavory traits she had inherited? The fire continued to spread, thick smoke wafting across the lake into the back courtyard, so dense that even Wang Shi could smell it. Wang Shi felt her temples throbbing with anger, instinctively stepping outside. She quickly spotted Lu Zhang rushing back and seized him, asking urgently, "What happened?" Lu Zhang's face was blackened, and he coughed out a plume of smoke. Apologizing while fanning himself, he replied, "Madam, the old Marquis and the Marquis request that you lead the esteemed guests to the pavilion in the center of the lake for safety. The fire is too intense. The patrol department and the guards of the 5 cities have sent personnel to assist with extinguishing it." Wang Shi stood in stunned silence, her head pounding, and managed to turn to put on a semblance of a smile as she invited the Grand Princess to the pavilion. Madame Lu glanced between the Grand Princess and Wang Shi, letting out a knowing chuckle. Oh, how fortuitous that the fire should break out just as the young lady is to recognize her family. And it happens to be the ancestral hall that is burning. Surely this must perturb the ancestors. The other guests immediately began to murmur amongst themselves. Indeed, just as the young lady was to acknowledge her lineage, the ancestral hall caught fire. Could it be that she was some kind of ill omen? Or perhaps she had attracted some malevolent spirit? Otherwise, how could such a coincidence occur? These whispers reached Wang Shi's ears, causing her stomach to churn with fury as she shot a glare at Qi Yuanyi. The atmosphere grew tense, and the women now regarded Qi Yuanyi with suspicion and unease. The Grand Princess fixed her gaze on Qi Yuanyi, observing her calm demeanor, unaffected by the chaos, and silently commended her. Setting aside other considerations, such composure at such a young age was indeed rare. She turned to the young girl before her and gently inquired, "Are you not afraid?" Qi Yuanyi raised her eyes to meet hers, a smile illuminating her face like stars in the night sky. Mischievously, she winked. "One who does no evil fears not the knock of ghosts. I have no fear." Jiang Mama and the Grand Princess exchanged glances. No wonder Xiao Yunting sought this girl out. Such a fascinating character was indeed rare. In the pavilion, Wang Shi, blushing, repeatedly offered her apologies to the Grand Princess. The Grand Princess waved her hand dismissively. There is no need for such formality. This year, there have been several wildfires on Mount Baiyun as well. If one were to believe in such omens, would that not imply that I too am at odds with the mountain spirit? Her words clearly countered the speculations made by the noble women regarding Qi Yuanyi. The crowd fell silent, and the chatter diminished significantly. Wang Shi was taken aback. It seemed that the Grand Princess genuinely supported Qi Yuanyi. Her emotions became complex. It was indeed unfortunate that the ancestral hall had caught fire. Such an incident could not simply be attributed to dry weather or coincidence. In the future, the family would surely harbor doubts. No matter how exceptional Qi Yuanyi was, the stigma of bad luck would overshadow her prospects. Momentarily feeling regretful, she also thought it was fitting. Qi Yuanyi had always been a source of trouble and was clearly in turmoil. When Han Yui arrived, the serving girl attending Qi Yunting had just come rushing in, urgently reporting to Wang Shi, "Madam, it is not good. The eldest young master has reignited." Truly, one wave had not yet settled before another arose. Wang Shi was alarmed, hastily sending for a physician and having the Gao family members check on him. Han Yui quickly supported Wang Shi, gently advising, "Aunt, do not panic. The eldest brother's wounds have yet to fully heal. Fever is common. Once the physician arrives and brings down his temperature, all will be well." As she spoke, she glanced toward the pavilion, spotting Qi Yuanyi, and calmly smiled at her. "Elder sister, before a snake strikes, it must first display its fangs and flick its tongue." In Qi Yuanyi's eyes, Han Yui now resembled a serpent poised to strike. She returned the smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Han Yui lowered her gaze, concealing the coldness in her eyes, lacking even the patience to exchange glances with such a worthy adversary. Chapter 60 Reversal of Fortune. The fire in the ancestral hall caused a significant number of guests in the front courtyard to rush to extinguish the flames. After all, it seemed inappropriate to merely sit idly as visitors in someone else's home during such a calamity. The old Marquis and Qizhan felt quite embarrassed to allow their guests to partake in such an endeavor and quickly intervened, assuring everyone that the personnel from the 5 cities garrison and the patrol office had arrived and would soon quell the blaze. Indeed, within a short while, the combined efforts of these officials succeeded in extinguishing the flames, much to the relief of both the old Marquis and Qizhan. The elderly gentleman immediately inquired about the extent of the damage, particularly concerned for the ancestral tablets. Any harm to them would indeed be a grave misfortune. Qizhan promptly invited the commander of the 5 cities garrison inside, and upon entering, Lord Yuan stated, "Marquis, this fire was not an accidental occurrence." What did he mean? Both the old Marquis and Qizhan were taken aback, looking at him with confusion. "My lord, what do you mean? This fire was intentionally set." Lord Yuan clasped his hands and continued, after extinguishing the flames. "We took the liberty of investigating the surroundings and discovered flint and traces of incendiary oil near the charred pillars outside." Incendiary oil. This revelation confirmed that the fire was indeed deliberate, ignited by malicious intent. The old Marquis was so enraged he could hardly speak. Such a serious matter could jeopardize the family's future and legacy. Who dared to commit arson in their ancestral hall? Qizhan's expression was equally grave. With so many guests present, he feared the implications even more. Surely, there was no one who bore a grudge against the Qi family, seeking to take advantage of this occasion to set fire to their home? If that were the case, it might not just be arson. It could be a threat to the guests as well. Among those guests was a true noble, the Grand Princess herself. Qi Zhen felt a chill run down his spine and hastily thanked Lord Yuan, turning to the old Marquis. Father, regarding this matter. The old Marquis, deep in thought, replied sternly, we must investigate. With so many guests and nobility in our home, we cannot afford to overlook this matter. If there is indeed something amiss, it must be thoroughly examined. Qi Zhen quickly acquiesced and summoned Lu Zhong to conduct an inquiry. In the pavilion, the Grand Princess slightly tilted her head at Qi Yuan, asking, did you foresee this happening? Qi Yuan smiled gently. Your Highness, I am not omniscient. How could I predict such events? Is that so? The Grand Princess replied. Unable to deny, yet you have never met me nor visited Yin Mountain. How then did you know I was there with Madame Jiang? And that Yunting would seek me out? After a moment of silence, Qi Yuan responded, Your Highness, may I discuss this with you later? For some reason. Her demeanor reminded the Grand Princess of the cat she kept at her Zen temple. The Grand Princess chose not to press further. However, Han Yue scrutinized Qi Yuan's familiarity with the Grand Princess, her mind swirling with questions. Qi Yuan seemed to share a close bond with the Grand Princess, raising her curiosity about the young woman's origins. What had she done during those years in the countryside? Prince Qi seemed equally intrigued, having inquired about her several times. Lost in thought, Gao's servant hurried in to reassure Madame Wang. Madam, the fire has been extinguished. Everything is now safe. Thank heavens. Madame Wang could not help but clasp her hands in gratitude, then respectfully invited the Grand Princess to the front courtyard for a performance. The Grand Princess cast a warm glance at Qi Yuan and gently patted her head, saying, Enough. I have not heard a performance in over a decade and find little interest in such matters now. I came, saw this girl, and that suffices. This hinted at her intent to depart. Madame Lu pursed her lips, pondering the Grand Princess's evident favor towards Qi Yuan, wondering what made her so special. Han Yue frowned slightly. Given the severity of the fire, how could the Grand Princess not perceive it as an omen brought by Qi Yuan? As she contemplated this, Lu Zheng's wife entered quietly, informing Madame Wang, Madam, the Marquis requests that both the young lady and Miss Han come at once. What? Madame Wang was momentarily taken aback. Glancing at Han Yue in confusion, Han Yue mirrored her bewilderment. Why would they need to go? Madame Wang, unaware of the circumstances, frowned and asked, Did they specify what the matter is? Could it be that someone from Miss Han's father's circle wishes to see her? Qi Yuan stood by the railing, coolly observing Han Yue. The myriad of events had overwhelmed even the matriarch, prompting her to sigh deeply before managing a strained smile. Very well, if that is the case. Let us go. She beckoned to Han Yue, then to Qi Yuan. A sense of unease lingered in Han Yue's mind. Under normal circumstances, Qi Zhen should be preoccupied with dispersing guests and assessing the damage to the ancestral hall. Why was he suddenly requesting her presence? She glanced at Qi Yuan, who had approached her, and managed a smile. The two departed the pavilion together. Madame Wang quickly turned to retain the Grand Princess. On the way, Han Yue lacked the inclination for conversation with Qi Yuan, reasoning that Qi Yuan likely knew less than she did. Any inquiries would be futile. Upon reaching the ancestral hall's entrance, her heart sank as she saw Qing Song kneeling on the ground, drenched in sweat, bound and thrown at the entrance. While Lu Zhong stood nearby holding a torch, lighting a torch in broad daylight seemed utterly inappropriate. She instinctively called out, Uncle. Qi Zhen turned his head, fixing her with a gaze of profound disdain that she would never forget. Startled, she took a step back, unsure of how to react. Qi Zhen had always been a kind elder to her. Even when addressing Qi Yunting and others, he had never shown such severity. This was the first time she encountered such a look directed at her. Unable to suppress her emotions, she choked out, Uncle? What happened with the fire at the ancestral hall? Qi Zhen regarded her with an impassive expression, his voice icy as he replied. Beside him, the old Marquis remained silent throughout. Han Yue, trembling with fear, hastily waved her hands. Uncle, I do not know why the ancestral hall caught fire. Why are you questioning me? I have no idea. Qi Zhen scoffed coldly and retorted, Is that so? Then why does Qing Song claim that you orchestrated this fire? Chapter 61 Manipulation. Han Yue gazed at Qing Song in disbelief, feeling an overwhelming urge to strike him down if only she had a knife in hand. This worthless fool. He had set the fire and could have easily escaped unnoticed. Yet he had not only been discovered, but had also dragged her into this mess. Tears welled up in her eyes as she cried, Uncle, how could I dare? With so many guests present, and Qi Yuan watching closely, without hesitation, she knelt before Qi Zhen, grasping the folds of his robe and sobbing, Uncle, My father perished on the battlefield, and the other clansmen, eager to seize my father's lands, would gladly see me harmed. The expressions of the onlookers shifted to one of sympathy. For this recognition banquet, Yinyin had invited numerous military officials, as he himself hailed from the military, with many friends still serving. Most of them knew Han Wei's father and were aware of her plight. Indeed, her circumstances were profoundly pitiable. With renewed fervor, Han Wei continued to sob, "Uncle, I am but a rootless drifter. You have offered me shelter and treated me as your own daughter. I am eternally grateful. What benefit would I gain from burning down the Qi household?" Qi Yuan suppressed a chuckle, applauding Han Wei's clever retorts. What a formidable character she was, deftly extricating herself from blame with just a few words. Who could listen to her tale and not feel a pang of sorrow? Yinyin found himself in a state of bewilderment. He had trusted Qing Song, as he was a member of the household. What gain could he possibly have from lying? Yet, Han Yui's desperate demeanor suggested she was indeed innocent. If it were anyone else, he would have subjected them to strict interrogation until the truth emerged. However, Han Yui held a unique status as the orphan of his comrade, raised within the Qi family. Any misstep could easily brand him as ungrateful and heartless. It was the old Marquis who reprimanded Qing Song. "You must think carefully before speaking. If there is even a hint of falsehood, I shall not spare you." Crouched on the ground like a shrimp, Qing Song began to wail, "Old Marquis, I assure you, I am speaking the truth. I only acted on the orders of Miss Han. She said that if we burned down the ancestral hall, our young lady would never again be able to show her face in the household." Han Yue felt an intense rage boiling within her. Had Qing Song lost his mind? Why was he relentlessly pursuing her? Even if he were to betray Qi Yunting, it would be better than implicating her, and it would garner more trust. Why was he so fixated on her? Qing Song continued to bang his head on the ground, seemingly oblivious to the pain. "Old Marquis, Miss Han is deceiving you. She has ulterior motives. I have seen her maid, Yinyin, sneaking out to relay messages." Sneaking out to relay messages? Yinyin turned to scrutinize Han Yue, seemingly processing Qing Song's words. The old Marquis displayed a more resolute demeanor. He lowered his eyes and instructed Lu Zhong, "Take men to search Miss Han's residence. We must uncover any discrepancies." A murmur of shock rippled through the crowd. Qi Yuan cast a glance at Han Yue, noticing how tightly she clutched Yin's robe, the veins on her hands protruding from the strain, and realized she was indeed hiding something. Drawing a deep breath, the old Marquis clasped his hands together and addressed the assembly with solemnity. "Esteemed guests, I apologize for the farce you have witnessed today. This matter pertains to our ancestral hall and the legacy of our forebears. Thus, I must exercise utmost caution." His words were delivered with an air of gravity, leaving no room for doubt, and the guests found themselves at a loss for words. They murmured in agreement, "It is only human nature." Once more, the old Marquis clasped his hands, declaring, "I vow here today, should any household servant falsely accuse Miss Han, I shall personally kneel in apology and treat her as my own granddaughter." With such a declaration, no one could find fault with his handling of the situation, and all eyes turned thoughtfully toward Han Wei. Panic gripped her. It felt as though her very blood had frozen. The winter wind nipped at her cheeks, leaving her face aching. But why was this happening? Qing Song had clearly been sent by Qi Yunting to set the ancestral hall ablaze as a trap for Qi Yuan. Why was he now implicating her? Qing Song trembled on the ground, pretending not to notice the murderous intent in Han Yui's gaze. Moments later, Lu Zhong hurried over and whispered something into Qi Zhan's ear. "What?" Qi Zhan's anger surged uncontrollably. Lu Zhong stepped back, nodding slightly. Han Yui's heart raced. She had hidden her belongings well, especially the letters from the prince, and had burned the crucial ones. Logically, even if Lu Zhong and his men searched, they should find nothing. Then it struck her. She still had several recent letters concealed beneath her pillow. Would Lu Zhong discover them? Panic surged, and her heart raced. No. It couldn't be. They would surely overlook that secret compartment beneath her pillow, a place too intimate for a search. However, Qi Zhan's cold gaze bore into her. Suppressing his fury as he asked, "If you no longer wish to stay in the Qi household, you could simply tell me instead of playing these tricks." Han Yui's shock deepened as she stared wide-eyed at Qi Zhan. "Uncle, Yue does not understand. Do you not understand?" Qi Zhan sneered, snatching a stack of letters from Lu Zhong and hurling them at Han Yue. The papers scattered like snowflakes, landing on her shoulders and the ground around her. Everyone stood in stunned silence, unprepared for Qi Zhan's outburst. Minister Lu furrowed his brow and called, "Lord Yongping, What is the meaning of this? Yin's teeth clenched with fury as he took a moment to regain his composure before addressing Minister Lu. Sir, please look at these letters. For years, she has been corresponding with others, divulging every detail of our family's affairs. Even matters of discord with my daughter upon her return, she has disclosed in detail. What is her intention? The terms corresponding and transmitting messages echoed ominously in the air. Minister Lu picked up a letter, glanced at it, and immediately paled, furrowing his brow at Han Yue. Though he did not speak, his expression conveyed everything. Chapter 62. Infidelity. Han Yue was on the brink of madness. Today felt utterly surreal. None of her meticulously laid plans unfolded as she had envisioned. The commotion caused by Qing Song's arson was indeed substantial, yet he swiftly implicated her, asserting that she had orchestrated the fire. Furthermore, Qi Zhen had dispatched individuals to search her quarters. She seized a piece of paper, glanced at it, and gasped in disbelief. No, this is not my writing. This is not my work. Trembling, she began to gather the scattered papers, her pallor turning ashen. How could this be? She had destroyed all those letters. She was certain of it. How had Lu Zhong managed to retrieve them? And more importantly, only she and the prince were privy to these matters. Even if someone sought to frame her, they shouldn't possess such intricate details, such clarity. No. The old Marquis, having silently perused several letters, fixed his gaze upon Han Yue. Our family has treated you as one of our own. We have never regarded you as an outsider. Your provisions have always mirrored those of our own young lords and ladies. Who would have thought that after nurturing you, we would raise a wolf in sheep's clothing? He glared at Han Yue, his voice sharp with reproach. With whom have you been clandestinely exchanging messages? Han Yue felt icy dread seep through her limbs. Although the sun blazed high in the sky, she felt an overwhelming chill envelop her. How could this be? Events should not have spiraled in this manner. Today was meant to see Qi Yuan expelled from this household, to be dealt with appropriately. Instead, she found herself in this dire predicament, her liaison with the prince now unearthed. No, she could not allow the prince to be implicated. Realizing the urgent need to clarify, Han Yue opened her mouth to explain, only to notice a pair of delicate white hands reaching for the letter beside her. She raised her gaze, following the hands, and met the indifferent eyes of Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan examined the letter, his voice low. This seal appears to belong to someone of royal lineage. With that statement, all eyes were drawn to him. Han Yue's heart seized with intense fear. Her lips turned cold as she trembled, gazing at Qi Yuan, only to discover that he was staring back at her. Their eyes locked, her terror starkly contrasting with Qi Yuan's calm demeanor. He exhibited not a trace of curiosity. No, Han Yue suddenly realized it was Qi Yuan. The old Marquis had already taken possession of the letter. What did you say? Qi Yuan explained quietly. My granddaughter once saw the Grand Princess use a seal of similar design. The dragon motif beneath the signature is not something an ordinary person would possess. Indeed, my granddaughter had been tutored by the Grand Princess. The old Marquis scrutinized the letter with utmost seriousness, then turned to Han Yue. This is the signature of His Highness the Prince of Qi. You have been corresponding with him in secret? A gasp erupted from the surrounding guests, their expressions a mixture of shock and intrigue. Even Minister Lu stroked his beard, hissing in disbelief. This prince was exceedingly indiscreet. If he had developed feelings for a young lady, he ought to have informed the emperor and sought a princess consort, rather than engaging in clandestine correspondence. Yet someone interjected, unable to restrain themselves. What does this have to do with her ordering the fire at the ancestral hall? At this moment, Han Yue was utterly unprepared. The day's events had transcended her comprehension. She vaguely sensed that everything had spiraled out of control. Qing Song burst into tears, exclaiming, Miss Han said that by burning the ancestral hall, the situation would escalate, and she would rush in to save the ancestral tablets, ensuring the family would venerate and respect her. The young lady would then be deemed a harbinger of misfortune, leaving only her as the choice to marry His Highness the Prince of Qi. Minister Lu's expression turned peculiar. The gazes directed at Han Yue became strange and profound. Truly, one reaps what one sows. After providing her with such lavish care, they had fostered a foe instead of a friend. To secure a legitimate union with the Prince of Qi, she had resorted to setting fire to the ancestral hall. How audacious! The evidence was irrefutable, and the old Marquis's face trembled with fury. Bring her to me, since she has already exchanged sentiments with His Highness the Prince of Qi. We dare not keep her any longer. He let out a bitter laugh, fixing his gaze on Han Yue. A woman of age must not be retained. Otherwise, she becomes an adversary. We initially intended to honor your parents by raising you, ensuring your splendid marriage. Now it appears we have obstructed your promising future. This is our error. Qizhen's expression was rife with disdain. No one relishes betrayal, especially from someone they had cherished as a daughter for so many years. Han Yue had audaciously instigated the fire at the ancestral hall. It was remarkably absurd and excessive. Moreover, was this notion truly her own? Did the Prince of Qi genuinely hold affection for Han Yue? Or was it the Qi family he coveted instead? Why then? Were so many inquiries posed about the Qi family and their correspondence? Was there a deeper intrigue at play? Or had Han Yue acted solely on her own volition? Or had His Highness compelled her to do so? Recalling the previous indications of the prince's interest in Qizhen felt a chill run down his spine. What were His Highness's true intentions? Qi Yuan glanced at Qizhen's expression and discerned that he had likely ventured far into contemplation. Naturally, their thoughts were always intricate. Such matters required heightened caution and suspicion. The Prince of Qi, she smiled faintly. He had prompted Han Yue to set fire to the ancestral hall to sabotage her acknowledgement banquet, likely out of suspicion, wishing to prevent her from being recognized and sheltered by the Qi family. However, it appeared that the prince was now embroiled in trouble himself. At that moment, His Highness was leisurely admiring his paintings and calligraphy within his estate. Casting a glance, he casually tossed them aside and accepted the tea presented by Eunuch Su, lightly inquiring, "So, is the Qi family in an uproar?" Eunuch Su smiled slightly. "Your Highness, it is still early, however. I have heard that the Wuqing Military Command and the Inspection Bureau have both arrived, and it is likely quite lively." His Highness scoffed disdainfully. Indeed, it would be lively. He awaited Qi Yuan's expulsion from the Qi family, then planned to retrieve her and interrogate her about the extent of her knowledge and what differed from the previous life. This woman, if utilized effectively, could become an exceptional pawn. Lost in thought, a sudden voice broke through from outside, that of Eunuch Su's adopted son, Jinbao. "Your Highness, an incident has occurred outside the estate. Members of the Qi family have brought Miss Han, who is now crying at our doorstep." Chapter 63. Ready for battle. The mind of Prince Qi buzzed with disbelief. He almost thought he had misheard. Without waiting for Eunuch Su to act, he strode to the door and flung it open with a resounding bang. His countenance darkened as he inquired, "What did you say?" Jinbao dared not lift his gaze to meet his lord's expression, shivering as he stammered an explanation. "Your Highness, the Marquis of Yongping. He personally brought Miss Han Yue here, and she is currently waiting at our front gate." Prince Qi had already left the palace to establish his residence, which adhered to the traditional layout, situated in close proximity to the other princely and princess estates, all within the imperial city. For instance, the residences of the Zhou and Wu princes were adjacent to his, with several princesses' abodes further ahead. Thus, it was inevitable that news of Qizhen escorting Han Yue at the entrance would soon spread throughout the vicinity. Outrageous. Qi Wang, disregarding any potential consequences, chastised Jinbao. "You incompetent fools. Can't you even invite someone inside? Even if they were unaware of the situation. The mere presence of Qizhen with Han Yue at the door would surely incite countless rumors. Truly a collection of imbeciles." Jinbao wore a mournful expression, feeling unjustly treated himself. "Your Highness, it is not that we did not extend an invitation, but the Marquis of Yongping simply refused to listen. He is, after all, a marquis. How could we mere servants hope to contend with him?" Prince Qi was seething with indignation. What on earth had transpired with Han Yue? At this point, he was no longer deluding himself. He immediately surmised that their relationship had been discovered. However, Han Yue had always been meticulous in her dealings. How could she have been found out after all these years? And then there was the Qi family. He rubbed his temples, hastily making his way to the front entrance. The stone lions flanking the gates of the Qi residence stood majestically, yet they lacked their usual solemnity and grandeur. For a throng of common folk had gathered at the entrance to witness the spectacle. When Marquis Qizhen arrived, he was in a frantic rush. Han Yue in the carriage was weeping inconsolably, while a maid, bound and pursued, added to the chaotic scene. This spectacle was undeniably curious. In this world, there was no shortage of onlookers, and by the time Qizhen reached the gates, he was followed by a crowd of people eager to gawk at the commotion, effectively surrounding the prince's residence. Such a gathering drew the attention of the city guard and the inspection bureau, responsible for maintaining order within the city. Their duty was to ensure safety, especially in the imperial city's vicinity, and they were understandably alarmed. Yet, when Lord Yuan and his men arrived, they found not peace but Qizhen, which elicited a grimace from him. After all, He was the one who came to extinguish the flames. He was well aware of the turmoil surrounding the Qi family and knew that Han Yue was indeed the source of the fire. It was evident that Qi Zhan had no intention of letting this matter slide. He was determined to escalate the situation. Upon seeing the multitude gathered, Prince Qi's anger surged uncontrollably. His gaze fell upon Han Yue, who had been dragged forth, and he questioned, barely concealing his fury, Marquis Yongping. What is the meaning of this? Qi Zhan, undaunted, replied, Your Highness, this young woman is an orphan of my late comrade. I have treated her well, honoring the memory of my deceased friend. I had always intended to betroth her in a grand manner. Yet now she seems to have engaged in secret correspondence with your Highness. What is your intention? The crowd erupted in a cacophony of whispers and murmurs, their curiosity piqued by the scandalous implications of a romantic liaison between nobility. The mere notion of such entanglements involving a prince and a noblewoman was tantalizing, igniting a frenzy of speculation. Is the prince truly enamored with an orphan girl? Some questioned. Others retorted, this is clearly an act of indiscretion, merely a dalliance. If he truly cared, he would have sought her hand in marriage. She is not of lowly birth. If there were genuine affection, wouldn't he pursue her properly? Each syllable cut into Han Yue, leaving her feeling utterly exposed, while Prince Qi's countenance darkened further. He found himself powerless against Qi Zhan, who had now produced a stack of letters, disdainfully stating, Your Highness, this paper is from your personal correspondence at Qingxin Hall, and only you possess such a seal. Look closely. I would not dare distort the truth nor malign a prince. With such evidence on display, even the distant onlookers, unable to read the contents, would be quick to believe Qi Zhan's claims. It was undeniable. If it were false, how would he have dared confront the prince directly, armed with proof? The crowd murmured their disbelief. Prince Qi, in pursuit of a ward, should have sought her hand openly, rather than resorting to clandestine communication. What purpose could there be in prying into her family matters? Prince Qi was chilled to the bone with fury. If looks could kill, Qi Zhan would have been pierced through by the murderous intent radiating from his eyes. For the first time, he despised himself for allowing matters to spiral out of control. Chapter 64 Unethical. The crowd continued to swell, and among them, the Prince of Qi noticed several familiar faces, all servants of the Wu and Zhou royal households. This farce could not persist any longer. He could only coldly declare, if there is something to discuss, Duke Yongping, it would be best to clarify it within my palace. He should have insisted that Qi Zhan return to the palace to address the matter from the outset, though Qi Zhan likely would not have acquiesced. The situation had escalated beyond control. Qi Zhan let out a disdainful snort and mockingly replied, Your Highness, I dare not. I have come only to inform you that this woman is deeply enamored with you, leaving nothing unsaid. She even insists on reporting trivial matters, such as the number of meals and snacks served at my household, to you. I am overwhelmed. The crowd erupted in astonishment. How outrageous. Does Han Yue not trust the Qi family? To report what she eats for every meal to her suitor is utterly distasteful. At that moment, Han Yue felt as though she might unravel. She could scarcely fathom that Qi Zhan would resort to such tactics in response to the Prince of Qi's maneuvering. This was nothing short of a brazen affront to the prince, a provocation devoid of any attempt to save face. The Prince of Qi recognized this as well. Qi Zhan's words were astutely crafted, yet cruelly incisive, clearly insinuating that he had planted spies within the Qi household, closely observing every move of the Qi family. What would people think if such words circulated? What would his brothers think? And what of the emperor? Everyone would perceive him as a man of insatiable ambition, audaciously placing informants within the households of his ministers. Such behavior was egregious. Every official harbored secrets that were not meant to be exposed. If all were to act as the Prince of Qi did, embedding spies within their own households, then privacy would be non-existent, leaving all affairs laid bare before him. How deplorable! How utterly shameless! Qi Zhan had indeed gone to such extremes, leaving no room for retreat. He glared coldly at Qi Zhan and gravely demanded, Duke Yongping, you had better possess evidence for your claims. Otherwise, you risk slandering a royal prince, and you must understand the gravity of such an accusation. Qi Zhan stood firm, addressing the prince with a resolute tone. What evidence does your highness require? Is it the correspondence from Han Yue informing you of my daughter's grave illness that prompted her removal from my residence? Or perhaps evidence of Han Yue's instigation of the arson that razed my family's ancestral hall and drove my eldest daughter away? The tension between them was palpable, as if a fight could erupt at any moment. The onlookers were captivated, secretly hoping for a confrontation. Fortunately, Qi Zhan stepped back. clasping his hands in a gesture of resignation. Your Highness, since you are so enamored with this lady, and she reciprocates your affections, let the Yongping Duke's household grant her to you today. From this moment forth, her affairs shall have nothing to do with us. After uttering these words, Qi Zhen turned on his heel and departed with his entourage. Master Yuan of the Five Cities Military Command scratched his nose, feeling exceedingly awkward. Qi Zhen had departed. But what was he, the commander responsible for maintaining order in the capital, to do? He cursed under his breath, yet had to disperse the gathering crowd. But who among them was willing to leave? The spectacle was far from over. The Yongping Duke had sent the lady to the prince. How would the prince respond? If he truly cherished her, he ought to show it. Han Yue felt a chill wash over her, looking pleadingly at the prince, her eyes red and vulnerable. The prince's countenance darkened ominously as he cast a glance at her, his teeth clenched in frustration. Qi Zhen had publicly cast Han Yue at his doorstep, brazenly declaring their illicit relationship. If he did not welcome her into his palace, he would be drowned in public scorn. Tomorrow, the censors would surely unleash a torrent of criticism. Furthermore, once she entered his palace, nothing could go awry. Should any misfortune befall her, the world would brand him as a heartless noble, a murderer intent on silencing witnesses. How utterly unscrupulous! The Yongping Duke's household was truly disgraceful. He averted his gaze and returned to the palace. Supervisor Su signaled to Jin Bao, who promptly instructed his men to escort Han Yue and Lianer inside. He then spoke with Master Yuan, sealing the palace gates securely. Han Yue was on the verge of tears, her eyes swollen with distress. Once inside the palace, trembling with trepidation, she asked Jin Bao, "Sir, do you know what the prince has planned for me?" She understood the prince's temperament all too well. To him, useful pawns were valued, while those deemed expendable were discarded. Now, she feared she had lost her worth. Jin Bao, with a smile that concealed his true feelings, reassured her. "Miss, matters concerning the prince are beyond our purview. Just wait and see." Han Yue's face turned pale. Lianer, in a worse state than she, had endured a harrowing journey. Her shoes torn, leaving her heels blistered and bleeding. Seeing Han Yue despondent, Lianer hastily comforted her. "Do not fear, my lady. The prince will surely take good care of you." Indeed, had they not exerted themselves to assist the prince, driven by his promises? Whether it was gathering intelligence on the Qi family or winning Qi Jin's favor, they had spared no effort. Han Yue forced a bitter smile, acutely aware of her role in the prince's plans. She had failed to fulfill her mission, inadvertently exposing her connection to him and entangling him in a web of complications. The prince would undoubtedly be displeased. If she still held any significance, it might now only pertain to Qi Yuan. Lost in thought, Jin Bao returned, scrutinizing Han Yue closely. "Miss Han, come with me. The prince wishes to see you." With great effort, Han Yue followed Jin Bao into the Prince of Qi's study. He was seated behind a long table, beside a nearly half-person-high painting jar filled with numerous scrolls. Hearing her approach, he glanced up indifferently. "What is the matter?" Han Yue longed to weep, but dared not. She bit her lip, steadied her emotions, and replied, "Your Highness, there is something amiss with Qi Yuan." The prince paused. His movement stilled. After a moment, he responded, "What is amiss?" Han Yue recognized this as her singular opportunity and wasted no time, hastily kneeling before the desk. Looking up at the prince, "Your Highness, Qi Yuan bears no resemblance to the timid and cowardly person you described." Her return was nothing short of triumphant. Chapter 65 Anomaly. Han Yue's complexion was ashen, filled with a mixture of hatred and fear towards Qi Yuan. This woman was utterly inexplicable. She wept as she explained to the prince, "Your Highness, these letters are not mine. I did not write them." Upon hearing this, the prince laid out the letters that Jin Bao had just gathered on the desk, raising an eyebrow with a calm demeanor. "This is undoubtedly your handwriting." A chill ran through Han Yue's heart. She feared that the prince might think her careless in her duties. She quickly clarified, "Your Highness, I assure you, these letters are truly not mine. They were forged by Qi Yuan." The prince paused, lifting his gaze to Han Yue. "What makes you so certain that Qi Yuan is the forger?" After all, based on the messages Han Yue had previously sent back, she still believed Qi Yuan to be a person of no capabilities. Rubbing her eyes, Han Yue insisted, "Your Highness, the personal seal on these letters was immediately recognized by her, and she even alerted the Duke of Yongping and the old Marquis. Initially, neither the Duke of Yongping nor the old Marquis could discern it. Throughout the journey, Han Yue had been reflecting on where things had gone awry. The conclusion was that the issues lay squarely with Qi Yuan. For years, she had lived comfortably in the Qi household, never once having her identity questioned. Yet, after just a few encounters with Qi Yuan, she found herself exposed. Such an uncanny coincidence could hardly be deemed mere happenstance. Moreover, Qing Song appeared rather suspicious. Desperately, Han Yue pleaded with the prince, "Your Highness, please believe me. She truly forged my correspondence. I do not know how she accomplished it. But it seems she possesses foresight. She never believed me." Strangely, while she had merely speculated in the carriage, at that moment, she felt a firm conviction. From the instant she approached Qi Yuan, it was clear that Qi Yuan had never trusted her. Otherwise, she would not have been so prepared in advance, even managing to win over Qing Song. The thought sent chills down Han Wei's spine. If this were indeed the case, then who exactly was Qi Yuan? Furthermore, if this were true, how could the prince possibly believe her words? How could a mere woman possess such formidable abilities, foreseeing events and orchestrating strategies? Han Yue's heart sank, anxiously awaiting the prince's wrath. To her astonishment, the prince burst into hearty laughter. Han Yue's eyes widened in terror as she gazed at the prince, her heart racing. Could it be that he had lost his mind? Under such circumstances, should he not be enraged, shouting and smashing things in frustration? Why was his highness laughing? Oh, I see now. The prince's expression shifted from pale to flushed, though his laughter did not reach his eyes. He threw his head back and laughed heartily. So that is it. Qi Zhen returned home on horseback, his first action being to seek out Qi Yuan. He was well aware that today's events were undoubtedly linked to her. This daughter was becoming increasingly inscrutable to him. Upon reflection, he realized how laughably naive he had been to believe she was gentle and virtuous. However, upon his return, Wang Shi regarded him with a complex expression, saying, "She has escorted the grand princess out of the city." A fire had erupted, and everyone had gathered to witness the spectacle. Wang Shi felt utterly drained. At that moment, having dismissed Han Yue, Qi Zhen's expression darkened as he replied, "Yes, indeed. Has Han Yue long been secretly?" Her heart was a tumult of anger and sorrow. She could not help but recall how the prince had consistently shown favor towards Qi Jin, seemingly treating her differently. And she felt compelled to curse under her breath. Indeed, men were not to be trusted. It was fortunate that Qi Jin would not have to marry the prince, otherwise, who knew what horror she might face? Qi Jin grunted in agreement, his displeasure evident as he said, "From now on, we shall not speak of Han Yue in this household. Furthermore, any servants found to be in collusion with her must be dealt with. Sell them if necessary, or send them to the countryside. They are not to linger here." Wang Shi nodded in agreement. Qi Zhen then stood. "I will inform my father about these matters. You stay here and wait. If a Yuan returns, send her to find me and my father." His mind was filled with curiosity and confusion. Wang Shi, with a complex mood, acquiesced. Qi Yuan sat in the carriage, facing not only the grand princess but also a familiar figure. Xiao Yunting sat opposite her, his expression a mixture of complexity as he regarded her. "I never expected Miss Qi to possess such remarkable abilities. Let us dispense with idle chatter," Qi Yuan stated straightforwardly. "I have informed your highness that engaging in trade with me will yield no losses. Now, I trust you believe my words." It was impossible not to believe, for the evidence was irrefutable. The grand princess furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Qi Yuan as she asked, "You have never been to Jiangxi, yet you can make sweet potato dumplings, a skill that even many locals lack." Her impatience revealed her anxiety. After a moment's silence, Qi Yuan met the grand princess's gaze directly. "Your highness, have you not spent these years in the temple, practicing and meditating? Do you believe in the existence of past lives?" The grand princess was taken aback, staring at Qi Yuan in disbelief. "So you mean to tell me that your abilities stem from your knowledge of past lives?" Xiao Yunting, too, examined Qi Yuan. He recalled their first meeting when she had been embroiled in murder, and upon seeing him, she had seemingly divined the presence of pursuers behind him, even leading them away. He was always cautious in his dealings, and thus he had investigated her background, discovering she had lived under the control of Su butchers and Li Xionyang for over a decade without ever leaving her village. Indeed, Qi Yuan exhibited a hint of the supernatural. Qi Yuan calmly set down her tea. "You may think of it that way, or perhaps consider that I am merely blessed by the divine, awakening from a great dream with newfound insight." "Preposterous!" The grand princess scolded sharply, her expression darkening. "Do you think I would believe such nonsense? You are clearly mocking me. What gods and spirits? If such beings existed, what had been the purpose of my suffering all these years? When I called upon them, where were they? Why did they not appear to save me?" Her expression remained frosty as she declared, "Your words are nothing but deceitful sorcery. I can have you arrested at once and burned alive." Chapter 66, whose hand the words of the Grand Princess were not uttered lightly. The Zhou dynasty maintained a stringent stance against the superstitions and trickery prevalent among the common folk. Any individual caught in the act of deceit or sorcery could be deemed a monster by the authorities, subject to execution by fire as a public spectacle. The statements made by Qi Yuan were sufficient to warrant her demise 100 times over. Xiao Yunting pondered how she could remain indoors, yet possess knowledge of affairs in Jiangxi, and was astounded that she could even unearth Han Yue hidden within the Qi residence. He regarded Qi Yuan with a faint curiosity. "Is this all you have?" Qi Yuan, unhurried, held her cup and gently pressed her lips together. "If your highness and the prince wish for me to provide further proof, then I can reveal why the Qi Wang has infiltrated the Yongping Marquis residence to manipulate Han Yue. Might this serve as evidence of my extraordinary nature?" The hope ignited within the Grand Princess by the sweet potato buns began to dwindle. It dawned on her that she had been foolish to believe in the existence of deities. She had no desire to hear any further justifications from Qi Yuan. Regardless of how much this young woman elaborated, it was merely fabrications devised to gain the trust of herself and Xiao Yunting, all in pursuit of securing her future within the Qi family. What if I were to declare that Duke Lu has safeguarded the child, who still lives among us? Qi Yuan's voice resonated within the carriage, low to the point of being nearly inaudible, yet to the Grand Princess, it struck like a thunderclap. Her heart raced, and she could no longer contain her astonishment as she lunged towards Qi Yuan, gripping her arms tightly, nearly squeezing the words from between her clenched teeth. "What did you say?" Xiao Yunting's expression shifted dramatically. The atmosphere within the carriage grew tense to an unbearable degree. Anyone familiar with Xiao Yunting would recognize the lethal intent radiating from him. Should Qi Yuan utter a single incorrect word, her life would be forfeit this day. In this atmosphere thick with foreboding, Qi Yuan slowly began to speak. "Your Highness, Prince, do not regard me as an enemy. If I truly harbored ill intentions towards you, I would not have exposed the matter of Han Yue and the Qi Wang within the Qi residence, would I?" The Grand Princess, her expression fraught with urgency, felt tears welling up. "What child are you referring to?" Qi Yuan grasped the Grand Princess's hand in return, her voice soft yet resolute. "The child of the Grand Princess and Duke Lu." When Duke Lu escorted the late Empress back to the capital, they encountered bandits along the way. The Grand Princess and Xiao Yunting exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a whirlwind of emotions. At that time, when the Emperor was still the Prince of Men, he was unexpectedly named the Crown Prince due to the sudden passing of the previous Emperor. He hastily made his way to the capital to ascend the throne, leaving his brother-in-law, Lu Wending, to escort Lady Lu to follow him. Alas, en route through Jiangxi, they fell prey to marauding sea bandits, and their entire party was annihilated. The pregnant Lady Lu vanished without a trace, while Duke Lu fought valiantly until the end. After the Prince of Men ascended the throne, he chose to marry the daughter of the then Grand General, Feng Yin, who wielded significant influence in state affairs. It was widely believed that the ascension of the Prince of Men was facilitated by the favor of the late Emperor's companion and confidant, Feng Yin. Over the years, many speculated that it was the late Empress Feng who had orchestrated the misfortune that befell Lady Lu. This tragedy plunged the Grand Princess into despair, leading to a deepening estrangement from the Emperor, and she had not met him in years. The specter of her inner turmoil resurfaced, nearly causing her to fracture. She locked her gaze onto Qi Yuan. "What do you know? What exactly do you know?" Qi Yuan's emotions were tumultuous. The knowledge she possessed stemmed from her previous life, where she had been by Xiao Yunting's side, as he had tasked her with uncovering the truth. At that time, the Qi Wang had married Qi Jin, learning of Lady Lu's fate from Qi Jin, and subsequently seized control of Lady Lu and her child, coercing her to accuse the late Empress Feng of being a malevolent sorceress, resorting to any means necessary to achieve his ambitions, even at the expense of the rightful consort of the Prince of Men. The scandal escalated dramatically, and the common folk condemned the prince for abandoning his first wife in pursuit of wealth and power. While they could not openly criticize the emperor, they could certainly vilify the sorceress queen. Petitions demanding action against the late Empress Feng flooded the desk of Emperor Yongchang, who was exasperated by the incessant outcry. Following the assassination of the crown prince, the late empress, consumed by grief, also departed this world. The line of the crown prince became a target for public ire, with the legitimacy of their claim to the throne now in question. The crown prince's faction withdrew from the power struggle, leaving Xiao Yunting in a precarious position. prompting him to send Qi Yuan and the Xie family to uncover the truth of the past. After spending several years in Jiangxi, she ultimately traced Lady Lu's escape to his small town in Jiangxi, finally unraveling the mystery. The revelation she had uncovered in her previous life now served to regain the trust of Xiao Yunting and the Grand Princess, a curious twist of fate indeed. Qi Yuan suppressed her own tumultuous feelings, gazing earnestly and sincerely at the Grand Princess and Xiao Yunting. You may find it hard to believe, but I truly encountered a remarkable fortune. I can aid you in locating the person you seek. The Grand Princess was rendered speechless by her tears. Then, where's my child now? Seeing the Grand Princess in such an agitated state, Xiao Yunting gently placed a hand on her shoulder to calm her. He then turned to Qi Yuan, his tone grave. In any transaction, there must be reciprocity, correct? If your assertions hold true, you could easily share your knowledge with others. Could you not? Why come to us? Qi Yuan met his gaze evenly. Your Highness, are you familiar with the Xie camp? Upon hearing the name, Xiao Yunting's expression shifted dramatically. You know of the Xie camp? Of course I do. Qi Yuan lowered her eyes. If pressed to explain why I chose to align with your faction, I would say it is for the sake of the Xie camp and the Xie family. The Xie camp is loyal to you, and the Xie family stands by your side. Their fates are intertwined with yours, and so too is mine. Xiao Yunting's gaze deepened, pondering the implications. At that moment, Su Tongzhou, perplexed, looked toward the Qi Wang. Your Highness, this is a critical juncture. I have uncovered the identity of the individual within the Dali Temple. Why then is the Qi Wang directing him to create trouble for the Xie family? The Qi Wang's expression turned cold. When have my decisions ever required your justification? I dare not. Su Tongzhou prostrated on the ground, hastily responding. Your Highness, rest assured, I shall depart at once and ensure this matter is handled to your satisfaction. The Qi Wang acknowledged with a sound, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Qi Yuan, what does it matter if you have been granted a second chance? You remain merely the daughter of a Marquis, and to think you could rival me in swiftness is truly pitiful. Do you believe that a single rebirth grants you an advantage, allowing you to navigate life effortlessly? Wait and see. The outcome remains uncertain. Chapter 67. Who is swift? Su Tongzhou emerged from Prince Qi's study, his forehead marred by a layer of oilskin, which from a distance resembled a smudge of rouge. However, Han Yue would not truly believe that. She gazed at Su Tongzhou, who appeared flustered as he exited the study and hurried away, her expression revealing her inner turmoil. Lianer, supporting her, spoke in hushed tones. Miss, what shall we do now? Indeed, while residing with the Qi family, she had been regarded as a cherished daughter, a delicate guest, treated like a young lady of nobility. Now, abandoned by Qi Zhan at the prince's residence, she found herself without status or identity, not even qualifying as a lowly servant. Amidst the clamor outside, the prince had yet to take action against her, allowing her a temporary reprieve. But what of the future? As public discourse gradually subsided and she faded from people's minds, she would inevitably vanish silently from this world. Contemplating this, Han Yue felt an icy chill envelop her. Gripping Lianer's hand tightly as she shivered, let us return. We must return. Lianer, perplexed but obedient, accompanied her back to their quarters. Han Yue's complexion was as pale as a trapped beast. I cannot sit idly by. I cannot. If this continues, I shall perish. Lianer, her trusted confidant since childhood, witnessed Han Yue's agitation and promptly interjected. Miss, please remain calm. The prince has always treated you differently. Differently? Han Yue lifted her head, a chilling smile gracing her lips. My distinction lies in my value. I can procure intelligence from the Qi family for him. That is why he regarded me with favor. But now what am I? Lianer, understanding her meaning, turned pale. She recognized that Han Yue was no longer a daughter of the Qi family, her reputation tarnished. To Prince Qi, her mere existence would be a constant reminder of their illicit connection, an indelible stain on his character. Fear gripped Lianer as she clung to Han Yue, weeping. Miss, what shall we do? Your beauty and cunning. Indeed, Han Yue retorted. If I were not endowed with such beauty and wit, perhaps I would resign myself to fate. But I am no less than anyone else. Why should I submit to inferiority? Han Yue looked down at Lianer. Are you afraid? Lianer sobbed softly, fully aware that her fate hinged upon Han Yue's whims. If Prince Qi sought to eliminate Han Yue, she too would not escape unscathed. Gritting her teeth, she shook her head. Miss, I am unafraid. Han Yue smiled with satisfaction. Good. It is well that you are unafraid. You are a splendid girl, truly formidable. Meanwhile, the Grand Princess sat in her carriage, speaking to Qi Yuan, having regained her composure from the initial shock. I shall search as you suggested. Should I find her? She pressed her lips together, gazing earnestly at Qi Yuan. If I find her, I shall be eternally grateful to you. Whatever you desire, I shall repay tenfold. This promise bore significant weight. Qi Yuan felt a stir of emotion, yet the chasm between her and the Grand Princess spanned lifetimes. No matter how she explained, the Grand Princess would not believe her intentions were purely altruistic. Thus, despite the turmoil within, her demeanor remained placid. Your Highness, I shall remember your words. The Grand Princess exhaled, for it is human nature to perceive fortune as laden with traps. However, equal sacrifices could ease one's heart. She clasped Xiao Yunting's hand. Yunting, I am alone in this. I must entrust this matter to you. Xiao Yunting understood the significance of this child to the Grand Princess. Losing a husband paled in comparison to losing a child. The Grand Princess had endured decades of torment, never experiencing a moment's joy. He nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Great Aunt. I shall find her. The Grand Princess acknowledged him, turning to Qi Yuan. Your agreement with Yunting is now in effect. From this point on, should you require assistance, you may approach him. I shall depart the city and return to the mountains. If I receive any news, I shall come to thank you. Qi Yuan responded respectfully. Once the Grand Princess departed, the carriage slowly turned back toward the city. Xiao Yunting regarded Qi Yuan intently. How do you know Xiang? Qi Yuan gazed earnestly at him. Your Highness, you may not believe me, so let us consider it a dream in which I met Xiang. However, you must act swiftly. Prince Qi has begun to doubt me. Xiao Yunting's expression shifted. What do you mean? Qi Yuan recounted the day's events without reservation. Then, raising an eyebrow, she continued. Han Yue was initially a pawn to uncover the whereabouts of Lady Lu and her son, but now she has been prematurely activated by Prince Qi. His origins must be akin to mine. Others might dismiss Qi Yuan as delusional, but Xiao Yunting, raised in the Su family, was accustomed to the supernatural. He did not reject the notion of the uncanny as most scholars would. Thus, he easily grasped Qi Yuan's reasoning. You mean to say that both you and Prince Qi possess unusual abilities, enabling you to foresee events yet to unfold. And now you both recognize that you are no longer the same as before? Though the phrasing was convoluted, Qi Yuan readily affirmed, nodding earnestly, Your Highness. He harbors great apprehension towards me, for in my last dream, he met his demise at my hands. Consequently, he surely wishes to render me utterly wretched. Xiao Yunting was taken aback. How could he make you suffer so? By manipulating the Xie family. Qi Yuan did not conceal her intentions. Thus, Your Highness, you must act swiftly, whether for your father's claim to the throne or your grandmother's position as empress. Expedience is paramount. Xiao Yunting abruptly lifted the curtain. If what you say is true, and you have already sent Han Yue to the Qi family, would he not immediately send someone to deal with the Xie family? How could I possibly arrive in time? Qi Yuan halted and turned back. Your Highness, there is still time. Have you forgotten the corruption case involving the transportation office held at the Dali Temple? Interrogating him and capturing others will surely disconcert Prince Qi. Moreover, there are others who will complicate matters. Yet she did not reveal who that person was. Chapter 68 After the Calamity Who has troubled the Qi Wang? However, Qi Yuan said nothing further. She simply dismounted from the carriage and entered the corner gate of the Qi residence. As the wind lifted her garments, Xiao Yunting noticed with dismay just how frail she appeared. Over the years, she had struggled in the countryside, and upon her return, she still had to scheme and maneuver at every turn. It was a wonder she had managed to maintain any weight at all. Xiao Yunting lowered his gaze, and Bao Bao hurriedly inquired, Your Highness, shall we go and investigate that person over there? That individual should be at their limit by now. Wouldn't you agree? Let's check. Xiao Yunting pressed his fingers against his brow. His words clearly indicated he had placed complete trust in Qi Yuan. Bao Bao softly acquiesced and set the carriage in motion. Upon learning of Qi Yuan's return, Wang Shi immediately summoned her inside, displeased as she asked, Why were you gone for so long? Her Royal Highness the Princess had some matters to convey to me, which delayed my return. Qi Yuan replied with a calm expression. Wang Shi felt a vexation rising within her. Did she not merit a conversation with her own daughter if there was nothing pressing to discuss? To an outsider, it was nearly impossible to distinguish who was the daughter and who was the mother. Yet, this was not the moment for quarreling. Wang Shi huffed, irritably fanning herself with a nearby book, only to shiver from the cold. Her irritation grew, and with a sharp gaze, she declared, Enough. Your father wishes to see you. You should hurry along. Without further ado, Qi Yuan bowed respectfully and left. Wang Shi was left feeling as if a thorn was lodged in her throat. She turned to complain to the Gao family. Look at this. As if I were harboring a den of wolves. She cannot linger here for a moment longer. Initially, when Qi Yuan had just returned, the Gao family might have tried to placate Wang Shi with a few agreeable words. However, now they dared not utter a single word more. They merely smiled and offered, "Oh, no, madam, you are overthinking it. I believe the young lady simply possesses such a temperament. In time, your rapport will surely blossom." Unbothered by their whispered discussions, Qi Yuan proceeded to the ancestral hall. The hall was undergoing renovations, with servants bustling about, clearing out burnt remnants. Yinyin stood nearby. His brow furrowed as he conversed with the old Marquis, their expressions inscrutable upon seeing Qi Yuan. Both took a deep breath and led her to the study. Traditionally, young women were never permitted in the Qi family's study. Even the most favored daughter, Qi Jin, had never enjoyed such privilege. Thus, Qi Yuan's admission was unprecedented. Upon entering, Qi Jin queried, "How did you know that Han Yue and His Highness the Qi Wang were engaging in?" He hesitated, suppressing the word affair. Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow, unambiguously stating, "Recently, Han Yue has been exceedingly familiar with me, frequently visiting. She wears a gold bracelet set with rubies. The craftsmanship and the quality of the stones are beyond that of common folk." Qi Jin was taken aback. "The princess even taught you this?" Their hesitation in bringing Qi Yuan back stemmed from the comprehensive education expected of a young lady of the family. Skills in poetry, music, and art could be gradually acquired. However, the insights garnered over many years of experience were invaluable, irreplaceable by mere wealth. Qi Yuan's ability to discern the unusual from a single bracelet underscored this point, a detail even Wang Shi had overlooked. Yet, this very distinction could determine the fate of an entire family. They all breathed a sigh of relief. The old Marquis then inquired, "Is that all you have?" Qi Yuan arched an eyebrow. "Not entirely," upon sensing something amiss. "I observed her closely and noted that her maidservants and wet nurses frequently exited the residence far more than ordinary servants, often departing just the day before only to return the next. What business could a guest of the household possibly have to venture out so often?" The old Marquis shot a glance at Qi Jin, his look laden with reproach. If the head of the household had been more vigilant, such matters would not have escaped her notice. Qi Jin, feeling sheepish, averted his gaze. The old Marquis sighed, "Yuan, you truly excel. Your adherence to etiquette and your knowledge are commendable, and you have gained the princess's esteem enough to invite her down from the mountain." Yet Qi Yuan shook her head. "Grandfather, father, it is too soon for praise. Our family's troubles have only just begun." Both Qi Jin and the old Marquis felt a jolt of apprehension. They promptly asked, "What is the matter?" "Isn't father assisting His Majesty with the investigation into Lady Lu?" Qi Yuan maintained her composure. "I fear that His Highness the Qi Wang is already aware of this matter." At this revelation, Qi Jin's expression shifted entirely. He rushed toward Qi Yuan, gripping her arm in shock. "How do you know this?" Indeed, the Yongchang Emperor had entrusted him with this task, but it was a matter of utmost secrecy. The findings were still unclear, and there had been no intention to present them to the emperor. If the Qi Wang had learned of it prematurely, what would that signify? The old Marquis, steadier in demeanor, pulled Qi Jin back, fixing his gaze on Qi Yuan. "How did you come by this knowledge?" Qi Yuan casually raised an eyebrow. "I overheard Han Wei and Yinyin discussing it." Qi Jin paled, staggering back as if struck. It became clear why the Qi Wang had taken an interest in Han Yue and why she had detailed so many matters to him. The Qi Wang was monitoring this affair closely. Lady Lu was a source of torment for the Yongchang Emperor, a specter that had haunted him for many years. Whether the Qi Wang intended to inform the emperor or exploit the situation for his own gain, it was evidently to his advantage. Hence, his interest in Han Yue. He had even considered marrying Qi Jin. The old Marquis repeated goods several times, though his expression was grim. The feeling of being used as a stepping stone was far from pleasant. The crux of the matter was, if the Qi Wang had reported this first, what trust could the Yongchang Emperor have in his closest advisors? How else would the Qi Wang have learned of it? Contemplating this, and recalling how he had cast Han Yue aside at the Qi Wang's gate in front of so many, Qi Jin felt as though he had narrowly escaped disaster. He had initially implicated Han Yue, claiming that the Qi Wang was secretly colluding with her to gather intelligence on the Qi family. Thus, the emperor would only perceive the Qi Wang as having ulterior motives rather than suspecting any deliberate leaks from him. Chapter 69 Murder. Qi Jin's complexion turned pale, and as he regained his senses, he felt a cold sweat trickling down his back, his hair standing on end. The Qi Wang was truly an ambitious wolf. He wondered how the Qi Huang had discovered his position, silently bribing Han Yue to act as a pawn and gather intelligence. It was likely due to the lack of fruitful inquiries that the Qi Huang had recently hinted at a desire for marriage. Once they were united by marriage, would they not be family? Qi Zhen pondered deeply. If he were to become kin with the Qi Huang, could he still maintain his stance without succumbing to the Qi Huang's influence? The answer was no. Who could resist the allure of such a fortuitous connection? One that could elevate his family's status? Certainly, he would lean towards his son-in-law, striving for the future of his family. However, he could not fathom how Qi Yuan knew all this. For the first time, he scrutinized her seriously and asked in a low voice, "Who exactly are you? Was she truly his daughter? How could that be? Where had she acquired such perceptive insights that even extended to court matters? If you were not already aware that the child had indeed been swapped, and that Su Tuwa and Li Xionyang had raised her, you might have thought her an impostor." The old Marquis rolled his eyes internally, then patted Qi Zhen's shoulder heavily, reproaching softly, "What nonsense are you spouting? She resembles you and your wife so closely. It cannot be mistaken. Moreover, based on Qi Yuan's performance today, even if she were not your daughter, I would insist she is." Qi Zhen snapped back to reality, his lips moving as if unsure of what to say. Yet the old Marquis nodded approvingly at Qi Yuan, saying, "Child, you have uncovered Han Yue's secret liaison with the Qi Huang. You are now a thorn in his side." Before he could finish, Qi Yuan smiled and replied, "Indeed. But I suspect he is more incensed at the father who brought Han Yue to the Qi Huang's doorstep, exposing her to ridicule." Both the old Marquis and Qi Zhen's expression stiffened. This young girl, she was blunt to the point of discomfort. Nevertheless, her words rang true and echoed the concerns of the Qi family. Thus, Qi Zhen hesitated and finally inquired, "Then, how shall we resolve this matter?" The question felt humiliating to him. As a Marquis, the patriarch of the Qi family, with over 300 dependents relying on his judgment, he now found himself seeking solutions from his daughter. Qi Yuan seemed unaware of his embarrassment, pouring herself a cup of tea and softly stating, "There is a way." Both Qi Zhen and the old Marquis perked up, eager to hear her next words. After a brief silence, Qi Yuan continued, "Eliminate the Qi Huang." "What the hell?" Qi Zhen spat out his tea in disbelief, staring at Qi Yuan with incredulity, cursing internally. This was the Qi Huang, the emperor's son, a royal prince. She spoke as if suggesting the casual act of slaughtering a chicken. But could this be treated so lightly? Not only did Qi Zhen spit tea, but the old Marquis did as well. Thankfully, he wasn't drinking at that moment. Otherwise, it would have been a most embarrassing scene. The old Marquis composed himself, coughed twice, and admonished in a low voice, "Do not speak such nonsense." He merely sought to resolve the issue, even if it meant kneeling and bowing to the Qi Huang to placate him. One must leave a line for future encounters. Ants may fight amongst themselves, but to challenge a yellowbird would be madness. To offend the Qi Huang was a necessary evil. Too many guests were watching, and the Qi family could not bear the stigma of colluding with a prince. However, who would naively consider assassinating a royal prince? Qi Yuan, however, maintained her composure, her posture straight, and coldly remarked, "There is no nonsense. The Qi family is now a thorn in the Qi Huang's side, and he will seek to eliminate us swiftly." Qi Zhen was unconvinced. The Qi Huang was in the wrong, and they were merely retaliating. Surely, he was not so mad as to hastily eliminate a Marquis' household? Sensing their reluctance, Qi Yuan chose not to elaborate further and simply smiled. "Grandfather, father, I am a bit tired and wish to rest." Qi Zhen felt the urge to scold her. The matter remained unresolved, yet she wished to rest. But he was restrained by the old Marquis, who shook his head at him. Reluctantly, he muttered, "Go on, then." It was infuriating. She was only adding to his frustrations. Qi Yuan offered a bow and excused herself. Qi Zhen could not help but exclaim, "Father, do you truly believe this nonsense? Has she lost her mind, speaking such ridiculous things? To kill the Qi Huang? That is akin to an ant shaking a tree. Only a lunatic would consider such an act." The old Marquis did not affirm or deny. He merely stroked his beard and said solemnly, "Let us wait and see." Wait? Qi Zhen was filled with indignation, nearly ready to explode. Wait for what? This was an absurd notion. He felt his father's judgment might be as deranged as Qi Yuan's. As Qi Zhen wrestled with his frustrations, a steward from Qi Yunting's quarters arrived, reporting that Qi Yunting was throwing a fit and refusing to eat. Angered, Qi Zhen rushed to Qi Yunting's room. Qi Yunting lay tossing and turning on the bed, while the maids urged him gently to eat something and rest. But Qi Yunting was deaf to their pleas, demanding they fetch Qing Song. Upon entering the room and hearing Qing Song's name, Qi Zhen's anger flared. "Who do you want to find?" Startled by Qi Zhen's expression, Yinyin recoiled but managed to suppress his fear, whispering, "I wish to see Qingsong." Yinyin glared, reprimanding, "Why do you need Qingsong? What business do you have with him?" Yinyin sensed something was amiss, but could not fathom why his father was so enraged. He could not help but retort, "Qingsong is my personal servant. What is wrong with asking for him? What is wrong? Everything is wrong." Yinyin was infuriated, raising his hand and striking Yinyin across the face. Yinying's ears rang from the slap, his face paling as he looked up in fear at Yinyin. Enraged, Yinyin pointed at Yinyin and shouted, "If you wish to throw your life away, go ahead. No one will stop you. If you stir up more trouble in this household, I will personally end you." Chapter 70. The marriage proposal. Yinyin covered his face, utterly perplexed about what he had done wrong this time. Was it because Qingsong had burned the ancestral hall? But that didn't make sense. If the ancestral hall was burned, shouldn't his father and the others consider Yinyin a despicable wretch and drive him away immediately? So what was the reason? After Yinyin left, Yinyin sat there, lost in thought for a long while, then commanded the maid beside him, "Go, bring Miss Han to me, quickly." He needed to inquire about what had transpired. The expressions of the servants were quite strange. It was Yinying's wet nurse who stepped forward with a sigh. "Young master, you should abandon this hope. You will never see Miss Han again." Never see her again? Yinyin was taken aback. Han Yui's parents had passed away, and her clan was not particularly noble, which was why she had been entrusted to the chief family for fostering. Just like the other members of the chief family, her future marriage would also be within the Qi household. How could she not be seen again? Moreover, why did this sound so familiar? He seemed to recall hearing this before. When was it? He remembered. It was when Wang Shi had solemnly told him, "Jin will never return." Jin would not return, and now Han Wei would not return either. Why would neither return, and who had decreed this? Where was she? Yinyin gritted his teeth and asked indignantly, "Where is she?" "She is currently at the Qi Wangfu," came the reply. Lianer pressed her lips together, her face pale, supporting Han Yui, who looked alarmed. "Miss, can we really do this?" Han Yui's complexion was equally ghastly, appearing devoid of color. Yet at this moment, her eyes shone with an unsettling brightness. Life and death, honor and disgrace, all hinged on this moment. She said, "Lianer, you have been with me since childhood. When I do well, you will fare well. Do not worry." Upon hearing Han Yui's words, Lianer nodded vigorously. Indeed, the young lady was her master, and only if the young lady carved out a path for survival could she follow along. With this thought, she no longer hesitated and helped Han Yui to the second gate. The Wangfu lacked a matriarch, so the supervision of the back courtyard was rather lax, especially since Han Yui had already entrusted all her valuables to Lianer beforehand. The gatekeeper accepted the silver and looked at the two of them. "You two better return early. If you're late, we will not keep the door open for you." Lianer hurriedly nodded and promised. Han Yui wrapped herself in a wide cloak and hurriedly led Lianer out of the Wangfu through the side gate. The Wangfu courtyard was deep and complex. It was truly a stroke of luck that she managed to escape. Han Yui breathed a sigh of relief and heard Lianer ask, "Miss, what should we do now?" "To the Daziyuan." Han Yui bit her lip, her expression resolute. Lianer quickly agreed, supporting her all the way to the office of Inspector Zhou. Inspector Zhou was from the same hometown as Han Yui's father, and they had forged a deep friendship in the capital. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Daziyuan, Han Yui noticed that many people had begun to come and go around the 6 ministries, attending to their official duties. Dressed in a voluminous cloak and accompanied by a maid, she stood out conspicuously. Kneeling at the entrance of the Daziyuan, she declared, the daughter of a fellow townsman. "Han Yui requests an audience with Uncle Zhou." When the news reached the Daziyuan, Inspector Zhou was furrowing his brow, reading the memorial written by his subordinates. Today, the inspectors had been remarkably in sync, all writing about the affairs of the Qi Wang. The Qi Wang was causing quite a stir, entangled in scandalous affairs with his foster daughter and prying into her family matters. What kind of behavior was this? Inspector Zhou slammed the memorial shut, shaking his head in disapproval. Just as he pondered this, a clerk came to report about Han Yui kneeling outside. Inspector Zhou responded with an mm, and immediately recalled that Han Yui was the daughter of his old friend. However, he stood up, contemplating before stepping outside. Han Yui remained kneeling on the ground, while people moved in and out at the entrance, many gazes falling upon her. Inspector Zhou descended the steps and stood before her. "Rise. What is the matter?" Han Yui sobbed. "Uncle Zhou, it has nothing to do with the Wang. The Wang did not instruct me to secretly inquire about the chief family. It was all my own doing. I have mutual feelings with the Wang." At this point, she choked up, her cheeks flushing. We have long exchanged sentiments. Therefore, naturally, we sought every means to converse. This suggested that her detailed inquiries were merely the innocent attempts of young lovers. Inspector Zhou frowned at her. What kind of conduct is this? Indeed, Han Yue cried pitifully, it is improper, all my fault. It truly has nothing to do with the Wang. Uncle Zhou, you are the only one I can rely on in the capital. I implore you to show mercy and let me return to the chief family. Is this a plea for leniency? No. How could the chief family possibly want her back? What good would it do to address this? If she sought help, it should be from the chief family. Now she was here, in the bustling 6 ministries. This was clearly intended to make known her affair with the Qi Wang. This girl. Inspector Zhou thought of the chief family taking her in, only to have her turn against them. With a huff, he turned and strode away. Han Yue collapsed to the ground, bursting into tears. Yinyin, seeing her in such sorrow, could not hold back her own tears. Amidst sobs, she anxiously asked, Miss, are we finished? Are we doomed? Inspector Zhou paid them no mind. How could they possibly return to the chief family now? Yet Han Yue clutched Yinnin's hand tightly, suppressing her trembling voice. No, we are not finished, on the contrary. We have succeeded. We have won. Indeed, they had won. She had never intended to return to the chief family. What benefit would that bring? Those people would surely not treat her kindly after knowing what she had done. What she sought was more, something grander. By causing a commotion today, the rumors would only amplify, becoming even more rampant. How could these rumors and farces be quelled? Of course, through a union. Once a luxurious quilt was draped over this, no one would pursue the prior slanders. She had triumphed. Heaven was aiding her. As the Qi Wang hurriedly exited the Wangfu, he heard Ji Bao announce that eunuch Xia from the palace had arrived. Eunuch Xia was the chief eunuch serving the Yongchang emperor and was a rare red-clad eunuch. The Qi Wang did not dare to be neglectful and quickly went out to greet him. What brings you, eunuch Xia? The praise of the Wang is truly overwhelming. Eunuch Xia replied with a smile. There's joyous news, great news. His Majesty has bestowed a marriage upon you. Please receive the decree. With a thunderous sound, a bolt of lightning seemed to strike from the heavens. Chapter 71 Outrage with a resounding crash. It was as if a bolt of lightning struck down. And Prince Qi stood in a daze, asking, what marriage decree? What marriage decree? He was the favored son of heaven, the biological offspring of the beloved Lady Lu. And within the palace, second only in status to the crown prince, he was the most cherished by the emperor. The Emperor Yongchang had poured all his guilt over Lady Lu into him, treating him with great leniency. He was conferred the title of prince at the age of 7, with his fief located in the fertile land of Hunan. Although he had yet to visit his domain, his retinue had already swelled to 50,000. Furthermore, as he was still unmarried, the emperor had allowed him unrestricted access to the palace, even reluctant to let him go to his fief. Such extreme favoritism could not help but stir other ambitions within him. The crown prince? What of the crown prince? Had it not been for the insidious schemes of Empress Feng and the Feng family controlling the defenses of the capital, how could she have ever ascended to that position? As for the crown prince, he was frail and incapable. What could he accomplish? The imperial throne rightfully belonged to him, a scion of the Lu lineage. With such a distinguished lineage, it was only natural that his choice of consort would be meticulously considered. There was no way he would be hastily betrothed. Yet, Eunuch Xia maintained his cheerful demeanor, softly saying, Your Highness, I am merely a messenger. It would be best to accept the decree first. Once you do, all will be revealed. Prince Qi took a deep breath and knelt, lifting his robe. Eunuch Xia unfurled the imperial edict and read in a leisurely tone, By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, my third son, Prince Qi Shaoling, possesses noble character, demonstrates filial piety, excels in both the arts and martial prowess, and has now reached the age of maturity. Therefore, I have selected Han Yue, daughter of the former fourth-rank General Han Jibin, a dignified and intelligent young lady from Shangqiu, Hunan, as the consort for Prince Qi. All rights will be managed by the Ministry of Rites and the Bureau of Astronomy, with a suitable date for the wedding to be chosen. In truth, Prince Qi had once acted as an envoy to deliver edicts for Emperor Yongchang. He had read similar marriage decrees many times before, yet never had he felt such a sense of strangeness and revulsion. How could he be given a girl of such lowly status as his consort? The proclamation concluded, but Prince Qi remained kneeling, seemingly oblivious to the need to accept the decree. Eunuch Xia stepped forward with a smile, subtly reminding him, Your Highness, are you perhaps too overjoyed? Even if you are, you must still accept the decree. Regaining his senses, Prince Qi suppressed a torrent of fury. Knowing he was compelled to accept the decree, refusal would mean disobedience. Forcing a smile, he raised his hands to receive the edict, standing to arch an eyebrow at Eunuch Xia. Eunuch, might I inquire why this is so sudden? Given Lady Lu's favored status in the palace, it is improbable that she would remain unaware of such a matter. This decision comes so abruptly. Surely, there is something amiss. Eunuch Xia smiled but remained silent. Your Highness, I am merely a eunuch. How could I presume to comment on the affairs of the imperial family? His reticence was understandable, for this old eunuch was a trusted confidant of Emperor Yongchang. Prince Qi could only escort Eunuch Xia out, turning sharply to command, investigate, conduct a thorough inquiry. Eunuch Su, not daring to delay, bowed and hurried away. Prince Qi's mood plummeted, and upon returning to his study, he violently cast aside the edict, letting out a cold laugh. Marriage. To hell with marriage. Before long, Eunuch Su hurried back in. Prince Qi glanced at him in silence, yet Eunuch Su understood this as a signal to refrain from unnecessary chatter. He stepped closer and lowered his voice. My lord, Miss Han has secretly slipped out to seek out Inspector Zhou of the Censorate, kneeling at the gate, imploring him to return her to the Qi family. He spoke while observing Prince Qi's expression, daring not to say more, retreating to the side. The room fell into an oppressive silence. After a long pause, Prince Qi swept everything off the table, shattering exquisite teacups and vases, creating a deafening sound. Eunuch Su's face turned pale. Your Highness, please take care of your health. Good, good, good. Prince Qi's eyes gleamed with a fierce light, resembling an enraged wolf. Han Yui was indeed something. Claiming her visit to Inspector Zhou was for her own sake, she took upon herself all the blame. Yet, such a ruse could not deceive Prince Qi's sharp gaze. She was clearly intent on escalating the situation. Now, with the sudden issuance of the marriage decree, it was clear what had transpired. No one dared to scheme against him like this. The Qi family, Qi Yuan, and Han Yui must all perish. He coldly inquired. Where is Han Yui? Eunuch Su trembled, realizing what Prince Qi was contemplating, and disregarding his own safety, urgently advised, My lord, you are of noble stature. Why let such a person provoke your wrath? This marriage is, after all, decreed by His Majesty. If I were to kill Han Yui now, not only would Emperor Yongchang be enraged, but the censors outside would drown me in their accusations. Prince Qi snorted coldly. I have no intention of killing her. As he spoke, he learned from Jin Bao that Han Yui had returned, and he strode outside. Having bathed, Han Yui felt refreshed. Leonor knelt before her, applying medicine to her injured knees, unable to suppress her concern. Miss, your legs are injured. They were bruised from kneeling too long. Yet, Han Yui felt joyfully defiant. What is there to fear? This injury is a mark of happiness, from this day forth. Just then, the door swung open with a bang. Han Yui was startled and, upon seeing Prince Qi standing at the threshold with an unreadable expression, she immediately sprang to her feet. Your Highness. Although she understood that the matter had come to fruition, and she was ostensibly covering for her own faults to protect Prince Qi's reputation, deep down, she knew she was orchestrating a forced marriage. Surely, Prince Qi knew this as well. Anxiety gripped her, and she clutched her clothing tightly, gazing at him. Prince Qi entered with a dark expression, approaching Han Yui, before suddenly breaking into a smile. Han Yui's eyes widened in fear. Your Highness. Prince Qi spoke kindly. Father has bestowed upon us a marriage decree. From now on, we shall be betrothed. I have previously promised to marry you. And you need not worry. I am a man of my word. Han Yui was overcome with gratitude. Your Highness, I am but a lonely girl. What merit do I possess to become your consort? Prince Qi smiled. Do not speak so. The Emperor's decree is a great honor. Tomorrow, I shall enter the palace to express my gratitude. Many items must be hastily prepared. You should take a stroll tomorrow and see what you need to procure. And simply inform the household. Chapter 72-7 kills Han Yui's heart raced with excitement, and she scarcely slept a wink throughout the night. When she finally opened her eyes the next morning and approached the dressing mirror, she could hardly believe that she had truly become the future princess of Qi. The Emperor's decree was a golden promise, and soon the entire capital, and indeed the whole world, was aware of her elevation to the status of princess. What a proud moment it was. Gently, she combed her hair, allowing a slow smile of satisfaction to spread across her face in the mirror. What of Qi Jin and Qi Yuan? The foolish Qi Jin was no more. As for Qi Yuan? How presumptuous. Even if she could forge her own handwriting and mimic letters, what of it? She had carved out her own path through sheer determination. As a princess, this status was something that the lowly girl from the countryside could never fathom. From this day forth, Qi Yuan would be compelled to kneel before her, offering her shoes with utmost humility. Yinyin, standing beside her, beamed with joy. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. Just yesterday, they were uncertain of their standing in the royal court, fearing they might be forgotten or disposed of without a trace. But today, the young lady had become the future mistress of the royal residence. Unable to contain her delight, she praised Han Yue. You are truly beautiful and clever. Indeed, Han Yue replied with a subtle smirk. Beauty is easy to attain, cleverness too. But to possess both in equal measure is a rare gift. Thus, all of this is rightly mine. How does Qi Yuan even dare to compare? However, the mere thought of Qi Yuan darkened Han Yue's expression, revealing a glimmer of resentment in her eyes. She was determined that one day, Qi Yuan would kneel at her feet, polishing her shoes. That wretched maid. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan was at a tavern on Zhuke Street, where Lian Xiao nervously introduced her brother. Miss, this is my brother. You can just call him Shunzi. Shunzi appeared far more clever than Lian Xiao. And upon hearing the introduction, he promptly knelt, exclaiming, I have met the young lady. Rise, Qi Yuan commanded. You shall work for me outside the palace, and I will pay you a monthly stipend. Do you accept? Shunzi was instantly electrified. How could he refuse? With only a gravely ill mother and siblings to support at home, every little bit of income mattered. The prospect of working for Qi Yuan opened a promising future for him, and he knew he must seize this opportunity. I agree, he exclaimed excitedly. I will faithfully carry out your commands. Qi Yuan smiled, glancing at Bai Ji, who understood and handed Shunzi a pouch of coins. As he received it, the weight of the pouch overwhelmed him, and he looked at Qi Yuan in astonishment. That contains 50 taels of silver and a 100-tael note. Use it to rent a room, and then visit the escort agency to redeem a few people for me. Let them see the courtyard, Qi Yuan instructed. Shunzi was initially bewildered, but upon regaining his composure, he agreed without question. Of course, I shall do as you say. Then off you go, Qi Yuan said with a smile. Lian Xiao accompanied Shunzi out, earnestly reminding him, you must take the young lady's orders seriously. Deceit is forbidden, and insincerity will not be tolerated. Shunzi laughed. It seems you've been well trained by the young lady, knowing to use idioms. Fear not, I am not foolish. They departed amidst laughter, while Bai Ji watched Qi Yuan with concern. Miss, you are secretly acquiring property outside, but, am I being secretive? Qi Yuan's tone was gentle, yet her words were assertive. I act with complete transparency. Before Bai Ji could respond, a commotion erupted from the street below. The private room they occupied was on the second floor, allowing them to hear the shouts and cries clearly. Suddenly, Bai Ji gasped, Miss, it's Lian Xiao and Shunzi. They are in trouble. At that moment, a lavish carriage halted by the street. Lian Xiao and Shunzi knelt on the ground, their expressions distressed. Shunzi held a small child, no more than 3 years old, in his arms. The carriage's occupants shouted something, and the driver lashed out at Shunzi, striking him brutally across the back, leaving him wounded. Lian Xiao, kneeling and bowing her head, found her hand trapped beneath the foot of a woman dismounting from the carriage, eliciting a scream of pain. Mississippi. Isn't that Lianer, who is beside Han? Bai Ji turned to gauge Qi Yuan's reaction, but Qi Yuan had already made her way out the door without hesitation. Miss, Bai Ji cried, hurrying after her. Lianer, with her foot on Lian Xiao's hand, seemed to relish Lian Xiao's agony, pressing down harder, her face alight with triumph. How dare you obstruct our princess's carriage and cause her harm? How many lives do you owe in compensation? Lianer was reveling in her moment, having encountered Lian Xiao by chance. They had originally intended to collide with the carriage, but the man had acted swiftly, saving the child and pushing Lian Xiao aside. Lian Xiao's forehead glistened with cold sweat, rendering her speechless. Shunzi released the child and lunged to push Lianer off Lian Xiao's foot, but once again, he was met with a whip that struck him across the face. The driver scoffed, You filthy creature. How dare you touch a noble's person? What are you? The child wailed loudly, while onlookers began to murmur their concerns about the treatment of the siblings. That carriage nearly ran over the child. They were only trying to save him. Whose carriage is this? It is far too tyrannical. I've heard it belongs to a princess. Who would dare offend a princess? Hearing these discussions, Han Yue felt her recent troubles and frustrations dissipate. She lifted the curtain and commanded Lianer, take them to the authorities and claimed that they intended to assassinate me. Assassinate? Lian Xiao protested, drenched in cold sweat. I did not. Lianer raised her foot to kick Lian Xiao, seething, You wretched creature, how dare you argue? However, this time, she did not land the kick. Instead, her foot was seized, throwing her off balance. Qi Yuan emerged from the crowd, coldly grasping Yinner's foot and forcefully pushing her back. She stumbled and hit her head against the carriage shaft, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The driver, taken aback by the sudden interference, could not react in time and was horrified to see Yinner bleeding from the back of her head. Raising his whip, he shouted, "You reckless little wench! How dare you commit murder?" Chapter 73. Dog beating in the carriage. Han Yue, who had been holding herself aloof due to her status, suddenly reacted. She lifted the curtain to see Yinner lying silently on the ground, her expression instantly changing. Yinner was her most trusted maid, her confidant. As she aspired to become a princess, she could not afford to be without such a loyal and capable person by her side. Yet now, she had been killed by Qi Yuan. This calamity bringer, everything turned to ruin upon her arrival. With gritted teeth, she glared at Qi Yuan, contemplating how this rustic peasant was not even favored by the Wang family in the Qi household. Surely, she remained oblivious to the fact that she had been betrothed to the prince. A cold laugh escaped her lips as she icily declared, "Do you know whom you have killed?" At that moment, in a private room on the third floor of Taibai building, the window was pushed open. Bao exclaimed, turning to Xiao Yunting, "Your Highness, it's Miss Qi." Xiao Yunting had also received news of the engagement and instantly recognized the characters Qi Wangfu on the lantern of the carriage, raising an eyebrow with mild intrigue. However, after his moment of joy, Bao's expression shifted to concern. "Your Highness, it seems Miss Qi is in trouble. This is no small matter. Should we lend a hand?" After all, Miss Qi had recently become a favored figure in the eyes of His Highness. Xiao Yunting's gaze fell upon the lifeless maid on the ground, his eyes narrowing slightly. "This makes 7, does it not? Every time I encounter Qi Yuan, she is either in the act of murder or en route to commit one." "Surely not," he replied without hesitation. "This trivial matter requires no assistance from me." "Trivial?" Bao was taken aback. She is to be the future princess. Even when faced with Lord Qi or the old Marquis, one must bow in deference, let alone a mere girl yet to be wed. Shunzi helped Lianxiao to her feet. However, Lianxiao, disregarding her own well-being, rushed over to stand in front of Qi Yuan. "This has nothing to do with our young lady. It was I who caused Yinner to fall. If you wish to strike or kill, direct it at me." Her fingers, red and swollen from being trampled by Yinner, trembled as she spoke, unable to straighten. Han Yue, unrelenting in her derision, sneered, "You, a mere servant worth only a few coins, are worth less than a dog of mine. What can your life possibly compensate for my maids?" She coldly regarded Qi Yuan. "Miss Qi, have you gone mute with fear? Were you not so capable when you were killing just now?" Her hatred for Qi Yuan had reached a boiling point. The memory of being unceremoniously expelled from the Qi household and nearly losing her life consumed her thoughts. She longed to devour Qi Yuan's flesh and drink her blood. What irony! Just as she pondered how to create trouble for Qi Yuan, she encountered her maid's demise at the hands of Qi Yuan, who had killed Yinner in an attempt to save her. It was poetic justice, indeed. Qi Yuan would pay for this. With a slow, deliberate breath, she spat out, "Seize her." Shunzi immediately stepped forward, though his body trembled in fear. He remained resolute in protecting his sister and mistress. The coachman and several others leaped down, their faces twisted in malevolent glee, believing the girl before them to be utterly oblivious to her impending doom. Qi Yuan stepped back, raising her voice in defiance. "Han Yue, is this how you intend to be a princess? Beneath the heavens, in broad daylight, you unleash your servants to commit violence, nearly trampling a child and harming innocent civilians. Do you deserve to be the princess of Qi?" A child continued to wail, their cries heart-wrenching and pitiful, drawing collective gasps from the onlookers. The crowd erupted in outrage, voices clamoring in agreement. "Indeed, what sort of princess rides roughshod over the streets of Shke? You trampled my vegetable stall. Like a drop of water into a boiling pot, the uproar intensified. What of the princess? Does she believe herself above the law? We are good citizens." Shunzi glanced back at Qi Yuan, both astonished and anxious. The young lady's words wielded extraordinary power, rousing the public's indignation. Han Yue, equally flustered, felt a sudden chill in her heart. Yes, she had come out to shop, accompanied by the guards of the estate at the prince's behest. Things had gone too smoothly. She was the emperor's chosen Qi princess and had received the prince's favor. Her arrogance had clouded her judgment, leading her to abandon reason. Now, witnessing the rising tide of public anger, she instinctively took a step back, shouting at Qi Yuan, "Have you lost your mind? When did I unleash my servants to commit violence?" Qi Yuan's voice was cold and unwavering. "Is that so? Then what of this child? And what of my maid? You unleashed your servants, nearly causing the death of a child, And when my people intervened, you allowed your maid to trample mine in the street. What do you call that? In her mind, Han Yue was consumed by a singular thought. This wretched woman could truly speak. Qi Yuan smirked. You are a princess. Your life is esteemed, so your servants are worth more than ordinary citizens and children. Thus, you act with impunity, correct? At that moment, the child's parents arrived. The mother collapsing to embrace her child, nearly fainting from despair. The father bowed deeply toward Qi Yuan and Shunzi, expressing profound gratitude. Thank you, noble ones. For saving my child? Thank you, noble ones. In the chaos, it was unclear who initiated the attack, but an egg splattered against the coachman's head, coating his face in goo. Voices of condemnation rose in a cacophony. This is too much. This is utterly intolerable. What sort of princess can disregard life? Trampling and killing a child in the street. Han Yue, her face a mask of fury, pressed closer to the carriage, her heart racing. How had it come to this? With her status, she could have easily crushed Qi Yuan with a mere flick of her finger. Yet now she found herself cornered and humiliated by Qi Yuan. This wretched woman. If not for her uninvited interference, this situation would never have escalated. Why had this troublesome creature not met her end in the countryside, or been dealt with by Granny Hua? Chapter 74. Dead in the common folk gathered around the carriage of the Prince Qi's residence, initially hurling insults, but soon someone began to throw objects, resulting in a deluge of rotten vegetable leaves and stones. Han Yue's face twisted in fury. Outrageous. Truly outrageous. Qi Yuan and these incited, ignorant commoners alike. They were indeed a group of fools. She scolded the coachman and guards. Are you all dead men? Someone has dared to collide with the carriage of the princess and has killed my maid. What crime is this? Do I need to teach you? The princess is of the highest rank. Even esteemed officials must dismount their horses before her, let alone an unranked, unmarried girl. The coachman hesitated for a moment. However, a guard swiftly drew his sword. The sight of a weapon brought terror to the crowd, momentarily calming the chaos. Bao Bao, watching from above, was drenched in cold sweat, anxiously glancing at Xiao Yunting. Your Highness, do we truly not need to assist Miss Qi? Han Yue harbors a grudge against Qi Yuan, and she is evidently infuriated now. Xiao Yunting, with a half-smile, leaned against the window, casually raising his hand. No need, just observe. Observe? Observe Miss Qi being beaten in the street and then thrown into prison? He whispered, if Miss Qi is imprisoned, it would cause significant delays. Who says she will be imprisoned? Xiao Yunting remained unfazed, turning to Bao Bao. Have you forgotten the rules of Zhuke Street? The rules of Zhuke Street? Bao Bao was taken aback. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan coldly declared, who dares? The words of the founding emperor are law in the capital, apart from urgent military reports over 100 miles. No one may gallop on horseback. Those who violate this shall face punishment, and the consequences can be dire. Bao Bao could not help but gasp. Such regulations exist. Yet with the change of 2 emperors, they have been gradually forgotten. Even he had not recalled them. Who would have thought that Miss Qi would remember them so clearly? Qi Yuan coldly regarded the stunned Han Yue and called out, what of the Princess Qi? Even if Prince Qi himself were to recklessly trample a commoner, he must go to the left Shun gate to plead for forgiveness and accept punishment from the sovereign. In the days of the founding emperor, when Prince Zhou trampled an old woman, the emperor personally punished him with 40 lashes and demoted him to a county prince. Are Prince Qi and Princess Qi of a higher nobility? With Qi Yuan's resounding words, the commoners erupted in fury, drowning Han Yue in a torrent of insults. She finally sensed fear. The situation had escalated too far. What was she to do? If the prince learned that she had created such a significant disturbance before marriage, how would he react? It was all Qi Yuan's fault. Everything that involved Qi Yuan went awry. Her face pale, she stepped back reluctantly. Pointing at the corpse of Lianer, you are a murderer. In front of everyone, you commit murder and expect to escape unpunished? The guards exchanged peculiar glances. Xiao Yunting above could not contain his amusement. Qi Yuan stepped past Shunzi and Lianxiao, gazing at Han Yue with a faint smile. How is it that the princess, being of royal blood, has not taken the time to learn the rules of the royal family? Since the incident with Prince Zhou, the founding emperor established the rule that anyone who gallops on the street and causes harm, if a brave soul intervenes resulting in casualties, shall face no punishment. Brave soul. Han Yue cursed inwardly. At that moment, Qi Yuan pointed to herself and smiled lightly. Am I not a brave soul standing up against injustice? The father of the rescued child immediately exclaimed, Indeed, of course, if not for the young lady's gallant rescue, my son would have perished. Fear not. Even if this goes to court, we shall certainly testify for the young lady. Those high above remain oblivious to the struggles of the lower classes. Thus, Han Yue dismisses their lives as inconsequential. Yet she fails to realize that water can both carry and overturn a boat. The lower classes represent the majority in this realm. Qi Yuan smiled at Han Yue from a distance, but she felt that smile was laced with poison, sending chills down her spine. How could this be? At this moment, the officials from Shuntian Prefecture had arrived. The patrolling constables changed their expressions upon discovering a death. When they saw the carriage of Prince Qi, they were momentarily blinded. However, the surrounding commoners had become frenzied, refusing to disperse even against the usual threats. The constable wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Finally grasping the situation, the head judge could not help but gaze at the girl before him. All of this chaos was instigated by her. The fury of the commoners was also stirred by her mere words. He could not restrain his curiosity. Who are you? What rules of the founding emperor do you speak of? Rules are lifeless. The living, however, are not. The current emperor is not the founding emperor, and Prince Qi is the son of the reigning emperor. This girl dares to cause such a ruckus, cornering the future princess of Qi. He cared not for any rules. Qi Yuan chuckled. I am Qi Yuan, daughter of the Marquis Yongping. Marquis Yongping? The judge was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat conflicted. Oh, the daughter of the Marquis' household. It seemed this was a conflict arising from two noble families at odds with one another. So, he hesitated. When suddenly a constable whispered something in his ear. Gritting his teeth, he turned to Han Yue and bowed. Your Highness, we must ask you to come to the prefecture to clarify the matter. Han Yue's eyes widened. Are you all mad? Qi Yuan, sensing something, looked up and indeed caught sight of Xiao Yunting on the third floor, subtly nodding at her. She casually asked the judge, Sir, may I leave now? The judge hurriedly waved his hand. Miss Qi, please, take your leave. Qi Yuan nodded, and amidst Han Yue's shouts, she turned with Lian Qiu and Shunzi back to the tavern. This time, she did not return to her private room, but went straight to the third floor. Bai Ji, patting her chest, looked at Lian Qiu's injured hand, unable to suppress her sobs. How could you be so ruthless? Your hand is nearly ruined. Qi Yuan paused, looking at Shunzi. Please take Lian Qiu to find a doctor. Do not worry about the cost. I will cover it. Then, turning to Bai Ji, he is a man. It is inconvenient for him. You should accompany him as well. Bai Ji nodded in agreement, but then hesitated. What about you, miss? Do not worry, Qi Yuan smiled. I will be fine. Chapter 75. The date of death now. Qi Yuan's words were as binding as an imperial decree to Bai Ji and her companions. Upon hearing her speak, Bai Ji unhesitatingly joined Shunzi to assist Lian Qiu in seeking a physician. As the door swung open, Ba Bao greeted Qi Yuan with a bright smile. Ah, Miss Qi, you were truly impressive just now. His eyes sparkled with admiration, as if he were ready to inscribe the word worship upon his forehead. Qi Yuan nodded and stepped inside, where she found Xiao Yunting seated at the table. Upon seeing her, he clicked his tongue. Why is it that every time I see you, you are embroiled in murder? Ba Bao could not help but glance at his master, feeling a twinge of anxiety. How could the prince speak so carelessly about a young lady? Yet, Qi Yuan appeared unfazed. She took a seat opposite Xiao Yunting and calmly asked, Is that so? I recall that it has been some time since the last incident. Some time. 7 or 8 days. Xiao Yunting leaned back in his chair, scrutinizing Qi Yuan with a playful glint in his eyes. After today, your reputation, Miss Qi, will surely echo throughout the capital. However, having slain a maid of the future Princess Qi in broad daylight, even with established protocol, the Qi Wang will not let this matter rest easily, will he? His gaze was filled with mirth, his peach blossom eyes both bright and cunning. Qi Yuan averted her gaze, recalling how Xiao Yunting had looked upon her in her past life. His deep, dark eyes seemed to draw her in, as if she were the sole focus of his attention. Yet, she knew that was not the case. Her tone softened as she met his gaze. Your Highness is jesting. Am I not aiding Prince Qi? He ought to feel pleased. How could he possibly blame me? The smile faded from Xiao Yunting's face. This young woman was exceedingly clever. Indeed, they had known each other for several years, and this engagement was clearly a mismatch that disadvantaged Prince Qi. A man of such pride would never genuinely accept a humble orphan like Han Yu as his princess. Even today, had it not been Han Yu who deliberately sought trouble with Qi Yuan's maid, the drivers and guards would have certainly instigated a scandal, solidifying Han Yu's reputation for bullying the weak. He asked coolly, You discerned this and intentionally exacerbated the situation to incite public anger, did you not? Is public sentiment so easily manipulated? Qi Yuan smiled. Can I bend it to my will as I please? Xiao Yinting remained silent. Yet inwardly, he found himself in agreement with her assertion. Manipulating public opinion might be challenging for others. But Qi Yuan's words today revealed her keen understanding of how to touch the hearts of the people. Such skill was beyond the reach of those high-ranking officials who had long resided in comfort, disconnected from the desires of the common folk. Qi Yuan, however, possessed a unique advantage. Not wishing to dwell on this topic any longer, Xiao Yinting simply asked, "Are you not afraid that once he deals with Han Yuer, he will turn his wrath upon you?" After all, Qi Yuan harbored the deepest animosity towards Qi Yuan. "Then it will be up to your highness." Qi Yuan replied with a hint of defiance, her eyes glancing briefly at Xiao Yinting. "I trust you have not yet apprehended Su Tongzhou?" Xiao Yinting's expression darkened. If he was not mistaken, this woman was mocking his capabilities. Truly, he scoffed. "You need not concern yourself. He will not escape." "What do I have to worry about then?" Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow just as there was a knock on the door. Ba Bao, sensing the tension between them, hurried to answer it, revealing Shun Zi and the others returning. Qi Yuan's gaze fell upon Lian Xiao's hands as she asked in a low voice, "How is it? What did the doctor say?" Lian Xiao, her face slightly flushed, lowered her head and replied, "Do not worry, Mississippi. The doctor said there are no injuries to the tendons or bones. With proper care, she will recover." She clearly struggled with deception. Qi Yuan paused for a moment before softly saying, "You need not hide anything from me. From now on, if you are by my side, I will not allow you to suffer any grievances." Following her would not mean enduring hardship. Had this been said in the past, Shunzi might have found it an exaggeration, for what servant is ever free from strife? Yet, after witnessing Qi Yuan push Lian Air down in the street today, he surprisingly found himself believing her words. Thus, disregarding Lian Xiao's protests, he said to Qi Yuan, "Miss, the doctor said he cannot treat Lian Xiao's finger and recommended seeking a better physician. Otherwise, she may never use that finger again." Ba Bao could not help but sigh in pity. Qi Yuan looked at Xiao Yinting and requested, "Your Highness, please assist my maid in finding a court physician." Ba Bao gasped internally. Miss Qi never failed to astonish him with her audacity. Commanding the prince to act was akin to summoning a servant from the Qi household. Truly, Miss Qi was remarkable. A physician? Shunzi suddenly gasped, taken aback. What had the young lady just said? "Your Highness?" This individual was also a prince? Furthermore, one with the means to secure a physician for the young lady? Xiao Yunting snorted. "On what grounds should I agree to this? We are allies." "And you have yet to capture Su Tongzhou," Qi Yuan replied with a smile. "Moreover, capturing Su Tongzhou will not directly topple Qi Wang. You must understand my worth, do you not?" How sharp-tongued she was. Xiao Yunting coldly snorted. "Wait." He shot a glance at Ba Bao. Ba Bao, quick to act, smiled broadly at Qi Yuan, assuring her, "Do not worry, Mississippi. I will head to the physician's office shortly." Qi Yuan smiled in agreement, then stood to bid farewell to Xiao Yunting. "Your Highness, I must take my leave." Xiao Yunting contemplated saying something but ultimately remained silent, merely nodding. Qi Yuan took his silence as an unspoken agreement and departed with Shunzi and the others. Upon returning home, Qi Yuan dismounted from the carriage, only to be greeted by a flustered member of the Gao family. "Miss, the madam requests your presence immediately." Qi Yuan furrowed her brow, realizing that news of the street incident had already reached her family. She nodded to Lian Xiao. "You return to the courtyard first. Bai Ji will accompany me." Though Lian Xiao felt uneasy, she complied with Qi Yuan's instructions. Thus, Qi Yuan proceeded with Bai Ji to the peony courtyard where Madame Wang resided. Chapter 76. The 8 kills. As the curtain was drawn back, she circled around the screen. Before she could make a move, Wang rose abruptly from the bed, barefoot, and rushed towards her, raising her hand for a slap. "You wretched child." The blow was swift and fierce, so much so that Bai Ji could not reach out in time to shield Qi Yuan, who had already endured the strike. Qi Yuan's right cheek immediately swelled, the imprint of the slap stark against her skin. Everyone was taken aback. Wang, incensed, attempted to strike again but was restrained by the Gao and Lu families, half dragging her away. "Madam, please calm down." The Gao family felt a surge of dread. They sensed that Qi Yuan was not someone to be trifled with. After all, Qi Yunting, who had struck Qi Yuan previously, had been reprimanded repeatedly and was still bedridden. How could Wang possibly contain her anger? Shaking with rage, she pointed at Qi Yuan. "I am utterly cursed. How could I have given birth to such a wretched beast? Are you intent on destroying our family?" Bai Ji clutched Qi Yuan, tears streaming down her face. Their young lady had just arrived. without a word spoken, and yet the madam hurled insults, calling her a beast. She seemed less like a mother and more like a sworn enemy. Qi Yuan, covering her face, looked coldly at Wang. This is the third time. Everyone paused, bewildered. The third time? Wang ignored Qi Yuan's words, venting her frustrations instead. Do you think that just because you were raised by a noble, you can strut around the capital? Who do you think you are? Fool. Wang jabbed a finger at Qi Yuan. Han Yue is now the princess of Qi, representing the honor of the Qi prince. When you encountered her, you should have bowed and retreated, yet you dared to confront her. The incident on the street had spread like wildfire through the capital, especially since Han Yue had just been betrothed by imperial decree. Wang's anxiety surged. She remembered the unpleasantness when Han had left the Qi family, feeling that enmity had been formed. Now that Han was the princess, how could they expect leniency from her? She lamented how to mend their relationship, hoping to dissolve the misunderstandings. Yet, Qi Yuan had brazenly fought with Han, even pushing her maid to her death. This girl was a calamity. Since her return, the family had been in disarray, deaths, illnesses, injuries, departures. Now, she had stirred up such monumental trouble. Why had she come back? Why was the mistake of a misplaced child discovered? Why could she not have simply remained the butcheress' daughter? Qi Yuan silently stared at Wang and softly declared, "You are even more foolish than I imagined. 3 slaps, and that is the limit. There will be no next time." The Gao family felt a tremor of apprehension. They truly did not dare disregard the young lady's words. Wang, however, scoffed dismissively. "Indeed, there will be no next time. This time, prepare to face the authorities. We, the Qi family, have no daughter like you. Never return to our home again." The Gao family gasped, "Madam, please do not speak in anger. The Marquis and the old Marquis have yet to return. Do not cause a stir." Who is causing the stir? Wang turned and slapped the Gao family member. "Am I the lady, or are you? Take this murderer to the authorities. Then send someone to the Wang family to apologize." The bond between mother and daughter, already tenuous, now evaporated entirely. Wang glared at Qi Yuan as if she were an enemy. Qi Yuan turned to leave, while Wang continued to shout for Qi Yuan to be taken to the Qi princess residence to apologize. The Gao family sighed in resignation, covering their faces. "Madam, the Marquis and old Marquis have gone to inquire. Why are you so impatient?" Just then, Lu rushed in. Madam, there has been an incident. The princess of Qi." Wang, seething with indignation, coldly retorted, "Do not involve me. Find that troublesome wretch. Whether the princess intends to kill her or punish her, it is none of our concern." Lu was taken aback and stammered, "No, madam, it's not that. The princess she is dead." "What?" The room fell silent, with the sound of a needle dropping palpable. The Gao family felt their hearts plummet, anxiety surging. Heaven, how many lives had been lost since the young lady returned home? Hua Mama, Yun Ke, Qi Jin. The young lady was leaving a trail of corpses in her wake. Wang finally regained some composure. Though she seemed dazed, "What did you say? How could a perfectly well person suddenly die?" Lu hurriedly explained. The public was in an uproar. 300 or 400 gathered on Zhuke Street, refusing to let the princess or her guards pass. Yet, the princess adamantly refused to accompany the officials to the yamen. This was understandable. After all, Han Yue was nearly of royal status. How could she go to such a place? Lu sighed. Then, the guards clashed with the crowd, and the princess fell from her carriage, hitting her head on the axle, and died on the spot. Just like that. Wang's thoughts raced, and she felt a chill envelop her. It was true. She was dead. She sank onto the couch, unable to contain her tears. I said she was a harbinger of death. Wherever she goes, death follows. Now, with Han Yue dead, how could the Qi prince possibly let this go? She commanded, "Quickly, summon the Marquis back. Let him send this calamity away. Just send her anywhere, but never let her return." Lu scratched his head. "Madam, the Marquis and old Marquis are currently in the young lady's courtyard." Wang's expression darkened suddenly. At that moment, the old Marquis and Qi Zhen hurried into Mingyue Tower. Qi Yuan sat languidly in a rose chair by the window, while Bai Yin rolled a chicken egg across her face. Unable to hide her concern, why was the slap so severe? "Madam is too ruthless." Qi Yuan paid no heed, her expression indifferent as the old Marquis and Qi Zhen entered. The old Marquis, with a complex expression, sat opposite Qi Yuan and solemnly inquired, "A Yuan, how did Han Yue die?" Qi Yuan coolly lifted her teacup. "Did you not already know? Why ask me?" The old Marquis sighed. "A Yuan, this matter is no trivial affair. You are the Qi prince's guards that inept?" Yuan met their gazes directly. They couldn't fend off the crowd and allowed a princess to fall to her death? Chapter 77. The chess player. As Yuan's words fell, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Both the old Marquis and Yinyin shared a peculiar, mutual stillness. Indeed, the guards of the Prince of Qi, handpicked and exceptional, could not possibly fail to protect their own princess consort. Unless, of course, they were never meant to safeguard Han Yue at all. Just as Yuan had once incited the people's sentiments, she had not been afforded the opportunity to voice her thoughts. Why had those guards allowed her to speak freely? Yin's lips quivered as he cast a complicated glance at Yuan. Then you, knowing full well that the Prince of Qi intends to destroy Han Yue, why do you still lend him your support? After all, just 2 days prior, Yuan had proclaimed that only by eliminating the Prince of Qi could they extricate themselves from their plight. Raising her cup to sip her tea, Yuan replied nonchalantly. She humiliated my maid, nearly breaking her fingers. Thus, I decided to eliminate her first. After all, using strength against strength requires little effort. The old Marquis wore an expression of incredulity. It was astonishing how casually she spoke, as if she were merely dispatching a chicken rather than extinguishing the life of a potential princess consort. Unable to contain himself, he inquired, "And what comes next? Are you not afraid that the Prince of Qi will turn his ire solely on you?" Yuan looked at them with intrigue. "Why would it be only me? Did I not mention before that you were also implicated?" The expressions of both Yinyin and the old Marquis darkened immediately. They were indeed most unfortunate. Yuan chuckled softly. "If grandfather and father still believe that this animosity can be resolved or think that pushing me out to take the blame will appease matters, then they may as well take me away in chains." The old Marquis pounded his chest in frustration. Yin's mood plummeted. The Prince of Qi had shown interest in his affairs, probing into every detail. Now, with the truth laid bare, he found himself burdened with the scandal of having Han Yue as a princess consort. The sheer swiftness of her demise was indicative of the prince's rage. Just how furious was he? It had only been 2 days since the imperial decree, and Han Yue had already fallen to her death in plain sight, with no one able to discern any foul play. If Han Yue could meet such a fate, what of the Qis? Yinyin finally lost his composure, exclaiming, "He is a prince. Do you not realize he is the son of imperial concubine Lu? He is different." The old Marquis's expression shifted dramatically as he admonished Yinyin. "Have you lost your mind?" Yet the girl before them remained unfazed, her demeanor calm as she queried, "What is there to fear? Is she not merely a favored concubine who has gained her status through the legacy of the deceased?" The old Marquis stared at Yuan in disbelief. In truth, her assertion was entirely accurate. Yes, though imperial concubine Lu held the title of concubine, she wielded power akin to that of a secondary empress, overshadowing even Empress Feng. Though no one dared speak of it, everyone was acutely aware. The reason for imperial concubine Lu's favor was her connection as the sister of the late Princess of Lu, whose unjust death left the Yongchang Emperor riddled with guilt, prompting him to elevate her sister within the palace. In matters of influence, imperial concubine Lu often spoke with greater authority than Empress Feng. Although the crown prince was born of Empress Feng, he was frail and often looked upon unfavorably by the Yongchang Emperor. In contrast, the Prince of Qi had enjoyed the Emperor's favor since childhood. Perhaps the stimuli Yuan had faced since her return were overwhelming, for now, she appeared to comprehend the circumstances surrounding imperial concubine Lu's rise with remarkable clarity. Leaving Yinyin somewhat numb, he clutched his chest, his voice hoarse. "Do you not realize how perilous your ignorance is?" The old Marquis remained silent, but his sentiments echoed the same. Indeed, since they understood that the Prince of Qi was the most cherished son of the Yongchang Emperor and that imperial concubine Lu was his favored consort, why would they dare utter such reckless words about killing the prince? The fact that Han Yue could be so easily disposed of stemmed from the prince's desire to rid himself of an unseemly consort. But the Prince of Qi was, in essence, a formidable mountain. Yuan smirked. Perhaps it was the discomfort her smile evoked that caused Yinyin to bristle. "What are you laughing at? Are we mistaken in our discourse? Why should we not kill him?" Suddenly, Yuan raised her hand and smashed her cup to the ground. The shards scattered, and her voice rang out amidst the shattering porcelain. "This is hardly my first time." She had already slain the Prince of Qi once before. In her previous life, he had been on the brink of ascension, yet she had plunged a blade into him. Life is but a mortal coil, if one is flesh and blood. How could the prince escape death? If she could kill him once, she could do so again. Both Yinyin and the old Marquis felt their heart rates accelerate, their breaths becoming labored. Such audacity! However, Before either could voice their reprimand, Yinyin interjected. Is it true that there exists only one prince of Qi to whom one may pledge allegiance, lest they face death? Yin's expression was a tumult of emotions, his eyes flickering. The old Marquis placed a hand on Yin's shoulder, gazing intently at Yinyin. What are you suggesting? Since you harbor enmity towards the Prince of Qi, consider who else shares a similar disdain. Then offer your support to them, Yinyin remarked with a slight smile. Surely, after your time in court. This logic does not elude you? Yinyin could no longer contain himself, rebuking her. It is not that simple. Setting aside the crown prince's precarious health, the rift between Empress Feng and the Yongchang Emperor is not easily mended. Should the crown prince perish, Empress Feng might not even retain her position. He exhaled heavily. Do you think those in court are fools, lacking the intellect you possess? They are not fools, Yinyin insisted, tapping her finger on the dark table. They simply do not know that the events of yesteryear were not orchestrated by the Feng family or Empress Feng. Both the old Marquis and Yinyin were momentarily rendered speechless. Once they processed her words, a chill ran through them. The old Marquis inquired, his voice tinged with urgency. Are you implying that the incident with the Princess of Lu? Numerous narratives surrounded the fate of the Princess of Lu, with the most prevalent being the assassination theory implicating the Feng family. It was widely believed that the Feng family had conspired to pave the way for Empress Feng by eliminating the then Princess of Min. Yin's voice was hoarse, his throat aching. Yet he pressed on, locking eyes with Yinyin. Who told you this? Chapter 78. The victor Yinyin reclined against the back of her chair, gazing intently at Yinyin. The answer is already within reach, is it not? Yinyin, incredulous, reflected on how, in the past, if a younger relative had dared to discuss court matters with him, he would have struck them without hesitation. Yet, in the presence of Yinyin, he found himself oddly compelled to listen. He had no choice but to heed her words. Since the incident involving Han Yui burning down the ancestral hall, every statement Yinyin made had manifested into reality. She wished to summon the Grand Princess. And the Grand Princess indeed arrived. She proclaimed Han Yui to be a spy, and so it was. Yinyin regarded Yinyin earnestly, but the Crown Prince is frail. The Crown Prince's weakness, coupled with the decline of the Feng family, who had been exiled to Yinyin due to past transgressions, painted a grim picture. The Empress Feng was no longer favored. Everyone awaited the demise of the Crown Prince, for once he passed, the Empress Feng's position would be untenable. As for Xiaoyanting, though he was the Crown Prince's legitimate eldest son and the direct grandson of Emperor Yongchang, no one believed that this child could effect any change. His most favorable fate would likely be to languish as a mere idle member of the royal family, or perhaps to be confined within the palace for life. Now, Yinyin sought to persuade them to align with Xiaoyanting. Yin's expression fluctuated between hope and despair. Raising an eyebrow, Yinyin remarked, I understand there are lingering doubts, father. You may await a few more days. A few more days? What do you mean? After accompanying the old Marquis outside, Yinyin could not suppress his curiosity. Father, what did she mean by waiting a few days? Does she truly believe that a few days will change my mind? The old Marquis, burdened with conflicting emotions and sensing Yin's turmoil, lowered his gaze and replied, if she says to wait a few days, then let us see what unfolds. Can you not wait a few days? Having been chastised, Yinyin dared not flinch. He merely offered a wry smile and said, Father, I am genuinely a bit afraid of her. It's not that I cannot wait, but rather, I find it perplexing. The old Marquis paused before inquiring. What is so perplexing? She has the Grand Princess's support, and it seems she shares a close relationship with His Highness the Jing Wang. Yinyin lowered his voice. She can dispose of anyone at will. How many lives have been lost at her command in such a short time? Why then? Does she wish for me to align with Jing Wang? What assistance could they possibly offer? Suddenly, the old Marquis posed a question. What if it is to uncover the results of your investigation? Yin's body trembled. The findings of his inquiry pertained to the mysterious circumstances surrounding the demise of the late Lady Lu and their current implications. The old Marquis looked at him, patted his shoulder, and lowered his voice. From the beginning, you had no intention of bringing her back. Your wife has always been hostile towards her. And that foolish Yinyin is not even worth mentioning. This household has been nothing but a source of distress for her. Though the words were harsh, the reasoning was irrefutable. Yinyin felt a pang of discomfort, yet he recognized the truth in the old Marquis's assertions. Indeed, he had never intended to retrieve her. It was her decision to report to the authorities that drew attention to him, and out of fear of public scandal, he had gone to fetch her. Upon her return, no one had treated her kindly. There was no gratitude. Observing Yin's mercurial temperament, She did not seem like someone who would repay grievances with kindness. If it were indeed for the sake of the information he had unearthed, then Yinyin turned to the old Marquis. Let us wait a few more days. We shall see why she insists on staking the Qi family's future on an alliance with Jing Wang. After sending off the old Marquis and Yinyin, Qi Yuan felt somewhat fatigued. Bai Ji carefully entered with water to assist her in washing up. Qi Yuan turned her head and inquired, "What of Lian Xiao?" Bai Ji replied promptly, "Rest assured, miss, she is well. Though startled, she has returned exhausted and is now fast asleep." Qi Yuan acknowledged her response. Bai Ji hesitated before glancing at Qi Yuan's face. "Miss, your face." The marks of a slap were still clearly visible, causing her cheeks to appear somewhat swollen. Qi Yuan touched her face, returned the cloth to the basin, and forced a smile. "It is nothing. I shall not suffer for it." At that moment, Yinyin entered the main courtyard, visibly weary. Wang Shi immediately confronted him with a fierce demeanor. "Marquis, what business do you have in that harbinger of misfortune's quarters?" Yinyin frowned momentarily. "What kind of talk is that? You are her mother. She is your daughter. Is this how a mother ought to behave?" Wang Shi, driven to madness by Qi Yuan, coldly retorted, "I am her mother? Ask her if she acknowledges me as such." Yinyin, utterly exhausted, felt the weight of the day's revelations. The news of Han Yui's death, followed by Qi Yuan's statements, left him feeling drained. How to choose? This dilemma that had plagued him for days was thrust back into the spotlight. He was already burdened enough without Wang Shi's incessant lamentations. He shook off her grasp, unable to contain himself any longer. "Can you not bear her? She is your flesh and blood. You treat Qi Jin well enough, do you not? Why the double standard?" Wang Shi, choking back tears, replied, "Jin was raised by me. Who cares for her upbringing? She is not my daughter. She is a blight. I should not have only slapped her today. I ought to have struck her down." "Struck her down?" Yinyin scoffed, then suddenly realized, pushing Wang Shi away in disbelief. "You struck her?" Wang Shi, incensed, retorted, "She is my daughter. How can I not strike her?" Yinyin had shown no mercy when dealing with Qi Yunting. After all, she turned her face away, but Yinyin seized her wrist, his voice rising. "Get out." "What?" Wang Shi could hardly believe her ears. She had been furious, but Yin's anger now overshadowed her own, rendering her speechless. Fearfully, she asked, "Have you lost your mind?" Yinyin gestured towards her, incredulous. "Can you not think? Why was Han Wei expelled from the family? Was it not for disclosing our household's affairs? Was Qi Yuan wrong to drive her away?" Wang Shi attempted to argue, but Yinyin forcefully brushed her aside. "You are so biased, lacking both reason and compassion." When she returned, "Did you not send someone to inquire how she has been living?" The old Marquis noted that no one would harbor any affection for such a household. How could she possibly remain here out of fondness? Ultimately, this family has wronged her, leaving her with nothing to cherish. Wang Shi, consumed by fury, exclaimed, "It is all my fault. I should never have borne this wretched child, this calamity. Is that sufficient?" In a sudden outburst, Yinyin slapped her across the face. Chapter 79. The expulsion of the Wang family is truly unbelievable. Since Qi Yuan's return, Yinyin has struck Qi Yunting no less than 3 times. Now is it my turn? What kind of sorcery does that calamity possess to so thoroughly bewitch Yinyin? Stumbling back from the blow, she clutched her face and lunged at Yinyin, exclaiming, "Yinyin, how dare you hit me?" Over the years, they had treated each other with respect and had never engaged in quarrels, let alone violence. Yet now, Yinyin had the audacity to strike her over a mere Qi Yuan. With bloodshot eyes, Yinyin let out a cold laugh at Wang's words, responding without reserve, "Indeed. I only regret that I did not hit harder." Grasping her wrist, he dragged her toward the courtyard of the old Marquis and Madame. In the dead of night, the old Marquis was conversing with the Madame when the commotion startled him. Upon seeing the slap mark on Wang's face and Yin's grim countenance, the Madame's expression darkened. "Yinyin, you have grown bold. Regardless of the circumstances, a man striking a woman is utterly excessive. The decorum of the Qi family does not permit such disgrace. And word of this would be shameful." Hearing the Madame defend her, Wang could no longer contain her grievances and collapsed to the ground, weeping. What dignity remained for her? Yinyin had dragged her here, stripping her of all semblance of honor. The Madame bent down to help Wang up, saying, "Enough, enough. This scoundrel. I shall deal with him." Though the Madame felt that Wang often acted inappropriately, she was, after all, her legitimate daughter-in-law, and all she could do was guide her. Panting and sneering, Yinyin retorted, "Mother, do not help her. She is regressing, a grown woman still resorting to violence against children." "Children? The madam and old Marquis exchanged puzzled glances. Could she truly bear to hit Yinyin? Wang sprang up in anger. What children? Where in this world are there such children? I struck Yinyin. She is a calamity. What of it? Is it worth your fury to seek me out for this? You struck Yinyin? The madam released Wang's hand, her expression turning icy. You hit a yuan? Wang sensed the shift in the madam's demeanor and felt a wave of unease. She could not help but explain, Mother. It was Yinyin who was utterly arrogant. She dared to push the maid of the princess of Qi into the street and kill her. She seeks to ruin our family. Hearing this, the madam exhaled softly, her face impassive as she asked, Have your father and I not instructed you that this matter is not for you to concern yourself with? We have our plans. A granddaughter capable of summoning the grand princess down the mountain is invaluable, especially given the Qi family's current precarious position. Yinyin may very well be the turning point. Yet Wang, in her obstinacy, insisted on opposing Yinyin. Wang, taken aback, said, Mother, I only wish for her to be more subdued. Has this matter not become too large? Our family is being dragged down. Why do you and father respond in this manner? The old Marquis coughed, lacking patience. The family's troubles were already burdensome. Waiting a few days was tiresome enough. He looked at Wang and said, Since a gene passed, your health has deteriorated. Perhaps it is best for you to rest for a while. Rest for a while. Wang gazed at the old Marquis, bewildered. What do you mean, father? At that moment, Yinyin, who had been clamoring to cause trouble for Yinyin, also questioned, What do you mean by this? He intended to confront Yinyin. Yet these people began bustling about, gathering their belongings. Have they lost their minds? The servants busied themselves without a word, inciting Yinyin's fury. He hurled a porcelain pillow, striking a young maid and causing her to bleed profusely from her head. The pillow shattered, and the young maid cried out in pain, her wails echoing throughout the house. Shortly thereafter, the matriarch of the Gao family entered, instructing that the young maid be taken out for treatment before turning to Yinyin with a sigh, Young master, do calm down. In the past, she would never have dared to speak in such a manner. Yet now, her words rang true. Yinyin, seething with rage, retorted, Who do you think you are to speak to me so insolently? I demand to know what you are doing. Why are you tidying up? The Gao matriarch's expression grew strange. Young master, your temper is vicious. The old Marquis and Marquis have decided to send you back to the ancestral home for self-cultivation. Back to the ancestral home? To the ancestral home? To Qizhou Prefecture? He cursed. I will not return. Is it that little wretch who caused this? Is she scheming again? The Gao matriarch said nothing and turned to leave. She glanced at the still sobbing young maid in the corridor and stepped over to pat her shoulder. Enough. Since you are injured, do not follow us. As dawn broke, Yinyin, having had her hair styled by Baiji, asked nonchalantly, Returning to the ancestral home? Baiji replied softly, The old Marquis and Marquis have decided to send both you and the young master back to the ancestral home, saying the young master must return to study. So you shall accompany him. She regarded Yinyin with newfound respect. Just yesterday, the young lady had said that being slapped was inconsequential, that one should not be at a loss. Now she finally understood why it was not a loss. A slap to the young lady meant a return to the ancestral home, which would last at least a year and a half. A year and a half. Who knows what could transpire? The Marquis had previously had few concubines, yet in a year and a half, might there not be new faces? Before Yinyin could respond, the curtain was abruptly thrown aside. Wang rushed in like a whirlwind, collapsing before Yinyin's vanity. Her entrance was so sudden that Baiji was taken aback. Quickly stepping forward to pull her back, Madam, please calm down. Wang shook her off, glaring at Yinyin. Now you are satisfied. You are satisfied. What deep-seated enmity do I have with you that you must treat me this way? Those who err seldom acknowledge their wrongs. Yinyin stood and met Wang's gaze, uninterested in reasoning with her. Instead, she asked coolly, Madam, allow me to pose a question. If we hold no deep-seated enmity, why do you insist on interpreting my actions with the utmost malice? Wang, seething with indignation, scoffed, eager to retort. Before she could speak, Yinyin merely tugged at her lips, or perhaps I should rephrase. Madam, if you ask me this, I shall answer directly. It is because you do not regard me as your daughter, but rather as your enemy. Wang scoffed disdainfully. So your implication is that whatever treatment you receive from me is what I deserve in return? You, who lack filial piety, will be struck down by heaven. Is that so? Yinyin surprisingly smiled, taking 2 steps forward to meet Wang's eyes coldly. I had intended to spare you some dignity. But since you have chosen to forfeit it, allow me to clarify. I disrespect you, and you claim I shall be struck down by heaven. And what of you? You curse your own mother, seize your sister's betrothal, and show cruelty to your own daughter. Should you not descend into the depths of hell? Chapter 80 Heart's demise. The heavens seemed to rumble ominously. Lady Wang's hands and feet were icy cold as she pointed at Qi Yuan, utterly speechless. She was indeed deeply troubled by her family's discord. This marriage was originally intended for her elder sister, yet she had fallen for Qi Jin at first sight. In a desperate bid, she implored her father to alter the match, claiming it for herself. This secret remained known only to her. Neither the matriarch nor the Wang family would ever divulge it. But how did Qi Yuan know? Who are you? She stammered, eyes wide with disbelief. Qi Yuan's expression was frosty as he gestured towards his own face. Does this visage not suffice as proof? Madam, I once regarded you as an elder, which is why I refrained from voicing these truths before. Lady Wang clutched her garment, struggling to breathe. Qi Yuan tightened his grip on her wrist, his gaze heavy with gravity. But now, I can no longer view you as an elder. Have you ever pondered why Qi Jin is so heartless, repaying kindness with malice? Why is Qi Yunting so arrogant and dismissive? It is because the foundation is flawed, leading to corruption above and below. Lady Wang's complexion turned ashen, feeling as if her heart was being squeezed, her breath quickening. Within the room, only Bai Shi remained, her pallor akin to a blank sheet of paper. She glanced between Qi Yuan and Lady Wang, her heart racing as she cautiously stepped closer to Qi Yuan. In that instant, all of Lady Wang's former bravado dissipated. Pointing at Qi Yuan, her voice quivered as she questioned, "Are you insinuating that my own misguided heart has led to the same in my children?" This was indeed the most vicious accusation a mother could endure. Qi Yuan did not respond, but merely chuckled, retorting, "Is it not true? Is it not true?" Qi Yunting, despite having a betrothal, engages in ambiguous relations with Qi Jin. He is a tempest with his sister, cruel towards the servants. And Qi Jin presents one face to the world and another behind their backs. Is this not the product of your own teachings? Unable to contain herself any longer, Lady Wang shut her eyes and turned away, lost in despair. Bai Ji, concerned, looked at Qi Yuan. "Miss, is everything all right since the madam has left?" Qi Yuan calmly sipped her tea, coolly replying, "There will be no repercussions, provided she returns to her hometown to focus on her son's studies. One must face the consequences of their actions." Lady Wang and Qi Yunting's incessant antics had become tiresome. While murder was an option, Qi Yuan believed that a more profound punishment would be to pierce her heart, urging her to truly confront the nature of her actions, which could be far more agonizing than death. Lady Wang ought to reflect on her deeds over the years. In contrast to Qi Yuan's indifference, the matriarch's demeanor was equally frigid. When the second and third ladies of the Qi family inquired about the situation, the matriarch sighed. "What is there to discuss? That unworthy child, Yunting, has ruined a fine match. It is best for his elder brother's wife to take him home for a respite." The scandal surrounding Qi Yunting and Qi Jin had indeed spread, and though the Xiang family remained discreet, onlookers were not so restrained. Thus, the matriarch's words elicited a shared sigh from the second and third ladies. She regarded them briefly, reminding them softly, "You must discipline the children, ensuring they tread carefully." The departure of Lady Wang was akin to a stone sinking into the sea, stirring no ripples. In the palace, the exquisitely adorned Xiaolu Guifei abruptly slammed the warming pot onto the table, her brows furrowed in anger. "Your impatience is astonishing." Opposite her, seated upon a beauty couch, Prince Qi straightened, casually smiling. "Mother, it is hardly a grave matter, and why should it concern me? Children raised in privilege often cannot withstand even the slightest grievance." Xiaolu Guifei frowned. "Why the rush? The marriage was granted just yesterday, and your betrothed has already passed. Even if it is ostensibly unrelated to you, does it not reflect poorly?" The prince's expression hardened. "Whether it reflects well or poorly is of no concern to me. Was it not the eldest daughter of the Qi family who quarreled with her?" Leaning back, he remarked coldly, "Did she not fall and meet her demise herself? In the eyes of the public, I have said nothing at all." Xiaolu Guifei closed her eyes. Vexed, "Do not feign innocence. I am well aware of your ways. You have always discarded what displeases you. Your impatience at this moment is excessive." The prince dismissed her concerns. "I wish to see her no longer. That foolish girl." The mother and son faced off momentarily until Xiaolu Guifei huffed. "Who exactly is Qi Yuan?" Upon mentioning Qi Yuan, an odd smile crept onto the prince's face. "A self-important fool who believes she can alter fate." "What nonsense!" Xiaolu Guifei scoffed. "What gain is there in clashing with a mere girl?" The emperor's scrutiny grows tighter. "Have you gleaned anything from Qi Jin? We cannot let others beat us to it, or all will be lost." Shifting to matters of importance, the prince ceased his banter. Nodding, I shall devise another plan. Qi Zhen is cunning. He requires a lesson. Xiao Lu Guifei did not concern herself with whom he would teach a lesson. She gently massaged her temples. As long as you remain aware, this matter must not come to light. Just then, a cautious eunuch entered, whispering, Your Highness, the Emperor requests your presence. Upon hearing that it was Emperor Yongchang, Xiao Lu Guifei shot him a warning glance. Do not escalate this situation. It must remain contained. The more it is investigated, the more likely the past involving Han Yue will resurface, and that would be self-sabotage. The prince agreed with a smile. Watching her son depart, Xiao Lu Guifei exhaled softly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Qi Yuan is indeed a most intriguing little creature. Chapter 81 The Duel of Magic. Prince Qi strode towards the Tai Chi Hall. Being a favored son, entering and exiting the Tai Chi Hall was a common occurrence for him. At times, if he accompanied Emperor Yongchang and the hour grew late, the emperor would even allow him to stay in the side hall. Such honor was not bestowed upon everyone, certainly not upon the crown prince. Thus, Prince Qi felt quite at ease in the Tai Chi Hall, and this time was no different as he approached with a leisurely gait. Was it not merely an inquiry about Han Yue? He dared to act, undeterred by any potential consequences. Eunuch Xia, with his hands hanging by his side, was admonishing a young apprentice in the corridor when he spotted Prince Qi and approached with a smile, bowing respectfully. Your Highness, please. Prince Qi playfully teased the two peacocks striding down the corridor, exclaiming in mild surprise, What are these creatures doing here today? Eunuch Xia chuckled. They were sent as tribute from King Annan, claiming they can display their plumage and fly. Just moments ago, King Annan accompanied His Majesty to admire them, and shortly, they will be sent to the Southern Garden. The Southern Garden housed various rare and exotic beasts collected from tributes across the land. Prince Qi acknowledged this with a nonchalant ow, before turning to meet his father. Emperor Yongchang, now 57, bore the weight of state affairs upon his brow, and his hair had begun to silver. Whenever he saw his most beloved son, a smile would typically grace his face. However, this time was different. Upon seeing Prince Qi, he abruptly hurled the memorial in his hand, glaring coldly. You truly have made quite the progress. Clearly, this was regarding Han Yue. Prince Qi understood well and was about to plead for mercy when he noticed Xiao Yunting standing beside the armchair. He had been hidden in the shadows upon Prince Qi's arrival, unnoticed until now. With his nephew present, Prince Qi could not resort to his usual tactics of pouting or feigning innocence. Instead, he knelt obediently and begged for forgiveness. Father, please quell your anger. I am unaware of any wrongdoing that would provoke your ire. You still do not realize your mistakes? Emperor Yongchang coughed violently, pointing an accusatory finger at Prince Qi. If you are oblivious, then what is this? He thrust the memorial at Prince Qi. Startled, Prince Qi did not shy away as the document struck him. Noticing his father's furious demeanor, his heart sank. Discreetly, he glanced at the silent Xiao Yunting before opening the memorial. Upon a mere glance, his face drained of color, and he felt as though the blood in his veins had frozen. Zhang Weishuan had been apprehended. Since deciding to preemptively deal with the Xie family, Prince Qi had sent Su Tongzhou, initially tasked with assassinating the witness in the Dali Si case, to Jiangxi. Thus, the job that should have been carried out by Su Tongzhou had fallen to Zhang Weishuan. His scalp prickled painfully, and he cried out, Father, I am wronged. This was truly a grave matter. In his usual arrogance and pampered disposition, even eliminating Han Yue, the betrothed he disdained, was not particularly significant. He knew these actions fell within Emperor Yongchang's tolerance. However, matters of state were an entirely different realm. This was no jest. Yunting, Emperor Yongchang bellowed, pointing at Prince Qi in fury. You tell him, is he innocent or guilty? Xiao Yunting. Prince Qi seethed inwardly, gritting his teeth in hatred. He wished he had eliminated this insufferable fool upon his return. Xiao Yunting clasped his hands respectfully and addressed Prince Qi with composure. Third royal uncle, you may be unaware, but Zhang Weishuan bribed the jailers of the Dali Si, impersonating a jailer himself, intending to poison the key witness in the transportation corruption case. Fortunately, our men were vigilant and caught him red-handed. Caught red-handed. This signified the existence of undeniable evidence. No one had plotted against him. Prince Qi's heart raced, ignoring Xiao Yunting as he crawled forward to Emperor Yongchang, wailing, Father, this truly has nothing to do with me. What connection do I have to the transportation corruption case? How could I send someone to kill a witness? Clutching his father's leg, he pleaded, How can it be proven that these are my men, Father? Xiao Yunting averted his gaze. Whenever Prince Qi wished, he could play the innocent and ingratiate himself before Emperor Yongchang. Yet this time, The emperor did not respond as he usually would, merely dismissing the matter with a laugh. Instead, he struck Prince Qi across the face. In disbelief, Prince Qi momentarily failed to react. As Emperor Yongchang stood, his fury intensified, and he struck Prince Qi again. The force of the blows left the prince dazed. His jeweled crown askew. Bewildered, Prince Qi wondered why Emperor Yongchang's rage was so profound. What was the significance of the corruption case? Even if his men were involved, he could easily shift the blame onto them. Why was the emperor so enraged? Emperor Yongchang's fury escalated, and he delivered at least 7 or 8 more slaps to Prince Qi, leaving him disoriented and bleeding from the mouth. He had never encountered such humiliation in his previous life, especially in front of Xiao Yunting. However, in the face of his father's wrath, he dared not resist. Instead, prostrating himself and repeatedly begging, "Father, please calm your anger. I was wrong. I was wrong." Emperor Yongchang thundered, "The transportation corruption case has already claimed numerous officials, yet the funds remain missing. Over 2 million taels of silver, equivalent to an entire year's tax revenue of Guizhou, have vanished into your coffers." With a resounding crash, it felt as though fireworks had exploded in Prince Qi's mind. The blood drained from his face. How could this be? He had concealed it so well. Even if that individual had a ledger, he should not have handed it to Xiao Yunting. How many officials had been implicated in this web of deceit? He trembled as he protested, "Father, I swear I did not. This is all a deliberate frame-up against me." He could not admit to anything. He must not. Emperor Yongchang sneered, his expression dark and menacing. "Is that so? Then what of the Baotong money house?" The Baotong money house. Prince Qi's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Xiao Yunting, who had uncovered even this. The silver gained through corruption was funneled into the money house, then laundered. Emperor Yongchang's anger morphed into a mocking smile. "Money breeds money. You truly have a knack for acquiring wealth." Third prince. Prince Qi wailed, "Father, I truly did not. I truly did not." As he cried, blood streamed from his nose. Emperor Yongchang rose abruptly, his expression shifting ominously. Prince Qi grew increasingly frantic. "Father, I am innocent. I am innocent. If you do not believe me, I will go die. I will go die." Emperor Yongchang furrowed his brow and admonished, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Before he could finish, Prince Qi fainted. Xiao Yunting smirked inwardly, knowing this would unfold as it always had. Chapter 82. Another kill. The king of Qi, having damaged his nose in childhood, suffers from frequent nosebleeds at the slightest provocation. Although the imperial physician has examined him countless times and assured that there would be no lasting effects, witnessing the alarming sight of blood streaming from his nose is enough to unsettle anyone. This is particularly true for Emperor Yongchang, who raised him with great affection and has few sons. The crown prince is a frail child, seemingly on the brink of death. If this situation remains unresolved, it will undoubtedly lead to a myriad of complications. With a grim expression, he sat in the main hall of Mingyue Tower, voicing his concerns. Bai Ji, pale as a ghost, approached with tea. Today, when Xiao Yunting suddenly appeared, she was nearly frightened to death, and even now, the shock lingered. Qi Yuan, toying with a string of 18 beads, spoke softly, "Without a resolution here, it will all be forgotten." Xiao Yunting exhaled slowly. After expending considerable effort to uncover the roster and trace the flow of a substantial sum of money, he found that presenting this evidence was ultimately futile, a most disheartening realization. Qi Yuan reclined against his chair, observing Xiao Yunting. "Your Highness need not be so disheartened. Did we not agree that even if you uncovered everything, it would not suffice to topple the king of Qi? Corruption is indeed a grave offense for a minister, yet for a prince, it is hardly significant. What of Gaozu's sons? None among them were paragons of virtue. Corruption has become a trivial matter in the eyes of the current Emperor Yongchang. Furthermore, the investigation revealed that the money had ended up in the pockets of the king of Qi's subordinate, the chief clerk. But would that chief clerk dare to implicate the king? That seems improbable. Relying on this alone to bring him down feels somewhat tenuous. In troubling times, having someone remain composed is a blessing. At least Xiao Yunting's emotions began to settle as he furrowed his brow, saying, "But if that is the case, have we not labored in vain?" Qi Yuan stifled a laugh. "Otherwise, would your Highness prefer to follow my example and simply eliminate the problem?" Xiao Yunting paused, realizing the absurdity of his earlier thoughts. Indeed, the king of Qi would shift blame onto the chief clerk and his subordinates, while Emperor Yongchang would cover for his son's misdeeds. However, could there truly be no repercussions? Trust is a fragile commodity, eroded incrementally, once shaken. It is nearly impossible to restore to its former state. The king of Qi is not merely a pawn to be discarded like a servant. He is a formidable opponent and a direct brother, making him a significant figure within the family. As Xiao Yunting chuckled, he recognized that perhaps he had been led astray by Qi Yuan's ease in dealing with death, momentarily believing a single act could resolve everything. Life is rarely so simplistic. Qi Yuan poured a cup of tea for Xiao Yunting, advising, "Your Highness, those who travel 100 miles have only completed 90 at the halfway mark. Patience is key." Just as Xiao Yunting was about to respond, Bai Ji rushed in without knocking, her expression one of sheer panic. Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow, sensing trouble. "What is it?" Bai Ji, visibly shaken, stammered, "Miss, the eldest master is coming with a knife, claiming you have driven the lady to illness." A cold smile crept across Qi Yuan's lips. The chaos had already begun. The Wang family had returned because Lady Wang fainted in the carriage. Initially, she thought little of it, but now it seemed that Qi Yunting, in a fit of rage, truly intended to harm her. If she were less capable and unprotected, she believed Qi Yunting would not hesitate to take her life. Rising from her seat, Bai Ji immediately blocked her path. "Miss, do not go out. The eldest master has truly lost his mind. With the old Marquis and the Marquis away, who can stop him?" Her voice trembled with fear. "On his way back, he killed a servant woman, claiming she once served you and brought you home with Zhang Mama. Such a vile creature, Qi Yunting. In her previous life, he had callously watched as Lady Hua broke her legs. He had always been this way, regarding human lives as mere trifles, indifferent in both this life and the last." Xiao Yunting set down his teacup. "Shall we kill him?" He suspected Qi Yuan would not spare her brother. However, Qi Yunting was not just anyone. He was her blood brother, the legitimate heir of the Qi family, making him a significant figure. Killing him would not be a simple matter. It was not that he could not do it. Xiao Yunting had witnessed Qi Yuan's prowess, swift and precise, targeting vital points, likely as adept as any assassin. Yet, eliminating Qi Yunting could jeopardize the cooperation of the Qi family. Even the most foolish son is still a son, and the legitimate heir holds immense importance for any family. As they spoke, Qi Yunting began to shout outside, "Qi Yuan, you wretched creature, come out. You ungrateful scoundrel. You've caused the death of a Jane, and now you wish to harm our mother. I will not tolerate this." The cries of fleeing maids echoed, adding to the chaos. Bai Ji clutched Qi Yuan tightly, terrified she would rush out. Yet Qi Yuan deftly shook her off, flinging the door open and smirking at Qi Yunting. "A fool who looks good but is ineffectual. I'm here. If you have the guts, come at me. Are you so deranged that you only know to bully the weak? That's her. That's her." Qi Yunting's eyes blazed with fury as he lunged at Qi Yuan, moving with the swiftness of a beast. Bai Ji screamed in terror, fainting at the sight. At that moment, Qi Yuan slammed the door shut, causing Qi Yunting to crash heavily against it. With a resounding thud, his face met the door, leaving him bruised and howling in pain. Qi Yuan flung the door open again, and Qi Yunting fell heavily to the ground. The entire sequence transpired so swiftly that Xiao Yunting could not help but laugh. His earlier anger over the king of Qi's escape dissipating as he beheld Qi Yunting's disheveled state. How utterly ridiculous it was to see someone so foolish. In the courtyard, some young maids, having tripped in their haste, remained sprawled on the ground, stunned and gaping at the scene. At that moment, the guards finally arrived, restraining Qi Yunting and seizing his knife, desperately dragging him away. As Qi Yunting continued his tirade, Qi Yuan abruptly thrust a cup into his mouth. He bit down, shattering the cup and fracturing his teeth, unleashing a heart-wrenching wail that echoed through the air. Chapter 83. A change of face. The sound of teeth clashing against porcelain rang sharply, yet at that moment, no one found it pleasing to the ear. The guards instinctively covered their jaws with their hands. Qi Yunting's mouth was a gruesome mix of blood, teeth, and shards of porcelain. As he opened his mouth, he felt an unknown number of jagged pieces embedded in his tongue, causing his face to contort in agony. Lu Zhong entered in a hurried scramble, his eyes wide with terror at the scene before him, stuttering, Miss, this cannot truly end in murder. This is the young master. Killing a maid of Han Yue is one matter, but slaying one's own brother is a different story altogether." Qi Yuan's gaze shifted to him, coldly inquiring, "How did he manage to enter?" Indeed, even if he had not yet returned to his studies, he was still under house arrest. How could he have wandered into her courtyard? Lu Zhong swallowed hard. "Miss, he is still the young master. Even if he has made some mistakes, he remains the legitimate heir of the Marquis. Who would dare to truly stop him?" Qi Yuan suddenly smiled, a knowing tone gracing her words. "So it is fear that holds sway." The guards shivered involuntarily. Once they feared Qi Yunting, But from this day forth, they would surely ponder whom to truly fear. What lady possesses such ferocity as their own young mistress? They were all stunned when she had just thrust the cup towards Qi Yunting's mouth. Qi Yunting writhed like a wild beast. Lu Zhong was nearly in tears. "Miss, please do not stoop to his level. He is but a child." The absurdity of the statement lay in the fact that Qi Yunting was actually a few years older than Qi Yuan. Yet no one laughed. For in the presence of Qi Yuan, Qi Yunting indeed appeared frightfully immature. Qi Yuan lowered her head, gripping Qi Yunting's chin with such force that it felt as though she might crush it. Qi Yunting's eyes brimmed with resentment and disbelief, and he finally sensed something amiss in Qi Yuan's strength. The previous incident, when he had lunged at her only to be deftly thwarted and thrown against the screen, leaving him bruised, had not been mere happenstance. Qi Yuan was truly skilled in martial arts. His eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on Qi Yuan. With a slight tug at her lips, Qi Yuan regarded him coldly. "Look at you, both foolish and ineffectual. You've trained in martial arts since childhood, yet cannot even best a country maid. With such a pitiful display, stripped of your title as the Marquis' eldest grandson, you would rank beneath your own servant." Qi Yunting struggled, but Qi Yuan merely intensified her grip, nearly dislocating his jaw. No matter how he squirmed, he could not break free, eventually halting his struggles, filled only with fury as he stared at Qi Yuan. Lu Zhong watched Qi Yuan's every move with trepidation, fearing she might unleash an irreversible act in a moment of rage. He contemplated whether to signal the guards to draw their blades. Fortunately, his anxious thoughts did not linger for long. Qi Yuan released her grip and casually wiped the blood on Qi Yunting's shoulder. Qi Yunting, who was notoriously fastidious, had once refused to spit into a spittoon, loathing the odor, insisting instead to spit on his maid. Now he was subjected to such humiliation by Qi Yuan. Lu Zhong longed to voice his concerns, but held his tongue. Qi Yuan bent down and patted Qi Yunting's face. "You are utterly worthless, accomplishing nothing in your life. The only talent you possess is the art of reincarnation. Now leave." The guards and Lu Zhong collectively sighed in relief. Lu Zhong hastily declared, "Miss, we shall escort the young master away." Qi Yuan cast a sidelong glance at him, a sardonic smile dancing on her lips. Steward Lu should exercise greater caution in his duties. Those who want not to wander should refrain from doing so. Otherwise, the one under house arrest might not be whom you think. Understand? "Yes, yes." Lu Zhong signaled to the guards, swiftly dragging Qi Yunting away. Bai Shi exhaled heavily, turning to comfort the frightened maids. Qi Yuan glanced up at Xiao Yunting, who lounged carelessly on a beam, before returning to her seat on the rose chair. Her expression calm as she asked, "What was so amusing just now?" "You were quite cutting," Xiao Yunting replied, leaping down effortlessly to sit across from her. "I thought I was about to witness you take your 10th life." Qi Yuan's demeanor darkened abruptly. In that fleeting moment, she had indeed felt the urge to kill. What of being the legitimate son? In her past life, Qi Yunting had been mercilessly punished by Grandma Hua, who not only broke her legs, but also poured salt and honey over her wounds without an ounce of compassion. Should she choose to slay Qi Yunting now? What if it incited the wrath of Qizhen and the old Marquis? Yet, she could afford that price. After all, she had secured her position beside Xiao Yunting, a formidable ally in her quest for vengeance. Yet she ultimately restrained herself. Xiao Yunting, having merely intended a jest, noticed Qi Yuan's sudden shift in demeanor and coughed lightly. "Miss Qi, it is truly unfortunate that the entertainment has been diminished." Qi Yuan, her smile devoid of warmth, retorted, "I possess little skill beyond the art of killing." "Do not fret, Your Highness. You shall witness it again in due time." "Why the sudden anger?" Xiao Yunting mused, perplexed as he regarded Qi Yuan's stern countenance. "Miss Qi, have I offended you in some way?" "I meant no mockery." "You have not mocked me." Qi Yuan's eyes were filled with suspicion, her expression icy and distant. "On the contrary, I am ruthless and unyielding. Those who cross me shall meet their end. For I adhere to one principle, the dead bear no threats." The dead bear no threats. Xiao Yunting's mind raced with thoughts. Yet upon seeing Qi Yuan's stony face, he found himself inexplicably stating, "I feel the same." "You too?" She scoffed inwardly, knowing he did not genuinely share that sentiment. Remembering how he had shielded Feng Kaiwei in her past life, Qi Yuan's eyes widened in cold amusement. "Is that so? Then do ensure you never become my adversary." Chapter 84. The shift. As Xiao Yunting stepped outside, he happened to encounter Babeo and Lu Jin. Lu Jin, holding a piece of sugarcane, animatedly gestured while conversing with Babeo. Upon noticing Xiao Yunting's presence, he quickly tucked the cane at his waist and bowed. Xiao Yunting, somewhat distracted, waved his hand dismissively, his expression clouded with concern. "What is wrong, Your Highness?" Babeo and Lu Jin exchanged puzzled glances, sensing something amiss. After a brief moment of silent communication, Babeo cleared his throat. "Your Highness, what troubles you? Is it that Miss Qi has committed another murder?" At this inquiry, Xiao Yunting's countenance darkened immediately. Irritated, he snatched the sugarcane from Lu Jin's grasp and struck Babeo with it. Babeo jumped in surprise, exclaiming, "She really has killed someone again?" He glanced at the grand inscription above the gate that read Yongping Marquis residence and muttered, "Who did she kill this time? Does Miss Qi truly have a penchant for murder?" Xiao Yunting's ire surged. "Kill? What are you talking about? Is Miss Qi a bloodthirsty fiend, taking lies at whim?" The moment the words left his lips, he fell into a contemplative silence. Was Qi Yuan angered earlier because he had jokingly suggested she was about to kill Qi Yunting? This line of thought caused him to reflect. She was not a murderous demon. Her actions were driven by necessity. Those she sought to eliminate were threats to her existence. If she did not act, she would be resigned to death. To show mercy in the face of death was not wisdom but folly. Why then? Had he chosen to jest about such matters? If given the opportunity, Qi Yunting would undoubtedly plunge a dagger into Qi Yuan's heart without hesitation. Why had he made such a jest? Frustrated with himself, Xiao Yunting abruptly turned to leave. Babeo, taken aback, seized the sugarcane from Lu Jin's hand and blinked in confusion. What did I say wrong? Previously, when he recounted Qi Yuan's murder of Leonor, everyone had been speculating on when Miss Qi would strike next. No one had intended to speak ill of her. Why had the prince become angry? Lu Jin, pondering the situation, reclaimed his sugarcane and lightly tapped Babeo on the head. Realize your mistake, but do not reflect on where you went wrong. Be cautious of your words. Qi Yuan gently rubbed her wrist, exhaling slowly. Had she overreacted? Hadn't she just resolved to take vengeance and carve a path to greatness, unimpeded by any obstacles? Why had Xiao Yunting's comment stirred such anger within her? They were merely allies, bound by mutual benefit. What right did she have to be offended? Was the lesson from her past life not sufficient? Lowering her gaze, she sternly reminded herself to avoid self-deprecation. They were allies, and nothing more. As she reiterated this mantra in her mind, her emotions settled. Thus, when the window was pushed open and Xiao Yunting's handsome face appeared, her eyes remained devoid of emotion. Your Highness, there is no need to worry. The Prince of Qi will face consequences. Although he will not suffer severe injury, it will not be pleasant. Xiao Yunting was momentarily taken aback before he broke into a smile. I did not come for that reason. I returned to apologize to you. Apologize? Qi Yuan slowly turned to face him, her dark pupils reflecting his visage. After a moment, she replied, her expression unchanged, there is no need for apologies. Our relationship has always been one of mutual benefit. It was merely a jest. It is my inability to take a joke that is at fault, not yours. Seated on the stone bench beneath the floral trellis, she held herself with poise, slender yet resilient, akin to a steadfast bamboo stalk. Xiao Yunting acknowledged her strength and spoke with sincerity. No, for you, murder is a means of self-preservation. It was wrong of me to jest about it. I shall refrain from such comments in the future. Regardless of his intentions, Qi Yuan was in a foul mood. Thus she merely replied with an indifferent hum. And with a decisive motion, she slammed the window shut. Bai Shi, holding a tray nearby, felt her heart skip a beat at the sudden action. Xiao Yunting, stung by her response, rubbed his nose, lingering by the window for a moment before leaping onto the wall. Atop the wall, Babeo and Lu Jin exchanged glances, astonished. Just as Babeo was about to speak, he received a swift kick from Xiao Yunting, silencing him as they quickly vanished into the night. After a restful night, Qi Yuan's emotions had fully stabilized. Thus, when the old Marquis and Qi Zhen arrived, she sat calmly on the stone bench beneath the floral trellis, observing them with a detached gaze. Qi Zhen's expression was grave as he began discussing Qi Yunting's recent mischief. He has indeed been spoiled and remains unaware of the gravity of his actions. Qi Yuan interrupted him without hesitation. Indeed, he is ignorant of his position. How can the Marquis raise a future heir in such a manner? Does he expect to hold any standing among the nobility? Does he anticipate a career in the military? The nobility often hailed from military backgrounds, and their offspring's best prospects lay within the army. However, the military was rife with factions. To navigate that world, one needed both martial prowess and social acumen. Qi Yunting possessed neither. Holding her teacup, Qi Yuan noted Qi Zhen's changing expression and continued, Father, I have more than one son. Perhaps it is time to consider a different candidate. He is simply not suited for this role. Had it not been for the recent news she had received, Qi would have instinctively raised his hand to slap Qi Yuan for her audacity. How could she claim he was unsuitable? Was she suggesting they replace the Marquis's heir? Yet, recalling the news he had just received, Qi anger simmered beneath the surface. Transforming his words, he simply needs more experience. Once he understands the ways of the world, he will be fine. Clearly, the moment was not right. Qi Yuan narrowed her eyes and ceased further discussion, patiently awaiting their next words. After clearing his throat a few times, Qi finally mustered the courage to ask, Yuan, you previously mentioned waiting a few days. Is this the news you were referring to? Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow, regarding them with keen interest. The old Marquis spoke solemnly. The Prince of Qi has been reprimanded. Moreover, the chief secretary of the Qi residence has been imprisoned, implicated in the corruption case regarding grain transportation. Chapter 85. Yielding the room fell into a serene silence, with a gust of wind sweeping through. Outside, the blooming crabapple flowers were caught in the breeze, causing numerous petals to flutter into the hallway. Qi Yuan paused for a moment, then, in a surprisingly gentle tone, inquired, "Which Changshe?" Qi and the old Marquis exchanged glances, scrutinizing Qi Yuan's expression, uncertain whether she was feigning ignorance. This entire situation had been orchestrated by her. Surely, she must know who this Changshe is. However, having posed the question, Qi Yuan now required an answer. With a restrained irritation, Qi replied, "It is Zhang Wenwei." "The Changshe Zhang." "Oh, it is Zhang Wenwei." Qi Yuan suddenly burst into laughter, her previously foul mood transforming into delight. She erupted into hearty laughter, the change in her demeanor startling. Qi, unable to share in her amusement, gazed at her quizzically, perplexed by the source of her mirth. The old Marquis, displaying considerable patience, queried, "Do you know Changshe Zhang? He is quite legendary. Once, he ranked fourth among the second-class scholars, first serving in the Hanlin Academy as a shijishi. After a year, he graduated and returned to the Hanlin Academy as an editor. It is well known that to enter the cabinet, one must first be part of the Hanlin. His career path is the epitome of a scholarly official's journey. Eventually, he was appointed as a Hanlin Shijiang, tasked with teaching the princes, and inexplicably won the favor of Prince Qi. When the prince established his residence, it was only natural for him to become the Changshe of Prince Qi. At least on the surface, he appears unblemished. Why, then, does Qi Yuan's attitude seem so intricate?" Having finished her laughter, Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow at Qi and the old Marquis. "Indeed, what I meant by waiting a few days pertains to this matter. Yet I believe it is not entirely concluded. We may need to wait a bit longer." Wait. For Qi, the current outcome was already astonishing. After all, the prince's favor had been evident for years, and receiving a formal reprimand today seemed remarkable. Yet, Qi Yuan's words hinted at further developments. The old Marquis grasped his arm. "Very well, we shall wait a few more days." He then assured Qi Yuan directly, "Moreover, do not worry, that scoundrel will trouble you no more. Once your mother recovers somewhat, we shall send him away." At the mention of Qi Yunting, Qi Yuan's expression darkened, and she forced a smile as she glanced at them. "I am not particularly afraid of him seeking me out. However, you should indeed be concerned. If you fear him, it would be prudent to keep a close watch. When I am bitten by a rabid dog, I will not concern myself with who its owner is." Her words were rather harsh. Qi complexion shifted from pale to ashen and finally back to pale as he solemnly replied, "Understood." He then rose and exited with the old Marquis. Unable to contain his frustration, he remarked to the old Marquis, "Father, she is exceedingly unruly. Truly unruly. Is it not enough that several lives have already been lost because of her? I do not hesitate to say, father, that a person so devoid of affection for the Qi family, even if she is a sharp blade, I fear that blade may ultimately turn against us. Moreover, Qi Yuan does not adhere to any rules." The old Marquis's expression was grave as he shook his head, resolute. "We shall address future matters when the time comes. At the very least, let us navigate this current challenge first." He furrowed his brow, admonishing Qi. "Moreover, does Qi Yuan not possess valid reasoning? To be frank, Yunting's foolishness is utterly disappointing. He is not even a match for Qi Yuan. Previously, there had been no comparison, but now, the disparity was glaring. How could the differences be so profound? Qi Yuan had only recently returned from the countryside, yet in terms of understanding the political landscape and interpersonal relations, she had outshone Qi Yunting by leaps and bounds. It was a pity that she was not male. The old Marquis could not help but lament. What a pity it is. If only Qi Yuan were a son, our family would have no cause for worry. Qi hesitated. But with the old Marquis's words weighing heavily, he refrained from further comment and proceeded to Qi Yunting's quarters. Qi Yunting had sustained significant injuries this time. His mother, tending to him with great care, explained, Marquis, he has lost 2 teeth, and his tongue has been pierced, rendering him unable to eat solid food. He can only manage some liquids after nurturing him for over a decade. How could she not be heartbroken? Qi Zhen, witnessing Qi Yunting's condition, felt a surge of both sympathy and anger. He sat at the bedside, coldly gazing at the silent Qi Yunting. I have warned you repeatedly not to provoke her. Why do you refuse to listen? Initially, Qi Yunting had no intention of responding. However, recalling how rare it was for his father to engage him, he could not help but burst into tears, asking, Father, wasn't everything fine before? When a Jin was here, wasn't everything perfect? Why bring her back? Qi Zhen looked at him in confusion. Why would you ask such a question? You and Qi Yuan are siblings, sharing the same mother and blood. With a glimmer of hatred in his eyes, Qi Yunting retorted, I do not want such a sister. This sentiment was beyond explanation. Qi Zhen, pondering, suddenly understood Qi Yuan's impatience. In truth, when Qi Yuan first returned, she had not harbored such an attitude. It was Qi Yunting who had initially resorted to witchcraft to harm her, then attempted to burn the ancestral hall, and just yesterday, even threatened to harm her with a knife. Qi Yuan's responses had merely escalated. He refrained from further words, rising in irritation, even if I were to send you. Do you possess the ability to contend with her? Wake up. With that, he departed the room, encountering Lu Zhong waiting in the courtyard, and sternly instructed, keep a close watch on the young master. If he dares to leave this place again, whoever is responsible will face severe consequences. Lu Zhong hurriedly acknowledged, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The Qi family was undergoing tremendous upheaval, and the Prince Qi's residence was no exception. Steward Su cautiously accompanied the prince, softly advising, Your Highness, do not be too disheartened. The noble consort is here. She will surely ensure you are not wronged. Corruption was indeed a grave matter. Yet Prince Qi handled affairs with caution, ensuring that such funds would not end up in his own pockets, but rather under the banner of Changshu Zhan. Even the Baodong Bank was operated by Changshu Zhan's elder brother. While the losses seemed significant, they were not insurmountable. With the noble consort within the palace, external family support, and the favor of Emperor Yangchang, these troubles would eventually pass. Prince Qi remained silent, holding a wooden puppet that appeared rather comical. After a moment, his carving knife slipped, and the puppet's head abruptly broke off, rolling away. In a chilling tone, he inquired, Where is Su Tongzhou? Chapter 86:10 kills. The tone of Prince Qi was chillingly severe, causing even the ever-watchful eunuch Su to shudder involuntarily, cautiously observing the prince's countenance. Your Highness, it has only been 10 days. They likely have not yet arrived, he ventured. The journey from the capital to Jiangxi, even at a swift pace, would require no less than 20 days. However, Prince Qi paid no heed to such concerns. He hurled the carving knife and the doll onto the floor. The name Qi Yuan glaringly illuminated on the back of the doll. Suppressing his fury, he coldly declared, I do not wish to hear this. Have him expedite his efforts. What makes Qi Yuan so formidable? That wretch. He must witness, piece by piece, the demise of the Xie family. In his previous life, that scoundrel had concealed himself for so long, having murdered members of the Xie family, only to strike when Prince Qi was at his zenith. In this life, he would ensure that the wretch would once again behold the Xie family's downfall. What was killing to her? She merely took lives one by one. Yet he had the capacity to annihilate entire clans. This was the privilege and power of his royal lineage. What could they do but accept their fate? She too would meet her end. Eunuch Su quickly assured and comforted him. Rest assured, Your Highness, Su Tongzhou has always been reliable in his duties. With your orders, he will not dare to be negligent. Prince Qi acknowledged with a grunt, rising to squint. Go arrange it. I wish to see Qi Zhen. To see Qi Zhen? Eunuch Su was somewhat perplexed, unsure why the prince suddenly desired to see Qi Zhen. However, noting the prince's dark expression, he dared not inquire further and could only respond in a hushed tone. He hurried outside, just as Jin Bao entered, lowering his head to speak softly to Prince Qi. Your Highness, the Baodong Bank has been surrounded by the Jin Wei. The Baodong Bank had illicitly issued loans, and when debtors failed to repay on time, they resorted to coercing families to sell their children, leading to significant uproar. Previously, no one dared to lodge a complaint, but now that Minister Zhan had been apprehended, the censors were clamoring to report on the matter, igniting a considerable scandal. With a crash, Prince Qi hurled a solid gold paperweight across the table, reprimanding coldly, "Get out. All of you, get out." Jin Bao, with a pained expression, retreated hastily, almost stumbling in his rush. Just as he was about to flee, he heard Prince Qi call, "Come back." Jin Bao had no choice but to re-enter, kneeling and remaining motionless on the floor. Prince Qi inquired in a flat tone, "How long has Minister Zhang been inside?" Jin Bao lowered his voice, reporting to Your Highness, he has been inside for a day and a night. Silence enveloped the room. After a moment, Prince Qi remarked dismissively, "That is sufficient time. Let him suffer less. He may depart in peace." Minister Zhang knew more than just the affairs of the Baotong Bank. Now in the hands of Xiao Yunting, escape was impossible, and he might divulge secrets best left unspoken. The prince's intent was unmistakable. It was a matter of silencing him. Jin Bao nodded in understanding. "Your Highness is correct. Minister Zhang's health is already frail. How could he withstand the various tortures? Such a pity." Prince Qi waved his hand dismissively. Jin Bao sighed in relief, stepping outside to dab at his brow with a handkerchief. At that moment, Eunuch Su passed by, and Jin Bao quickly approached, whispering, "Master," the prince indicated, mimicking a gesture across his throat. Eunuch Su was taken aback. Minister Zhang was a trusted confidant of the prince. He had assumed the prince would grant him a reprieve. Yet, since the decision had been made, there was no point in lamentation. He replied, "Then why delay? Ensure the task is executed efficiently." Meanwhile, Qi Yuan awaited someone at a tea house. Baiji poured tea for her and quietly asked, "Miss, will the prince come?" Previously, Qi Yuan had sent Shunzi to deliver a message to Lu Jing, as this was their agreed method of communication. However, just the day before, Qi Yuan had parted ways with Xiao Yunting on less than amicable terms. Moreover, the prince had been the one to suffer loss. She felt that Qi Yuan had likely offended him greatly, leaving her uncertain if he would truly arrive. But reality proved her concerns unfounded. For scarcely had Qi Yuan taken her seat when Xiao Yunting appeared. Upon seeing him, Baishi could not suppress a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the prince appeared magnanimous, showing no signs of resentment. Xiao Yunting regarded Qi Yuan with a smile, genuine happiness illuminating his expression, though he could not pinpoint the source of his joy. He felt an undeniable thrill at Qi Yuan's summons. He pondered how best to placate the sharp and sensitive young lady, only to find her approaching him of her own accord. Thus, he could not help but inquire cheerfully, "Might I ask what brings Miss Qi to seek my presence?" "To deliver a favor." Qi Yuan smiled faintly, embodying none of the fury she had displayed the previous night. She had fully composed herself, cheerfully stating, "Your Highness, Minister Zhang has died. You may now visit the Yihong courtyard outside the city and seek a girl named Hong Xiao. You may find unexpected rewards." The smile on Xiao Yunting's face faltered. He processed the news in silence before pursing his lips and asking, "Where did you obtain this information?" "Miss Qi, I have just emerged from the Dali Temple. Your news is clearly unfounded." "Your Highness, unfounded rumors do not arise without cause," Qi Yuan replied calmly, lifting her cup to gaze at him. "I hold grudges, and thus Minister Zhang could have been spared. However, I believe it is better that he is gone." Xiao Yunting was momentarily stunned. He could not decipher Qi Yuan's meaning. What did she imply by stating that Minister Zhang could have been spared? Did she genuinely believe he would perish? Yet, he could not dismiss her words lightly, so he called out, "Bao Bao." Bao Bao promptly entered, hastily greeting Qi Yuan, who smiled in return. Xiao Yunting regarded Qi Yuan's countenance, his expression impassive as he commanded Bao Bao, "Go to the Dali Temple and ascertain Minister Zhang's current condition." What more could Minister Zhang's state be? Bao Bao was perplexed, but, seeing Xiao Yunting's insistence, hurriedly complied and exited. Xiao Yunting inhaled deeply, asking, "What is truly occurring, Miss Qi?" Qi Yuan coldly smirked. "It is nothing of consequence. Prince Qi intends to eliminate Minister Zhang to silence him. That scoundrel is no good. The sooner he departs this world, the better. Hence, I did not intervene. That is the situation." She looked at Xiao Yunting, emphasizing, "One could say he died by my hand." Chapter 87. The scoundrel. Xiao Yunting gazed quietly at Qi Yuan for a moment before suddenly inquiring, "Miss Qi, do you have any matters to attend to?" Upon seeing Qi Yuan shake her head, he exhaled softly and nodded. "Since Miss Qi has no pressing engagements, shall we pay a visit to the Yihong courtyard together?" Baiji, who had been attending to them, could not ignore his proposal to take Qi Yuan to the Yihong courtyard. She lowered her voice, saying, That might not be appropriate. After all, it is a brothel." As soon as the words left her lips, her face flushed crimson. For such places were indeed scandalous for virtuous women, let alone the prospect of entering one. Miss Qi, after all, was a member of the Marquis' household. While her conduct often diverged from that of a typical noble lady, should word of her visiting a brothel spread, it would severely tarnish her reputation. Xiao Yunting paid no heed to Bai Ji, merely awaiting Qi Yuan's response. After a brief silence, Qi Yuan smiled and replied, "Very well." Bai Ji, alarmed, clutched Qi Yuan's arm tightly, and even as they boarded the carriage, she anxiously implored, "Miss, the Yihong courtyard is truly not a respectable place." Having been sold to the Marquis' household, she had naturally heard whispers of the Yihong courtyard's infamous reputation. Many girls, upon learning they were to go there, would rather leap into a well. With a quivering voice, she explained to Qi Yuan, "Miss, many sisters who entered the Yihong courtyard ended up suffering from diseases and perishing. It is certainly not a place of good repute. Men may visit, but women cannot. If it becomes known that you went there, even as the esteemed miss of the Marquis' household, you would be engulfed in scandal." The longer Bai Ji accompanied Qi Yuan, the more she cherished her mistress. While Qi Yuan appeared fierce, she was, in truth, the most agreeable to serve. She never meddled unnecessarily nor abused her status to oppress others, treating them as equals. Unlike any other master in the Marquis' household, when Lian Xiao was injured, she specifically sought Xiao Yunting's assistance, inviting a physician to tend to Lian Xiao's hand. Human nature is tender, and Bai Ji wished fervently for Qi Yuan to avoid unnecessary peril. Qi Yuan chuckled, patting Bai Ji's hand reassuringly, with His Highness present. "Not a whisper of this will escape, fret not." Although Bai Ji's unease lingered, she had no choice but to acquiesce, her face pale as she nodded. Upon reaching their destination, she followed Qi Yuan dutifully from the carriage. Though the Yihong courtyard lay outside the city, its decor rivaled that of any city tavern. As the lights began to twinkle, the establishment was adorned with countless lanterns, glowing brilliantly under the moonlight, resembling a bustling paradise. Xiao Yunting did not allow Qi Yuan to reveal herself. He directly dispatched Bao Bao and Lu Jin with silver to the madam, guiding the carriage to the back courtyard, where Qi Yuan alighted. At that moment, it was the hour for brothels to welcome guests, and the Yihong courtyard was bustling with patrons entering in droves. Xiao Yunting sat quietly in a private room, fanning himself as the heavy fragrance in the air became somewhat overwhelming. He furrowed his brow and asked Qi Yuan, "Miss Qi, why did you insist on coming here?" Before he could finish, Qi Yuan suddenly gestured for silence. Soon after, a loud clang echoed as someone struck the gong at the entrance, followed by a dozen girls being pushed onto the stage, while the madam began to call out prices with great enthusiasm. This scene only heightened Xiao Yunting's discomfort, causing him to shift restlessly in his seat. "Miss Qi, there is nothing of interest here." Qi Yuan fixed her gaze upon Xiao Yunting for a moment, making him feel uneasy. "Why do you look at me like that?" he questioned. Qi Yuan remained silent, lost in thought. In her past life, she had been cast aside in this very place, forced by the madam to serve after her hands and face were cleaned and her leg healed. She had once believed she would live her life like the girls here, serving clients, falling ill, being abandoned, and eventually tossed into a nameless grave. She was well aware of the grim realities Bai Ji had described, having witnessed the tragic fates of numerous girls. It was Xiao Yunting who had saved her when he saw her with a hairpin, ready to take her vengeance on a client. However, those were merely remnants of the past. Regaining her composure, she stood and declared to Xiao Yunting, "Allow me to show you something extraordinary." Bao Bao and Lu Jin had long since been unable to contain their curiosity. They were astonished when His Highness expressed a desire to visit the Yihong courtyard, for he had never frequented such disreputable places, let alone accompanied the esteemed miss of the Yongping Marquis' household. Now, witnessing Qi Yuan seemingly intent on more than merely exploring the brothel, they felt puzzled. Lu Jin whispered, "What does Miss Qi truly intend?" Yet Xiao Yunting exhibited no hesitation. Upon Qi Yuan rising, he promptly followed suit. Like someone acquainted with the establishment, Qi Yuan led him down the stairs, through the grand hall of the first floor, and into the back courtyard. Bao Bao and Lu Jin remained on the second floor, tending to Bai Ji. Xiao Yunting was taken aback to observe Qi Yuan's remarkable familiarity with the layout, as she navigated effortlessly without needing to glance at the path. He squinted, about to inquire, when Qi Yuan suddenly grasped his wrist. Startled by the sudden grip, Xiao Yunting stiffened. However, Qi Yuan paid no mind, leading him around a corner and crouching behind a pillar, from where they could clearly see a row of houses in the back courtyard. At that moment, Xiao Yunting ceased to question Qi Yuan about what she wished to show him, for he witnessed several empty carts arriving, laden with girls who lay haphazardly atop them, resembling lambs awaiting slaughter. Under the night's veil, everything transpired naturally and discreetly. A beauty clad in a crimson gown casually fanned herself, inquiring, "Where did this batch of goods come from? They seem rather lacking in quality." The ruffians delivering the girls chuckled lewdly, uttering vulgarities, and brazenly remarked, "We want the young ones, and they must look good. Acquiring these two-legged sheep is becoming increasingly difficult. It's commendable that you managed to procure these. Your establishment is certainly not as swift in disposing of the others." As they spoke, a stout man with a prominent mole on his face exclaimed, "Miss Hongxiao, we are all risking our necks to assist you. Where else could we find such fine goods?" Xiao Yunting cast a glance at Qi Yuan, realization dawning upon him. This woman was indeed Hongxiao. Chapter 88 Annihilation. After a lengthy negotiation, Red Xiao finally dismissed several ruffians. She stepped forward to glance at the girls, disdainfully waved her fan, and stepped back, covering her mouth and nose. "Clean them up. Keep a close watch in the coming days to prevent any unfortunate incidents." The people below were accustomed to her commands, hastily agreeing. As Red Xiao prepared to depart, a girl from the cart suddenly awakened, leaping down to tightly grasp Red Xiao's leg. "Sister, I was abducted. I implore you, have mercy and let me go. I have a father and mother and younger siblings." Red Xiao squatted down with a slight smile, seemingly filled with pity. What a wretched child. Upon hearing this, the girl broke into tears, her heart swelling with hope. "Sister, please let me go. I will forever remember your great kindness." However, the smile on Red Xiao's face abruptly vanished. Her sharp nails gripping the girl's chin, her expression laced with mockery, as if no one is parents. "Since you screamed the loudest, you must be in the best spirits. Clean yourself up and get ready to entertain clients, for we do not harbor idlers here." Her swift change of demeanor was astonishing, leaving the girl stunned as she was pulled away by those nearby. Xiao Yunting's expression darkened. He was no fool and understood the implications. The pleasure quarters also adhered to the principle of consent, at least outwardly. To purchase someone required adherence to certain rules and documentation. Yet, it was evident that the Yihong courtyard was engaged in the illicit trade of human trafficking, a grave offense. Noticing his distraction, Qi Yuan coldly smirked. "Your Highness, are you finding this unbearable?" Xiao Yunting regained his composure and inquired solemnly. "This Yihong courtyard belongs to Zhan Wenhui, does it not?" He recalled Qi Yuan's venomous tone when mentioning Zhan Wenhui earlier, and connecting that with her request to find Red Xiao, he grasped her intentions. Zhan Wenhui was an official of the court, hailing from a prestigious literary background, a paragon of purity. Such a figure, running a brothel, trafficking people, and coercing the virtuous into prostitution, was indeed despicable. As Qi Yuan had said, he truly deserved death. He believed Qi Yuan was excessively merciful. How could she think that allowing the Prince of Qi to silence him was akin to her committing the act? He coldly remarked, "This is far too lenient." Qi Yuan felt a sardonic laugh rising, but could not muster it, lowering her gaze as she led him down to the corridor on the first floor. Amidst the comings and goings of the brothel, they were not particularly conspicuous, especially with Qi Yuan appearing quite familiar with the place, skillfully evading the patrolling guards. She guided Xiao Yunting to a few small courtyards behind the Yihong courtyard, leaning against a jujube tree in the shadows, whispering, "Your Highness, do you think the scene you just witnessed was a hell on earth?" Xiao Yunting's expression grew stern. "So, is this truly it?" "Indeed," Qi Yuan sighed wearily, gesturing to the courtyard ahead. "The girls you just saw are mostly under 12 years old. They will not be sent out to entertain clients." Xiao Yunting's heart jolted. Qi Yuan turned to fixate on him, enunciating each word. "These young girls are what Zhan Wenhui uses to please those adults who favor such children. Some are in the Ministry of Revenue, others in the Transport Department. Anyone useful to them can partake in this depravity. After all, they are merely worthless girls." At this juncture, she felt a dull ache in her heart. Why must the Prince of Qi be killed? Of course, it was because he deserved it. This lofty figure, who has always looked down upon the masses from his pedestal, who could extinguish a life as easily as squashing an ant, was the one who truly deserved death. Xiao Yunting felt a shiver under Qi Yuan's penetrating gaze. He swallowed hard and was about to speak when a sudden scream pierced the air, followed by Red Xiao and a throng of people hastily entering a courtyard. Qi Yuan instinctively took a couple of steps forward. However, Red Xiao's side evidently had skilled guards, who immediately turned and barked, "Who goes there?" The situation unfolded too swiftly. Xiao Yunting decisively yanked her back, firmly pressing her head against his chest, confronting the guard with boldness. "Damn it, in this pitch-black night, how is business conducted in your Yihong courtyard?" The guard, adorned in finery and holding a woman in his arms, recognized the scene as one of indulgence and pointed dismissively. This rear area does not accommodate guests. Move along. Just then, Red Xiao called out for people in the small courtyard, and the guard lost interest, turning away. Xiao Yunting exhaled, loosening his grip on Qi Yuan and regarding her. You asked me to find Red Xiao. Qi Yuan led him back to the previous private room, raising an eyebrow as she replied solemnly. It was to urge your highness to seize the opportunity. This corruption case has not affected the Prince of Qi, has it? So let it continue. If this brothel's affairs escalate, even the favored concubine may not be able to shield the prince. Indeed, this matter was of great significance. Should it gain traction, even the favored concubine would face repercussions. However, since Zhang Wenhui was the instigator, the Prince of Qi could easily deflect blame onto him. Xiao Yunting looked at her in confusion. Zhang Wenhui is dead. Any incrimination will naturally fall on the deceased. Qi Yuan chuckled softly. True, Zhang Wenhui is dead. But Red Xiao is still alive. For years, she has been managing the affairs of the Yihong courtyard, and no one knows better than her who Zhang Wenhui's master truly is. Xiao Yunting promptly realized. So you knew full well that the Prince of Qi intended to silence him, yet you remained unresponsive. Precisely because you want the prince to take action? Qi Yuan nodded matter-of-factly. Isn't that only right? Zhang Wenhui was long overdue for his demise, with him gone. It would be a blessing in disguise, forcing Red Xiao to turn against the prince and hold him accountable. Isn't that life worth something? Xiao Yunting immediately instructed Bao Bao. Go inform the magistrate of Baodi, Sun Wenkai, and tell him that the Yihong courtyard is on fire. On fire? Bao Bao was momentarily taken aback. But Lu Jin promptly kicked him, exclaiming, Get going, hurry up. The prince had his ways of igniting that fire. Bao Bao acquiesced, disregarding the logistics of the fire, and hurried off. Qi Yuan slowly surveyed the several courtyards standing silently in the night, her eyes glinting with a chilling light. Chapter 89 Incident by Ji stood anxiously by the window, her heart racing. Outside, the scene was one of dazzling lights and extravagant indulgence, yet to her, this place bore no distinction from hell. Her discomfort escalated when she witnessed a girl being publicly stripped of her garments, prompting an involuntary gasp of horror. Qi Yuan and Xiao Yunting, drawn by her reaction, turned their gaze outside, where the disturbing spectacle unfolded. The brothel was, after all, engaged in the flesh trade. Even the most upscale establishments merely presented a facade of elegance. A truth Xiao Yunting understood all too well. However, witnessing such degradation at Yihong Yuan was indeed a first for him. As an elderly man, perhaps in his 70s, brazenly tore at the clothing of a young girl, Xiao Yunting felt a surge of disgust. Gripping a teacup, he swiftly hurled it towards the man, using his internal energy to ensure it struck the old man's temple with a resounding crash. The man, previously engrossed in his vile act, was instantly knocked unconscious, blood spilling from his head. Freed from his grasp, the young girl scrambled to reclaim her clothing, trembling and sobbing as she huddled beneath a table. The abrupt downfall of the elderly man dampened the spirits of the onlookers, prompting some to jeer. Is this old fool so excited that he has a stroke? Why? He should have just let me have my turn. The murmurs grew louder, and the brothel's enforcers, initially believing the old man had merely succumbed to excitement, began to move in, ready to drag him away. After all, such occurrences were not uncommon in a brothel. However, upon noticing the blood, they quickly realized the gravity of the situation, shouting, Who did this? Qi Yuan slammed the window shut, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Since the chaos has begun, it would be rather fortuitous to demolish this place, Your Highness. Lu Jin, already eager for action, immediately volunteered. I'll go. Damn this wretched place. I'll smash it to smithereens. Qi Yuan shook his head, chuckling softly. There's no need for you to wreak havoc. Instead, I would like to request an important favor from you. An important favor? Lu Jin glanced at Xiao Yunting, who nodded slightly, before turning back to Qi Yuan. What is it, Miss Qi? Please take Bai Ji to a safe location, Qi Yuan said, adjusting her wrist. I will be sure to express my gratitude once my task is complete. Lu Jin hesitated, puzzled by Qi Yuan's intentions. Was it the duty of men to engage in such violent affairs? Why was she, the lady, taking on the role of the aggressor while leaving him to guard a mere maid? Was this not overkill? Yet Xiao Yunting's authoritative gaze compelled Lu Jin to acquiesce, and he responded with a reluctant all right. Xiao Yunting, meanwhile, had seized a colorful ribbon from the side, tossing it onto a nearby lamp. The oil ignited almost instantly, flames roaring to life. While revelry had its place, the moment the fire erupted, Lu Jin grasped Bai Ji's wrist, leading her swiftly out of the room. Racing down the stairs, the commotion below had escalated due to the old man's injury. The brothel keeper yanked the girl by her hair, dragging her from beneath the table, her face twisted in rage. "Is it you? You little wretch? In the business of brothels?" One of the gravest sins was to disrupt the customers. The keeper had no regard for the lives of the girls beneath her. She merely sought a scapegoat to appease the patrons, lest they abandon her establishment. Terrified, the young girl stumbled, trembling and unable to articulate her fear. The keeper, disgusted by the girl's cowardice, struck her twice across the face, preparing to deliver further punishment when suddenly a voice cried out, "Fire! Fire! Fire!" The keeper looked up, her eyes widening as she saw thick smoke billowing from an upstairs room, flames licking at the ceiling. Panic surged within her. She abandoned the girl and barked orders to her enforcers. "What are you standing around for? Put it out." But extinguishing the flames proved a daunting task. Moments later, the inferno grew fiercer, smoke enveloping the entire brothel. No longer could anyone indulge in merriment. Survival instincts kicked in, and the previously reckless patrons fled in chaos, some even abandoning their clothes in the frenzy. The assaulted girl joined the throng, but in the tumult, she was shoved, teetering on the brink of collapse. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, a hand reached out, pulling her back to her feet and guiding her away from the flames. As the wind cleared some of the smoke, she steadied herself and heard a gentle voice beside her. "Do you still have strength?" She looked up to see a girl, not much older than herself, with a look of concern. For reasons she could not fathom, tears threatened to spill, but she suppressed them, nodding vigorously. Gently, Yinyin ruffled her hair and asked softly, "What is your name?" "Qing Tao," the girl replied, her voice trembling with fear. "Good." Yinyin smiled faintly, withdrawing her hand. "Qing Tao, you are safe now. This place will cease to exist." After reassuring Qing Tao and noticing she had nowhere to go, Yinyin instructed her to remain where she was, promising to return, before navigating through the now blazing inferno towards the isolated courtyards at the back. The fire had already roused the occupants of the rear courtyards. Hong Xiao, hurriedly fixing her hair, scolded her subordinates. "Useless. A bunch of good-for-nothings. I specifically warned you to be cautious with fire." Yet scolding was futile now. Suppressing her fury, she began to delegate tasks. "Calm the esteemed guests. Do not alarm them. If they choose to leave, ensure they are escorted out carefully." As she spoke, a dart suddenly struck the neck of one of her enforcers, splattering blood across her face. Chapter 90, The Abandoned Piece. Everything transpired with astonishing rapidity, yet it was sufficient for Hong Xiao to react. She swiftly seized her maid and pulled her in front of herself as a shield. The second dart struck the maid squarely in the shoulder. An assassination attempt. Hong Xiao commanded her subordinates with a fierce urgency. "Are you all fools? Extinguish the lanterns at once." Lighting lanterns in the dark of night, isn't that inviting death? The lanterns were promptly extinguished, and she rolled to the ground, seeking refuge behind a towering banyan tree, her expression grave. The henchmen surrounding her were momentarily bewildered. What is happening?" Hong Xiao's countenance darkened ominously. "It seems the fire ahead was no accident. Someone has deliberately come to harm us." Her expression was so stormy, it seemed she could weep. The henchman, equally perplexed, queried, "Aunt, who would dare to do this? Our Yihang courtyard has operated for so many years without anyone daring to disturb us." Indeed, the audacity of certain individuals often stemmed from genuine power. The Yihang courtyard could conduct its illicit trade so brazenly due to the backing of the Qi Wangfu, which rendered even the local officials powerless and unwilling to provoke them. Not only did they refrain from confrontation, but the officials also had to pay their respects and acknowledge their authority upon assuming office. In such a place, who would dare? Before she could fully grasp the situation, a whistling sound pierced the air. With her keen instincts, she turned just in time to see an arrow narrowly graze her scalp. Such remarkable accuracy. Even she could not suppress her shock, and she coldly instructed her henchmen, "Protect me as we escape." Before her words had fully escaped her lips, several arrows were loosed, and two of her henchmen fell silently to the ground, struck. These assailants were truly intent on taking lives. Who would dare? The composure Hong Xiao usually maintained vanished without a trace, replaced by a torrent of questions. As long as the prince was present, it seemed illogical that anyone would dare to move against the Yihang courtyard without weighing the consequences. Moreover, the attackers did not appear to be officials but rather assassins. The thought of killing to silence flashed through her mind, sending a shiver down her spine. No, that could not be. How could Zhang Wenhui treat her this way? As long as Zhang Wenhui remained, this place was a veritable treasure trove. The Qi Huang could never sever his own source of income. Then, could it be the enemies of the prince? A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind as she silently altered her course, propelling herself toward the distance. Once she escaped the courtyard into the throngs of people fleeing in panic, it would be difficult for them to single her out again. She moved with agility, akin to a swift cat, grasping a tree branch to propel herself upward toward the wall. Yet, despite her speed, someone moved even faster. She felt a tight grip on her ankle as she was forcefully yanked downward. Amid the cacophony of voices outside, someone shouted, "The officials are coming. The officials are here." Hong Xiao's heart sank, an overwhelming urge to retch. Within the Yihang courtyard today were Lord Wang from the Transport Office and Lord Qian, the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Revenue. If they were to be recognized, the situation would grow dire. As this realization surged within her, a wave of hatred engulfed her. She swiftly drew a hairpin from her head and slashed it across her ankle. However, the assailant reacted with remarkable speed, instantly loosening their grip, causing her to plummet heavily to the ground. Yet, even so, she seized the opportunity, flipping over and launching herself at the assailant, pinning them beneath her. She instinctively drove the hairpin downward. However, she could not press it through. The assailant swiftly twisted her elbow, sending a jolt of pain through her arm, rendering it powerless. Time was fleeting. Qi Yuan, concealed in the shadows, chuckled softly, flipping her back beneath him, a smug smile gracing his lips. Zhang Wenwei is as naive as a chick. I did not foresee his beloved would be such a fierce character. Hong Xiao, filled with rage, struggled fiercely. Who are you? Do you truly not know who I am? Qi Yuan tightened his grip around her throat, his gaze as cold as a venomous serpent. Zhang Wenwei figured out my identity in an instant. Upon hearing Zhang Wenhui's name, a wave of unease washed over Hong Xiao. Who are you really? After committing a misdeed, you still dare to question my identity? Qi Yuan grasped the fallen golden hairpin and slowly traced it across her face. Such a pity. You have actually done much for the prince. This grand Yihang courtyard has provided the prince with countless benefits and intelligence over the years. So, she was indeed dealing with someone from the Qi Huang. A tempest of emotions surged within Hong Xiao, fear, confusion, and fury, all clawing at her heart. She felt her scalp tingle with dread. Why? Indeed, why? Zhang Wenwei had been the prince's confidant, strategizing for him over the years, accomplishing so much. And she, having managed the Yihang courtyard without error, had undoubtedly earned the prince over 1,000,000 taels of silver. Why, then, would the prince wish to kill her? Foolish as a pig, Qi Yuan scoffed, his tone chilling. That imbecile Zhang Wenwei, using the corrupt funds from the Baodong Bank to fund the grain transport, has brought the prince into disrepute with the emperor. He dies, and the prince can preserve his reputation. As for you vermin lurking in the shadows, you must not be exposed, otherwise it would ruin the prince's grand plans. Zhang Wenwei is dead? Hong Xiao's face turned pale, the events of the day unfolding too swiftly for her to comprehend. Zhang Wenwei was dead. Yet, the assassins and the flames reminded her that this was all too real. Yes, she had to admit to herself. This was typical of the Qi Huang's methods, decisive and thorough, leaving no room for error. How absurd. How absurd. Zhang Wenwei had devoted himself entirely to the prince, even flouting the sage's words to establish brothels, all for the sake of the Qi Huang's grand aspirations. Yet, when the moment came, the Qi Huang showed no hesitation in discarding him like a mere pawn. The Qi Huang, in a sudden burst of desperation, she scattered a pouch of powdered medicine from her sleeve, momentarily blinding the assassin before seizing the opportunity to leap over the wall and vanish. Qi Yuan found himself enveloped in the powder, his eyes stinging painfully. At that opportune moment, Xiao Yunting appeared, extending a hand with a handkerchief. Here, wipe your eyes, assassin. Chapter 91. Special Qi Yuan grasped the cloth and gradually wiped away the medicinal powder clinging to her eyes. At first, Xiao Yunting appeared at ease, but as Qi Yuan fell silent, he became increasingly restless. Fortunately, the courtyard had a well, and he hurried to wet the cloth, unable to resist pulling Qi Yuan back as she attempted to leave. Confused, she turned to look at him. The powder on her face had not been entirely removed, rendering her vision somewhat blurry, with a sharp pain at the corners of her eyes. Her face was flushed with redness. Xiao Yunting had intended to jest, but under her gaze, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. How much suffering must this young girl have endured to be shaped into such a resilient figure? The medicinal powder, even from a distance, was suffocating, yet Qi Yuan, with her eyes coated, remained silent, not uttering a single complaint of pain. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, You have yet to clean the powder from your eyes. How can you go about killing? He extended the damp cloth to her. Yinyin promptly seized the cloth and wiped her eyes, finding relief almost immediately. She earnestly replied to Xiao Yunting, "There is no need to kill. Who else is there to slay?" Her fingers hesitated briefly before she continued softly, "Your Highness, you have witnessed today's events. These girls are pitiable souls. To be cast adrift in a brothel is misfortune enough, especially in a place as egregious as Yinyin Courtyard. Even if these girls gain freedom now, it is but fleeting. Their future remains uncertain. They must have a place to settle. But there are too many of them, and at present, I lack the means to provide." She lifted her gaze to Xiao Yunting, a rare hesitance in her eyes. It was clear to her that this request, even for him, posed a challenge. Xiao Yunting understood her unspoken words, and after a moment's silence, he furrowed his brow and said, "This matter has escalated. The authorities bear responsibility for allowing such places to exist. I shall present a request before the emperor to provide these girls with some silver, allowing them to choose whether to return to respectable lives. Achieving this would be commendable." Yinyin sighed in relief, sincerely thanking Xiao Yunting. He, however, felt somewhat unaccustomed to her gratitude. He gazed deeply into her eyes and suddenly inquired, "Why are you so familiar with this place? It is as if you have spent a considerable time here before." Yinyin chuckled lightly and playfully responded, "Did I not tell you, Your Highness? I have lived once more. Consider this my previous visit." Xiao Yunting found himself speechless, following her outside to find Qingtao. The sight of Yinyin brought forth an immediate outburst of tears from Qingtao, who had only recently been sold to Yinyin Courtyard. Daily abuse and scorn had left her bewildered, unsure how to return to a normal life, let alone where to go next. Yinyin took her hand, noting the chill in her limbs, and pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you wish to go home?" "I have no home," Qingtao cried, tears streaming down her face. "My own father sold me. I no longer have a home. Returning would only mean being sold again." Listening intently, Yinyin contemplated before suggesting, "Then why not stay at my estate for a time?" It was not out of mere kindness. Encountering such a plight rendered her unable to stand idly by as individuals face despair. She had slain those who sought to harm her. Yet this did not make her a heartless fiend. Given a second chance at life, she understood the importance of kindness and virtue, though her enemies were excluded from this sentiment. Qingtao expressed her heartfelt gratitude and agreed. Yinyin arranged for a trustworthy individual to escort Qingtao to the Yinyin estate in the outskirts of the capital. As dawn broke, Baiji, who had not closed her eyes since Lu Jin took her away, feared that something might happen to Yinyin. Upon her return, Baiji could no longer contain her tears. Yinyin chuckled, patting her shoulder with a smile. "Rest assured, with His Highness present, nothing untoward can occur." Xiao Yunting silently scoffed. He could not comprehend his significance to her. However, there was no time for idle banter. The fire at Yinyin Courtyard had ignited and could not be extinguished simply. He signaled for Bai Bao and instructed in a low voice, "Apply pressure on the county magistrate of Baodi. They must exert all efforts to capture the escaped criminal, Hong Xiao." After a moment, he added, "Be prepared to keep a close watch on her. She must not perish, yet her suffering should not cease either. Do you understand?" Last night, it was impossible for Yinyin to have genuinely been entranced by Hong Xiao. After all, he was nearby, ensuring her safety. Their intent had been to allow Hong Xiao to escape. As the beloved of Zhang Wenwei, who had neglected his wife for years in favor of her, Hong Xiao was bound to react fiercely upon learning of Zhang Wenwei's demise, especially with the destruction of Yinyin Courtyard looming. After the incident escalated, she would become the most formidable weapon. Though Bai Bao typically exuded a carefree demeanor, he understood the gravity of the situation without needing further reminders, promptly agreeing to the plan. Only then did Xiao Yunting turn to Yinyin. After a night of turmoil, her attire was far from neat, and her hair was disheveled. Clearing his throat, he recalled an urgent matter. "You did not return home last night. Your family." Yinyin raised an eyebrow and regarded him matter-of-factly. "Your Highness, my absence last night was due to your invitation to accompany me to Yinyin Courtyard. Therefore, it is your responsibility to resolve this matter. After all, an absence of this nature for a woman from a respectable household was no trivial matter." Although she was unafraid, she wished to avoid the chaos of speculation and inquiries. Moreover, it was a predicament of Xiao Yunting's making, and he ought to address it. Xiao Yunting did not evade responsibility. He nodded and, indeed, personally escorted Yinyin home. By this time, Yinyin's father and the old Marquis were frantic. Yinyin's father, unable to contain his anger, exclaimed, "I have been far too lenient with her. She truly is incorrigible." The old Marquis remained more composed, observing his son's agitation with a frown. Enough. What use is your flailing about? She is not an ordinary young lady. This you have known all along. Chapter 92 Mastery. Yinyin sighed deeply, a touch of melancholy washing over him as he sank wearily into a chair, rubbing his temples. Father, she is indeed exceptional, but the remainder of his sentence remained unuttered, yet both father and son understood its implications. She was extraordinarily unique. Yet that uniqueness rendered her unpredictable and difficult to manage. A headstrong, capable young lady, who defied conventional expectations and was ungovernable, posed a challenge that left many at a loss for how to proceed. Just as the old Marquis was about to speak, Lu Zhong hurried in to report that Qi Yuan had returned. Yinyin sprang to his feet. The anger he had only just managed to suppress flaring back to life as he awaited Qi Yuan's entrance, sneering coldly. So you finally chose to return? What do you think this family is? Over the past few days, Yinyin had harbored resentment towards Qi Yuan. Though she was intelligent, capable, and undeniably talented, her sharp tongue and formidable skills often led to friction. Her mother disdained her, prompting Qi Yuan to act as if her mother did not exist, leaving the latter bedridden with fury. When her elder brother attempted to chastise her, it was he who ended up nursing two lost teeth, now speaking with a lisp. This girl was, quite frankly, a force of nature, leaving her father perplexed and uncertain of how to handle her. However, before Yinyin could voice his frustrations, he heard a cough. It was then that he noticed the figure accompanying Qi Yuan. Initially overlooked, he now recognized that it was none other than His Highness, the King of Jing, who had returned Qi Yuan. Yinyin immediately rose and knelt in respect. I pay my respects to your Highness. I was unaware of your esteemed presence, and I apologize for my failure to offer a proper welcome. The old Marquis also quickly stood. The two exchanged astonished glances, both taken aback. Though Qi Yuan had previously urged them to abandon their allegiance to the King of Qi in favor of the Crown Prince, they had been unaware of just how close her ties to the King of Jing had become. The fact that he had personally escorted her home suggested they had spent the entire evening together. Yinzin's expression turned a shade of pale, realizing that his daughter's uncontrollable nature could lead to countless troubles in the future. Xiaoyanning observed their reactions, well aware of their thoughts, and smiled gently. There is no need for alarm, old Marquis and Marquis. Last evening, the Princess Royal invited Miss Qi to the mountain for companionship, and I have accompanied her back today. The old Marquis felt a wave of relief wash over him. The explanation of spending the night with the Princess Royal was a plausible one, indicating that Qi Yuan was not entirely dismissive of propriety. He cast a sidelong glance at his son, gratefully acknowledging Xiaoyanting. The prince, sensing no further need to linger, took his leave. Once he departed, Yinyin regarded Qi Yuan with a complex expression. I recognize your talents and understand that you are unlike ordinary young ladies. Yet one must navigate a world where scrutiny and judgment are unavoidable. Do not underestimate the weight of public opinion. Remember, words can forge gold or destroy bones. Surprisingly, Qi Yuan did not contest his words, softly acquiescing. Her rare compliance left Yinyin momentarily speechless, and seeing her travel-weary demeanor, he merely waved her off to freshen up. The old Marquis remained silent for a moment before suddenly asking, what do you suppose she was up to last night? It was inconceivable that they would believe Qi Yuan had simply spent time with the Princess Royal. That was merely a fade presented by her to indicate she had powerful backing. After a moment of contemplation, Yinyin could not deduce Qi Yuan's true activities. Fortunately, he did not have to ponder for long, for upon visiting the Ministry of War, he learned of a grave incident that had transpired at the Yihong courtyard on the outskirts of town. A devastating fire had claimed the life of a fifth-rank transport official and severely injured a deputy in charge of the armory. Such an event had never before occurred in the history of the nation. Following the blaze, numerous women cried out in despair, claiming they had been forced into prostitution, coerced into selling their bodies against their will. The uproar was immense, with censors openly condemning the Shuntian prefecture and the Baodi County authorities for their negligence. Allowing such a den of vice to exist on the outskirts, where countless virtuous young women had been sold and their lives ruined, all while they remained oblivious. The usually unyielding iron censors did not hold back in denouncing the magistrate of Baodi County as culpable. The situation escalated, unearthing a plethora of past grievances. Some pointed out that the Yihong courtyard had faced numerous complaints before, all of which had been suppressed. Others revealed that young women had previously traveled to the capital to petition the emperor, only to be intercepted and imprisoned by the magistrate of Baodi County, some even perishing in captivity. Emperor Yongchang was furious and ordered the Jinyue to conduct a thorough investigation, bypassing the usual channels and omitting the 3 departments from the proceedings. As the news spread, the king of Qi seethed with rage, his eyes blazing as he glared at Jinbao, his voice icy. "What did you say?" Jinbao trembled. His nerves frayed as he stammered. "Your Highness, we cannot locate Miss Hong Xiao." The king of Qi slammed his fist onto the table in fury. Eunuch Su hurried in, alarmed to find Jinbao trembling like a quail, and though his heart raced, he quickly stepped forward to placate the king. "Your Highness, please do not be agitated. This matter will likely only involve Lord Zhan." The king of Qi snorted derisively. Despite his anger, his mind was clear. He understood that the crux of the issue lay with Hong Xiao. With Zhan Wenhui deceased, she possessed numerous ledgers. Who knew what potentially damning evidence she might hold? At this critical juncture, he could not afford to be entangled in these matters any longer. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his rage. Fixing a cold gaze upon Eunuch Su, "Dispatch personnel. Should you locate Hong Xiao, show no mercy." Eunuch Su immediately grasped his intent, his expression grave as he acknowledged the order. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan was engaged in a solitary game of chess. Placing a black piece down and coldly smirking, what assassin could rival the king of Qi's own envoy? She refrained from taking lethal action, knowing that should the situation escalate, the king would undoubtedly opt to silence Hong Xiao. As someone who would not remain passive, Hong Xiao would not take risks unless she was certain of the king's intentions. However, once it became clear that the king intended to eliminate her, she would be the one to strike the hardest. Qi Yuan awaited the unfolding of events, curious whether the king of Qi would continue to enjoy the Emperor Yongchang's favor as he had in a past life. Chapter 93. Bitten to death. The events of this night surpassed all that Hong Xiao had experienced in her first 20 years of life combined. Despite having witnessed countless occurrences in the capital over the years, nothing could compare to the heart-stopping events of this evening. The winter river was icy and piercing. She splashed water on her face, sending a shiver coursing through her entire being before leaning against a mound of earth and exhaling slowly. The wounds on her neck and face still throbbed with pain, and the memory of being pinned down by that girl caused her heart to flutter with lingering fear. She could not have misjudged. That girl was a formidable assassin. She claimed to have been sent by His Highness. His Highness. Hong Xiao closed her eyes briefly, wiping the dampness from her lips, and stood up, adjusting her clothing before swiftly slipping into the woods by the riverbank. Her speed was remarkable, and before dawn broke, she reached a secluded residence at the foot of the mountain. This location, blessed by the warmth of a hot spring, attracted many affluent families seeking a retreat. Although Zhan Wenhui held a modest official title, he was backed by Prince Qi, which afforded him the means to acquire a residence here. Hong Xiao, utterly exhausted, knocked on the door, and someone promptly opened it. Upon seeing her disheveled state, the person gasped in shock. She cast a cold glance at the newcomer and commanded, "Silence. Do not raise an alarm. Ensure no one wanders about. Do not announce my return. Bring me several basins of hot water." The cold was unbearable, and after a night spent in turmoil, her mind felt numb. All she desired was a hot bath. It was not until she emerged from her soak that she felt truly revived and instructed her subordinates to prepare a meal. Qinshi entered, cradling a hand warmer, her expression laced with concern. "Aunt, your arrival at this hour? Has something happened?" Hong Xiao raised an eyebrow and glanced at Qinshi, setting down her steaming bowl to inquire, "Has the master returned recently?" The master she referred to was, of course, Zhan Wenhui. The assassin from the previous night had claimed that he was dead. While a sense of unease stirred within her, she could not bring herself to believe it entirely. Qinshi widened her eyes and shook her head vigorously. "The master has not returned for over half a month. He has not even sent word." Hong Xiao's bowl slipped from her grasp, crashing onto the table and splattering broth everywhere. Qinshi gasped and rushed forward to wipe the table, anxiously checking Hong Xiao's hands. "Aunt, are you all right?" Hong Xiao, known for her delicate skin and meticulous self-care, understood the potential chaos that would ensue if she were to scald her hand. Yet, at that moment, she had no time to dwell on such matters. She pushed Qinshi aside and, filled with a sense of urgency, stood and headed for the door. After a few paces, she turned back to stare at Qinshi. "Have you heard any news of the master lately?" Qinshi, startled by her sudden intensity, shook her head fearfully. Indeed, this residence was a private estate belonging to her and Zhan Wenhui, known only to a select few. Even Qinshi, who served here, was unaware of Zhan Wenhui's true identity. If there were any news, it was unlikely to reach this secluded haven. With a heavy sigh, Hong Xiao turned to leave. But just then, she heard the faintest sound of footsteps above her head. Someone was on the roof. Instantly, every hair on her body stood on end. And she stealthily tensed, gripping the dagger hidden in her sleeve, a precaution she had taken after her bath. Almost simultaneously, the roof tiles shattered, and two cloaked figures descended, charging towards her without uttering a word. Qinshi, taken by surprise, let out a shriek, her face buried in her hands. The two assailants lunged at Hong Xiao with swift blades aimed for her life. She bent backward, narrowly escaping their lethal strikes. Yet, before she could regain her composure, the assassins swiftly turned to attack again, their relentless assault clearly intent on ending her life. In a moment of miscalculation, one of the assassins slashed her shoulder with a sword, leaving a gruesome wound. Clutching her shoulder, filled with rage and despair, she hastily flung her pouch of medicinal powder at them. As the powder clouded their vision, she seized the opportunity to bolt for the door. Fortunately, this house had been established by her and Zhang Wenhui, and she was intimately familiar with every inch of the layout. Using her knowledge of the terrain, she managed to evade her pursuers. However, her own injuries were severe, and blood continued to flow from her arm. After a while, she found refuge in a dark chamber. Gasping for breath, she tore a strip from her garment and gritted her teeth as she bound her wound. A chilling sense of dread washed over her. This situation led her to doubt the assassin's earlier claims. It seemed that Zhang Wenhui had indeed been murdered by Prince Qi, and as one of the agents carrying out his dirty work, she could hardly expect mercy. She had heard Zhang Wenhui speak of Prince Qi's decisiveness and coldness on numerous occasions. One who lacked human emotions would certainly not hesitate to eliminate anyone who posed a threat. She clenched her teeth in determination. Meanwhile, Bao Bao and Lu Jin had been silently observing the two assassins searching for Hong Xiao. Bao Bao's expression was grave. These two have arrived remarkably quickly. Lu Jin, unusually serious, nodded in agreement. Indeed, they are here much sooner than we anticipated. We hadn't even made our move before Prince Qi's people arrived. His speed is astonishing. Yet, there was little reason for celebration. This only indicated that Prince Qi's machinations were more successful than they had imagined. The events had transpired just last night. Hong Xiao had not even had the chance to make an appearance or divulge any information, yet the killers had already come for her. This indicated that Prince Qi's influence was extensive, or perhaps more accurately, that the favored concubine's position within the palace was unassailable. Otherwise, the incident would not have escalated so rapidly. With Bao Bao and Lu Jin intervening, the assassins would surely be unable to locate Hong Xiao, much less silence her. Soon enough, several more groups arrived. Yet Hong Xiao had already anticipated their approach and kept her distance. Bao Bao and Lu Jin watched as she slipped into a hidden passage, exchanging astonished glances. No wonder Qi Yuan had said that merely creating the illusion of Prince Qi's intent to silence her would compel her to retaliate. It appeared that this venomous serpent was far more dangerous than they had anticipated. Chapter 94. The tumultuous waves. Qi Yuan's brilliance knows no bounds. She first created a ruckus at the Yihong Yuan, inciting Xiao Yunning to set it ablaze, a scandal that quickly became the talk of the town. Reaching the capital and igniting the wrath of the emperor, it is inevitable that a thorough investigation will ensue, and who stands to lose the most? Naturally, it is the Prince of Qi. He must eliminate Hong Xiao to silence her. Amidst the swirling truths and deceptions, it seems that in the end, Hong Xiao will undoubtedly conclude that the Prince of Qi orchestrated this murder to eradicate future threats. While venomous snakes burrow to escape, some leisurely spectate the unfolding drama. Qi Yuan sat beneath a floral trellis in the courtyard, engrossed in a book, only rising to greet physician who as he emerged. He hastily averted his gaze and, upon noticing Lin Xiao following closely behind, gravely remarked that the young lady's hand had nearly healed. As the saying goes, injuries to muscles and bones take 100 days to mend, advising her to rest and refrain from heavy labor. Lin Xiao, suppressing her excitement, expressed her gratitude. However, who waved off her thanks, showing no inclination to accept. Qi Yuan, with a smile, motioned for a maid to present a gift box, who raised an eyebrow, evidently displeased. Without even glancing at the box, he dismissed it, feigning a smile as he looked at Qi Yuan. Miss Qi Yuan, the consultation fee has already been settled by someone else. If I were to covet such a trivial amount, would I have come to treat a maid? There are countless individuals waiting for my expertise outside, each clutching their silver notes. How miserly of you, Miss Qi Yuan, to think that money could buy such a grand favor. Qi Yuan merely chuckled, unperturbed, and opened the box. Would you care to take another look, Physician Hu? Initially intending to scoff at the idea, the enticing aroma wafting from the box compelled him to peek inside. Upon discovering 2 jars within, he could not help but twitch his nose and inquire, "What is this?" In her previous life, Yinyin had learned of Hu's penchant for fine wine. With Xiao Yunting having invited him to treat Lian Xiao, she had preemptively arranged for some exquisite wine from Yangzhou, aged underground for 18 years, intending it as a token of gratitude. "This is the famed daughter's red from Yangzhou, meant as a gift to express my gratitude. Indeed, favors must be reciprocated." Given Hu's exquisite medical skills, Yinyin was keen to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Just as she was about to close the box, Hu swiftly snatched it from her grasp, his face breaking into a smile. "Miss, your grace and kindness are truly commendable. I shall graciously accept this daughter's red." With the box in hand, Hu departed with the agility of the wind, prompting Yinyin to advise Lian Xiao, for now, refrain from lifting heavy objects or engaging in strenuous tasks. Lian Xiao, unable to hide her discomfort, replied, "Miss, there isn't much work to do." And now it seems there is none at all. She was at a loss as to whether she was a lady or merely a maid. Yinyin smiled gently. "If there is no work, so be it. Focus on your recovery. Your hand is of utmost importance and must not be jeopardized." Meanwhile, upon returning to the imperial hospital, Hu was summoned to the palace. Noticing the insignia of the messenger, he inquired, "Which esteemed person is unwell?" The eunuch bowed even lower, responding, "It is Her Highness, the imperial concubine." How many imperial concubines could there be in the capital? There was only one. Hu dared not delay. Hu was unaware that this imperial concubine was the emperor's beloved. He leaned closer to ask the chief physician, "Sir, what has transpired?" "The imperial concubine has always been in good health. It has only been a few days since her pulse was stable. Why has she suddenly fallen ill?" The chief physician coughed lightly, narrowing his eyes to caution him. "Be careful. The Jinui have apprehended a woman who claims to have charges against the Prince of Qi. Today, she intends to beat the drum of justice at the palace gates." This matter has escalated significantly. The drum of justice, Hu gasped in shock, rendered momentarily speechless. A woman accusing the Prince of Qi, and to beat the drum of justice. How grave must her grievances be? Why has the Prince of Qi been embroiled in so many troubles lately? First, there were the rumors surrounding Han Yue, the adopted daughter of the Yongping Marquis, followed by her inciting chaos that led to her own demise. Now, the corruption scandal involving the transportation of grain implicated the prince's household. Consequently, the prince had been confined to the palace for self-cultivation, only to find himself embroiled in yet another incident. If that were the case, it would certainly explain the imperial concubine's sudden illness. Hu clicked his tongue in realization, patting his chest as he absorbed the information. Yet, was it only the imperial concubine who required a physician? The Prince of Qi was on the brink of collapse. In a fit of rage, he struck Jin Bao across the face, nearly deafening him, and inquired furiously, "What have you done? What purpose do you serve? A bunch of useless fools." To fail at eliminating a mere Hong Shao despite sending so many assassins. Not only did she escape, but she even made it to the palace gates to beat the drum of justice. After years of spending countless silver to cultivate such incompetence, the prince was consumed by fury. Even eunuchs who dared not intercede, kneeling nearby in silence. Calm down. How could he calm down? The prince felt an overwhelming urge to personally execute this entire band of miscreants. No, he abruptly snapped back to reality. Why? Why has everything he undertook recently gone awry? From the exposure of his connection with Han Yue to the corruption scandal that ensnared him, leading to the sacrifice of Zhang Wenhui and the loss of the Yihong Yuan. None of this could be mere coincidence. The answer was glaringly obvious. Yinyin, she alone knew his secrets, yet he had not anticipated her swiftness. No, how could she act so quickly? Even if she was aware of the Yihong Yuan and Hong Shao, she should lack the means to instigate such turmoil. After all, she was merely an unmarried young lady of the Qiyu family, without wealth or influence. The prince clenched the cup in his hand, only to hurl it away in frustration. No, she was not without resources. What if she had aligned herself with Xiao Yunting? Then, everything would make sense. With Xiao Yunting's assistance and her foreknowledge of past events, she could orchestrate this chaos. The audacity of Yinyin, that wretched woman. She had cornered him into this predicament. Ji Bao, terrified, looked to Eunuch Su, desperately seeking mercy. Chapter 95. Pleading in his heart, Eunuch Su felt a pang of compassion. It was not merely a fade of benevolence. After all, Jin Bao was someone he had nurtured himself. Lacking a son, Jin Bao was akin to one for him. Consequently, gritting his teeth, he mustered the courage to kneel and intercede. Your Highness, now is not the moment for anger. We must consider how to resolve this predicament. How to resolve it. The expression of Prince Qi was as dark as the depths of water, his fury reaching its zenith. Yet this very rage rendered him unnaturally calm. Qi Yuan had set so many traps for him, intent on making him the target of public scorn. But it was not as simple as that. Coldly, he wiped the blood that had trickled from his hand, a result of smashing objects, onto Ji Bao. Then stormed out with a grim countenance. Jin Bao trembled, acutely aware that had his master not uttered that single phrase moments ago, his life would have been forfeit. Having narrowly escaped death, he could not suppress his wails. Eunuch Su swiftly delivered a resounding slap to him, admonishing sharply, "Silence. You wish to throw away this worthless life. Do you?" Once Jin Bao managed to stifle his sobs, Eunuch Su promptly rose, maintaining composure as he commanded, "Clean this place up at once. Let the subordinates handle it as they see fit. The sky will not fall." Indeed, the imperial concubine had managed affairs for many years, and Prince Qi had enjoyed favor for just as long. Although the current crisis was formidable, overcoming it was certainly not insurmountable. Wiping away his tears in haste, Jin Bao nodded in understanding and cautiously got to his feet. Prince Qi hurried into the palace to meet Emperor Yongchang. It was already afternoon. The emperor was in the imperial concubine's chamber, where the 15-year-old Princess Barong was attending to her mother, accompanied by the slightly over 3-year-old Princess Mingqing. Princess Barong occasionally glanced at Emperor Yongchang while caring for her mother. After physician who finished his examination, he was immediately questioned by the emperor. "How's the imperial concubine?" How else could it be? Physician who mused internally, but outwardly he could only respond with caution. "Your Majesty, the imperial concubine is suffering from pent-up anger, which has caused her to expel blood. The blood she has coughed up is, in fact, a favorable sign." Emperor Yongchang waved his hand, instructing him to prepare medicine. Physician who breathed a sigh of relief and swiftly made his way to the side hall to fetch the medicine. Only then did Prince Qi cautiously enter, kneeling on the ground and calling out, "Father." The entire hall fell silent, so quiet that one could almost hear the breath of the imperial concubine lying in bed. The tiled floor of the entire palace gleamed brightly, reflecting the figure of Emperor Yongchang as he approached Prince Qi. Suddenly, he lifted his foot and kicked Prince Qi, sending him sprawling across the floor, unable to rise. Princess Barong gasped, and without hesitation, she pinched her younger sister, causing the 3-year-old Princess Mingqing to burst into tears. Typically, princesses only received titles upon marriage. But these two daughters of the imperial concubine had been given titles at birth, illustrating just how favored she was. Among the two, Princess Mingqing, being the youngest, was especially cherished. As she cried, her sobs softened the initially stern expression of Emperor Yongchang, who, instead of continuing his assault, turned to embrace his tear-streaked daughter. Princess Mingqing clung to her father, weeping and intermittently pleading, "Mother is sick," sobbed. "Father, please do not strike third brother." The little princess nestled in his arms, her voice sweet and innocent, softened even the fiercest ire of Emperor Yongchang, who exhaled slowly, coldly admonishing Prince Qi, "You are even less sensible than a 3-year-old. Princess Barong immediately shot a glance at Prince Qi. He crawled forward, grasping Emperor Yongchang's leg, choking back tears as he proclaimed, "Father, I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Father, I deserve to die." His lamentations prompted Princess Mingqing, who had begun to softly weep, to wail even louder, struggling to get down. "Third brother. Do not cry, do not cry." Princess Barong rushed over, cradling her younger sister in her arms, whispering comforting words. Tears, after all, must be shed at the right moment. A brief bout of weeping elicits sympathy, but prolonged sorrow breeds anger and disdain. Emperor Yongchang, witnessing Baorong's obedience and Mingqing's innocence, found his pent-up rage dissipating. Though he still chastised Prince Qi sternly, "Return to your residence for reflection. Without my command, you are forbidden to step outside the palace." Prince Qi, choking back his sobs, acquiesced, and, kneeling, took a few steps before rising to leave. Princess Barong, concerned, hurried after him, kneeling before Emperor Yongchang with tears in her eyes, still holding Princess Mingqing. She implored, "Father, if third brother has erred in any way, I beseech you, for our sakes, for Mother's sake, grant him a chance to amend his ways." Seeing her sister cry, Princess Mingqing pouted, ready to join in the weeping. Emperor Yongchang, overwhelmed by the sight of the two sisters in tears, felt a headache brewing. Enough. Enough. Rise, both of you rise. The imperial concubine remained unconscious until evening before she finally awoke. When she did, she found Princess Mingxing perched on the edge of the bed, her small figure adorned with two little buns on her head. She coughed softly and asked, "Why is the princess sleeping here?" Responding was the gentle voice of Emperor Yongchang. "She was frightened today and refused to leave, so I had her wait here." The imperial concubine, pale and supported as she sat up, coughed for a moment before disregarding the princess and seeking to apologize. "Your Majesty, it is all my fault." As she spoke, she attempted to kneel. Emperor Yongchang quickly stopped her. "Enough. Why is everyone so eager to kneel?" The imperial concubine, with a haggard smile and shaking her head, replied, "Your Majesty, third brother's actions stem from my poor guidance. I deserve the utmost punishment. I implore your Majesty to mete out justice." With her hair cascading down and a sickly visage, she exuded a vulnerability that rendered her more pitiable than proud. Emperor Yongchang raised a hand to silence her. "This matter has stirred considerable uproar. Admittedly, third brother bears responsibility, regardless of whether he claims ignorance. The deeds were executed by his subordinates. His failure to discipline and discern cannot be overlooked. The Yihang courtyard on the outskirts has forced countless young women into prostitution, and many lives have been lost. This unrest has already sparked public outrage, all stemming from his actions." Chapter 96. Emotion with each word he spoke. The complexion of Consort Lu grew increasingly pale, until her face resembled that of gilded paper. She began to cough incessantly, gasping for breath. "It is all my fault. I have spoiled the third prince. He has become unruly, believing himself to be someone of importance." Tears streamed down her cheeks. Her voice choked with emotion. "If my sister in the heavens were aware that I have raised him in such a manner, she would undoubtedly hold me accountable. How can I face my sister beneath the earth?" The mention of Lady Lu only intensified her weeping. Initially, she stifled her sobs, but eventually, her restraint waned. The Emperor Yongchang's expression darkened as well. He closed his eyes briefly and reprimanded, "What is the purpose of these words? What relation does this have with her?" However, during their exchange, they inadvertently disturbed Princess Mingcheng nearby. Upon awakening, she overheard her parents' conversation, noting her father's harsh tone, which prompted her to cry out, "Father, mother, please do not quarrel. Do not quarrel." The young child's frequent weeping left her eyes red and puffy, resembling those of a rabbit. Consort Lu turned away, unable to articulate her sorrow, silently shedding tears. The emperor embraced Princess Mingcheng, who clung tightly to his neck, and sighed, "Father is not angry, nor is he quarreling with your mother. Rest easy." He gently patted her back and offered a few words of comfort to Consort Lu. "Do not be overly distressed. This matter is merely one woman's account, while others have attested that the true instigator is Zhang Wenhui, with no ties to the Qi prince." At that moment, Hong Xiao burst into the palace gates, beating the drum of denunciation. The affair had indeed escalated significantly. As the civil and military officials were departing, they all heard Hong Xiao's accusations against the Qi prince of murder, coercing individuals into prostitution, and causing loss of life. When the news reached his ears, it would be a lie to claim he was not enraged. How could he remain calm? A prince embroiled in such scandalous affairs, creating a public uproar. As if he wished for the entire world to know he had opened a brothel and was responsible for fatalities. It was utterly disgraceful and unprecedented. He could not possibly hand this matter over to the 3 departments for adjudication. Those bureaucrats were known for their rigid moral integrity, ever eager to seize upon any opportunity to elevate their own notoriety at the expense of the royal family. Engaging with them would mean relinquishing any semblance of peace, as their incessant chatter could drown one in a flood of condemnation, and one could neither strike nor scold them, for they awaited such treatment to bolster their own fame and legacy. Contemplating this, Emperor Yongchang exhaled heavily. Thus, the case was assigned to the Jinyui, who were not beholden to any official bureau and reported solely to the emperor himself. The investigation and its outcome would remain concealed from the public. In essence, the determination of this matter hinged solely upon Emperor Yongchang's decree. The emperor had few sons, and among those favored, only the Qi prince stood out. Before the Qi prince's birth, he often dreamed of Lady Lu. During their early days in Zhangzhou, they had no proper residence and resided in the governor's office. The royal manor was not completed until 3 years later. They were truly a couple forged in adversity, building their estate from nothing, educating the populace, and constructing a harbor. When he finally ascended to the throne, Lady Lu remained merely a consort. To this day, the thought of it caused him heartache. After the Qi prince's birth, his dreams of Lady Lu diminished. Consequently, He began to perceive the Qi prince as the reincarnation of the child they had lost, returned to him as his own. The Qi prince was the child he had held the most. All his unspoken guilt transformed into affection for this child. Consort Lu understood the emperor's sentiments. The efforts and persistence she had invested were now bearing fruit. This was why she endeavored to involve Emperor Yongchang in the Qi prince's upbringing. Affection is cultivated gradually. He had invested so much in this child that he found it increasingly difficult to let go. She gently soothed Princess Mingcheng, pulling her close, while weeping. She declared, "Yet we cannot simply allow him to go unpunished. His behavior is utterly unacceptable. It brings me shame just to think of it." Princess Mingcheng protested. "Do not hit third brother. Do not hit third brother." Consort Lu, flustered, attempted to restrain her, but as the child struggled fiercely, she could not help but swat her backside a few times. "You little imp. What do you know? You only show favoritism towards third brother." Princess Mingcheng wailed, wanting to cry, but upon being pointed at by Consort Lu, she refrained, reaching for the emperor to hold her. "Mother is so mean." The emperor took the child back into his arms, and Princess Mingcheng nestled in, refusing to budge, no matter how much Consort Lu called her. Exasperated, Consort Lu remarked, "This ungrateful child, I do not know what has come over her. She is so attached to you." Emperor Yongcheng beamed with pride, patting his daughter's little head. "Is it not good to be close to me?" He then conferred with Consort Lu. "This matter has escalated significantly, and third brother must learn a lesson. The court is watching. I intend to revoke his title of prince and demote him to a duke." The distinction between a prince and a duke is substantial. Generally, the emperor's sons are princes, and only when a prince has a son does he become a duke. Thus, demoting the Qi prince to a duke constitutes a severe reprimand. A pang of anxiety gripped Consort Lu, and she instinctively clenched her hands, yet outwardly, she revealed nothing. Merely stating, "He has brought this upon himself. Your Majesty has shown mercy. Hopefully, this scoundrel will recognize the gravity of his actions and learn to restrain himself in the future." Seeing her comprehension and lack of resentment, Emperor Yongchang felt satisfied. If he can amend his ways, it will be his blessing. Over the years, the Qi prince had grown increasingly presumptuous, disregarding even the crown prince on multiple occasions. Emperor Yongchang was acutely aware of this, and although he had previously turned a blind eye, the Qi prince had now strayed too far. As a father, he felt compelled to guide his son back onto the right path. The Qi prince was astute. He had no doubt that the Qi prince understood his intentions. Chapter 97. The concubine Prince Qi did not perceive this as a blessing. When Master Xiao once again approached with the imperial edict, a smile plastered across his face, he felt as though the very blood in his veins had run cold. Since childhood, he had been showered with affection, yet the greatest setback he had encountered was the recent marriage decree, mandating him to wed an orphan girl as his princess. However, he had swiftly resolved that issue, for he was a man who could not tolerate even the slightest grain of sand in his eye. Yet now, he found himself demoted to a duke. The distinction between a duke and a prince is but a single character, yet the disparity in status is astronomical. He had not only lost a modest annual income, but also his retinue of guards. Typically, a prince would command a personal army of 30 to 50,000 guards when traveling to his fief, a crucial element for the survival and authority of a feudal lord. In contrast, a duke's retinue would be slashed by more than half, and all accompanying privileges would similarly diminish. Gritting his teeth, he feigned gratitude and, upon returning to his study, began to smash everything within reach. The news of Prince Qi's abrupt demotion, once the most favored of the Dezhou and even eclipsing the crown prince, spread like wildfire. Upon receiving the news, Qi Zhen was left in a state of utter shock. He spent the afternoon in a daze, and once court had adjourned, he hurried home. The old Marquis had been waiting for him. Upon seeing his expression, he stroked his beard and solemnly remarked, "That night, she must have gone to do just this." That night, of course, was the very night Qi Yuan had vanished. Qi Zhen felt a dryness in his throat. Father, how could she be so audacious? No longer could he dismiss Qi Yuan's earlier claim of wanting to kill Prince Qi as mere fanciful thinking. It now echoed ominously in his mind. Previously, he had deemed her exaggeration, but now he was convinced that Qi Yuan genuinely harbored intentions to slay Prince Qi. The old Marquis possessed his own reasoning. He spoke coolly. "This is hardly surprising. She was raised by the eldest princess. What has the eldest princess been doing all these years? Why has she remained at Baiyun Mountain, refusing to descend? Surely you are aware?" Qi Zhen certainly was. The eldest princess had lost her eldest son alongside the Lu princess during their journey back to the capital, an incident that had sparked her relentless pursuit of the truth. Thus, it could be inferred that the eldest princess suspected Prince Qi. No, Prince Qi had not even been born at that time. The true object of her suspicion was the young Lu concubine. While this explanation was plausible, Qijin still found it hard to believe, but the old Marquis interjected with a scoff. There is no but. The facts speak for themselves. The eldest princess has maintained a close relationship with Prince Jing, the crown prince's legitimate eldest son. Does that not indicate something? Qi Yuan's attitude towards Xiao Yunting had also shifted. On that day, she had been returned by him, indicating a pre-existing alliance. The old Marquis regarded Qijin with a penetrating gaze. You may convey this matter to them. Father. Qijin inhaled deeply. Should we not reconsider? The old Marquis regarded him meaningfully. Have you not yet discerned your daughter's character? She managed to demote Prince Qi in a mere month. Have you considered what would happen if she were to employ her tactics against you? What would occur? I ask. Those 4 words sent a chill through Qijin. He clenched his fists, still indecisive. Father, if the news were to leak prematurely, then I would have no retreat left. In truth, Qijin had once possessed a similar temperament. However, lacking comparison, the old Marquis had deemed his son not particularly capable, yet at least competent in maintaining the status quo. Now, with Qi Yuan's decisive nature as a benchmark, he found his son overly hesitant and lacking in masculine vigor. Thus, he spoke plainly, cutting through the pretense. Your daughter has already paved your path. Do you think there remains a second route? You were dreaming. Qijin managed a bitter smile. Indeed. Qi Yuan's return, seemingly in a lower status, was likely to ensure her grasp on information regarding the Lu princess. He exhaled slowly. Then I shall seek her out. Before he could finish, Lu Zhong rushed in, panting. Old Marquis. My lord. There has been an incident. What now? Qijin rubbed his temples, casting a helpless glance at his father before calling out. Enter. As Lu Zhong entered, Qijin immediately inquired. What has happened to the eldest young lady? Lu Zhong stammered, wiping the sweat from his brow. My lord, it's not the eldest young lady. The old Marquis cleared his throat. Qijin felt a twinge of discomfort. Ever since Qi Yuan had returned home, any mention of an incident had invariably pertained to her. Now, the sudden news being unrelated to Qi Yuan felt disconcerting. He pressed, Then what is it? What has occurred? Lu Zhong quickly realized and bowed his head. My lord. It is your aunt. She has returned, and she bears injuries. The term aunt referred to the old Marquis's daughter, Qijin's elder sister, Qi Fangyan, who was married to Zhou Ping, the deputy commander of the capital's military. The old Marquis, fond of this daughter, furrowed his brow upon hearing this. What transpired? Why would she return with injuries? Lu Zhong shook his head. Your aunt returned in tears. She is currently in the old madame's chamber, requesting that you and the Marquis come. Without delay, the old Marquis led Qijin to the room. The household buzzed with excitement at the return of the aunt. Baiji was the first to rush back to Qi Yuan, animatedly sharing the news she had gathered, when Hui Chun from the old madame's chamber came to fetch her. Qi Yuan was not particularly familiar with this aunt, yet in her past life, Qi Yunting and Qi Jin had treated her poorly. And this aunt had once spoken a few words of justice and intervened. After some consideration, she decided to let Baiji accompany her. Upon her arrival, she overheard the old madame's furious exclamation. This is utterly outrageous. What makes the Zhou family so exceptional? This is a blatant affront. Qi Fangyan sobbed, struggling to catch her breath. Mother, I am not an unreasonable person, but our children are on the verge of marriage, and he has the audacity to introduce a concubine. Is he not deliberately seeking to humiliate me? Qi Yuan paused momentarily before stepping through the door. Upon seeing her enter, the old madam introduced. This is your elder brother's biological daughter, whom I mentioned in my letter. Her name is a Yuan. Qi Fangyun, her eyes swollen, looked at Qi Yuan with some embarrassment. Forgive me, a Yuan, for not being present at the recognition banquet due to family matters. She could not comprehend why the old madam would summon a child for such a family scandal. Then, something even more perplexing occurred. The old madam turned to Qi Yuan and inquired, a Yuan, do you have any suggestions regarding this matter? Qi Fangyun was utterly astonished. Chapter 98. The Archway. Could it be that she misheard? How could such a question be posed to an unmarried girl? Indeed, since her arrival, she had yet to encounter her sister-in-law, Madame Wang. Logically, in light of such an incident, one would expect her sister-in-law to be summoned to devise a plan and offer some comfort. What could have transpired in the household? The old matriarch of the Qi family had her dog circling around Qi Yuan's feet. Qi Yuan, in turn, picked it up and stroked it. Upon hearing the old matriarch's inquiry, she turned her gaze towards Qi Fangyun and asked in a low voice, what does my aunt wish to do? Qi Fongyun was filled with grievances. What more could I do? Their family is clearly intent on manipulating me, believing that since my children are grown, this is a crucial moment for marriage, and I cannot afford to create a scene. The old matriarch, equally agitated, could hardly contain her anger. The notion of a secondary wife is utterly absurd. Such a term has never been acknowledged by respectable families. Only those of dubious standing engage in such matters, claiming to balance both sides, yet the reality leads to nothing but a tangled mess. In terms of inheritance and lineage, it is simply indefensible. In a reputable noble family, this is utterly unacceptable. The Zhou family's actions are nothing less than an affront. Qi Yuan suddenly asked, "Has the Zhou family always been so disrespectful towards my aunt?" The expressions of the others varied. The old Marquis replied candidly, "Not at all. The Zhou family was quite courteous in the past. They lacked nobility, and marrying into a Marquis family was indeed a lofty aspiration. Thus, for many years, Zhou Ping had treated Qi Fongyun with deference and respect." Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow and remarked to Qi Fongyun, "It appears you have been wronged because of me." Qi Fongyun felt increasingly alienated from this family. How did this matter involve Qi Yuan, a mere girl, who could ascertain why the old Marquis, Qi Zhen, and the old matriarch all tacitly accepted this notion? Clearly, they were all privy to something. Qi Fongyun, wiping her tears, asked, "What does this mean?" Qi Yuan offered a faint smile. "It means little. I now wish to ask my aunt what course of action you wish to pursue. Do you intend to swallow your pride and continue as is? Or do you seek a divorce?" Unable to restrain herself any longer, Qi Fongyun cast a bewildered glance at her mother. Mother? How could Qi Yuan speak of such a grave matter so casually? The old matriarch patted Qi Fongyun's hand and thoughtfully replied, "Do not fear. That scoundrel Zhou Ping is merely attempting to embarrass you to provoke our Marquis' household. However, he must have been harboring his mistress for quite some time. Otherwise, how could such a large son suddenly appear? He has concealed this well. I fear that had the Qi family not offended the Qi Wang, Zhou Ping would have kept this mistress hidden indefinitely." At the mention of the mistress, Qi Fongyun burst into tears once more. "Indeed, after all these years of marriage, he has kept this a secret from me. That mistress's son is nearly the same age as Kuan Ge. Today, when I forbade the mention of a secondary wife, my mother-in-law struck me. At my age, to be beaten by my mother-in-law, the members of the Marquis' household were enraged. That Zhou matron was indeed a source of endless trouble." Just as they were discussing this, Lu Zhong rushed in. "Old Marquis, old matriarch, Marquis, and eldest aunt. Someone from the Zhou family has come, claiming that the young lady is ill and requesting the eldest aunt's return." Qi Fongyun immediately stood up in a daze. She cried, "No, I must return. Rui has always had poor health, and if I am not home, who knows how my mother-in-law will treat her." The old matriarch trembled with rage. Just as the child had returned to her maternal home, illness struck. What a coincidence. They were evidently taking advantage of the child. Fully aware that Qi Fongyun could not bear to be away from her, the old matriarch could not help but take a deep breath and look at Qi Yuan. "Yuan, do you have any solutions?" "Many indeed," Qi Yuan replied with a gentle smile. "It merely depends on whether my aunt can bear to let go." The old matriarch took her daughter's side. "Let go. If they can act with impunity, so can we. You may proceed as you see fit." As Qi Yuan prepared to leave, Qi Fongyun could no longer hold back. "Father, mother, brother, what is happening? Why would you send a Yuan to handle this matter?" Qi Zhen appeared somewhat awkward, while the old matriarch smiled. "Because there is truly no one better suited to incite your anger than she." Bai Ji followed closely behind Qi Yuan. "Mistress, what can you possibly do in this situation? After all, this is their family matter, and Qi Yuan is but a junior. Her involvement seems unwarranted. In truth, this matter should not concern our daughter at all." Qi Yuan smiled slightly. "In fact, I find great pleasure in addressing such matters." Meanwhile, the Zhou family was remarkably composed. Zhou Ping knelt before the old matriarch, anxiously asking, "Mother, do explain how you can be so enraged?" "We must not go too far." The old matriarch's eyes bulged with fury. "I have truly had enough of her cowardice. A woman without an ounce of womanly decorum. In our day, someone like her would have been sent back to her family long ago." For years, the Zhou family had been embroiled in conflict. After all, the Zhou family had married up, while Qi Fongyun had married down, leading the old matriarch to feel deeply aggrieved. Zhou Ping sighed. She is, after all, from a prestigious family. As mother and son conversed quietly, the stewardess stumbled in, breathless. "Old matriarch, esteemed ones, it's bad news." The old matriarch immediately hurled a pillow at her. Silence. You ill-spoken creature, unable to utter even a word of good fortune. What could possibly be amiss? She can finally take her place as the matriarch. She is quite comfortable. The stewardess, with a sorrowful expression, replied, Old matriarch, it is truly dire. Our family's chastity archway has been destroyed. The old matriarch sat bolt upright, her heart nearly stopping as she incredulously asked, What did you say? What was destroyed? That chastity archway was won by her daughter's very life. It was the pride of the Zhou family. How could it be gone? The stewardess, with a mournful face, lamented, The chastity archway has been smashed down. It has collapsed. The clan members have all gone over. The old matriarch's eyes rolled back, nearly causing her to suffocate. This is intolerable. Unthinkable. Eldest, go see who has the audacity to destroy our archway. Let them perish. Let them perish. Zhou Ping stood up, his face flushed with fury. Chapter 99. The calamity. For many years, the Zhou family had held minor official positions, but their true renown stemmed from the numerous chastity memorial arches that stood outside their ancestral hall. Just a short distance away, a tall arch marked the beginning of a street lined with a dozen or so such structures, aptly named Arch Street. Zhou Ping's lips quivered as he observed a crowd encircling Arch Street. He galloped forward, dismounting with urgency and demanding, Who is responsible? Who dares to defile the memorial arches of the Zhou family? It was evident that not all members of the Zhou family resided together, so when the incident occurred, some relatives had already arrived near the ancestral hall. Among them was the esteemed elder Zhou heir, who grasped Zhou Ping's arm and furrowed his brow, asking, What on earth happened? Zhou Ping, bewildered, was taken aback by his uncle's ire. Uncle, shouldn't I be the one inquiring of you? You live nearby. How could you stand idly by while our family's memorial arches were vandalized? Utterly useless. The chastity arches, bestowed by the court, were of significant importance. Destroying them warranted immediate reporting to the authorities. Elder Zhou heir's expression turned peculiar. Do you know who is responsible for the destruction? Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping rolled his eyes internally, his indignation growing. Whoever it is, you ought to apprehend them and deliver them to the authorities. This is insurrection. Elder Zhou heir's face grew even more perplexed. After a moment of silence, he stepped aside and pointed ahead. The culprit is right there, if you wish to report them. Then go. Zhou Ping scoffed, deeming his uncle incompetent for failing to handle such a trivial matter. He pushed past Elder Zhou heir, his anger propelling him forward. It was then that he spotted a figure seated atop a pile of rubble, and his heart sank. Kuna, what are you doing here? The memorial arch had been partially toppled, the remaining structure swaying precariously. Zhou Kun sat on a stone pedestal, surrounded by the elders of the Zhou family. Zhou Ping felt a sudden rush of disbelief. His own son had defaced their family's chastity memorial. How could this be? He strode purposefully towards Zhou Kun, his voice sharp with reproach. What transpired? Was this your doing? Have you lost your senses? As a member of this family, how could you vandalize our own memorial arches? Zhou Kun met his father's gaze with a somber intensity, standing defiantly as he declared, Indeed, it was I. Father, you have violated the law by fathering a bastard child as old as I am. Now, you wish to bring that concubine home as a legitimate wife, placing her on equal footing with my mother. With his head held high and tears brimming in his eyes, he pointed to the damaged arch and demanded, Is the Zhou family to exchange the lives of women for memorial arches, while allowing men to revel in debauchery and take concubines at will? Elder Zhou heir, having rushed forward to intervene, felt the sting of Zhou Kun's words and awkwardly coughed, casting a glance at Zhou Ping. After all, the latest memorial arch had been erected in honor of Zhou Ping's sister, who had been married to a deceased husband before her own tragic end. The Zhou family had long boasted of their women's fortitude and chastity, earning royal recognition and a golden reward for their sacrifices. Yet, with Zhou Kun's revelation, it seemed the women of the capital would soon harbor deep resentment towards Zhou Ping. Indeed, was it fair that the women of the Zhou family sacrificed their lives only to secure the men's indulgence? While infidelity may be commonplace among men, for a family with such a prestigious reputation, should not equality prevail? Bai Shi, observing from a distance, could not contain her disdain. What a farce! Women must endure the loss of their husbands before marriage, yet men can frolic freely and flaunt their mistresses. The onlookers, initially drawn by curiosity, began to murmur amongst themselves, expressing their outrage. Why must the women of the Zhou family perish for the sake of their reputation? Look at those 13 memorial arches. What renowned man has emerged from this family? Elder Zhou heir's expression darkened as he urged Zhou Ping, Do not air our family's dirty laundry. Are you not aware of the principle that family matters should remain private? You cannot even manage your own affairs properly. How can you expect to take a concubine while leaving such a mess behind? Your son has resorted to vandalism. And soon the entire capital will brand the Zhou family as those who sell their daughters for wealth. Furious, Zhou Ping trembled with rage. Never imagining that the reputation built upon the sacrifices of so many young women could be tarnished by his own son. He raised his whip, heedless of the consequences. Striking Zhou Kun. I shall strike you down, ungrateful wretch. I, Zhou Ping, disown you. His fury was overwhelming, threatening to consume him entirely. Bai Shi, filled with concern, gasped. Miss, that Zhou Ping strikes hard. Zhou Kun had been persuaded by Qi Yuan to commit the act of vandalism. Would he truly be beaten to death by Zhou Ping? Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow, calling out, Shunzi. Here, young lady. Shunzi replied promptly, in hushed tones. Qi Yuan instructed him, and Shunzi's face broke into a grin. Do not worry, young lady, I will handle this, he exclaimed, rushing towards Zhou Kun while wailing. My lord, please spare the young master. Even a tiger does not eat its cub. Zhou Ping, now mad with rage, could hardly comprehend the depth of his family's disgrace. Just as he prepared to strike again, he was interrupted by Shunzi, dodging his blow and prostrating himself before Zhou Ping. My lord, the young master acted out of anger after you injured the lady. Please forgive him. The crowd responded with disdainful murmurs. Relying on women for prosperity and yet striking them. No man is virtuous. Marrying a dead man's widow and beating his wife and son. How despicable. Voices of dissent echoed, and before long, someone hurled an egg at Zhou Ping, declaring, to cherish a concubine and neglect a wife, striking one's own son, he deserves to be condemned. In an instant, more projectiles began to fly towards Zhou Ping. Bai Ji silently picked up a stone, joining the fray as she hurled it at him. Chapter 100 Enraged after the ruckus. Bai Ji stealthily crept closer to Qi Yuan, her eyes widening in surprise. My lady, look. She pointed towards a nearby tree. Qi Yuan turned her head to see Lu Jin perched atop the treetop, greeting her with a wave. It was evident that he had been the one to instigate the egg-throwing incident. A cough escaped Qi Yuan's lips as she turned and climbed onto the carriage. Bai Ji hurriedly followed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. My lady, what shall we do next? She finally understood why her lady had expressed such fondness for this mischief. Watching those insufferable men make fools of themselves was indeed a delightful affair. Why should women bear the brunt of suffering while men reap the rewards? It was high time these contemptible men learned a lesson. Qi Yuan leaned back with a smile. Next, we shall await their humble pleas. Meanwhile, atop the tree, Lu Jin rubbed his neck and turned to Ba Bao. For some reason, I feel a chill at the back of my neck. Ba Bao rolled his eyes. That's because you brought it upon yourself. His Highness instructed us to protect Miss Qi, and you stand out like a sore thumb. I fear Miss Qi might think His Highness has sent someone to spy on her. Thinking of Qi Yuan's cunning ways, Ba Bao clicked his tongue, making a gesture across his neck. Be careful, don't let Miss Qi take you out. Lu Jin felt a chill run down his spine at his words. And only after a moment did he huff in response. Enough. Miss Qi is someone who repays both grievances and kindness. I have done her no wrong. She wouldn't dare harm me. The two shared a laugh until they noticed the constables approaching. Zhou Ping ceased his antics, persuaded to leave, and the crowd dispersed. As for Zhou Kun, he had been taken away by Zhou Ping. Shunzi accompanied him, speaking softly to reassure him. Cousin, do not fear. Nothing ill will befall you. Zhou Kun managed a bitter smile, recalling the words of the girl who had come to seek him out. All the men of the Zhou family fed on the lifeblood of women, and now they intended to continue relying on him and his sister while trampling on their mother. Was there anything more terrifying than this? At the Zhou family residence, old Madame Zhou awaited her son's return, inquiring, what happened? Who dares to tarnish our family's honor? Those who entered the room bowed their heads in silence. Zhou Ping gritted his teeth, managing to squeeze out two words. Zhou Kun. He spat out in frustration. That scoundrel. It's all his fault. Zhou Kun? Upon hearing that her eldest grandson was the culprit, old Madame Zhou felt her vision darken. Thankfully, a maid supported her quickly, preventing her from collapsing. She gnashed her teeth in rage. It's all that wretched woman's doing. That vile creature. Such a malicious heart, such malicious intent. As she spoke, she commanded Zhou Ping, hurry, write her a divorce letter and banish her from our family forever. Which woman could ever abandon her children? She refused to believe Qi Feng and would not come back, begging for mercy. Zhou Ping's expression stiffened, feeling quite embarrassed. At that moment, Zhou Er, the second master, had to intervene. I fear that one do, sister. You may need to visit the Marquis' residence and invite her back. What? Old Madame Zhou glared furiously. That shameless woman. She is the one who corrupted the children, and now you want me to invite her back? Zhou had no choice but to recount the day's events. Seeing old Madame Zhou nearly fainting with rage, he pressed on. If we allow rumors to fester, it may turn detrimental for our family. It would be best to appease you and Zhou Ping by bringing back Zhou Ping's wife, so this matter can be downplayed. As for the issue of Ping's wife, it should remain unspoken. They could later declare it was all a misunderstanding. Otherwise, they might lose their honor entirely. Zhou Ping, possessing more insight than old Madame Zhou, swallowed his anger at Zhou's suggestion and managed to placate her. The family promptly brought gifts to the Qi residence. Naturally, old Madame Qi and her family had already heard of the day's events. Upon learning that Qi Yuan had sought out Zhou Kun to smash the Zhou family's honor, their expressions turned somewhat complex, especially Qi Fang'an, who gasped. Isn't that tantamount to sealing the Zhou family's fate? Old Marquis and Qi Zhan maintained their stoic demeanor, clearly accustomed to such occurrences. If it weren't for the intent to harm, it wouldn't be Qi Yuan. News of Zhou Ping's visit reached them, prompting even Qi Fang'an to look for Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan toyed with an apple, glancing up at Qi Fang'an. "Aunt, do you wish to return? Or do you prefer to stay?" Qi Fang'an bit her lip, finding it difficult to decide. To return. Given the lingering pain from her injury and the memory of old Madame Zhou's venomous words, especially after Zhou Ping had beaten Zhou Kun so mercilessly that day, she pressed her lips together. "I do not wish to return." Qi Yuan nodded, signaling her understanding. Meanwhile, old Marquis and Qi Zhan went ahead to meet Zhou Ping. As for old Madame Zhou, she encountered neither old Madame Qi nor Wang Shi or Qi Fangyun, but merely an unwed young girl. Her fury boiled over. How could they send a mere child to greet her as a guest? Qi Yuan leaned back in her chair with a knowing smile. "Old Madam, you misspoke. How could she be considered a guest? Have you not already sought to divorce my aunt?" Old Madame Zhou's composure faltered, her anger flaring. "What does a mere child know? I am but a child," Qi Yuan replied. "But how old was the second daughter of the Zhou family when she married her deceased fiancé?" Old Madame Zhou's face paled. "Silence. How could she do as she pleased but silence others?" Qi Yuan stood, slowly approaching old Madame Zhou, locking eyes with her. Or is it that old Madame Zhou knows deep down that forcing a daughter to marry a corpse is indeed a crime against heaven and man? Old Madame Zhou trembled, pointing at Qi Yuan. You speak nonsense." "Nonsense?" Qi Yuan inquired softly. "Above us, there are divine beings. Old Madam, your daughter now watches you with open eyes from behind." In that moment, old Madame Zhou felt an icy chill at the back of her neck, as if someone were breathing down her spine. She quaked, unsure whether it was rage or fear that caused her limbs to tremble, unable to utter a single word. Qi Yuan smirked slightly. "As a mother, basking in glory upon your daughter's grave is truly despicable. I wonder if Miss Zhou, beneath the earth, will find peace? More importantly, I wonder if old Madam will recall the scene of Miss Zhou's hanging in her midnight dreams?"